In a moment of serendipity during the troughs of his life, Tian inadvertently activated a mysterious interface. The options presented were limited to a shop, an inventory, and a synthesizer. Any item placed within would result in the corresponding product being listed, allowing for infinite purchases and reproductions. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Inserting 10 corresponding items into the synthesizer would yield a higher-tier product. With such capabilities, any scientific breakthrough would become effortlessly achievable. Tian, step by step, pushed the boundaries of technology in a world stagnating in innovation, guiding the great Xia towards the stars and the vast seas. Insert a 22 nanometer chip ding, generated a 0.5 nanometer carbon-based chip. Insert a targeted cancer drug ding, generated a super cancer remedy. Insert a 5th generation fighter jet ding, generated a 10th generation super anti-gravity aerospace fighter. Insert a synthetic sun device ding, generated a miniature helium-3 super nuclear fusion apparatus. Chapter 89, the next flagship machine tool version. Most importantly, possessing such an industrial marvel would elevate the already formidable military and aerospace strength of the great Xia to unprecedented heights, ultimately leaving others in the dust. At this moment, high-ranking officials from various nations finally beheld the content of the press conference. These upper echelons roared in frenzy. "I do not care what methods you employ. We must acquire the technology of this machine tool. If we fail to obtain it, the great Xia will become a second-rate nation. All heads of special departments, come here for a meeting. We must devise a plan." At the press conference, Tian declared, "All right, the attributes of this machine tool have been mostly explained, but do not be overly excited. This is for internal use within our company and is not for external sale. Of course, we do not mind showcasing its performance. To demonstrate the capabilities of a machine tool, it must be put to practical use. Today, we shall use it live to process a mechanical component. Now, what shall we manufacture?" The lithography machine, once the crown jewel of industry, may no longer hold that title, yet remains the most vivid representation of manufacturing prowess. Why not use it to manufacture an EUV lithography machine live? What? The audience, both in the venue and online, could scarcely believe their ears upon hearing this. To process a lithography machine live, this is utterly absurd. Such a complex device typically requires months to manufacture. Although lithography machines have descended from their pedestal, they still epitomize the pinnacle of manufacturing capability. Apart from the great Xia, no other nation can independently produce a lithography machine. Can this truly be accomplished? The mechanical giants watching the live stream wore expressions of grave concern. They could hardly fathom Tian's audacious proposal. They understood all too well what this entailed. While machine tools are precision instruments, lithography machines are exceedingly intricate. It is impossible to produce them solely through rapid machine processing. Numerous components necessitate hand production and assembly. If this could indeed be manufactured on-site, this machine tool would attain legendary status. Tian approached the machine tool, surrounded by an array of various materials. The preset blueprints and commands have already been inputted into the machine. I will commence manufacturing immediately. With that, he began to operate the control panel. Suddenly, the machine emitted a sound and commenced its rapid movements. The mechanical arms deftly grasped one material after another, placing them into the workbench. Then, the workbench sprang to life, utilizing various processing tools with astonishing speed. In the awestruck gazes of the crowd, several mechanical arms and the workbench worked in perfect harmony, cooperating with remarkable efficiency. Hundreds of thousands of components, both large and small, were produced and assembled in a remarkably short span of time. This lithography machine was even equipped with every wire and capacitor produced on-site, apart from a few specialized parts and chips requiring dedicated manufacturing. Although the production process was rather mundane, the audience remained thoroughly captivated. The industry insiders' eyes glimmered with reverence. If the preceding data had merely astonished them, the practical application of this machine had utterly won their admiration. This was nothing short of an industrial marvel. This was not merely a machine tool. It was an all-encompassing, intelligent, automated production line. One machine rivaled an entire factory, and it required no human labor whatsoever. Soon, a brand new lithography machine emerged on stage. Had they not witnessed the production process with their own eyes, the audience would never have believed it was made on site. Tian produced an array of instruments to scan and inspect the lithography machine. This is excellent. All attributes meet the standards. It is a perfectly crafted EUV lithography machine, ready for immediate production. This lithography machine can be stored immediately. By the way, the design of this machine is unique to our company and is also on our list of machines for sale, available to chip manufacturers worldwide. Perhaps some factory will be extraordinarily fortunate to acquire it. It holds significant commemorative value. What monstrous speed is this? With such a marvel, how can the great Xia fear not standing at the pinnacle? I shall refer to it as the god of industry. At that moment, the CEO of ASML suddenly pulled from the Giants Nation to watch the live stream, fainted at the sight. Since the advent of carbon-based chips, their company had seen no resurgence of its former glory. The status of the EUV lithography machine had plummeted, forever banished from the realm of high-end chip manufacturing. Fortunately, there still exists a mid to low-end chip market in this world. Their company had also pivoted to drastically reduce the price of EUV lithography machines for mid to low-end chip companies. However, despite any price reductions, the production difficulty remained significant. The company could only produce a few dozen units per year. The production costs were exorbitantly high, thus the prices remained steep. Nevertheless, they had fully opened up purchases and regarded several chip companies from the Great Xia as important clients. Each day, they marketed lithography machines to prospective buyers. Now, Tian had suddenly informed them that a versatile machine tool could produce a lithography machine in just 1 hour. With such production capacity and low costs, it could swiftly dominate the global mid to low-end chip market. This was practically denying them any chance of survival. At this moment, the audience in the press conference had erupted into wild applause. No one doubted the capabilities of the versatile machine tool any longer. It was undoubtedly the strongest in Blue Star, far surpassing its nearest competitor by several tiers. The executives in need of high-precision machine tools had completely relaxed. They believed that acquiring the machine tools their companies desired would pose no difficulty whatsoever. At this juncture, Tian inquired, "So what do you think? Are you not intrigued? Do not be hasty. While this machine tool is not for external sale, our company has designed a next-tier flagship machine for various practitioners in the Great Xia. The next-tier flagship, as the name suggests, is a version with comprehensive reductions in specifications compared to the top-tier flagship. In fact, this next-tier flagship machine is a complete replica of the versatile machine tool. In terms of materials, design, longevity, stability, and other aspects, it is nearly identical, with the primary distinction being processing precision, which has a margin of only about 20 nanometers. However, I believe this is already an excellent figure that fully meets the current demands of high-end manufacturing. This next-tier flagship will be sold to various manufacturing peers, but we have instituted a strict vetting process. Only those who qualify may purchase, and exporting abroad is strictly prohibited. Each unit is equipped with a locator that will automatically trigger an alarm. Chapter 90, Industry Upheaval, Domestic Machine Tools Take Flight. Moreover, the next-tier flagship you purchase must also adhere to strict usage limitations. While the requirements may be stringent, as it is exceedingly crucial, the user experience will undoubtedly satisfy you. Tian scanned the audience and continued, "Next, I will introduce our external sales model. Although the previous two machine tools are not for external sale, this does not imply we will abandon the high-end overseas market. Thus, we have specifically developed a machine tool that is nearly on par with the highest precision levels in the world. This machine tool also incorporates certain technologies from the versatile machine tool, boasting excellent design and architecture, competitive stability and longevity, coupled with lower costs, thus offering a price advantage. We welcome manufacturing companies from all around the globe to procure our products." The foreign professionals observing the live broadcast were irresistibly captivated by the attributes of this machine. It is comparable to the pinnacle of waking technology in the world, yet it is available at a significantly lower price. Acquiring one would undoubtedly elevate the product standards of their companies. Consequently, numerous machine tool giants insisted that their subordinates procure one for detailed analysis. Subsequently, Tian selected several heavyweight products that various companies were poised to unveil, encompassing a broad spectrum of machinery across major manufacturing sectors. He also expanded upon the future business scope of the company, indicating that it would not only introduce high-end machinery across all manufacturing domains, but also provide OEM services for other factories. The press conference concluded at this juncture. The sensational impact of this press conference began to reverberate gradually. Initially regarded as a relatively niche event, it failed to garner much interest from the audience. However, as more netizens and prominent media outlets began to report on it, people started to grasp the significance of the event. The advantages presented by top-tier machine tools are on par with the advent of carbon-based chips, capable of fundamentally transforming the high-end manufacturing sector in Dacia. The industry upheaval triggered by this development promises to create countless opportunities and attract a multitude of exceptional talents into high-end manufacturing. Furthermore, it signifies an elevation in the nation's hard power. Upon learning of these developments, netizens fervently engaged in discussions. I was shallow-minded, thinking it was merely an unremarkable press conference. The industry is ablaze with discussions. our professional instructors assert that a paradigm shift in manufacturing is imminent. So, our country's high-end machine tools were previously so subpar. That will no longer be the case. The world's most advanced machine tools are now in Dacia, and within a year or two, our manufacturing capabilities will soar. Manufacturing directly determines the limits of scientific research. With Dacia's dynamism, our high-end projects will soon proliferate like dumplings. I am studying this field, and I initially believed there was little future in it. Now, our profession is beaming with optimism. Is it too late for me to enroll in this field? Following the conclusion of the press conference, these on-site professionals finally seized the opportunity to inquire with the staff present, seeking further information about the various machines produced by the factories. Even those who merely attended the meeting without the intention of purchasing machine tools found themselves intrigued. Lin Feng and Li Lei approached a salesperson directly, who escorted them to a showroom displaying an array of machines soon to be offered by the company. They arrived at the machine they wished to purchase, circling it and scrutinizing its features. The performance of this machine surpassed that of the 4 model they intended to buy, and its price was more than twice as affordable. They began to feel fortunate that the foreign factory had intentionally delayed their order. Otherwise, they would have incurred substantial losses. After a brief discussion, they decided to purchase 2 machines, exhausting their budget. Their confidence in the future development of their company surged unexpectedly. With a luminary like Tian providing guidance, their firm could not only transition to the high-end market, but also export its products overseas. At that moment, Lin Feng received a call from the 4 machinery factory. Hello, President Lin. The machine tools you wish to purchase are now in stock. May I inquire when we can meet to discuss this? Lin Feng chuckled. Oh, as her boss finally returned from his business trip, I regret to inform you that we have found a superior supplier. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, the two shared a knowing smile, feeling a sense of vindication. This press conference had caused a seismic shift within the industry. Many who sought to acquire foreign machine tools, but were unsuccessful, turned to procure domestic alternatives. Numerous large corporations, which had previously relied on imports for high-precision machine tools, reconsidered after witnessing the series of products showcased at the press conference. They contemplated updating their equipment with cost-effective yet high-performing domestic machines, having long been dissatisfied with the service attitudes of foreign manufacturers. Not only were the machines expensive, but every interaction required polite discourse, enduring the arrogance of the suppliers. Moreover, when machines malfunctioned, they had to be shipped abroad, consuming significant time and incurring exorbitant repair costs. The most critical aspect was the potential for extended delays due to the supplier's employees taking time off. Some machines even required oversight from personnel specifically dispatched by the suppliers, which entailed additional expenses. Thankfully, such inconveniences would no longer persist. This new company not only boasts superior technology, but also operates with remarkable efficiency, never experiencing delays. Almost every inquiry can be resolved promptly without incurring extra costs. To everyone's surprise, many domestic mid to low-end manufacturing companies also sought to acquire machine tools. For instance, the Coarse Grain Company, which traditionally emphasized cost-effectiveness in mobile phone production, specifically commissioned several brand new intelligent production lines. According to their representative, the Coarse Grain Company had previously focused on cost-performance ratios, leading to subpar workmanship on their devices. As the company gradually transitioned towards mid to high-end models, the quality of their phones still fell short compared to those of Xiaowei. Furthermore, their products lacked uniqueness, resulting in a crushing defeat in the high-end market. Hence, their objective in procuring these new production lines was to enhance the craftsmanship and quality of their phones while maintaining lower costs. This would significantly improve their yield rates and production speed, thereby bolstering their competitiveness in the domestic market. Naturally, netizens harbored serious doubts about Lamy's motives, suspecting he was merely flattering Yi Tian. His justifications lacked credibility, and it was not just the Coarse Grain Company. Nearly all domestic hardware companies, including mobile phone and computer manufacturers, sought to procure the new production lines. This indicates that everyone remains on the same starting line. The machine tool business of the new company is flourishing in Dacia, propelled by the celebrity effect of Yi Tian's hosting of the press conference and the extraordinary performance of the products. This company has bypassed the phase of building a reputation in overseas markets and has taken off directly, with numerous factories in need of high-end machine tools placing orders. Among these, the third-tier flagship machine tool has garnered immense popularity. Countless foreign companies and institutions have set their sights on it, as its capabilities are unparalleled, promising to significantly enhance the manufacturing strength of entire nations. Such high-caliber machine tools were previously unattainable. Now they're being sold in bulk at reasonable prices. These companies cannot help but express their gratitude to Yi Tian for allowing them to access such advanced technology. Nevertheless, what they truly desire are the all-purpose or second-tier flagship machine tools, holding immense envy for the companies in Dacia. Regrettably, the second-tier flagship machine tools are exclusively available to Dacia companies. Even those with foreign backgrounds within Dacia cannot procure them. Meanwhile, the machine tool giants are far from pleased at this moment. Since the conclusion of the press conference, their stock prices have plummeted. More alarmingly, their order volumes have drastically declined, with even long-standing clients abandoning their products. The most despairing aspect is that they currently lag far behind the new company in both technology and production speed. This reality signifies their perpetual defeat, leaving them devoid of competitiveness in this sector moving forward. Reflecting on the dire circumstances of the fruit company instilled a sense of dread within them. They had never anticipated that such a situation could befall their own enterprises. However, contemplating these matters has become futile. These companies have begun ordering Dacia's machine tools, intending to study them meticulously to enhance their own products. The Fana Company, a leading manufacturer of CNC machine tools in Neon, possesses capabilities at the pinnacle of global standards. At this moment, all their experts are assembled in the laboratory, their expressions grave as they gaze upon the machine before them. This is the third-tier flagship machine tool they acquired from Dacia at a considerable cost. The machine is currently operating at an astonishing speed, manufacturing a component. The experts are awestruck. At such rapid speeds, it maintains such high precision. How are these robotic arms designed? Logically, with so many components combined, stability should be significantly affected, yet it manages to retain consistent accuracy. How is the CNC program within the machine written? It can process such complex items in a single operation, which is nothing short of intelligent. This far surpasses our company's CNC programming. The machine's stability is remarkable with not the slightest tremor. This ultrasonic motor technology is truly astounding. Once the processing is complete, the observers are left in silence at the sight of the finished product. The quality is exceptional, and the speed is astonishing, truly deserving of the title of an industrial marvel. Moreover, this is merely a third-tier machine tool. One can hardly fathom the capabilities of the all-purpose and second-tier flagship models. The experts proceeded to dismantle the machine, meticulously examining its internal structure. Ingenious design. A stroke of absolute genius. I never realized it could be configured this way. Regrettably, all of these innovations have already been patented. The materials used for the lead screw and guide rail are extraordinary. How are they manufactured? This material is applicable not only to machine tools, but also in aerospace and other fields. The technological sophistication of this steel alone merits our research. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. Their machine tools exhibit a comprehensive technological gap compared to those produced by Tian. While certain design elements could be emulated, the hardware materials and CNC systems supporting such designs remain impenetrable. In other words, to reach this level of proficiency, they may require approximately 20 years of dedicated effort. Other major players have arrived at similar conclusions. 20 years, a profoundly disheartening figure. By then, their relevance may have diminished, and their companies might cease to exist. Meanwhile, Dacia will have emerged as a global leader, and within that span, Tian may develop even more cutting-edge technologies. In a clandestine institution somewhere, a gathering of leaders from various renowned global secret organizations fills the room. Each individual bears a solemn expression. The head of the organization addresses the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the purpose of our gathering today. That mysterious nation has been advancing at an alarming pace, having completely surpassed our control. Thus, we must take certain measures. Initially, I believed that the carbon-based chip technology was all they could muster in the short term, a feat achievable only through Tian's explosive innovation. Little did I anticipate that this was merely Tian's standard research pace. Incredibly, he has once again unveiled machine tool technology in such a brief period. The carbon-based chip is manageable. In truth, its performance is largely superfluous, and we can gradually catch up through acquisitions. However, the high-precision machine tools have fundamentally shaken the very foundation of our manufacturing industry. This is absolutely intolerable. All transformations in the Great Xia can be attributed to Tian. This individual is exceedingly formidable. We must bring him into our fold for the advancement of our research. Without him, the Great Xia would pose no significant threat. The purpose of gathering all of you today is to consolidate our strength and achieve this objective. Throughout this process, we must unequivocally eschew selfishness or mutual obstruction and internal strife. It is imperative that we share intelligence and resources. Now, let us hear your thoughts, stated the leader of the Rooster Nation. Ideally, we could capture Tian and extract him from the country. If that is unfeasible, we must eliminate him. However, he is undoubtedly under stringent protection at present. What course of action shall we pursue? The leader of the Han's nation remarked. Firstly, we can dismiss the notion of subversion. His actions suggest he is an exceedingly patriotic individual, harboring an intense aversion to foreign enterprises. To ensnare him, we must identify his vulnerabilities and devise a meticulous plan. The representative from Dying scoffed. Isn't that mere platitude? What vulnerabilities could he possibly have? His family is no longer present, and he harbors no affections. Even the fairest of maidens would fail to captivate him. If there is one passion he possesses, it is the exploration of novel technologies. The more sophisticated the technology, the more it captivates him. The representative from the rice nation's eyes sparkled. This presents an opportunity. Perhaps we could entice him with some cutting-edge technology and then act decisively. I just recalled that our rice nation's advanced laboratory has recently developed an exceptionally progressive exoskeleton armor. Perhaps we could showcase it in the Great Xia at a technology exhibition in the burgeoning tech city of Nanfeng. Consequently, let the execution of this operation be entrusted to our neon counterparts. After all, we lack personnel with a significant presence in the Great Xia. The leader of Neon asserted, "Hi, we shall undoubtedly accomplish this mission. We have also cultivated a substantial local workforce of 500,000 in the Great Xia. It is time to put them to use." Chapter 92, Multidimensional Life and Chaotic Particles. The group continued to deliberate on specific action details. Meanwhile, Tian was resting when, suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has initially fused with the system, leading to the conversion of some chaotic particles. Tian was taken aback. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. System? What is happening? The voice within his mind responded. The system has coexisted with the host for a certain period, and has now achieved a preliminary fusion, thereby unlocking some special abilities. Tian inquired, "What does this mean? Was I not already fused with the system?" Not quite. The host's previous actions were merely conducted within the interface projected by the system in the host's mind, while the system itself observed the host from a multidimensional space. Multidimensional space? Are you not inside my body? Originally, I was not, but now, due to increased interaction with the host, a part of me has begun to merge with the host. Tian, with a hint of concern, asked, "What will happen once the fusion is complete?" Upon completion, the host will become a being of multidimensional existence, akin to the form of existence of the system itself. Tian was startled. Does that mean I would die? Why was I not informed sooner? The system replied, multidimensional life forms do not experience life and death in the conventional sense. They exist in an eternal state that transcends both. So, does that mean I will become a god? One could certainly interpret it that way. The divine entities in the host world closely resemble multidimensional life forms. Tian pondered a troubling question. When will the fusion be completed? I want to be dying anytime soon, will I? The speed of fusion depends on the level of interaction between the host and the system. At the current rate, the host will require approximately 20 years to achieve complete fusion. However, there is no need for the host to worry. Multidimensional life forms possess mastery over the laws of the universe and can effortlessly resolve any concerns the host may have at that time. Tian fell into a deep silence. He had not anticipated that he had 20 years left, possibly before departing. Though this multidimensional realm sounded alluring, he was far from mentally prepared for it. He further queried, "What exactly are you, system?" This system is a converter created by higher dimensional beings, designed to gradually transform humans into higher dimensional life forms through fusion. So, you higher dimensional beings are just short on life forms in your world, thus coming to Earth to casually abduct people for your amusement? Why did you choose me? The system explained. Higher dimensional beings do not exclusively merge with humans on Earth. Similar actions occur in other corners of the universe and in alternate universes and worlds in accordance with the fundamental laws of the cosmos. They select individuals from promising lower civilizations, converting them into navigators to guide their civilization toward ascension. Additionally, my choice of the host was not based on any particular reason, but because the host was the first individual I encountered. How do you manufacture items? And how do you upgrade technology? Higher dimensional beings possess the ultimate secrets of the universe. The so-called technology upgrade merely involves presenting more advanced technologies. Then, items are generated by manipulating the matter within the universe where the host resides. Tian inquired, "What are these chaotic particles you mentioned?" They constitute a part of the host body after its transformation into a higher dimension. Although currently minimal, they possess astonishing capabilities. The host may attempt to control them with thought. Tian stood up, perplexed, and approached the mirror, only to be startled by the reflection he beheld. His head was enveloped in a luminous aura, with countless glowing particles swirling about in irregular motion. He realized he was not hallucinating. Calmly, he asked, "Is this what chaotic particles are? How peculiar. They're a part of my own body. What utility do they serve?" The host can attempt to control them with intention. Upon trying, Tian was astonished to discover that the chaotic particles could swirl around his body in accordance with his thoughts, even forming any shape he desired. They could also detach from his body, though they could only venture about 10 meters away before losing connection. Suddenly, he concentrated and realized that chaotic particles could appear in another location instantaneously, without the need for movement. Tian asked, "So, what exactly are the uses of these chaotic particles? Can they be concealed? If I go out, won't the others see me?" The system replied, "Only higher dimensional beings can perceive higher dimensional life forms. Others are unable to see them unless the host chooses to reveal themselves. Chaotic particles possess numerous extraordinary functions, but given the current level of the host, they can primarily enter objects freely. In the future, the host will no longer need to place items in a store to unlock them. Simply using the particles to analyze and scan the object will automatically unlock it in the store. Chaotic particles represent the most primal form of power, capable of transitioning between material and non-material states, including dark matter. They can traverse space at will or move at the speed of light according to the host's thoughts. And at this stage, they can exert a degree of force as well." Tian felt a surge of inspiration in the next moment. A cup from his living room flew into his hand. From his perspective, he manipulated a portion of the particles to envelop the teacup, then applied an upward force with particles on the side, guiding it toward himself. This elicited immense delight and curiosity within him, prompting him to engage in playful experimentation. Soon, he discovered a more efficient method. To have the teacup glide toward him, 3 particles exerting an upward force at the bottom would suffice, along with a few particles pushing from the side. He did not count the number of chaotic particles he had, but it was indeed a fixed quantity. His mind could perceive each particle and issue commands. These particles could effectively be utilized as telekinetic energy. This led him to recall a film title chronicle. What he could do now was reminiscent of the film as portrayal, perhaps even surpassing it in raw power. Each particle could exert approximately 1 Newton of force. Given that he had likely converted around 100,000 particles, he could theoretically apply a total force of 100,000 newtons, a staggering figure, equivalent to the gravitational force on a 10-ton object. Most remarkably, he could sustain this immense force using the particles. If Tian wished, he could don a spacesuit and allow the particles to propel him into outer space. He continued to experiment with various innovative applications. Chapter 93, Exhibition, Rice Exoskeleton Armor. For instance, he could use the particles to suspend himself in midair or disperse them around himself to form an invisible protective shield. He tested this shield and found its defensive capabilities satisfactory. Bullets would undoubtedly fail to penetrate it, as their kinetic energy would be completely dissipated. Tian was astounded. From where did these exerted forces originate? The system explained. These forces fundamentally stem from control over the cosmic energies derived from the universe itself. You may envision the universe as a grand computer, with chaotic particles serving as a portion of its control interface. Although the host can currently achieve only these feats, it is akin to having unlocked merely a fraction of electromagnetic force utilization. As the host's fusion deepens, they will ultimately gain mastery over the myriad laws of the universe. In time, various profound abilities will gradually manifest, including manipulation of strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and even gravity, leading to a myriad of applications, as well as the ability to traverse multidimensional spaces. Tian nodded in satisfaction. Although he currently possessed only these abilities, there was no telling when they might prove useful. Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly noticed a notification on his phone. The latest technology exhibition was set to be held in Nanfeng City. Initially, he was indifferent. The products showcased at the so-called technology exhibition were rather mediocre, merely a collection of conceptual items. These creations often served merely as gimmicks, lacking any practical significance, and the technological pathways they employed would eventually be abandoned. Furthermore, they were unlikely to represent cutting-edge innovations from laboratories. Otherwise, foreign entities would not have ventured to exhibit them. Speaking of which, due to the presence of the Yixin Company, Nanfeng City has experienced rapid development, establishing itself as an emerging technological hub. Thus, it has been proactive in bidding for various international technology-related events. The organization of this technology exhibition was, therefore, entirely expected. However, as he continued to observe, Tian's face transformed into one of astonishment. It was evident that, this time, the focus on military technology was particularly pronounced. perhaps due to the recent advancements made by the Tian in the realm of science and technology. This development instilled a sense of threat within the Dami, prompting them to present their nation's most advanced creation, a super military exoskeleton armor, at the exhibition. Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would dare to unveil such a prized asset. Perhaps they felt cornered and were eager to showcase their prowess. He had heard rumors about this exoskeleton armor, which was said to have been developed with substantial funding from Dami's laboratories, showcasing an impressive technological sophistication. Ultimately, it yielded remarkable results, arguably placing it at the forefront of global advancements, and it was poised to be deployed in combat scenarios imminently. The prospect of witnessing such a pinnacle of technological achievement displayed right at his doorstep stirred something within Tian. Coincidentally, he had recently acquired chaotic particles, negating the need to store items in his shop for unlocking. A mere stroll through the exhibition would suffice to claim the exoskeleton armor as his own, he mused. Checking the time, he noted that the press conference was set to take place in 3 days at the XX Convention Center. 3 days later, Tian stepped outside and instructed the driver, "Take me to the technology exhibition." The driver nodded but furrowed his brow as he turned away. He was part of the security team assigned to Tian and was a professional in his field. Given Tian's reclusive nature, their job had been relatively straightforward. To avoid discomforting Tian, they had never arranged a schedule in advance, allowing them to assess risks thoroughly. However, today posed unexpected challenges. Tian, who seldom ventured out, had whimsically decided to attend the technology exhibition, leaving them no time for a preemptive risk assessment. The exhibition hall was known to attract large crowds, complicating their responsibilities significantly. The driver awkwardly remarked, "Academician, I have already notified the security team. Perhaps it would be best to wait until we have conducted a thorough check before proceeding. That place is simply too crowded and unsafe." Tian was somewhat exasperated. "It's just an exhibition. I'll only be gone for a brief 10 minutes at most. Rest assured, I can take care of myself. By the time you finish your detailed checks, who knows how long it will take. I am eager to see the exoskeleton. I've heard it will only be displayed for half a day. 10 minutes will not impede your work." The driver remained hesitant, although Tian spoke lightly. The driver was acutely aware of the potential dangers and dared not take any chances. He relayed Tian's insistence to his superiors. However, noticing Tian's growing impatience, the team ultimately reached a consensus to allow him to attend, not wanting him to feel controlled. Furthermore, given Tian's usual reclusiveness, this spontaneous decision was unlikely to lead to danger. They resolved that the driver would escort Tian to the exhibition while providing close protection, and the security team would remain on standby outside to address any unforeseen circumstances. Tian soon arrived at the exhibition site, which was already teeming with attendees. Observing the various conceptual technologies on display, he could not help but shake his head. Each of these inventions seemed to demand an exorbitant price for negligible utility. Not wishing to linger, he made his way directly to the exoskeleton exhibition area, intent on scanning it before departing promptly. After all, he did not want to complicate anyone's work. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped into the exhibition hall, a middle-aged woman disguised as a janitor quietly spoke into her sleeve, "Target has appeared, take note." Target is wearing a blue jacket and jeans. Received, came the response through her earpiece. Others remained on standby, while 2 men in suits, feigning interest in the exoskeleton, exchanged glances and confirmed, "Received, target is approaching." Upon reaching the exoskeleton display area, Tian immediately spotted the gleaming metallic object encased in glass. According to the preceding descriptions, this exoskeleton featured a specialized alloy shell, with joints and bearings that afforded remarkable flexibility, enabling the wearer to perform any movement with ease. Thanks to its superior design, the individual donned in it would not experience any constraints. Rather, they could utilize the exoskeleton to lift weights far exceeding their own. As Tian examined the exhibit, he activated the chaotic particles within himself to scan every nook and cranny of the equipment. Closing his eyes, he realized that the exoskeleton had been unlocked in his shop, prompting him to signal the driver to leave. Since entering the exhibition hall, the driver had been nervously surveying the surroundings, perceiving every passerby as a potential threat. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A young child accidentally dropped a bagged drink, which burst open upon contact with the floor, splattering the driver. The driver, preoccupied with scanning the area, had been caught off guard. The child's mother rushed over, apologizing profusely while frantically wiping up the mess. The driver instinctively sensed something was amiss. Glancing at Tian, who remained fixated on the exoskeleton. He then turned his attention back to the apologetic child and relaxed momentarily. What harm could a child pose? It was likely just an unfortunate accident. It's quite all right. You all may go, he reassured them. The mother replied, I'm so sorry for staining your clothing. I'll cover the cost. Come, apologize to the uncle. I'm sorry, uncle, the child said. The driver's expression softened, and he affectionately ruffled the child's hair, saying, no worries. He was reminded of his own family, whom he seldom saw throughout the year. Really, it's nothing. You may leave. Watching them depart, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. However, when he turned back to check on Yi Tian, he was struck with an overwhelming sense of panic. The spot where Yi Tian had just stood was now empty. A wave of dread washed over him. Could this all be part of an enemy plot? Had the earlier incident been a diversion to distract him? The situation was likely more perilous than he had imagined, indicating a premeditated plan, and they had fallen into the adversary's trap. The driver was consumed with anxiety, regretting not having prevented Yi Tian from attending the exhibition. Now that Yi Tian was missing, the potential consequences for Xia were unimaginable. The only course of action was to locate him as swiftly as possible. He spoke into his disguised earpiece, calling in, we have an unusual situation. Yi Tian has suddenly vanished. Requesting assistance. After several attempts, only static responded from the other end. The driver's heart sank. The individuals outside are unlikely to encounter any mishap. The current situation merely suggests that all signals from the exhibition have been jammed. He now faces two options. One is to venture outside and establish contact with the external world. However, it is reasonable to assume that the adversaries within the exhibition would not allow him such ease of exit. The other option is to seek out Yi Tian immediately. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for the latter. He cautiously withdrew his pistol from his pocket, surveying his surroundings with meticulous attention. He examined the interior layout, concluding that it would be implausible for the adversaries to abduct Yi Tian in plain sight, as such an act would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, he glanced toward the corridor leading deeper into the venue, where facilities such as restrooms were located. This seemed a more plausible route for Yi Tian's disappearance. He stealthily approached the entrance and eventually entered the corridor. Outside, a cleaning lady frowned and communicated via a specialized intercom. The driver has entered the corridor. Should we stop him? The response came swiftly. No need. Acting now would incite chaos. Let the people inside handle him. If all goes as planned, Yi Tian has likely already been relocated, so there is no need to complicate matters. The driver entered the corridor, glancing to either side as he made his way toward the restroom. At that moment, he heard Yi Tian's voice nearby. Luga, come quickly. The driver's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly scanned the area. Stop looking. I'm right here. He followed the sound and discovered Yi Tian hiding in a cramped storage room, crouched behind a few iron plates. Academician Yi, what are you doing here? Have you encountered any danger? I will rescue you immediately. Yi Tian replied, no, please. There are many of their people outside. We should hide here for a while until your team arrives, and then we will be safe. I can't reach outside on my phone. There's no signal. What about you? The driver's expression darkened as he responded, they VE jammed the signals, but don't worry. Our team is outside and will soon realize something is amiss. For now, we should seek a concealed spot to remain hidden. What exactly happened to you? Why did you wander off alone? As Yi Tian barricaded the storage room door with heavy objects, he recounted his earlier encounter. 10 minutes prior, he had seen the driver drenched in liquid and had intended to call him to leave immediately, but had to wait for him to finish. Just then, he overheard two men in formal attire whispering to each other, their voices barely audible, just within the limits of Yi Tian's hearing. This exoskeleton is indeed impressive. I never expected old me to reveal such a valuable asset. Aren't they concerned it could be seized and reverse engineered? Who knows what they are thinking? However, witnessing such high technology on display makes this trip worthwhile. Indeed, but I heard that next month, Neon is unveiling an even more groundbreaking technology here. We should come back for that. What technology? One man was about to disclose more when he glanced around and said, hang on, I need to use the restroom. Urgent. I'll tell you later. Neon has invested heavily this time. The technology they're releasing will shock the world. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Enough with the irrelevant chatter. All right, I'll share it with you. As he walked toward the corridor, he murmured something. The other man followed suit, nodding in excitement upon hearing the revelation. Yi Tian, intrigued, wondered what new technology was to be unveiled. Could he possibly acquire another piece of world-class technology? He unconsciously trailed after them, eager to catch every word of their conversation. Unfortunately, they spoke too softly, and as they moved away from the exhibition hall, he was unable to grasp the details, only catching fragmented keywords. He glanced at the driver, who was still engaged in his conversation. and then surveyed the exhibition hall, where all attendees appeared oblivious. Slowly, he followed them into the corridor, which also featured 2 cleaning staff pushing carts. He noticed the 2 men turning the corner into the restroom, and suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Something felt amiss. The scene was too peculiar. It seemed as though they were deliberately speaking within earshot of him, and their sentences were left unfinished. Why was the man listening following another to the restroom? Could he not wait until his companion returned to inquire? It felt as if he were being lured into a trap. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that aside from the cleaning lady he had seen earlier, there was no one else present. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly stepped into a perilous situation. Chapter 95. This man is a bit sinister. Tian promptly resolved to return to the hall and find the driver. Just then, the same cleaning lady he had seen earlier reappeared, her face twisted into a malicious grin as she blocked his path, brandishing a silenced weapon. I advise you not to act rashly. Comply with us, or you will face dire consequences. Tian's heart sank as he turned to see the 2 men in suits emerging from the restroom, each wielding firearms. One also holding a syringe and preparing to inject something. Tian assessed his surroundings and regained his composure. So it's just you 3? It seems this entire exhibition is a conspiracy, designed to lure me here under the pretense of showcasing exoskeleton technology, only to ambush me in the restroom. However, I am puzzled by your intentions. You should be aware that Nanfeng City is not like your foreign lands. Our people are heavily stationed outside, and there is no possibility for you to escape. Soon, helicopters and even satellites will be monitoring this city, and not a single fly will be able to leave. So, what are your plans? To kill me directly? I doubt you intend to do that. If you did, you would have shot me already. The cleaning lady chuckled. No wonder you are an academician. Even in the face of death, you remain so composed. We are here to escort you, academician ye. And how we plan to depart is none of your concern. I also advise you not to be too clever. There is no need to delay. Before your bodyguard arrive, we will have already relocated you. She gestured toward the restroom door. Now, please step inside obediently. It would be best not to attempt any tricks, otherwise, my gun might accidentally discharge, and while it won't kill you, you will certainly endure more suffering. Though Tian felt perplexed by their insistence on pushing him toward the restroom, he feigned resignation and stepped inside. With such a significant operation, are just the 3 of you executing it? We're your accomplices. The man with the syringe smirked. For you, I alone am sufficient. 3 of us are more than enough. We do not require additional manpower. Tian nodded, taking a moment to survey the restroom surroundings. In that case, I feel reassured. This location you have chosen is indeed a perfect place for a burial, considering the circumstances. The man, embarrassed and enraged, retorted, You're asking for it. He raised the syringe, preparing to inject Tian. In the next moment, something astonishing occurred that left all 3 men in shock. The man's hand froze midair, unable to advance or retract, as if an invisible force had firmly grasped his arm. The expression of terror spread across his face, surpassing his understanding of the situation. The other 2 were equally bewildered. What are you doing? Stop playing around and act quickly. The man shouted, I can't move. You all need to subdue him. Be careful. This man is a bit sinister. The 2, half convinced, lunged at Tian. However, they soon discovered that they were unable to control their own bodies. What's happening? I can't move. Neither can I. Could there be ghosts in this world? Initially, one of them felt a stir of realization and said, This must be his secret. This is what they have been searching for. Hurry. Send out the message. No, I can't move. I can't reach the walkie-talkie. Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, the mouths of the 3 were forcibly sealed shut, unable to open. Then, 3 miniature walkie-talkies flew out from their bodies, which were immediately crushed in midair. Tian pondered briefly. These 3 individuals had to die. They had witnessed his secret. However, how could he provide a convincing rationale for the outside world? The next moment, the trio found they could move again, but they were still being controlled. Their eyes filled with terror as they shook their heads incessantly. Despair washed over them as they realized they were lifting their guns. One of them fired at the non-lethal area of another, who then retaliated by shooting him in a fatal spot. Soon, they began to shoot at one another in a frenzy. Suddenly, their bodies lost support and collapsed to the ground. Their final expressions etched with despair, as if they had glimpsed something unfathomable before their demise. Yet, in the next instant, that expression vanished completely. Tian nodded in satisfaction. This should suffice to cover his tracks. Although there would still be inconsistencies upon investigation, he believed there would be no further evidence to shatter the facade. It was undeniable that the 3 had turned against each other, and he had never touched those guns. The authorities would not question his secret over such matters. After all, he was already perceived as quite enigmatic in their eyes. Adding a bit more mystery was hardly surprising. He initially intended to head to the hall immediately to locate the driver, Xiao Lu, but upon reflection, he realized that the hall was likely filled with more people, which could introduce unforeseen dangers. It was wiser to hide for the time being. He took out his phone, intending to call Xiao Lu and advise him to find a safe place. At that moment, he noticed there was no signal on his phone. Clearly, this group had jammed the communications. However, this was inconsequential. Those guarding outside would eventually notice they could not reach him inside. Moreover, there was Wally. As soon as it detected the lack of communication, it would certainly alert the security team. He began to scan the underground structure of the restroom with a particle scanner and quickly discovered a hidden entrance to a tunnel beneath the sink. It seemed this was the exit plan for him. Clearly, they had already stationed someone outside this tunnel. He peeked out into the corridor, assessing the situation. At this hour, the trio's accomplices outside should still be oblivious to the incident. Tian swiftly located a storage room where he could wait for a while. He resolved not to make any further moves. Then he spotted the driver passing through the corridor. Thus, the situation unfolded. Tian concealed certain actions he had taken, merely stating that one of the individuals had accidentally discharged his weapon, injuring another, which escalated into mutual combat. The driver looked skeptical. Could it be such a coincidence? But there was no way to verify it now. Meanwhile, the security team outside the exhibition hall finally sensed something was amiss. One of them, with a serious expression, reported, "Boss, we can't reach Xiao Lu, and calling Tian also results in a deadline." Chapter 96. Hostage Situation. The head of the security team, Xiao Li, felt a jolt of alarm. He realized that something might have gone wrong. He quickly dialed Zhang Daqiang to inform him. However, before he could complete the call, his phone suddenly rang. Zhang Daqiang's furious voice erupted from the other end. "What is going on? I just received an alert from an unknown source stating that Tian is in danger. Have you discovered anything?" Although Xiao Li did not know who sent the alert, it was clearly not the time to ponder that. He replied, "Leader, I was about to call you. I suddenly lost contact with Xiao Lu at the scene. And Tian's phone is also off. I suspect there is a problem. The signal inside the exhibition might be jammed." Zhang Daqiang's heart sank, and he shouted, "Everyone, tighten security around the exhibition hall. Do not allow any suspicious personnel to leave. Additionally, send a few people inside to investigate. Tian must not come to harm. Even if it costs your lives, ensure he survives. If you encounter any suspicious individuals, act decisively. I will report to the higher-ups and call for reinforcements. I will also come over personally to take command." Xiao Li responded, "Understood," and promptly began assigning tasks. Several individuals immediately proceeded toward the exhibition hall. At that moment, in the exhibition hall, a middle-aged woman frowned and said, "Report. The security personnel outside have noticed something unusual. What should we do?" The voice on the intercom replied, "Try to stall. Inquire about the situation with the second group. If the mission is completed, look for an opportunity to withdraw." The middle-aged woman called for a while, her expression changing abruptly as she exclaimed, "Not good. The situation has changed. I can't reach the second group." The voice asked, "Is it because the hostages have already been taken? If they exit the exhibition hall, there will be no signal." "That's impossible. Their signal is still active." But there was no response. There was a moment of silence on the other end. There may be a problem. Could that driver be up to something? Initiate Plan B. Immediately seal off the exhibition hall and use those inside as hostages. Additionally, send someone to investigate what has happened. Inside the exhibition hall, the middle-aged woman suddenly ripped apart a mop, revealing a compact submachine gun, and unleashed a hail of gunfire at the ceiling. Tot. The scene erupted into chaos, with people fleeing in all directions amidst cries and screams. At that moment, the woman's accomplices had already blocked the exits, and those unable to escape turned to flee deeper into the corridors. There, they encountered another armed assailant, who shouted, "Don't move. If you want to live, squat down on the ground. We are not targeting you. As long as you cooperate, you will be fine." Terrified, everyone quickly crouched down, trembling. A bald man on the ground cried out, "Please don't kill me. I want to go outside." The armed assailant responded, "No. From now on, no one is allowed to leave." The moment the middle-aged woman fired her weapon, several individuals who had been approaching the exhibition hall immediately dropped to the ground, seeking cover. In the distance, Xiao Li's face turned ashen. He anticipated that these people would possess heavy weaponry. This was disastrous. He could hardly fathom how the security for this exhibition was managed. These individuals were clearly formidable. He instructed the others, "Hold off for now. The enemy has taken hostages," indicating that Tian is still inside, and they have not yet succeeded. "Do not rush in. We must avoid provoking them." Wait for reinforcements. This situation is beyond our capacity to handle. The gunfire triggered numerous alarms from vehicles surrounding the area. Many people on the street hastened their steps to flee upon hearing the commotion. Xiaoli began to disperse the crowd, ushering away onlookers. The higher-ups had already been informed of the unfolding events and were extremely furious, dispatching a large number of armed personnel. Inside the exhibition hall, realizing that the situation had been brought under control, the middle-aged woman kept an eye on the movements of the outside security team while signaling to another assailant. That assailant, gun in hand, entered the corridor, heading toward the restroom. Tian and the driver were hiding in the storage room, having heard the gunfire erupting outside. The driver's expression shifted dramatically. Fortunately, Tian had opted to conceal himself here earlier. Otherwise, facing those armed individuals alone would have rendered any attempt at safeguarding him utterly futile. Now, he could only fervently pray for reinforcements to arrive swiftly and regain control of the situation, for the uncertainty of what might transpire here loomed ominously. He hoped the worst scenario would not unfold, that this group would seal off the exhibition hall and discover the bodies, launching a thorough search. However, reality can be brutally harsh. The driver drew his firearm, resolved to expend his last bullet if necessary, shielding Tian with his very life. Just then, Tian unexpectedly tugged at him, placing a finger against his lips. The driver, taken aback yet silent, glanced at Tian in confusion. After a few moments, footsteps echoed down the corridor, growing closer. The driver, astonished, shot Tian a questioning look. How had he known someone was approaching, amid such chaos outside? It was evident that the one entering the corridor at such a leisurely pace must be an adversary. He did not dwell on it for long, his grip on the handgun tightening as beads of sweat trickled down his brow, praying desperately that they would remain undetected. For Tian, however, this presented an opportune moment. He could silently eliminate the foe from behind the door. Yet considering the possibility that the enemy might be on high alert, watching for any anomalies while relaying information via the intercom, and that his accomplices could also sense something amiss, he refrained from acting. If a death occurred nearby, it could accelerate the enemy's search for the area. Moreover, he would find himself unable to explain the situation to his superiors afterward. Hence, he abandoned the idea. Upon entering the restroom, the intruder was struck by the gruesome sight before him, immediately raising his weapon in vigilance. He spoke into the intercom. This is bad. The two ghosts are dead in the restroom. How did they die? What about Tian? They were all shot. We found no sign of Tian. The underground passage has not been opened. It's possible the driver took them out. Exercise caution. The enemy may attempt a sneak attack nearby. I'll send more personnel over. You need to search the entire building, including the ventilation ducts. We must find them. There is no sign of Tian in the lobby. He can't have exited the building. He must be hiding in some corner. Additionally, the situation has changed. Once we locate Tian, we must eliminate him immediately. No more attempts to escape through the underground passage. Understood. The individual meticulously searched the restroom before exiting. Meanwhile, concealed in the storage room, Xiao Lu resolved, Academician Yi, I will go out and draw those ruffians away. I will also see if I can take down a few. This is the best opportunity. There is only one person in the corridor right now. If we wait any longer, they will send more to search the entire building, and they will inevitably find us. It will be inconvenient for you and me to fight together. You must hide well and not venture out. Chapter 97. Tian's situation grows more perilous. Tian contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Remaining here would inevitably lead to their discovery. Allowing the driver to handle the outside situation would afford them more flexibility. Moreover, Tian doubted the enemy could afford to deploy so many personnel. Perhaps if a few were eliminated, their resources would dwindle. After all, they still needed to maintain vigilance over the entire lobby. Additionally, Tian had matters requiring solitude. He desired to take the initiative and resolve this incident directly. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk of unforeseen circumstances. Had it been just him, he would have departed long ago. However, with the driver and so many people in the lobby, he was reluctant to reveal his capabilities publicly. It seemed he would have to take a slight risk to see if his synthesis abilities could produce a solution to this crisis. He retrieved a handgun from his pocket, along with several magazines, which he handed to Xiao Lu. Is your ammunition sufficient? You might as well take this one. Xiao Lu, astonished by the items Tian had produced, inquired, did you take this from those earlier individuals? Tian nodded affirmatively. Xiao Lu scrutinized the pistol, frowning. These individuals are indeed formidable. This is a military-grade weapon. He quickly disassembled a handgun for inspection. All right, I'll use this one. Furthermore, I'll leave my gun with you. No matter who enters, be decisive and shoot. Yi Tian nodded. All right, go quickly while the corridor is still clear. The two stealthily removed the heavy object blocking the door, and the driver peered out cautiously before stepping outside. Yi Tian secured the door once more and exhaled in relief. In the next moment, his body levitated, concealing itself in a hidden corner of the ceiling. This location was not one where a person could easily reach, and he was confident the adversary would not meticulously search such an area. He had previously hidden here before reluctantly descending to the ground upon discovering Xiao Lu. Simultaneously, he used his telekinetic powers to erase any traces within the room. Outside, numerous eyewitnesses documented the scene on social media, sparking widespread discussion. What on earth is happening? Is this a drill? There are actual guns. This is not a drill. Something serious has occurred. There are armed thugs in the exhibition hall, and they have locked the doors. The police have arrived and cordoned off the exhibition hall. My family went to visit. I can't reach them, and my calls aren't going through. Don't scare me. How could this happen? Is it a robbery? What kind of robbery involves such professional equipment? They clearly resemble mercenaries. Let us hope everyone inside is safe. However, this information circulated only within a limited circle. By the time a larger number of netizens gathered to learn more, all related posts had been deleted. Furthermore, users were astonished to find they could no longer post anything regarding the incident. Outside the exhibition hall, the roads were now sealed off, and the crowd had been dispersed, leaving behind a procession of black vehicles arriving from a distance. Ahmed Personnel disembarqued. Zhang Daqiang stepped out of the vehicle, his face darkened. Xiaoli approached, saying, I'm sorry, all of this is my fault. Zhang Daqiang waved his hand dismissively. This was not the time for blame. These individuals were well-trained, capable of acquiring heavy weaponry, and had managed to transport it here. Clearly no ordinary foes. This was a deliberate trap set specifically for Yi Tian, bold and meticulous. But now that they had arrived, they would not leave unscathed. Anyone daring to commit such acts in their territory would certainly regret their existence. Yi Tian remained inside, and the longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for them. They had to act swiftly to rescue him with decisive measures. There was no need for negotiations. They would directly formulate an action plan. Have you obtained the building blueprints? A nearby individual presented a set of plans, wiping the sweat from his brow. As the property owner of the exhibition hall, he had never imagined encountering such a situation during what was supposed to be a simple exhibition. The thought of the potential consequences made him tremble, prompting him to explain urgently. The entire building consists of 4 floors. The staircase is here, with numerous corridors, and the ventilation shafts are located here. The first floor contains the exhibition hall, along with restrooms and other facilities. Zhang Daqiang inquired, how many hostages are there? And how many enemies? Have you ascertained the details? The individual replied, initial estimates indicate there are hostages present, likely all in the lobby. Regarding the enemies, based on our infrared scanning results, 5 armed individuals are stationed in the lobby, all concealed in blind spots, and unless we use armor-piercing rounds, we cannot detect any further. Zhang Daqiang frowned. It was possible that more enemies lurked elsewhere. Unless they had absolute certainty of subduing them swiftly, any rash action could incite greater chaos. The safety of the hostages was paramount. Reckless engagement could send them into a frenzy, resulting in a catastrophic scenario. A bystander inquired. I failed to comprehend the advantages of their actions. To my eyes, their current behavior merely serves to waste time. Zhang Daqiang nodded in agreement. Initially, they must have devised a means to elude the external security team and the driver, stealthily whisking Yi Tian away. Their capability to accomplish such a feat indicates that they have manipulated the interior of the building, possibly by tunneling underground. I have since ordered that all individuals entering or exiting the city undergo stringent inspections, and we are currently investigating any potential tunnels in the vicinity. This strategy is likely no longer viable. Their sudden decision to escalate the situation suggests that something has gone awry. Yi Tian has not been taken and is likely in hiding. Once they realize they cannot abduct Yi Tian, they will be compelled to search the building, which explains the chaos they're creating outside to buy themselves more time. If they locate Yi Tian, it is probable that they will eliminate him without hesitation. Thus, Yi Tian's situation has become increasingly perilous. We must devise a plan to enter immediately. We can wait no longer. We must forcibly breach the building. Inside the exhibition hall, the expression of the middle-aged woman grew increasingly anxious as she noted the rising number of reinforcements outside. It was imperative that they find and eliminate Yi Tian swiftly. Otherwise, the forces outside would inevitably launch a full-scale assault, resulting in utter failure of the mission. However, she had dispatched 3 individuals to search alongside the earlier operative. and they had yet to uncover Yi Tian's whereabouts. Their manpower was dwindling, and it was impossible to send out additional personnel. Chapter 98. Synthesis of Super Combat Armor. Could it be that Yi Tian had stealthily slipped away at some point? No, that is inconceivable. Yi Tian must still be within the confines of this building. Otherwise, the external commotion would not be so pronounced, and his security team remained stationed outside, having not retreated. She spoke into the intercom. Hurry. I cannot hold out much longer. Why can we not locate a single person? Search each room. The voice on the other end was equally exasperated. Who knows where these two are? They're like rabbits. And this building is quite complex. We're searching room by room. In the corridor, for individuals were brandishing firearms, methodically kicking open doors to assess the situation. Not far away, at a nearby corner, the driver, Xiao Lu, cautiously peered out, having familiarized himself with the layout after a period of hiding. He surmised that the adversary had dispatched these 4 operatives. Although they were professionals, Xiao Lu felt confident that he could leverage the terrain to eliminate them one by one. However, after some contemplation, he decided against such an approach. He was intent on delaying time and avoiding conflict, hoping to allow the reinforcements outside to breach the building quickly. Should he eliminate these 4, the remaining individuals in the hall might resort to desperate measures, potentially leading to greater losses. Just as he pondered this, he noticed that the 4 operatives were inadvertently approaching the very room where Yi Tian was concealed. His heart raced, realizing he must take action. Although Yi Tian's hiding place was well concealed, it would eventually be discovered. Armed only with a pistol, he could not possibly contend with 4 seasoned assassins. At that moment, one of the 4 exclaimed, there's a room here that we almost overlooked. The door faces inward. Perhaps Yi Tian is hiding inside. Relieved, Xiao Lu's heart raced. He dashed in place to create a noise and then shouted down the corridor, Director Yi, run. I'll hold him off. As he emerged, he fired a shot, instantly taking down one of the assailants, and then retreated in the opposite direction. The remaining 3 were taken aback by this turn of events. Abandoning their search of the room, enraged, they shouted, damn it, he's over there. They fired several rounds in that direction before pursuing him. Gunfire erupted in the corridor. On the intercom, a voice inquired, I heard gunshots. Have you dealt with Yi Tian? The group gritted their teeth and replied, we have detected Yi Tian's whereabouts. But this driver is delaying us. We intend to eliminate him first. Move quickly. Those outside will force an assault upon hearing the gunfire, knowing that the driver was alone. 2 of the 3 exchanged glances and flanked him, gradually cornering him into a dead end. The driver's heart sank as he hurriedly sought refuge in the innermost room, barricading the door and preparing his ammunition for a desperate stand. He could only hope that his sacrifice would not be in vain and would earn Yi Tian precious time. Simultaneously, he wished for the outside forces to rush in upon hearing the gunfire. The 3 assailants laughed heartily as they kicked open a door to inspect, drawing ever closer to the room where the driver was hiding. Outside, Zhang Daqiang was issuing commands, having conceived a plan to breach the building from the side. Suddenly, a volley of gunfire erupted from within the exhibition hall. Zhang Daqiang's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The original plan is cancelled. All personnel prepare for a forced assault. He could no longer concern himself with the safety of the hostages inside. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to rescue Yi Tian. Just then, he heard someone nearby exclaim in astonishment. Look, what is that? Following the direction of the finger, Zhang Daqiang was rooted to the spot in shock. A figure was soaring through the sky, rapidly approaching the exhibition hall. This figure gleamed with metallic luster, adorned in red and gold, with blue flames propelling from its feet. As it flew closer, it pierced through the locked door and plunged into the building. Zhang Daqiang's heart raced with fear. He shouted, quick, everyone rush inside. This could be a high-tech reinforcements from the enemy. Time rewound half an hour. After Xiao Lu departed, Yi Tian exhaled in relief. Being alone made matters simpler. He contemplated how to deal with the adversaries. The few in the corridor were manageable, but those in the hall posed a significant threat. With hostages present, he could not afford to use his abilities in a public space. After some deliberation, he resolved to explore what he could synthesize. He opened the store and found the newly unlocked exoskeleton armor, priced at 2 million points. He promptly purchased 10 units, placed them into the synthesizer, and clicked to combine. Ding! Synthesis successful. You have obtained a level 2 item, Super Auxiliary Armor. Yi Tian examined the description closely. This was an exceptionally useful piece of exoskeleton equipment, albeit not full coverage. It could assist the user in various activities, easily lifting loads of up to 200 kilograms and allowing for agile movement as if unencumbered. Powered by energy batteries, it could last a full day under heavy use. Most importantly, The user could command the exoskeleton armor to perform various actions via a head-mounted sensor. The design of this auxiliary armor was streamlined, utilizing an alloy that maintained high strength while being remarkably lightweight, surpassing even titanium alloys. It was far superior in attributes compared to the armor showcased by me, yet smaller in size, allowing for greater flexibility. It was an exceedingly practical piece of auxiliary armor that anyone could don to enhance their work. However, this did not aid Yi Tian's current predicament, prompting him to continue synthesizing. He injected an additional 200 million points and synthesized 10 pieces of auxiliary armor, then clicked to combine once more. Ding! You have acquired a level 3 item, Super Combat Armor. Yi Tian scrutinized the attributes of this Super Combat Armor, noting its distinction from the previous item. This was full coverage armor. Its appearance resembled that of a robot, requiring the user to actively enter within. As the name suggests, this is a suit of combat armor. Its alloy shell possesses superior attributes compared to the auxiliary armor previously mentioned. It can flawlessly withstand various handgun and rifle bullets, as well as small caliber sniper rounds. Although it has a full coverage design, the individual components remain remarkably agile, ensuring high practicality. Furthermore, the helmet of this armor is equipped with sensors that respond to the user's thoughts, allowing for seamless operation. This armor does not come with weapons. Instead, it features a hydraulic system that endows its punches and kicks with formidable power. Donning this armor enables one to lift weights of up to 1,000 kilograms. Chapter 99. A Level 5 Item. The All-Terrain Soldier's Artifact. This armor operates on a specially treated, disposable nuclear battery, whose discharge power is entirely sufficient to support all functions of the mech, with a discharge duration exceeding 20 years, and the materials used are both safe and environmentally friendly. Yi Tian nodded approvingly. This armor is undoubtedly a significant asset on the battlefield, excelling in both combat and auxiliary roles. Yi Tian then invested 1.8 billion to purchase 9 sets, placing them into the synthesizer before initiating the synthesis. A dazzling golden light flashed. Ding! Congratulations to the host on achieving a significant success, obtaining a level 5 all-terrain soldier's artifact battle armor. Yi Tian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. To unexpectedly trigger a significant success and directly acquire a level 5 item that is typically difficult to synthesize was astonishing. Following the synthesis sequence, a minimum of 20 billion would usually be required, but he had managed to secure it for just 2 billion. Upon reviewing the product description, he was momentarily taken aback. The familiar red and gold design was reminiscent of the mech developed by the protagonist in the film Iron Man. Having encountered Wall-E previously and now seeing Iron Man, Yi Tian found himself bemused by the system's penchant for such quirky references. He scrutinized the data and, indeed, the mech differed significantly from the one in the movie, resembling more of a second-generation model. This was reasonable, as the structure and functionality of the mechs depicted in films often defy scientific principles. However, this did not imply that the system was incapable of realizing such advanced technology. Rather, it suggested that the mech was likely a level 6 or even level 7 creation. Nevertheless, although the present mech could not rival Iron Man, it was still a remarkable artifact, capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield and potentially influencing the outcome of a war. In fact, aside from the impossible features, the rest of this mech bore a striking resemblance to Iron Man. Not only was its exterior strikingly similar, but it also housed artificial intelligence. It boasted all the functionalities of a level 2 mech, enhanced further. Its structural design remained exceptionally flexible, allowing it to effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 5 tons. The alloy employed was not only stronger, but also capable of dissipating kinetic energy, rivaling that of vibranium. The energy system utilized a miniature nuclear fusion device, with powerful fusion engines located in the soles of the feet and palms, facilitating flight. The fingers could emit lasers, and the helmet could sense the user's thoughts, featuring a holographic display inside. Additionally, the mech was equipped with numerous sensors, including infrared scanning and night vision. The interior housed a life support system that could regulate temperature and compress atmospheric oxygen as needed. Yi Tian éclaimait in auge. This equipment perfectly met his current needs. He manifested the mech, contemplating how to utilize it to resolve his present predicament. Simply donning it and charging out to wreak havoc was impractical, having entered without any items. Emerging suddenly in the mech would raise questions about its origin. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. He first retracted the mech and sensed the external environment. Then, he floated down from the ceiling, causing objects blocking the door to automatically move aside. He appeared in the corridor, relieved to find no surveillance cameras present. The back door closed tightly behind him. He flew back to the restroom, using his thoughts to move the concealed trapdoor aside. Then he slipped inside, and the opening sealed shut behind him. The tunnel beneath the restroom was quite spacious. He flew for about 5 minutes until the light ahead grew increasingly bright. In the next moment, Tian emerged from the tunnel. The 3 individuals guarding the entrance had already been incapacitated by rocks before he exited. He took out his mobile phone, and at that moment, Wally called. "Boss, have you made it out?" "Yes, but I need to go back and shortly to rescue the people inside. Please call the nearest car to take me close to my home." As he spoke, Tian purchased a new outfit from store and made some modifications to his appearance, including wearing a mask. The car arrived shortly after. 10 minutes later, he reached a nearby residential complex. Tian then found a blind spot for surveillance cameras, changed back into his previous clothes, and retrieved the mech. Tapping the mech, its indicator lights instantly illuminated, and it glanced at Tian. Identity record completed, core permissions obtained. "Would you like to use the mech immediately?" "Yes." The mech then split open, and Tian slipped inside through the gap, after which it seamlessly reassembled. He moved around, noting how perfectly the mech fit him, mirroring his physique with remarkable agility. "Please name me Master." Time was of the essence, so he decided, "You shall be named Xiao Jia, and you will refer to me as boss from now on. Now connect with Wally. He will provide you with any data you require. Listen, I must head to a certain exhibition hall immediately to rescue hostages. How should I proceed?" Xiao Jia replied, "Boss, simply familiarize yourself with my functions, and then operate me with your thoughts." Tian nodded, testing the controls. In the next instant, jets of flame erupted from the soles of the mech's feet, propelling him swiftly into the air, where he hovered weightlessly. Tian felt a thrill of joy. This mech was even easier to control than he had imagined, almost as if it were an extension of his own body. Various data appeared before him, and within moments, he soared towards the exhibition hall. Upon arriving near the exhibition hall, he spotted Zhang Daqiang directing his subordinates, as well as the astonished gazes of bystanders. However, he had no time to dwell on that. He activated the scanning function, and everything before him was instantly rendered in thermal imaging on a holographic display. He observed several armed thugs brandishing guns in the hall. He inquired, "Xiao Jia, can you automatically engage and eliminate these armed individuals simultaneously?" "No problem." Without hesitation, Tian burst through the door, charging into the exhibition hall. The crowd was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, and the armed thugs froze in shock. The individuals crouching on the floor were equally astonished, with several young people exclaiming, "Wow, it's Iron Man. Iron Man has come to save us. There really is an Iron Man in this world. Iron Man, please save us." Upon witnessing a scene reminiscent of a movie, Tian's anger flared. "Engage." At that moment, the thugs snapped back to reality. Their faces contorted with madness as they raised their submachine guns to open fire on him. Yet Tian was faster. His fingers instantly pointed in different directions, locking onto several enemies. The next moment, a piercing wail echoed. A series of crimson laser beams, accompanied by intense heat, struck several individuals. Their expressions froze, maintaining their poses with guns raised. The areas where they were hit erupted into gaping wounds, the surrounding flesh charred to a crisp. Chapter 100, Doubts in the Appraisal. The onlookers screamed in a frenzy, scrambling toward the exit just as security personnel were entering from outside. Zhang Daqiang beheld the scene within the room and bellowed, "Everyone, lie flat on the ground and do not move. We will sift through one by one before you depart. The rest follow me." With that, he strode towards the inner chamber. Meanwhile, the driver, Xiao Lu, concealed himself in a corner of the innermost room, reloading his handgun with a full magazine. Aiming it at the door, he heard a sudden whoosh from outside, followed by footsteps drawing nearer to the entrance. His muscles tensed as thoughts of his family flickered through his mind, eliciting a wry smile. In the next instant, the door was violently kicked open. The driver's expression hardened as he frantically pulled the trigger. Yet, his bewilderment morphed into incredulity when he realized that the figure at the door was not the enemy he had anticipated, but rather a steel robot, reminiscent of Iron Man from the movies. The bullets he had unleashed caused no damage whatsoever to the mechanized entity. "What is this?" Before he could ponder further, a familiar voice rang out, "Do not shoot. It is I. The enemies have been neutralized, and you are safe now." Xiao Lu, in astonishment, exclaimed, "President Yi? How is it you?" He had suspected a high-tech mech from the enemy, but never imagined it would be Tian. After all, in his understanding, Tian was still holed up in that small room. The armor of Iron Man retracted to reveal Tian's face. The driver, in disbelief, uttered, "It really is you. Were you not still hiding inside? Did you invent this mech? Where did you procure it?" Tian replied, "I only just emerged." The mech lost contact with me and autonomously flew over from my home. Xiao Lu remained in a state of shock, enviously stroking the mech's exterior, contemplating how splendid it would have been had he brought this suit for the visit, thus avoiding the current predicament. The two exited the room, and upon sighting 3 lifeless bodies sprawled in the corridor, Xiao Lu gasped. The sight of their gruesome demise left him pondering what horrors they had endured. Just then, a large contingent of security personnel burst into the corridor, weapons drawn, commanding, "Do not move. Get down." Xiao Lu stepped forward, urging, "Do not fire. We are allies. The enemies have all been eradicated." The crowd paused in surprise. Zhang Daqiang approached and, upon recognizing the face of Iron Man, was taken aback. "Aljia de Mijianye, was that steel figure you?" Yi Tian shook his head. "To be precise, what entered just now was merely an exosuit that I had donned." He then stepped out of the mech, addressing it, "Return home." The mech, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, emitted a powerful blaze and soared out of the exhibition hall. Zhang Daqiang, momentarily forgetting his astonishment, hastily directed his men to conduct a thorough search, then approached Yi Tian, inquiring, "Are you unharmed? Should we take you to the hospital? I fear they might have tampered with you, perhaps even poisoned you." Yi Tian shook his head. "Upon sensing something amiss, I remained hidden in a room. I only encountered those 3 at the beginning, but they inexplicably turned on each other, and I have since stayed concealed, avoiding further contact with the enemy. Regardless, we should escort you home. This place is no longer secure." After Yi Tian departed, Zhang Daqiang's expression turned icy. "Conduct a comprehensive search of the entire building." Soon, his subordinates made a discovery, and Zhang Daqiang rushed to the scene. Observing the 3 deceased in the restroom, he inquired, "What transpired here?" The forensic team member replied, "They have been dead for over half an hour, all suffering from fatal gunshot wounds. One has a bruise. Based on the evidence and trajectory, as well as fingerprints on the firearm and footprints on the ground, they shot each other to death." Zhang Daqiang found the situation puzzling. Why would they suddenly engage in infighting? "Are there any fingerprints of Yi Tian on the weapon?" The forensic personnel responded, "None. The gun is covered in their own fingerprints, clearly uncleaned." Zhang Daqiang nodded. "At present, while it is difficult to comprehend, it aligns closely with Yi Tian's account. This fellow truly possesses remarkable luck." Suddenly, the forensic technician exclaimed, "Wait, what is it?" Zhang Daqiang queried. "These individuals bear some unusual bruises, evidently inflicted shortly before their deaths, present on various parts of their bodies." Zhang Daqiang's interest piqued. "What tool could have caused this?" The technician replied, "It is unclear. They appear to be simple compression injuries, albeit rather numerous. All 3 were armed, who could inflict simultaneous pressure on multiple areas of their bodies. This defies logic." Zhang Daqiang's brow furrowed. He recalled Yi Tian's departing figure. This person was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Perhaps the cause of these 3 deaths was not as straightforward as it appeared. Meanwhile, others made a new discovery. "There is an entrance to a tunnel here." Zhang Daqiang looked over. "Ah, that explains it. No wonder they intended to abduct Yi Tian from here. Send a few individuals down to investigate. There may be accomplices waiting at the other end." On the other side of the tunnel, in a concealed, abandoned structure, 3 individuals gradually regained consciousness, suddenly realizing, "Oh no, how do we lose consciousness? This is dangerous. We must evacuate immediately." Just then, a large group of armed personnel stormed in, shouting, "Do not move. Get down." The 3 exchanged resolute glances, their expressions determined. In the next moment, they began frothing at the mouth, convulsing on the ground. The onlookers recognized the impending doom. But it was too late. Several had already ceased to breathe. Zhang Daqiang entered, his demeanor frigid. These individuals are no ordinary mercenaries. To complete their mission and maintain secrecy, they unhesitatingly resorted to poison. He stepped outside and placed a call to report the situation. A sigh emanated from the other end. "It seems we will not be able to ascertain the origins of these individuals. I can assure you that their data will not appear in any global database. Beyond a few major institutions, no one could orchestrate such a scheme." Zhang Daqiang remarked. "Among them, 2 possess identities from our great Xia. They have been inconspicuous characters for nearly 2 decades, with no unusual actions, yet they turned out to be infiltrators from hostile forces." The voice on the other end responded, "Ah, this is a common tactic of theirs. It appears they have resorted to deploying long-standing spies, yet still failed." Chapter 101. Shocking the entire network. "The mech was invented by Yi Tian?" The voice inquired further. "I hear there are some discrepancies in the on-site investigation." Zhang Daqiang affirmed, "Indeed, there are several inexplicable elements. I fear only by questioning Yi Tian can we uncover the truth." The scene aligns with his description, lacking signs of struggle, yet certain aspects remain baffling. The voice suggested, "Without more evidence, it may be prudent to let it be. Pursuing this further may be unnecessary. Understood. Zhang Daqiang was merely curious and had no intention of delving deeper into the truth. The voice continued, "By the way, could you contact Tian? Inquire about the Iron Man mech. The higher-ups are extremely interested in its performance and wish to learn about its technical details. Ask him if it can be mass-produced." In Dami, within a mysterious chamber, the heads of various global institutions gathered once more, their faces etched with expressions of dejection. The representative from Neon, particularly abashed, stated, "I apologize, esteemed colleagues. Our mission has not succeeded." With that, he bowed deeply to the assembly. The Dami representative replied, "Do not blame yourself. The plan was executed rather well, yet faltered at the crucial moment." At that moment, Tian had already been drawn into the corridor, yet, for reasons unknown, he remained unescorted. Alas, deciphering the cause proves to be a formidable challenge. Moreover, following this incident, the prospect of executing a similar plan in the future seems nearly impossible. The head of Daying remarked, "Rather than dwelling on this, we should prioritize understanding the nature of the Iron Man that ultimately soared into the exhibition hall. Wasn't that a mere figment of cinematic imagination? Has the technology of the Great Xia reached such remarkable heights? This, I fear, may pose a significant disadvantage for us." The representative from Hans Gua inquired, "Was this invention conceived by Tian? If he possesses such advanced mecha, why then would he attend the exhibition to observe exoskeleton technology?" The official from Rooster Country slammed his hand on the table. "How infuriating! What other technological marvels does Tian possess that he has yet to reveal? If we do not clarify this promptly, we may find ourselves perpetually on the back foot." The representative from Demi added, "This is precisely the most alarming aspect. He consistently unveils some groundbreaking technology without warning, and the process of his research remains entirely obscured, as effortless as sipping water. I believe we should alter our strategy henceforth. We shall focus solely on assassination and abandon the objective of capturing Tian." They had previously possessed an opportunity, yet squandered it in the attempt to abduct him. How much more advantageous it would have been to eliminate him with a single bullet. The group nodded in agreement, endorsing this new course of action. "Let us convene to devise further plans aimed at eradicating Tian. May we achieve success swiftly." On the side of Great Xia, numerous witnesses observed the scene when the Iron Man mecha descended and intervened. Consequently, this topic began to gain traction online, and remarkably, it was not suppressed. It appeared that higher authorities deemed the dissemination of this information beneficial, showcasing the profound foundation of Great Xia to a broader audience. Many netizens captured images and videos, uploading them fervently. "What the? Iron Man? Is that a kite? What nonsense? Have you ever seen a kite fly that swiftly? This is clearly CGI. Is this a film shoot? Does it have copyright? This is not special effects. I witnessed it firsthand. It's the Iron Man from the movie. For real? I was there too. I also spotted Captain America, Wanda, Thor, and others. Stop being clever. I am a local." Many witnessed it. "That thing flew incredibly fast, identical to the film. I saw it again when it emerged. Which company is capable of such a feat? Only one tech company in Nanfeng City can pull this off. Who else but Tian? Wow. Does this mean other cinematic technologies could also be replicated? Tian's company is phenomenal. I'm a fervent fan of Iron Man. Is it still possible to visit Nanfeng City now? Will it appear again? I just want to know if this mecha will be available for purchase. I dream of donning this suit and soaring through the skies." Thus, countless netizens flocked to Tian's official blog, tagging him to seek clarification. Upon seeing these messages at home, Tian shook his head in resignation and replied with a few words, "Yes, I'm the inventor of Iron Man's mecha," accompanied by an image. He then closed his computer, disregarding the fervent discussions of the netizens. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Tian already knew it was Zhang Daqiang and opened the door to welcome him in. Zhang Daqiang wasted no time, stating, "The investigation regarding this incident has essentially concluded. All personnel directly involved in the operation have met their demise. We have analyzed city-wide surveillance footage from the past few days via our early warning software, identifying several suspicious individuals. However, they appear unrelated to this case. None of those involved left any clues pointing to the masterminds or forces behind the scenes. We currently suspect that there are commanding figures behind these individuals, likely still within Great Xia, but pinpointing them will require some time. However, we have formed some hypotheses regarding the orchestrators of this incident," Zhang Daqiang continued. Tian responded with an intrigued "Oh, you seem rather indifferent," Zhang Daqiang remarked. "Not at all. I simply find no intrigue in such predictable matters. Undoubtedly, Those behind this are institutions from Western nations. It is likely a collaborative effort on their part. There's nothing ambiguous about it. Only they possess the capacity to present laboratory-grade high technology at exhibitions. Their failure this time will probably render them dormant for a spell. However, they will not relent, and next time, they will likely resort to a more straightforward and brutal approach to eliminate me. Zhang Daqiang nodded in agreement. We share that perspective, but rest assured, we are now prepared. Furthermore, we plan to integrate our early warning system into the surveillance framework, allowing us to anticipate numerous dangers. In essence, as long as we are present, you shall remain unharmed. Incidents like today's will never recur. Chapter 102. The astonishing test results. Zhang Daqiang continued. Now, let me relay the findings of this investigation. It has been determined that the perpetrators bribed the head of the exhibition's security team with substantial sums to smuggle in an arsenal of weapons. Clearly, this security chief was oblivious to the broader scheme. Had he known, even tenfold courage would not have compelled him to act. Regardless, his remaining days will be spent in prison. Additionally, these individuals bribed staff within the building to excavate tunnels during the night. As for the exoskeleton displayed at the exhibition, the lab merely received a request to showcase their work, and they were entirely unaware of the subsequent events. That child who accidentally spilled the drink at the exhibition was manipulated by an adult, who promised him a transformer toy for his actions. Tian gradually grasped the truth surrounding this incident. Zhang Daqiang added, by the way, the higher-ups wish for me to inquire whether your mecha can be mass-produced. They are interested in conducting tests, as they may consider bulk procurement in the future. Tian replied, that is a fanciful thought. Do you have any idea of the manufacturing cost of this single mecha? It took hundreds of billions to create just this one. Additionally, many of the technologies remain incompletely understood, rendering mass production exceedingly challenging with high failure rates. While its practical application appears magnificent, producing it presently is simply not cost-effective. We must wait until we acquire mature production techniques. Only then might we lower the costs. Zhang Daqiang shook his head. That being said, investing hundreds of billions for a single mecha is indeed unwise. However, Tian interjected, while this particular model cannot be mass-produced, I possess a set of mecha technology that can be mass-produced, although it may not match the attributes of this model and lacks flight capabilities and weapon systems. It is cost-effective and significantly superior to the foreign exoskeleton exhibited. Perhaps you might consider it. Zhang Daqiang's eyes lit up. More advanced than the exhibited exoskeleton? Tian affirmed with a nod. Its attributes are overwhelmingly superior. They're not even in the same league. Furthermore, the exhibited exoskeleton merely comprises a metal framework attached to the body for convenience, which makes it cumbersome. The model I propose offers full coverage, leaving no blind spots, and can withstand equipment below the caliber of small sniper rifles. There are numerous other advantages that render it exceptionally suitable for battlefield deployment. In summary, this technology is simply on an entirely different echelon. Naturally, regarding the price, it is relatively inexpensive compared to my Iron Man exosuit. It remains costly when juxtaposed with all existing military exoskeletons worldwide. You may wish to conduct further research before deliberating on your decision. Zhang Daqiang remarked, absolutely. We must proceed. However, do you have any samples? We would like to examine them further. Tian felt a bit awkward, explaining that samples were not yet available. Primarily because the energy system utilized in this exosuit employs a clean nuclear battery, necessitating specific radioactive materials provided by the higher authorities for production. Since the exosuit operates on a nuclear battery, Tian could not casually present samples without raising suspicions regarding the source of the radioactive materials. As for the nuclear fusion engine in his Iron Man exosuit, its radioactive components were already exposed, so he deemed it acceptable. However, if he were to continually produce exosuits featuring nuclear batteries, it would be deemed inappropriate. Zhang Daqiang communicated with the authorities over the phone and returned with good news. It's settled. The materials you requested will be dispatched shortly. However, Academician Yi, could you kindly notify me in advance for any future nuclear-related research? This would allow us to prepare adequately. Additionally, can you assure me that this nuclear battery is safe and will not leak? Tian confidently replied, rest assured. The nuclear battery technology one employ is exceedingly advanced and fundamentally different from that used in nuclear power plants or Little Boy. It has undergone special treatment, ensuring that it cannot explode, and even if leakage were to occur, it would pose no health risks. In fact, the majority of its materials are non-radioactive, with only a minor trigger device requiring trace amounts of radioactive material, which is almost harmless, akin to exposure from an X-ray. Furthermore, it is entirely encapsulated. The materials within the battery will enter the device and react minimally under radiation, transforming into a radiation source while maintaining a stable energy output. The power generated is sufficient to support the heavy usage of the exosuit, with a battery life extending up to 20 years. Zhang Daqiang responded, "That's reassuring. I am not well versed in these technological principles, but as long as it is safe, that is all that matters." After a couple of days, Tian utilized the relevant technical data from the third-level exosuit to manufacture several low-cost models. The cost of each unit amounted to around 10 million, whereas the synthesis cost in stores soared to 200 million. Thus, producing them in reality proved to be far more economical. It is worth noting that the evaluation points in stores are primarily based on the technological disparity with first-level items and do not equate directly to real-world value. In other words, Tian currently requires only 1 billion to synthesize a 5th-level Iron Man exosuit, albeit with uncertain success. Nevertheless, he contemplated and ultimately decided against it. Having one exosuit was sufficient. He had no need to create additional units for sale. Moreover, the production costs were excessively high. Selling them would not be financially viable. The 3 third-level exosuits were swiftly dispatched to a highly classified laboratory. This facility was vast, with a 3rd-level combat exosuit standing in the distance. Nearby, a group of armed individuals and several researchers in lab coats congregated alongside a prominent figure. A white-haired researcher inquired, "Are we ready?" The armed group shouted in unison, "Ready." "Commence testing." The individuals raised their handguns and began firing. The bullets ricocheted off the exosuit effortlessly. Subsequently, they switched to various calibers, including Desert Eagles and other high-caliber handguns. They then transitioned to submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles, but each bullet met the same fate, bouncing off the exosuit. After completing the tests, the researchers approached the exosuit, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Not a single bullet had penetrated the exosuit's defenses. Not only did they fail to breach it, but they also left no mark. Even the sniper rifle merely leaving a faint white imprint on its surface, despite being capable of penetrating multiple layers of steel. The white-haired elder marveled, "What exceptional material! What type of metal is this that can withstand sniper bullets?" Chaptur Yuzuch Tian's reflections. The leadership was equally astonished, observing the thin metallic shell. They noted that even a sniper rifle could only leave a minor mark. Clearly, this unique alloy possesses significant value. The white-haired elder remarked, "This metal is remarkably lightweight. It could be used for bulletproof vests, impervious to all but heavy sniper fire. It could also be employed in vehicles or ship hulls. If our aircraft carriers utilized this metal, their structural integrity would be greatly enhanced." At that moment, a researcher presented the testing results, revealing that this alloy could endure temperatures of up to 4,000 degrees. The elder's mouth formed a Na shape in astonishment. "Incredible! How is this achieved?" Such metal could be employed in the outer layers of spacecraft, allowing them to traverse the atmosphere unscathed. They proceeded to select several similarly built elite individuals to don the exosuits for performance testing. The exosuits exhibited remarkable agility, entirely unlike cumbersome machinery, effortlessly executing various high-difficulty maneuvers. The operators were astonished, feeling as if the exosuit were an extension of their own bodies, requiring no exertion whatsoever. The white-haired elder was equally amazed, pondering how Tian had developed sensors capable of perfectly interpreting brainwave commands. Such high-precision recognition was unprecedented. With such technology, one might foresee applications extending to driving vehicles without physical interaction, merely through a head-mounted sensor for thought-based control, or even manipulating heavy machinery via a head-worn device. This exoskeleton truly surpassed all existing models on the market, incorporating numerous technological breakthroughs. The on-site testing continued, with individuals testing strength, clad in the exosuits. They could effortlessly lift 1-ton objects. They could leap 5 meters high from standstill, and while running, achieve speeds of 60 kilometers per hour with ease. Everyone was left speechless. Was this truly an auxiliary exosuit? It resembled a super exosuit. The leadership applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent! The performance is remarkable." Although it cannot fly nor emit lasers, it remains a formidable asset in certain battlefield scenarios. The white-haired elder felt a pang of embarrassment. Clearly, the leadership was still contemplating the extraordinary exosuit in Tian's possession. If that model could be mass-produced, it would indeed be a godsend on the battlefield. He expressed curiosity about the exosuit showcased in the videos, repeatedly requesting that the authorities procure it for further examination. Unfortunately, this was evidently impossible. That exosuit allegedly contained a miniature nuclear fusion engine and superconducting technology. Any one of its components could serve as a world-altering weapon. Reflecting on this, he shook his head and focused on the exosuit before him. Though it lacked a fusion engine, it boasted groundbreaking nuclear battery technology. Based on his assessment, this technology could also transform the current energy landscape. For instance, it could potentially replace existing nuclear power plant technologies. Regrettably, it seemed that Tian was not particularly invested, showing no intention of developing various in-depth applications. One day, Zhang Daqiang approached Tian with news that had just arrived. Your exosuit has performed exceptionally well. Though it is somewhat pricey, the authorities have decided to equip a large number of them. Tian nodded, as this outcome was entirely anticipated. Zhang Daqiang continued. The authorities also wish to inquire if you would be willing to transfer the technology behind this exosuit. Given that this technology is predominantly military in nature and involves nuclear battery materials, coupled with production costs, they intend to manufacture it themselves. Tian pondered for a moment. Since this exosuit would never be released to the market, he decided to grant this favor. The transfer is permissible. However, the technology within cannot be utilized for civilian purposes. This is because I may need to employ some of the techniques or materials in future product launches. Zhang Daqiang let out a sigh of relief. No problem. We now have two options. The first is a direct buyout, and the second is to opt for a certain percentage of patent royalties. Tian chose the latter. Once Zhang Daqiang departed, Tian found tranquility and began to ponder his future direction. Ever since he acquired his remarkable abilities, he was no longer the inconspicuous young man, lost amidst the crowd. His ambition was to unveil groundbreaking technologies that transcended the times, to continuously push the boundaries of scientific research, and to transform the great Xia into a preeminent technological powerhouse, ultimately reshaping the world. However, an unexpected turn of events loomed on the horizon. At the current pace, he would soon undergo a complete transformation into a five-dimensional being. Tian was uncertain what this entailed. Although the system assured him that he could still exert influence over Blue Star post-transformation, he nonetheless prepared for other possibilities. What if, upon becoming a five-dimensional entity, he developed higher aspirations and pursuits? Thus, he recognized the necessity of accomplishing his goals within this time frame, ensuring that he would harbor no regrets in the future. To achieve this ambition, he needed to synthesize more advanced items, amass substantial capital, and enhance production techniques to facilitate the cost-effective manufacturing of these sophisticated goods in reality. This would allow the masses to experience the convenience of high-end products and synthesize even more advanced items at lower cost. In essence, financial gain was of paramount importance. Tian aspired for his company to generate maximum profits with minimal expenditure. Take, for instance, the mecha technology he had recently synthesized. While it could not be directly marketed, it encompassed the most vital and core technology. The head-mounted thought sensor held significant market value, and Tian planned to position it as the next product for his company. In truth, the technological sophistication of this head-mounted micro-thought sensor surpassed the imagination of many. The concept of manipulating objects with thought was no longer novel. It had been explored in the realm of science fiction, such as in the film Avatar, where the paralyzed protagonist controlled an avatar on Pandora using a similar device. Of course, the film depicted a more advanced version, involving the remote wireless control of a biological entity, culminating in the protagonist's consciousness merging with that entity, effectively abandoning his physical form. Returning to the research on thought manipulation devices, the scientific community had long been engaged in this area of study, primarily aiming to harness human brainwaves to control machines. However, the complexity of human brainwaves posed significant challenges. Although numerous institutions explored the feasibility of brain-controlled prosthetics, they remained confined to laboratory stages, far from commercial viability. Despite decades of research into brainwaves, while it had been established that emotional states could correlate with detectable waveforms, practical application faced myriad obstacles. The human brain's inherent complexity, coupled with a thick skull that obstructed numerous signals, made external detection of brainwaves a formidable task. Even hospitals conducting electroencephalograms required multiple electrodes affixed to the scalp. Such technology was unlikely to yield any civilian products. Chapter 104. Could Yixin Company transform the world again? Of course, breakthroughs had occurred over the years. Some companies had developed toys that utilized thought control to navigate small balls through various obstacles, achieving fleeting popularity and being hailed as one of the greatest toys in history. In recent years, several teams had successively developed technologies to manipulate objects with thought. Yet these innovations were fraught with limitations, often restricted to simplistic commands or requiring additional means of control, such as facial expressions or eye movement. In summary, these technologies lack the potential for widespread application. When it came to executing a broader range of commands, brain-machine interfaces were paramount. The type depicted in Avatar involved surgical procedures to implant electrodes in the brain, enabling the execution of complex operations. Currently, teams both domestically and internationally had made significant strides in this field, with the most notable being the projects undertaken by Musk's company, which once captivated global attention and made headlines. For Tian, the brain-machine technology was evidently unacceptable. Not only did it involve invasive procedures on human heads, but it also carried substantial risks. Implanting electrodes in the brain could lead to paralysis with the slightest misalignment, and such technology was primarily effective for the young, posing numerous risks for the elderly. Conversely, his non-invasive technology required merely wearing the device on the head, yet it outperformed the brain-machine interface in terms of control. It could discern dozens of signals with remarkable precision, a fact corroborated by the mecha tests conducted previously. Tian envisioned launching the head-mounted thought control device, allowing various application developers to procure the device and create corresponding products, such as prosthetics. After all, once this device hit the market, its applications would be extensive. Tian had no intention of delving into the complexities of numerous processes. He merely aspired to be at the center of the supply chain, capturing the lion's share of profits while leaving the cumbersome, lower-margin tasks to other manufacturers. In doing so, he could feast while allowing others a taste of the broth. He summoned Lu Ping, who was visibly exhilarated. He recognized that such moments typically signaled the unveiling of a new product by Tian, and he was eager to witness this latest invention. Given Tian's prior technological releases that had made history, he anticipated no less from this occasion. Tian explained the head-mounted thought control device to him, and predictably, Lu Ping was once again astounded. "Boss, this is remarkable. Everyone is primarily advancing towards brain-machine interfaces, believing that direct brainwave detection is a futile endeavor. You've just delivered a resounding slap in the face to many. The brain-machine path may now be rendered entirely obsolete. Should we establish industry standards and become the core supplier in this field?" True to his status as a top-notch business executive, Lu Ping immediately grasped Tian's intentions. Tian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the application range for this technology is vast. We cannot engage in every sector or monopolize the entire market. The optimal strategy is to provide this module, enabling various terminal companies to develop applications around it. This approach is the most efficient and will yield substantial profits. Lu Ping nodded. "I understand. I will promptly prepare the necessary factories. Shall we hold a press conference to announce our achievements?" "I can hardly wait." Tian simulated. "Of course, this is indeed a technology that could change the world. It marks our Yishan company's second product launch following the chip, and we must prepare thoroughly to showcase our capabilities to the world." From long ago, Yishan company had begun acquiring land and constructing new factories. Once completed, these facilities lay dormant, awaiting the launch of new products before activation. This audacious strategy had garnered immense envy from outsiders, as no other company had matched their frequency of groundbreaking product releases, all of which surpassed contemporary standards. On this day, one of the factories suddenly received a substantial influx of equipment and raw materials, commencing full-scale operations. Following the production of a large volume of goods, they were dispatched to the warehouse. This phenomenon immediately captured the attention of reporters who were stationed nearby. Consequently, a plethora of related articles emerged online, disseminated by various self-media platforms and mainstream outlets countless times. Simultaneously, it found its place among trending topics. Numerous self-media creators flocked to capture videos and attract traffic. Journalists also attempted to interview personnel from the Yishan company in hopes of uncovering clues about the new product. However, their efforts were met with futility. As a result, a multitude of netizens began to speculate online. What is going on? Can anyone enlighten us about Yishan's new product? Asking is futile. Yishan's confidentiality measures are impeccable. They will only reveal details upon official launch. I'm so excited. Yishan is releasing a new product again. I wonder if my funds will suffice. Which companies will be trembling this time? Every new product launch has decisively ended certain industries. What new product? They haven't even explained the Iron Man mecha from last time. When will we see it again? Do you think the upcoming release could be a mecha? What are you thinking? That's impossible. How could such a thing be released for sale? Besides, if it were truly available, could you afford it? Some netizens analyzed the initial data, the raw materials, and equipment entering the factories, attempting to discern what they were producing. However, Yishan company did not keep the outside world waiting too long and swiftly released a statement. Next week, Yishan company invites you to join in a grand celebration, witnessing how the world will be transformed once more. This simple advertising phrase ignited a frenzy among fans and endless speculation from the outside world. Observant netizens noted that Yeshing Company invited not only prominent figures from the business world, but also leaders from the medical device industry to the press conference. This prompted them to ponder the company's intentions. Normally, these manufacturers would not appear at such events, yet a significant number had been invited this time. Could it be that the newly launched product is related to this industry? However, netizens found it perplexing to fathom what type of product could simultaneously pertain to medical devices. Were they about to unveil a robot capable of performing automated surgeries? The medical device manufacturers were equally astonished to receive an invitation to the press conference, having presumed their industry had no intersection with Yeshing Company. Nevertheless, since they were invited, they decided to attend, hoping it was not indicative of Yeshing's foray into the medical device sector. Chapter 105, an unfathomable program. Soon, the much-anticipated week arrived. On the designated day, the press conference took place punctually at Yeshing Company's venue. A multitude of invited business elites, industry leaders, and journalists surrounded the vicinity, creating an impenetrable crowd. Simultaneously, this conference was streamed live online. Due to the prior build-up, even before it commenced, the live stream had already attracted over 100 million viewers, comprising not only individuals from Dacia, but also international spectators. On the sofa, front row, it's finally starting. Do you know how I've been counting down this past week? I'm a foreigner. Can someone explain why so many white objects are flying across the screen, obstructing my view? Yeshing Company is so renowned that even their press conferences are now translated for international audiences. Concurrently, foreign officials and numerous companies were closely monitoring the event, trembling in anticipation, hoping that the calamity named Tian would not wreak havoc upon their industries. The press conference commenced right on schedule, amidst the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Lu Ping, wearing a smile, gradually ascended the stage. He began, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to welcome you to Yeshing Company's press conference today. Since the launch of the Yeshing chip, it has been quite some time since we unveiled a new product. After a period of accumulation, Mr. Yi has finally developed a groundbreaking technology, one that is capable of transforming the entire world." He shifted his tone, smiling as he continued, "In truth, I consider myself the luckiest person in the world. I am fortunate to be a part of a company that periodically changes the world. I am immensely grateful for my decision not to decline their invitation when Yeshing Company was just starting out." The audience shared knowing smiles. In fact, Lu Ping's story had become a classic tale on the internet, eliciting envy from countless executives. They wondered why it wasn't them selected by Yeshing Company, as they would be the ones basking in the spotlight now. Lu Ping declared, "Without further ado, let us officially commence today's press conference." Before the formal product presentation, he stated, "I would like to invite you to enjoy a performance." With that, the stage plunged into darkness, illuminated only by a spotlight focused on the center. This sudden change startled the audience, who exchanged glances, uncertain of Lu Ping's intentions. Meanwhile, online viewers began to voice their thoughts. "What's going on? Aren't we here for a product launch? Why is there a performance?" "Exactly. I'm eager to see the new product. Why waste time on a performance? Are they planning to monetize the massive audience in the live stream with an advertisement? 100 million viewers. This surpasses any television ratings. No wonder they're tempted." "What do you mean? How could Yeshing Company lack funds?" "No rush. Let us just watch. Don't worry. It must be related to the product somehow. Yeshing Company wouldn't waste time. There's definitely a connection. Keep your eyes peeled for any clues." The performance commenced on stage. A young performer walked out from behind the scenes and bowed to the audience. As the background music began, he pulled out 5 balls from his pocket and started to toss them in rhythm with the upbeat melody. He didn't merely toss the balls in front of him. Some were thrown behind his back. After a while, he unexpectedly began to balance one of the balls on his forehead, sometimes catching it on his back before tossing it back up again. He showcased a variety of tricks and techniques, maintaining a steady catch no matter how he tossed the balls, creating a delightful viewing experience. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. When he paused, a staff member threw him several more balls, nearly overwhelming him. Nevertheless, he juggled the additional balls with remarkable skill, his speed greatly surpassing that of earlier. It was nothing short of astonishing. Following the juggling segment, he transitioned to using hoops, alternating their tosses. At times, he would even loop one around his neck or heel. Not stopping there, he increased the difficulty, balancing a long pole on his forehead while tossing the hoops, ultimately managing to loop them onto the pole. He then switched to various other props, delivering an array of astounding juggling performances. Despite encountering some challenges along the way, occasionally revealing his struggle with the increased difficulty, he ultimately completed each act successfully. This performance garnered applause from the audience, though some remained puzzled, unsure of why they were watching such a display. To be honest, while the performance was commendable, it lacked extraordinary flair. They could not discern any clues related to the product being unveiled. What surprised them even more was that the performer, upon finishing, could scarcely contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. In that expression, there lingered a sense of liberation, as if having endured countless tribulations and emerged reborn from the flames. This left the netizens astounded. Why did he almost cry? Who are you? How can one be so moved to tears while performing acrobatics? If it were me, I would also weep. Performing in front of 100 million people and so many business tycoons is an extraordinary opportunity, far more impressive than a rural New Year's gala. This could lead to instant fame, and who knows, he might be inundated with offers afterward. Can you blame him for being emotional? I would advise him not to overthink it. His previous performance was rather mediocre. Indeed, such simple juggling almost went awry. I doubt anyone would hire him. With such a skill level, we would deduct money from performers in our acrobatic troupe. This is hilarious. Performers of this caliber are a dime a dozen in our city's acrobatic group. I wonder why Yishan's company chose to invite him. He should return and practice his fundamentals. I could do it too. I suspect many of the prominent business figures present felt utterly disoriented, pondering their identity and location. This is clearly a tech launch event. Why is there an unrelated juggling performance? I simply do not understand. I fail to discern any clues about new products. Could this juggler be a robot? That would indeed be somewhat innovative. If that were the case, I would be wide awake. A robot would be quite revolutionary. By the way, do you all find this performer somewhat familiar, as if you have seen him before? At that moment, the stage lights illuminated once again. Lu Ping reappeared, stating, "Having just witnessed a remarkable performance, I believe you all share a common question. Do you not? Why do we arrange for a juggling act? Fear not. It is intricately linked to the product we are about to unveil." Chapter 106, Before formally introducing the product, I wish to inquire if you have ever envisioned a future where driving requires no manual operation, where one can merely issue commands with their thoughts to accelerate, brake, and steer. Have you dreamed of a time when gaming requires no physical interaction, but rather direct mental signals to control characters within the game? Have you ever imagined? Upon the delivery of this segment, the audience, both present and online, erupted in astonishment. This is precisely the concept of thought-controlled devices. Playing games without hands won't change the fact that I'm still terrible at them. It's not that I lack dexterity, but rather, I lack intelligence. Driving with thought alone sounds appealing. I'm exhausted from work and still have to drive home. Many are currently researching this area. It's all about brain-machine interfaces. Could this be the new product from Yishan's company? Have they conquered brain-machine technology? In the future, will humans evolve to a point where only the brain remains, controlling machines? We are rapidly advancing towards a world of cyborgs. It's indeed a brain-machine interface. However, I've heard that implanting devices in the brain is something I would not dare to undergo. At this moment, numerous manufacturers of prosthetic medical devices in the audience felt an exhilarating surge. They had long aspired to develop prosthetics operated by brain-machine interfaces, but the technology had yet to mature. Seeing Yishan's company achieving this was a potential opportunity for collaboration. Meanwhile, Musk, who had been enjoying the live stream in his luxurious estate, suddenly stood up, his expression darkening. Lu Ping continued, "All right, let's pause this topic for now. I will clarify your earlier confusion regarding the purpose of this performance at the launch. Please direct your attention to the big screen." As the audience pondered this statement, they began to piece together the answer. On the big screen, a video commenced, starting with clips from the juggler's earlier performance. However, this time, his skill was remarkably refined, the performance flawless. The video then transitioned to a scene depicting a severe car accident. In a live stream's comment section, viewers reacted, "Oh my, I remember who he is now. No wonder he seems so familiar. He is that renowned juggler who has made headlines. I recall now. I thought it couldn't possibly be him performing just now. Incredible. This new product is astounding." What is the new product? Well, I already know, but I want to spoil it. Just keep watching and you'll understand. In the video, the next scene unfolded in a hospital, where the juggler was seen severely bandaged, his expression sorrowful. As the camera panned down, gasps filled the audience. The juggler had lost both hands and legs. How tragic. What a devastating blow. His career was on the rise, and then this happened. I can hardly imagine how I would cope if faced with such a situation. How could he perform in his current state? Did he use prosthetics? I finally understand. Yishan's company is unveiling the brain-machine interface. Indeed, it aligns perfectly. It's prosthetics controlled by a brain-machine interface. Is the brain-machine interface already this advanced? I recall news reports stating it could only manage basic controls, not practical applications. Of course, any project involving Yixin's company is bound to yield immediate breakthroughs. This young man is incredibly inspiring, even with prosthetics. It must be challenging to retrain himself. I thought his skills were lacking. Now it appears to be a miracle. Indeed, the subsequent video showcased Yixin's staff reaching out to the juggler. In the following scene, he was seen donning custom-made prosthetics. After putting them on, he tentatively moved his arm and then stood up. In that moment, he was overcome with emotion and wept. However, his aspirations extended beyond merely standing. The next segment depicted his lengthy rehabilitation and adaptation process. Initially, he struggled with simple ball tossing, but as he practiced, he gradually mastered the skill, culminating in the performance presented at the launch. This was not only to express gratitude to Yixin's company for granting him a new lease on life, but also to personally demonstrate the extraordinary capabilities of the product. If he could accomplish such complex acrobatics, daily activities would be a breeze. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, moved not just by the performer's story but profoundly impacted by Yixin's product. Particularly, the executives from medical device firms were left speechless, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Only those within the industry could fathom the difficulty of achieving such feats. Current prosthetic products only marginally improved users' quality of life, failing to provide the level of functionality displayed. They were deeply intrigued by Yixin's brain-machine interface and eager to collaborate, anticipating procurement of this groundbreaking technology. They understood that their invitation to the launch was not merely for spectacle, but carried deeper intentions for cooperation. Other manufacturers, including those in the smartphone, computer, and automotive industries, also found themselves captivated. This was clearly the next generation of human-machine interaction, quietly accomplished by Yixin's company. Initially, they had thought their presence was merely to observe the event, only to be met with unexpected delight. Meanwhile, foreign medical device manufacturers were hastily awakened to witness the launch, as this event did not extend invitations to overseas firms. Upon witnessing the press conference, these manufacturers were struck by a profound sense of shock, accompanied by an acute awareness of the looming crisis. This launch had conspicuously excluded them, while simultaneously inviting numerous competitors from Dacia. Consequently, their products would inevitably encroach upon their market share. The executives of foreign companies hastily chartered flights to Dacia, eager to secure supplies. Elon Musk, upon viewing the presentation, experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. His company had previously been the most advanced in this domain and was closest to going public. Leveraging this advantage in marketing, he had propelled his company's market value to impressive heights. However, with Yixin Corporation now pioneering the brain-machine interface and achieving such intricate operations, the significance of his own research seemed to evaporate. The aura of mystery surrounding his company would dissipate, and its market value would revert to its rightful place. He suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty, empathizing with the challenges once faced by the fruit company. Chapter 107. The Shattering of Musk's Dreams. How tragic it was to coexist in the same era as such a legendary company. Simultaneously, Musk harbored a sense of defiance. He could not fathom that the technology wielded by Tian surpassed that of his own company by a significant margin. He speculated that they might have merely grasped a critical element that enabled a complete breakthrough in brain-machine technology. Once their product was released, his team could reverse engineer it to uncover the underlying principles. Thus, his company's technology would not fall short, and he could still maintain a foothold in the market. Musk mused, "I am not a company like the fruit one, easily toppled by you." In fact, he felt gratitude towards Yixin Corporation for potentially aiding them in overcoming existing technological bottlenecks and achieving commercialization. At the press conference, Liu Ping awaited the applause to subside before declaring, "What do you think? Did you ever anticipate that the truth behind the splendid performance you just witnessed was this? All the acrobatic feats were entirely controlled by thought-operated prosthetics. You must be curious about the technology capable of orchestrating such complex movements. I trust you have all heard of the brain-machine interface, much like in the movies, where a cable is inserted at the back of the head to enter a virtual realm. Learning new information no longer necessitates traditional channels. It can be directly transmitted to the brain's memory area. These notions represent humanity's earliest aspirations for brain-machine applications. However, such ideas are overly fantastical, and current technology has yet to realize them. Today, we are not discussing the kind of brain-machine interface. Modern scientists focus more on controlling machines through thought. To date, numerous research teams have yielded commendable results in this field, yet these advancements remain insufficient. At least, the technology is not fully mature, incapable of executing complex actions. And invasive brain-machine interfaces necessitate the implantation of electrodes within the brain, which poses considerable risks. The audience nodded in agreement. Viewers in the live stream began to engage in discussion. Indeed, the very thought of invasive brain procedures terrifies me. Even if the technology matures, I would still hesitate to use it. It could be fatal. Surely, the device released by Yeshin Corporation must involve some form of brain implantation. For how else could it capture signals so precisely? It could be even more perilous. This truly requires a degree of courage. As a disabled individual, I was initially excited about this new product, but now the prospect of surgery fills me with dread. As a healthy person, I need not even consider it. Yeshin Corporation's new product is bound to falter. While the technology is impressive, I doubt many will purchase it. It may find popularity abroad, but people in Daxia have numerous concerns. Surely, no one wishes to undergo surgery on their own head. On stage, Lu Ping continued his address. Our company's product entirely addresses these drawbacks. As you have seen, users have become adept, capable of executing even the most intricate acrobatic maneuvers, which attests to the extraordinary precision of our equipment, far surpassing the brain-machine interfaces currently being researched by major institutions. The internal structure of our device is remarkably simple, yet it can clearly identify the commands issued by users, recognizing as many as dozens of directives. It allows users to effortlessly operate exoskeletons and even type online using only their thoughts. In terms of safety, it boasts overwhelming advantages, as it is a non-invasive brain-machine interface, requiring only the wearing of a sensor on the head. Upon hearing this, industry professionals familiar with brain-machine technology were taken aback. Executives from medical device companies wore expressions of renewed optimism. Previously, they had harbored some reservations regarding the acceptability of invasive brain-machine interfaces. The livestream chat surged with comments. Wait, isn't it supposed to involve implanting electrodes in the brain? How can it recognize such complex commands? I told you. With Yeshin Corporation's capabilities, they would never resort to such dangerous methods. Yeshin Corporation is remarkable. If it only requires a head-mounted sensor, I could accept that. Impressive. This is far more challenging than implanting electrodes in the brain, and yet Yeshin Corporation has accomplished it. It seems invasive brain-machine interfaces will soon have no market left. In the Rice estate, Musk could no longer muster a smile. He could hardly believe that such intricate control was achievable merely through a head-mounted sensor. He had previously thought the technological gap was minimal and that they could bridge it through research on Yeshin Corporation's products. Now, it appeared that the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. If they were dealing with invasive brain-machine interfaces, they might still see a glimmer of hope. However, this new revelation placed their technological capabilities at an entirely different level. Everything would need to be researched from scratch, effectively sentencing his company to demise. Trembling, he opened his phone, and indeed, since the beginning of the conference, his company's market value had plummeted. Excellent. Another concept he could flaunt to investors and extract wealth from had vanished. Returning to the scene, Lu Ping articulated, "Yes, you heard correctly. Our brain-machine device does not require the dangerous method of drilling into the head. This not only enhances safety, but also allows elderly individuals unsuitable for surgery to benefit from it. Furthermore, it enables ordinary people to enjoy the conveniences of brain-machine technology, allowing them to drive, play games, and control various devices merely through thought. Given the extensive application prospects, our company cannot involve itself in every facet of these operations. Therefore, we plan to provide brain-machine devices to manufacturers nationwide who will develop specific application scenarios. We welcome representatives from all interested manufacturers to discuss collaboration with us. Due to the production of brain-machine devices requiring extremely rare metallic materials, the price for each unit is set at 15,000. Moreover, due to the device's unique nature, we have specially designed a safety chip with a unique allocation password that strictly limits its usage scenarios. Should anyone attempt to disassemble or modify the device, or use it in other fields, it will become inoperative. The audience of manufacturers appeared exhilarated, eager to participate. Meanwhile, many high-ranking officials from various countries watching the live stream wore expressions of dismay. Initially, upon hearing the news, they had been thrilled at the prospect of procuring these devices for specialized equipment. Now, the hope had been dashed, as expected. Yeshin Corporation had anticipated this outcome. Chapter 108. Perfect testing success. The press conference concluded, yet its repercussions continue to reverberate. Major media outlets, seemingly pre-prepared, simultaneously published articles regarding the mind control device. The term brain-machine interface has always carried an air of sophistication. evoking a sense of mystery in the public consciousness. Now, suddenly thrust into the limelight, it has successfully launched and may even infiltrate the lives of ordinary individuals. The topic has garnered immense attention. Numerous media outlets have interviewed the individual who demonstrated the device at the conference, providing further video material that showcases the device's remarkable capabilities. Upon the conclusion of the press event, Yishan Company was immediately approached by manufacturers of medical equipment. Following thorough discussions, contracts for supply were swiftly signed. Subsequently, foreign manufacturers also arrived at Yishan Company to negotiate. However, Lu Ping indicated that the company currently has limited production capacity and will only supply domestic manufacturers for the time being. The foreign companies expressed skepticism, yet they hesitated to protest, as Yishan Company had not explicitly rejected them. Thus, they decided to wait. Several domestic hardware manufacturers, automobile companies, and even civilian exoskeleton firms began discussions with Yishan Company. However, due to overwhelming demand, priority was given to prosthetic manufacturers. Once domestic medical equipment companies received the device, they promptly incorporated it into the prosthetics produced by their own firms, incurring minimal research and development costs. The compatibility of the mind control device is remarkably straightforward. It merely requires connecting the corresponding signals through a transmission device to specific prosthetics. Consequently, these manufacturers quickly commenced large-scale testing, calling for volunteers with physical disabilities to participate in trials of the brain-machine control prosthetics. Given the affordability and the absence of surgical requirements, they received a plethora of applications. Individuals with disabilities, upon viewing the product introduction, were instantly filled with hope. Li Guoji sat on his wheelchair, basking in the sunlight on the balcony, unable to suppress a sigh. Born and raised in a rural area, he had moved to the city to seek employment. He would never forget that fateful day. While out on an errand, a dump truck swerved off the road to avoid pedestrians, ultimately crashing into the barrier. Witnessing this, Li Guoji rushed to rescue the trapped driver while calling for help. However, tragedy struck when another large vehicle sped towards them, and with bystanders crowding the scene, he had no time to evade it. The next moment, he awoke in a hospital bed. The doctor informed him that his leg had been severely injured and required amputation. The news struck Li Guoji like a bolt from the blue. In the aftermath, he experienced countless nightmares, feeling as though the entire incident had been a dream, transforming him from a normal man into a person with a disability in an instant. Although kind-hearted individuals had contributed funds to cover his medical expenses, the emotional toll remained immense. For an extended period, he struggled to accept the reality, contemplating ending his own life on several occasions. He even felt that being struck by that vehicle would have been a kinder fate. This single incident plunged his once harmonious family into unending sorrow. Currently, his financial situation grew increasingly precarious, as he had lost his ability to work and the family savings were nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets about his decision to save another's life. Li Guoji pondered what type of job he could pursue that would be suitable for him and help support his family. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He glanced over to see a member of the community committee who frequently assisted him with household chores. Upon entering, the visitor wore an expression of great joy and stated, "Uncle Li, I have wonderful news to share with you today." Li Guoji forced a smile. "What good news? Is there a job suitable for someone like me?" The committee member shook their head. "No. But the news I have is extremely beneficial for you. Perhaps you will no longer have to worry about finding employment." Li Guoji smiled bidobla. "Young people shouldn't try to console me. I'm fully aware of my situation. No employer would want to hire someone like me." The staff member insisted, "No, please listen to me." They proceeded to explain the mind control device from Yishan Company, a medical equipment firm, is currently recruiting volunteers for testing. With their prosthetics, one could potentially work and live as a normal person again, eliminating the worry of finding a job. Li Guoji's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You can't be serious. How could wearing a prosthetic allow me to move like a normal person?" After much persuasion, Li Guoji began to believe. However, his excitement quickly dissipated. "But you understand my situation. We're nearly out of money. How can I afford the costs?" The staff member reassured him, "You need not worry about that. Given your act of bravery, this organization is waiving the fees for those who have demonstrated courage. I have already submitted your name, and you qualify for free use, provided you cooperate with their testing and follow-ups." Overjoyed, Li Guoji exclaimed, "Such good fortune. Thank you so much." 3 days later, Li Guoji arrived at a medical company. Professional staff measured his body and quickly customized 2 prosthetic legs for him. They also fitted him with a special device on his head. The custom prosthetics were exceedingly comfortable, and filled with anticipation, he took a trial step. Finally, through his relentless efforts, he managed to move his prosthetic toes according to his will, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. With practice, he soon manipulated his legs to perform various movements effortlessly, feeling as though his lost legs had returned. He attempted running and jumping, encountering no difficulties, resembling a normal person once again. Overwhelmed with emotion, this strong man could not hold back his tears. It felt as though he were living a dream. Now, he had regained the courage to continue living. Countless individuals like Li Guoji across Daxia have experienced a revival after using the mind control device prosthetics. Many documented their experiences and shared them on social media, garnering widespread acclaim. Yishan Company once again transformed the world through technology, granting countless individuals a second chance at life. The testing was nearly flawlessly successful. Many who had been initially hesitant began to enjoy the life of a normal person after witnessing their peers successfully participate in the trials. Eagerly, they sought to enroll, only to find no remaining slots, thus awaiting the official launch. Daily, they kept an eye on updates from these manufacturers. Chapter 109, Counterattack, the Technology Alliance. Concurrently, major automobile manufacturers announced that they were researching and would soon release vehicles featuring mind control driving capabilities. In a certain mysterious laboratory, a top-tier exoskeleton research institute was housed. The remarkable exoskeleton showcased at the technology exhibition was born from this very place. It can be said that prior to the unveiling of the Iron Man exoskeleton, the experts here formed the world's foremost exoskeleton research team. At present, the expressions on the scientists' faces were anything but relaxed. The emergence of the Iron Man exoskeleton had illuminated the deficiencies in their own technology. Since that day, the higher-ups have incessantly pressured them to evaluate the performance of the Iron Man exoskeleton, hoping to replicate it within the laboratory. This relentless demand has left them in a state of despair. Who knows how Yishan Company managed to bring cinematic technology to life? The technology evidently employs fusion engines and superconducting technologies, appearing to be a product far beyond this era. They even harbor doubts that, even with the blueprints in hand, they would be able to replicate it. Fortunately, realizing their limitations, the authorities have eased their demands. Recently, Yishan Corporation unveiled a device that enables the manipulation of machines through thought, prompting them to explore its application in exoskeletons to simplify the design process. Currently, scientists are endeavoring to install the hard-won devices onto robotic arms. Once completed, they had volunteers don the apparatus for a trial. However, despite their efforts, the device fails to function. A scientist furrows his brow, pondering where the issue lies. We followed the manual precisely, he states. Another individual conducted a thorough inspection, revealing that every aspect was in order. It seems the problem resides within the device itself. Did Yishan Corporation not mention that they had implemented encryption within the device, requiring it to be used with specific products? Is it truly that formidable, capable of detecting the machines we employ? Perhaps so. It is likely that the manufacturers specified the compatible products in their agreements, locking out all others. This presents a conundrum. Let's disassemble it and take a closer look. They concluded. Carefully, they dismantled the device, scrutinizing its internal structure. After an extensive examination, the scientists found themselves at an impasse. The crux of the device lay in a unique chip and its underlying algorithms, which capture, analyze, and convert brainwave signals. It is precisely these components that confer such sensitivity to their apparatus. Without understanding these two elements, replicating this technology remains unattainable. This conundrum consequently returns to the higher-ups. It is conceivable that since the Daxia has achieved civilian use of this technology, its military applications must have been well established by now. Meanwhile, within the estate of Musk, in a clandestine underground chamber, a round table is surrounded by over 100 individuals, with Musk presiding at the head. Should anyone witness this assembly, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for nearly all present are titans of the global business realm and heads of research institutions. The leaders of companies such as ASML, Apple, and Google, all of whom have previously faced defeat at the hands of Tian, are in attendance, along with heads from various other pivotal sectors. Essentially, the leaders of advantageous industries from all developed nations have gathered here. Yet, the countenances of those present are marked by concern. Musk is the first to break the silence. The purpose of convening you all here is undoubtedly clear. This topic has been discussed ad nauseum. Since the emergence of Yishan Corporation, they have systematically encroached upon numerous fields where we once held dominance. The semiconductor industry is reeling from their onslaught. The likes of Cook and others remain silent. Their expressions grim. What is even more alarming is their research velocity. No challenge seems to present a bottleneck for them, as they effortlessly surmount obstacles. This poses a significant threat to us. Presently, it is in the semiconductor, machine tool, and brain-machine interface sectors. In the future, it could extend to artificial intelligence, industrial software, and other high-end domains, ultimately obliterating all our competitive industries in the West. Each time they hold a press conference, our companies are on edge, fearing that it may pertain to products within our domains. Those present, whose businesses do not directly conflict with Yishun Corporation, visibly grimace at this revelation. Musk continues. Are we simply going to concede defeat? Will we allow this to transpire without resistance? A voice from the audience inquires, what do you propose we do? Our capabilities are insufficient to rival them. Unconventional methods have yielded no results. Musk responds, there's indeed a way. I concede that Tian is the most extraordinary genius on this planet, but he remains but a single individual, whereas we possess 70% of the world's top scientists. Alone, we may not be their match, but united in purpose, we can certainly stand against them. We must recognize that our prolonged internal competition, coupled with the absence of external adversaries, has stifled our overall technological advancement. If we minimize internal strife and consolidate the strengths of our scientists along with our resources, we can achieve remarkable breakthroughs. The assembly contemplates his words, though doubts linger. But such collaboration is easier said than done. Each of us harbors our own interests. Uniting is no simple endeavor. Musk reassures them. This is a matter already considered by the higher-ups who have devised a solution. We shall establish a technology alliance, wherein all innovations developed within the coalition will be shared. Resources, technologies, and networks will flow freely within the alliance without obstruction. Furthermore, we will unveil our most guarded technologies for collective advancement. However, all members must also uphold their responsibilities, diligently participating in research and refraining from actions that could jeopardize the alliance. The attendees exchange glances and ultimately express their agreement with the proposal. To dissent would result in marginalization, hampering future progress, and rejecting the alliance would preclude access to the benefits of Yishun Corporation. Thus, they swiftly reached a consensus on the foundational principles of the alliance. Such a monumental event could not remain concealed in reality. The outside world soon noticed a significant flow of talent across the globe. Moreover, a new research institute was established in Daxia, attracting these talented individuals. Speculation abounds, with some astute observers uncovering that these talents originate from the core research teams of renowned corporations. Their simultaneous resignation to join a new institution raises questions about the motivations behind this shift. Chapter 110. Clues regarding the conquest of cancer. However, seasoned analysts discern the underlying trends. Many of the researchers at the new institute hail from companies like Apple and ASML, which had previously suffered substantial losses at the hands of Yishun Corporation. Could it be that this new research organization harbors intentions against Yishun Corporation? Consequently, public discourse began to circulate, suggesting that those once vanquished by Yishun Corporation were now banding together to pursue scientific endeavors with revenge in mind. The credibility of such speculation grew, as it became apparent that numerous teams from the machine tool industry and Musk's brain machine company had also joined the research institute. Such a significant mobilization could hardly be attributed to mere coincidence. It was evident that these disparate groups were uniting to declare war against Yishun Corporation. This news soon reached Daxia. Netizens engaged in fervent discussions, humorously dubbing it a revenge alliance. This is a wise course of action. I would do the same if I were in their position, uniting all scientists to confront Yishun, one remarked. Yet, a note of concern surfaced. Can a single individual truly contend against them? With Yishun Corporation having reached such heights, it seems no one can rival him. Rest assured, breakthroughs in technology cannot simply be achieved through numbers. Certain advancements are destined to emerge from the minds of geniuses, not from a multitude of researchers. A collective of amateurs will still require guidance from Yishun. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that their foundation is indeed formidable, with so many minds converging. They may yet produce something worthy of caution. Upon hearing this news, Tian merely chuckled in derision. How amusing! If they believe that scientific breakthroughs are so easily attained, we would have already ventured into space. Will uniting truly enable them to accomplish what they could not achieve individually? Zhang Daqiang shared a knowing smile. You are well aware of the situation. There is no need to discuss this matter further. Their ability to succeed is yet to be seen, but it at least demonstrates that they are currently at an impasse. Furthermore, my purpose in conveying this information is twofold. Upon learning of this issue, the higher-ups believe it has transcended mere commercial rivalry and has evolved into a contest for technological supremacy among nations. Consequently, They will fully support your efforts moving forward. Whether it pertains to resources or personnel, do not take this lightly, regardless of your current research endeavors. It would be prudent to pay attention to the fields they are exploring. It would be advantageous to release results before they achieve any significant breakthroughs. I believe that with a few more setbacks, their coalition will falter. Tian inquired, but how can I ascertain what projects they are currently pursuing? Zhang Daqiang replied, you need not worry about that. We have our informants on the ground. Numerous companies are clandestinely in contact with us. They have reluctantly joined the alliance, but do not wish to position themselves as adversaries to Yixin Company. After all, many companies still intend to procure chips and machinery from Daxia. Moreover, they are not optimistic about the alliance's prospects within the coalition. They possess little influence and are not given due attention. The promised benefits are unlikely to materialize for them. In summary, several companies have reached out privately, indicating they will relay intelligence from that side as needed. At the Rice Joint Research Institute, a multitude of scientists had assembled, organized into various groups according to their specializations. In each group, scientists who had previously been competitors or even adversaries in the same field were now united in pursuit of a common goal. This research institute boasted the world's most advanced equipment and an abundance of financial backing. They had even invested heavily in purchasing equipment containing Yixin chips from Daxia, subsequently extracting the chips to assemble supercomputers. Just this endeavor alone had cost hundreds of billions. Verified results showed that this supercomputer performed admirably. Although its size was several times larger than the supercomputers released by Yixin Company, its performance was commendable, exhibiting all the advantages expected of carbon-based chips. Within the research center, Cook asked Musk, what is the status now? The institute is nearly ready. Where do we begin? Musk responded, there are two critical focal points. The first is to accelerate reverse engineering of Yixin Company's products. The second is to expedite breakthroughs in fields they have yet to penetrate. He gestured toward a vast team of top researchers in the distance, indicating, for instance, tackling cancer. This is a global conundrum, and the West has historically been at the forefront in this domain. If we achieve a breakthrough here first, it would signify monumental success. Even if Yixin Company later introduces corresponding products, they will struggle to overshadow our achievements. We will demonstrate to the world that the West remains unassailable in the realm of scientific research. Cook found this reasoning compelling. Furthermore, Musk continued, the reason I am focusing on the field of cancer is that a particular pharmaceutical company has made significant strides. So, I've gathered all the experts to expedite progress. As they approached the research team, Musk introduced, allow me to present Davis, the one who discovered the crucial lead and is destined to become a leading expert and a Nobel laureate. A balding middle-aged man turned. His face flushed with excitement as he gazed at the two men. Mr. Cook, it is an honor to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, Musk urged, Davis, please share your breakthroughs. Davis spoke with palpable enthusiasm. Gentlemen, to be candid, my discovery owes much to the hair growth liquid technology from Yixin Company. The components in their formula are edited microorganisms. At the time, this technology caused a sensation worldwide, ushering in a new direction for treating diseases through the cultivation of specific microorganisms. I began to ponder whether this technology could be applied to combat cancer cells. After extensive research, although I am unclear about how Tian cultivated these microorganisms, I feel I have found my own path. In any case, I have successfully cultivated microorganisms that are attracted to cancer cells. While I have not achieved complete success yet, with everyone's assistance, I believe a breakthrough is imminent. At that point, our alliance will become the first force in the world to entirely conquer cancer. Chapter 111. The Alliance Achieves a Breakthrough. As Davis spoke, he seemed to envision a future where he was revered by all, with grateful patience singing his praises. He was lost in his reverie. Musk chuckled, this is splendid. Not only will we achieve breakthroughs, but it also carries a delicious irony. It's a direct slap in the face to Tian, and I relish it. I am eager to see his expression once our products hit the market. He will never suspect that it was his own technology that inspired our researchers, who outpaced him in solving the cancer dilemma. We will patent the anti-cancer microorganisms we cultivate and sell them at a premium in Daxia, completely sealing off their influence in this domain. What a delightful prospect. As time passed, whether due to the efficacy of this concentrated research model or perhaps divine favor, on this day within the laboratory, one of the men suddenly leaped up in excitement, his expression fervent. I have succeeded. I have successfully synthesized the cancer cell-eating bacteria. The other team members were astonished and quickly gathered around. Under the microscope, they observed a novel microorganism. The atmosphere was electric with joy. Davis carefully examined it and remarked, It appears that fortune favors us. We have achieved a breakthrough so swiftly. This is indeed a brand new synthetic microorganism. The next step is to conduct experimental validation to determine whether it retains the functions we anticipated and can annihilate cancer cells. The researchers cautiously placed droplets containing this microorganism onto a piece of tumor tissue. What happened next was astonishing. The tumor began to shrink gradually, exuding a significant amount of liquid, ultimately reducing to a small charred mass. The researchers observed under the microscope for a while, confirming that the target was completely dehydrated and had lost its viability. The experiment was successful. Oh, the entire laboratory erupted in cheers, embracing one another. Davis laughed heartily. I had faith. I knew this approach would work. Now we have triumphed over Yishan Company in the realm of cancer. It seems this technology is not as daunting as we once imagined. Tian's microbial technology has finally shed its shroud of mystery. This is a promising omen. We can continue to strive for breakthroughs in other fields. Davis instructed everyone to meticulously review every step of the experiment. He was determined not to allow any flaws to taint the entire endeavor. Ultimately, he developed a complete and mature cultivation method for this microorganism, which also did not reproduce. Its cultivation cost was remarkably low, perfectly meeting the requirements for market release. However, merely eliminating external tumor tissue was insufficient. Subsequently, Davis conducted experiments on various animals, including mice, aiming to ensure the drug could operate effectively within living organisms to eradicate cancer cells completely. The results were exceedingly promising. The cancer cell-eating bacteria could traverse freely within biological systems, even breaching the blood-brain barrier, and would relentlessly pursue any tumor tissue they encountered. These animals, regardless of the stage of cancer they were in, experienced a complete eradication of malignant cells within their bodies. The ailing mice, after their recovery, began to frolic energetically within just a few days. Testing revealed that this microorganism bore no toxicity or side effects on normal bodily tissues. This discovery can be hailed as monumental, presenting humanity with an ultimate solution to the enigma of cancer. With this breakthrough, the affliction that has plagued humanity for millennia is no longer a formidable adversary. The arrival of Cook and Musk, who were both exceedingly astonished by the news, was indeed fortuitous. Musk never anticipated such happiness would come so abruptly. Initially, he presumed a lengthy interval would separate mere clues from tangible breakthroughs, especially given the gravity of the issue at hand. The scientific community invests countless resources annually into cancer research, yet the full cure for cancer remains a distant hope. Davis inquired, Sir, shall we announce our findings immediately? I can hardly contain my excitement to astound the world. This year's headlines are bound to be ours. Musk shook his head. No. On the contrary, we must maintain confidentiality until we secure the patent and officially launch the product. Let us not forget that this technology was conceived by Tian. Once he perceives our advancement in this domain, his efficiency will undoubtedly allow him to surpass our progress in no time. At that juncture, all will be lost. Thus, we must temporarily conceal this information. However, fret not. Exceptional circumstances allow for extraordinary measures. While it typically takes years for conventional medications to reach the market, this is evidently no ordinary drug. Following the usual protocol would be tantamount to indirectly condemning those seeking treatment, would it not? The influence we wield within our alliance can expedite this drug's market introduction. I will ensure they clear all hurdles, guaranteeing its availability within a fortnight. I am certain those in the regulatory bodies have long anticipated the emergence of such a star product, as it embodies our sole hope of vanquishing the Yi Company. Davis nodded in agreement. Very well, sir. During this interim, I shall diligently refine this technology to ensure it encounters no issues. That day, a message disseminated across the globe, saturating both reality and cyberspace with advertisements. A technological alliance, spearheaded by hundreds of major corporations, proclaimed a significant achievement that would irrevocably alter the course of human history. They announced a press conference to unveil their findings to the world, inviting all to tune in punctually. This announcement ignited intense discussions worldwide. The press conference also extended invitations to esteemed figures and business magnates from across the globe. In the Great Xia, online discourse was fervent. Such rapid results? Isn't this organization newly established? Have you considered the magnitude of their investment? It is rumored that their research funding knows no bounds. Moreover, they have assembled nearly the world's foremost scientists. It would be remarkable if they did not yield results. One must not underestimate these Westerners when they unite. Their collective power is formidable. The West indeed possesses deep-rooted strengths. Just a while ago, They were the subject of ridicule, and now they produced results. I doubt the E company will have it easy. What results have they achieved? Can they manufacture carbon-based chips now? Unlikely. They claim to be transforming the world, indicating a groundbreaking accomplishment. Regardless of their achievements, the E company will surely catch up. Let us hope so. However, we have fallen behind our rivals this time. Tian is not omnipotent. If he fails to develop the relevant technology, we will be at a disadvantage. The technology produced by this alliance will be shared among all developed nations, effectively excluding us from the equation, a most egregious act. Chapter 112, the press conference of the Technological Alliance. Zhang Daqiang sought out Yi Tian to inquire about his perspective on the matter. Our informants there have yet to return with news. This is to be expected, as we cannot possibly know every detail of research across all fields. Their internal research teams operate under strict confidentiality. What is certain is that their newly announced achievements lie within the realms of medicine, aerospace, and several other projects. What are your intentions? Yi Tian appeared somewhat at a loss for words. Have these individuals truly become so emboldened? I have not regarded them with any seriousness. How could they achieve breakthroughs in such a short span? Nevertheless, regardless of their accomplishments, I shall not concede defeat. I will unveil competing results at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Daqiang expressed concern. While that may be so, there exists a temporal gap between their release and your corresponding technology. Should they indeed have made astonishing advancements, they will bask in the limelight. Even if you subsequently present comparable technology, public perception will have already been established, and they can leverage their influence to promote their innovations. In essence, they have already attained their objectives. Yi Tian Shuruk. If that is the case, it is of little consequence. I have no intention of engaging in rivalry with them. I have not held them in high regard. My sole aim is to introduce a more powerful technology once they unveil their respective products, ensuring that the Great Xia does not regress to its former state. Moreover, I remain skeptical of their current achievements. These fields are not conducive to rapid breakthroughs. Their haste for immediate results and swift market introduction raises the possibility of complications. Hearing Yi Tian's reasoning, Zhang Daqiang found merit in his words. Let's hope for the best. The day of the press conference finally arrived. The Technological Alliance orchestrated the event with an elegance reminiscent of a red carpet affair. Countless fans and media personnel congregated outside, capturing images as prominent figures leisurely traversed the red carpet. The conference was also live-streamed across the internet, garnering the attention of approximately 2 billion viewers worldwide. One cannot deny the Technological Alliance's adeptness in promotion and spectacle, as not a whisper of information had been leaked. The world was abuzz with curiosity regarding the nature of their revealed product. As the conference commenced, amid the fervent applause of the audience, Musk swiftly ascended the stage. With his trademark smile, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Technological Alliance press conference. Today, we proudly present our inaugural achievement, marking merely the beginning of our journey. In the future, our alliance will continuously unveil new technologies that will irrevocably transform the world. Our ambition is to ensure that the benefits of the Technological Alliance as products reach every corner of the globe and, ultimately, to expand our operations throughout the entire solar system." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. However, those familiar with Musk understood that he was merely indulging in grandiose aspirations, recycling old narratives to promote his space venture, having previously alluded to concepts of interplanetary migration. Now, back to the matter at hand. We have gathered here today to share in our excitement. The product we are announcing today represents a monumental breakthrough and advancement in human history. I stand here with pride to declare, from this moment forth, cancer shall no longer be a daunting challenge for humanity. The proclamation elicited a commotion within the venue, as attendees whispered among themselves, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Viewers in the live streaming room erupted in cheers. Wow, incredible. This is the most splendid news I have heard this year. Long live the Technological Alliance. Long live Musk. Long live the white race. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, we in the West are the first to completely crack this conundrum. I am curious about what the Yishan company is currently engaged in. They've been utterly defeated. Did I hear that correctly? Cancer has actually been conquered? This is wonderful. Grandma, you are saved. Will it be available on the market? The netizens of Daxia are equally astonished. What? Is it an anti-cancer drug? How do they manage to break through first? This is unbelievable. Yishan Company, please catch up quickly. It seems that this time, the Technology Alliance has triumphed, as they're the first to achieve this breakthrough, destined to be inscribed in history. The failure of Yishan Company is monumental. No one will remember who came in second. While you all are preoccupied with a rivalry between Yishan Company and the Technology Alliance. Is the anti-cancer drug not worthy of attention? This is cancer we're talking about, a dilemma that has plagued humanity for millennia. Humanity has just lost another terminal illness, bringing us one step closer to a complete cure for all diseases. Oh, I have finally waited for this. I am saved. When will this drug be available in Dacia? Musk continued. Indeed, you did not mishear. After a period of research and development, the Technology Alliance has thoroughly resolved the issue of cancer. Speaking of which, we must give thanks to Yishun Company. Their hair growth liquid technology inspired us. Our research team utilized this concept to cultivate a microorganism specifically designed to feed on cancer cells. After testing, its performance was remarkably effective. It rapidly locates cancer cells within the human body, annihilating them without harming normal tissues. This is truly a perfect anti-cancer drug, regardless of the cancer stage. One can recover as easily as taking cold medicine, without any side effects. Here, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Yishun Company. As he spoke, he smiled and applauded. The audience was taken aback. After a moment, some audience members, having regained their composure, joined in the applause, their faces adorned with smiles, tinged with a hint of mockery. In a live broadcast room, comments poured in. It turns out our Technology Alliance derived inspiration from Yishun Company. We are immensely grateful to Yishun Company. Yishun Company invented microbial technology, but merely utilized it for hair growth liquid. They should have handed such technology over to us sooner. They once boasted about the prowess of microbial technology, but released no technical documentation. Now they have been outdone by us. Clearly, we in the West are superior. After cracking such technology, we promptly solved the cancer issue. Just look at Yishun Company, still stagnating after all this time. What concerns me is that did you not foresee this? We have developed an anti-cancer drug using microbial technology and applied for a patent, which means Yishun Company cannot pursue this technological avenue in the future. Chapter 113. The Great Failure of Yishun Company? This is the best news I have heard today. We have effectively created a technological blockade against Yishun Company using their own technology. Excellent. This anti-cancer drug must be sold at a premium in Dacia to recover our semiconductor investments. With this anti-cancer drug, we can negotiate terms with them. Licensing patents is acceptable, but they must also share carbon-based chip and machine tools technology with us. Beware of those treacherous Daxians secretly producing counterfeits. We cannot allow them to steal our intellectual property. At this moment, the internet in Dacia erupted in heated discussions. No, is this madness? What nonsense! Yishun Company's technology has been stolen. They claim to have cracked the technology and developed an anti-cancer drug. How can this be allowed? We must sue them. There is no basis for a lawsuit. This technology was never patented and has always been kept confidential. Now that it has been deciphered, there is nothing we can do but concede. This is absurd. The Technology Alliance developed an anti-cancer drug immediately after obtaining the technology. I wonder what Yishun Company has been doing during this time. Why hand over a victory that seemed certain? It's not just about the honor. They have also applied for a patent, meaning Yishun Company can no longer utilize this technology for developing anti-cancer drugs, which involves countless interests. I was hoping Yishun Company would rapidly develop their own version, enabling us to save lives immediately, but seems that is no longer feasible. Moreover, we will lose our voice in this area. With so many cancer patients in Dacia, they will be at the mercy of the Technology Alliance, forced to comply with any demands, and the drugs will be sold at exorbitant prices. This is outrageous. Yishun Company has become a historical villain. It is all your fault for opposing the Western technological community, and now you are finished. Now that the Technology Alliance has regained its footing, their foundational strength is becoming apparent. If Yishun Company continues to provoke them, they will never find peace. By the way, is Tian colluding with those pharmaceutical groups? Colluding? What nonsense! Are you brainless? Without Yishun Company, you would still be using overpriced chips imported from abroad. Some people are truly insufferable. When Yishun Company releases new products, they shower praise, and now they engage in ridicule. Do they want to bring down the only company capable of challenging the Technology Alliance? Are you disappointed that Yishun Company did not release an anti-cancer drug sooner? Don't forget, they have introduced several groundbreaking technologies in just the past 6 months. Is that not enough? Do you want to work them to death? I, for one, will always support Yishun Company. They will surely devise a solution. The path to conquering cancer does not rely solely on this one avenue. Haters, stop jumping around. Are you not afraid of being summoned for a chat? At this moment, Zhang Daqiang was also watching the live broadcast, his brow furrowing in concern. Indeed, the worst fears had materialized. Those individuals had actually invented an anti-cancer drug and effectively blocked Yishun Company's route. Could they produce an equivalent technology in such a short time frame? Simultaneously, he observed the mocking comments in the live chat, his expression turning icy. He made a phone call. That day, many departments began to work diligently. Before long, netizens noticed that the unfriendly comments in the live broadcast room had significantly diminished. At the press conference, Musk continued, "Since the successful development of the drug, we have been eager to share this anti-cancer medication with the world. Thus, we have expedited the process. This drug has just passed all clinical tests and received market approval. As a product of the alliance, all pharmaceutical companies within the technology alliance automatically receive patent authorization to produce and sell it. In fact, the purpose of today's press conference is not only to announce this drug. Following the conclusion of the conference, various manufacturers will simultaneously launch the anti-cancer drug for those in need. However, due to limited production capacity, this drug will only be available in countries that are members of the technology alliance. As for other countries, they may negotiate for distribution rights with us." The netizens of Daxia began to discuss fervently. What? It's already on the market? Just invented, and it's directly available? Does it not require more testing? Can it withstand the test of time? This is too sudden. It completely caught us off guard. We had thought that the announcement was just the beginning. With the market launch still far off, and Yishun Company might still have a chance to catch up. It's over. It seems the Technology Alliance has been very meticulous, releasing no information whatsoever, waiting until the market launch to hold the press conference. Why can't the previous version be released? Questioning the safety of this technology is tantamount to questioning the validity of Tian's microbial technology, which is a Nobel Prize-winning achievement. Exclusively released in the nations of the Technological Alliance, there is no share for the Great Xia, with so many companies simultaneously manufacturing. The claim of limited production capacity is utterly absurd. It is evident they are merely seizing the opportunity to negotiate terms, demanding exorbitant prices. How could this be? The hope that had just ignited within me has now been extinguished. My family is still awaiting their medication. The Yishun Company can go to hell. They are the eternal sinners. The press conference concluded amidst thunderous applause. However, the groundbreaking news rapidly reverberated across the globe. Discussions surrounding the cancer treatment drug erupted everywhere. The media extensively covered the event and even conducted exclusive interviews with the research team behind its invention. Dressed in formal attire, Davis accepted the interviews with a smile. During this period, he had become a veritable celebrity, leading him to feel that the silent decades of his life had been in vain. Now, he had transformed into a coveted figure within the academic community. Scholars from the biological sciences flocked around him daily, eager to glean insights regarding microbial cultivation. Prestigious institutions worldwide appointed him as an honorary professor, with many believing he was a frontrunner for the next Nobel Prize. Yet, what piqued public interest even more was the matter of the drug's availability. Following the conclusion of the press conference, numerous pharmaceutical companies in various countries announced their intention to launch the cancer treatment drug domestically, priced at 50,000 RMB for a complete course of treatment. On the day of its official release, hospitals in these countries were nearly overwhelmed. An influx of cancer patients surged, depleting hospital stocks. Meanwhile, those who remained were left anxious and desperate. Soon after, reports emerged regarding the drug's efficacy. Patients who had been diagnosed with cancer began to exhibit a healthier complexion day by day. Even the severely weakened stage for patients showed signs of stabilization post-treatment. This astonishing result sent cancer patients worldwide into a frenzy. Chapter 114, Awaiting Their Self-Destruction. Those who struggled to procure the medication grew increasingly frantic. In no time, the cancer treatment drug became the most sought-after commodity globally. Meanwhile, in Great Xia, cancer patients watched enviously as their foreign counterparts received treatment and recovered. They were filled with resentment, questioning why the Yishun Company had not released the drug sooner and why it opposed the Technological Alliance, resulting in the drug's unavailability in Great Xia and the company's inability to develop further treatments. Those with wealth and means did not ponder these issues. They simply flew abroad for treatment. Foreign institutions catered specifically to affluent individuals from Great Xia, charging exorbitant markups for the cancer treatment drug, at least triple the original price, given the current scarcity. Those unable to travel abroad channeled their fury towards the Yishun Company. Consequently, the internet was inundated with vitriol directed at Yishun. Of course, numerous fans of the company defended it. Critics of Yishun, beyond their harsh insults, uniformly demanded negotiations between Great Xia and the Technological Alliance to expedite the introduction of the cancer drug for the benefit of all patients. Within the Yishun Company, Zhang Daqiang's expression had turned icy with rage. He indignantly remarked to Yi Tian, "What kind of people are these? They only care about their own interests. They remained silent during the brutal suppression of Great Xia, but now that their own benefits are at stake, they are all crying out. Have they forgotten the contributions our company has made to Great Xia? Rest assured, we will soon apprehend a batch of these typical individuals for rectification. Such people do not deserve treatment. Their cancer is merely a consequence of their actions. Tian calmly sipped his water. There is no need to concern ourselves with their opinions. They have no impact on me, and it is not worth my anger over such people. Do you not sense that some among them are orchestrating this? I reviewed their statements, and they all echo the same sentiment. It is clear someone is guiding them, while the rest merely follow suit. Zhang Daqiang replied, "We have noticed this as well. It is undoubtedly the Technological Alliance's hired voices. This situation presents them with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to sow discord among us, maximizing their own gains at our expense. However, this incident indeed caught us off guard. I never anticipated the Technological Alliance would unleash such a formidable weapon. To date, they have achieved nearly total victory and have effectively blocked your microbial approach, intending to leverage the cancer drug for negotiations with us. I'm curious about your next steps." Tian smirked disdainfully. "What? Even you have succumbed to the Technological Alliance's fabrications? You truly believe our microbial cancer treatment route has been thwarted?" Zhang Daqiang appeared astonished. "Isn't that the case? Are they not employing microbial therapy? And the reported treatment outcomes are quite promising." Tian chuckled. "Their drug may utilize microorganisms, and its effects might appear beneficial. But who says they adopted our company's microbial approach? While I am unaware of their specific processes, I am well acquainted with our own technological trajectory. To put it plainly, the technology is exceedingly intricate. It is not something a group of scientists can develop from scratch in a short time. Thus, I harbor significant doubts about their purported microbial technology. I also question the safety of their drug. Since the establishment of the alliance, how long has it been since their drug was released? Even if they require no time for development, they should still be in the animal testing phase rather than launching it directly. Mark my words, such a drug cannot withstand the test of time. Any adverse effects could emerge later. Moreover, this is the field of microbiology, rife with infinite variables. I know this best. Our technology necessitates rigorous handling, and a moment's negligence can lead to various issues." Zhang Daqiang pondered thoughtfully. "I see. No wonder you remain so composed. But can you develop a genuine cancer treatment drug swiftly to debunk these rumors?" Tian shook his head. "Of course, I can, but it is unnecessary at this moment. Let them self-destruct. Soon, all rumors will be proven baseless. Rest assured, this incident will not adversely affect Great Xia. We shall proceed with our business, as usual. Even if the Technological Alliance truly cracked my microbial technology, there is nothing to fear. Who says I lack alternative solutions? Is the medical field limited to just one microbial approach? I can just as easily present other methods to eradicate cancer." Zhang Daqiang felt reassured. He knew Tian was not one to boast. Everything he had said had come to fruition. "Then, when do you plan to launch the cancer treatment product?" "I believe we should expedite its release to fill the gap and prevent the Technological Alliance from living in a fantasy. Furthermore, many honest cancer patients in Great Xia require treatment. Your successful development would also be a meritorious deed." Tian replied, "Let us wait a bit longer. This time, I intend to experiment with something novel. Continuously relying on old technologies lacks freshness. I desire my products to always present new forms." "Very well. As long as you are aware," Zhang Daqiang replied, observing Tian's confidence and choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, within the Technological Alliance, Musk smiled at Cook after hearing reports from his subordinates regarding the situation in Great Xia's online discourse. "See, I told you so. No matter how monumental the achievements of the Yixin company may be, as long as they fail to satisfy the myriad demands of the people of Daxia, discontent will inevitably arise. The people of Daxia have always been notoriously self-serving. Our operations have proceeded with remarkable ease. By deftly inciting conflict among them and intervening at a critical juncture, we can effortlessly reap the greatest rewards. For now, our course of action is to bide our time. We must not initiate any discussions with them. I am confident that, in due course, the pressure will become unbearable for them. At that point, we shall introduce our cancer treatment drugs into Daxia, thereby securing substantial profits and potentially exchanging for vital technologies." Cook remained silent, yet an unsettling intuition lingered within him, suggesting that matters were far from straightforward. He had directly encountered the formidable nature of Yixin Company. To date, no company had ever derived benefits from them. Were they truly so easily manipulated? Chapter 115. The synthesis amount reaches hundreds of billions. Returning to Daxia, Yi Tian remained completely unfazed by the swirling currents of public opinion. At this moment, he was in his laboratory, standing before a large machine. This was a proton-heavy ion therapy device that Yi Tian had procured through his connections. This technology, while a form of radiation therapy, is the pinnacle of such methods globally. It not only obliterates tumor tissues, but also minimizes damage to healthy cells. The principle involves accelerating protons, or ions, to 70 of the speed of light, after which this energy is released precisely within the tumor tissues. This represents the future trajectory of radiation therapy. However, due to its high demands and exorbitant costs, only a handful of developed nations possess such equipment, with Dacia having only one. While this device boasts impressive efficacy, it does not signify the complete eradication of cancer. In truth, its destructive capability against tumors may not surpass that of conventional radiation therapies. Its current popularity is largely attributed to its reduced harm to the human body. Moreover, this technology is primarily effective for low-grade malignant tumors, rendering a significant portion of tumors unsuitable for treatment by it. Nonetheless, Yi Tian opted for this device because it epitomizes the zenith of human technological advancement in radiation therapy. Consequently, subsequent technologies synthesized based on it would inherit many of its virtues. Upon witnessing the technological alliance's development of a cancer treatment drug, Yi Tian sought to adopt a novel approach. Although he could develop a cancer drug himself, doing so might evoke perceptions of imitation. Yi Tian abhors compétitions. He yearns to present the public with something entirely innovative. With a thought, he unlocked the machine in the store. The device was appraised at 1 billion points, necessitating a total of 100 billion points to synthesize a secondary-grade item. This could be regarded as the most technologically advanced secondary-grade item Yi Tian had synthesized thus far. It is well known that the technological sophistication of an item does not solely correlate with its grade, but rather aligns more closely with its point valuation in the store. Thus, this is undoubtedly the most technologically advanced secondary-grade item available. Yi Tian decisively credited 100 billion points, placed them into the synthesizer, and initiated the synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained one super universal cancer treatment device. Upon hearing the name, Yi Tian's heart soared with joy. The inclusion of super suggested remarkable prowess, and the term universal indicated its capability to treat any classification of cancer, regardless of stage. He scrutinized the product description and, true to expectation, this was a device capable of completely eradicating cancer. Its appearance resembled that of an oversized magnetic resonance imaging machine. Patients merely needed to lie within it, and the device would scan and identify every cancer cell in the patient's body, marking them accordingly. Subsequently, it would emit a powerful, specialized radiation that penetrates healthy cells without any adverse effects, exploding with energy upon contact with the marked cells, effectively neutralizing them. This energy detonates solely within each cancer cell, sparing all healthy cells, thus eliminating any side effects. Treatment is swift, requiring only 2 minutes from entry to completion. A significant improvement over conventional radiation devices that often necessitate lengthy sessions spanning half an hour or more. However, the cost of this device is indeed substantial, and it cannot be produced in reality. Yi Tian learned from the documentation that the radiation source employed in this device is an extraterrestrial mineral, the core of the machine, which cannot be replicated. Even if manufactured, it would be prohibitively expensive for others. Hence, this treatment device is intended solely for his use. Yi Tian plans to establish a hospital under the Yixin Company, utilizing this device as a featured treatment to enhance its visibility. Of course, this is not the time for such considerations. He recharged with 900 billion points, synthesized 9 cancer treatment devices, and placed them all into the synthesizer to commence synthesis. Although he had acquired the cancer treatment device, he felt no sense of satisfaction and wished to explore further synthesis for more surprises. Recently, his disposable income had increased significantly. 900 billion was a negligible sum. This was indeed his first time spending such a considerable amount on synthesis. A dazzling golden light flashed. Ding! As this was the host's first attempt at a large-scale synthesis, a special reward for a major success was granted. He obtained a level 4 item, a super treatment pod. Yi Tian's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated that spending 1,000 billion points on synthesis would yield such a reward. Normally, synthesizing a level 4 item requires 10 trillion points. This level 4 item possesses a technological sophistication that greatly surpasses even the Iron Man mecha. Among the items in Yi Tian's possession, its value is second only to Wally. He quickly reviewed the detailed description of the super treatment pod. The next moment, He was utterly astounded. Although the name of this device sounded rather unremarkable, its capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. It could be summarized with the two words treatment, as it can cure everything. Any human ailment, whether inherited or acquired, is no longer deemed incurable. This includes not only cancer but also genetic diseases and even rabies in its acute phase, which typically has a near 100 mortality rate. Moreover, it does not merely treat diseases. Any injury, as long as there is breath in the patient, can be restored to its original state. Even the regeneration of severed limbs is feasible. With this device, humanity need no longer fear injury or illness. This machine also incorporates several more rare extraterrestrial minerals. Among these, there exists a novel component capable of emitting specialized waves that facilitate various functions. Some waves can influence the brain, providing potent hypnotic effects that can completely substitute for anesthesia. Others can eliminate all foreign entities within the human body, including cancer cells, parasites, bacteria, viruses, and so forth. Of course, the most crucial wave is the one that powerfully activates the body's cellular regeneration functions, achieving tissue repair. This represents the ultimate solution to humanity's health issues, technology that should not have been invented for several centuries. This device can also serve as a distinctive offering for the hospital. Initially, Tian felt that aside from cancer treatment, the hospital lacked unique specialties, rendering it overly singular. However, with the emergence of this miraculous device, such concerns are alleviated. It can be said that the Yishan Hospital will undoubtedly become the preeminent medical institution worldwide, the only hospital capable of saving any patient with but a single breath, curing any injury or illness. Tian summoned Zhang Daqiang to showcase his latest inventions, two remarkable machines. The latter appeared thoroughly astonished. Chapter 116, the Super Treatment Capsule. What is this? Did you concoct this yourself? Tian, somewhat exasperated, replied, Didn't you urge me to hasten the development of an anti-cancer product? Well, here it is. Zhang Daqiang, taken aback, exclaimed, So soon? It'd only been 2 days since I mentioned it. He continued, Academician Yi, you must possess some magical wand that effortlessly conjures cutting-edge technology. After the jest, Zhang Daqiang added, I thought you were going to develop a medication. What is this contraption? Is it reliable? Tian responded firmly, Remove the doubt. When have I ever been unreliable? This is unequivocally the most effective method for treating cancer, significantly faster than drug therapies, regardless of the cancer stage or the extent of metastasis. Simply lying inside for under 2 minutes guarantees the eradication of every cancer cell in the body. Moreover, it poses no harm and has absolutely no side effects, far surpassing the treatments offered by the Technology Alliance. Zhang Daqiang was astonished. Is it truly that remarkable? What is the underlying principle? Tian explained it. It operates similarly to radiation therapy, but is 1,000,000 times safer. The radiation source utilized is not the conventional one, but a uniquely specific wave that targets only the marked cancer cells, leaving healthy cells unharmed. Zhang Daqiang nodded in understanding. If that is the case, then this crisis is averted. What are your plans next? Will you hold a press conference to unveil this machine or produce it for sale to hospitals? Tian shook his head. This machine cannot be mass-produced, as it incorporates numerous rare materials. Just the cost of this single unit reaches 10 billion. Who could I possibly sell it to? Zhang Daqiang gasped in disbelief. What? 10 billion could procure several versatile machine tools, yet you've only created one cancer treatment device? That's exorbitant. What do you intend to do next? Zhang Daqiang inquired. Tian replied, We plan to utilize this machine ourselves. To be candid, I summoned you because I wish to establish a hospital, with this machine serving as our primary treatment method. However, founding a hospital is no simple task. So I seek your assistance in coordinating all necessary aspects to ensure prompt operational readiness. Zhang Daqiang stroked his chin. That is no problem. I assure you I can expedite all the documentation. If you require experts, I can also facilitate the recruitment of talent. If we are to establish a cancer hospital, with your technology, it could indeed become the best in the country. Eventually, it would create a positive feedback loop, attracting more experts over time. Given the high number of cancer patients worldwide, it could be quite lucrative. Perhaps in a few months, your investment in this machine will be recouped. Tian shook his head. Hold on. Who said I'm only opening a cancer hospital? I intend to establish a comprehensive hospital that caters to all types of patients, offering our high-tech, intelligent, premium services. Furthermore, we aim not only to treat patients, but to serve as a research-oriented institution, emphasizing academic medical studies. In essence, our hospital will prioritize academia over mere treatment. Zhang Daqiang gasped, his expression turning troubled. That might prove challenging. If you were to specialize in oncology, it aligns perfectly with your expertise. Arranging for some oncology specialists would likely encounter little resistance. However, if you pursue a general hospital, your lack of expertise in treating other ailments may deter experts from joining. Tian Simidit, who said our hospital is limited to cancer treatment. You didn't think I only developed a machine for treating cancer, did you? Zhang Daqiang was completely taken aback. Huh, isn't that the case? Of course not. Faced with a direct challenge from the Technology Alliance, how could I possibly limit myself to a single cancer treatment technology? True to my nature, I aim to reclaim the upper hand comprehensively. Thus, I have not only developed a cancer treatment device, but also created a super treatment capsule capable of addressing all diseases and ailments. Zhang Daqiang was utterly astonished. While he could somewhat accept Yi Tian developing a cancer treatment instrument within days, the introduction of a treatment capsule was beyond his expectations. Despite their long acquaintance, Yi Tian continually revealed the extraordinary. This treatment capsule can cure all diseases? Is that true? Even AIDS and rabies? Yi Tian nodded. As long as there is breath. No matter the ailment or severity of injury, complete healing is achievable. Even a severed limb can regenerate. What? Zhang Daqiang jumped up in shock. That defies logic. It exceeds my understanding. Are you serious? How can tissue regrow? We are cold-blooded creatures. Yi Tian chuckled. Do not challenge my technology with your perceptions. If cold-blooded animals can regenerate body parts, then under certain conditions, humans can as well. My treatment capsule provides those conditions. It activates a special healing light that rejuvenates all tissue cells throughout the body by supplying sufficient electrical energy to the capsule. That energy can be transformed into the energy required for tissue regeneration. Zhang Daqiang was rendered speechless. The notion that energy input into the treatment capsule could directly convert into biological energy for the human body was profoundly unscientific. The human body relies on various nutrients to supply sufficient biological energy. This seemed to transcend the realm of technology, bordering on miraculous. Can such a technology truly be conceived by humanity? What is going on in Yi Tian's mind? How could he produce such groundbreaking technology? The treatment capsule suddenly reminded Zhang Daqiang of a film he had watched titled Captain Rice, where the protagonist was enhanced into a superhuman through a device that utilized electrical energy. Although Yi Tian's treatment capsule may not transform individuals into superhumans, its principle seemed even more outrageous than those depicted in the movie. Wait a moment, Zhang Daqiang cautiously inquired. Academician Yi, your treatment capsule sounds somewhat familiar. It doesn't enhance individuals into super soldiers, does it? Chapter 117. The alternative function of the treatment capsule. Yi Tian paused, momentarily caught off guard. Oh well, your imagination is a bit too vivid. Of course, that is not the case. Our treatment capsule is primarily focused on healing. Zhang Daqiang breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the treatment capsule was not as fantastical as he had envisioned. However, upon hearing that, Zhang Daqiang's heart raced again. However, what? Yi Tian elaborated. While it cannot enhance individuals into superhumans, it can elevate them to peak human potential. Zhang Daqiang was instantly intrigued. It is well known that humans possess various inherent and acquired deficiencies. Congenital shortcomings or a lack of nutrition and exercise or illness can prevent individuals from reaching their maximum potential. In the treatment capsule, these deficiencies are identified and rectified. This means that if fully activated for repair, it can cure all deficiencies. After the restoration, one would emerge as a quintessential human being, not only perfectly developed, but also possessing an unparalleled physical prowess, with every muscle reaching an apex of excellence. Accompanying this transformation would be attributes such as constitution, endurance, explosive power, speed, body fat percentage, height, and more, all epitomizing perfection at its zenith. This surpasses any conventional training humans undergo, implying one could attain a speed comparable to that of a 100-meter sprinter, along with the endurance of a marathon runner and the strength akin to that of a weightlifter, among other remarkable capabilities. Of course, these attributes cannot all be simultaneously maximized. For instance, one cannot sprint like a 100-meter runner while running a marathon, as such stamina would be inadequate. The enhancements post-restoration would not exceed human limits, nor would any specific performance surpass that of exceptionally gifted athletes. However, in a holistic sense, the outcome would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Zhang Daqiang listened with rapt attention. What you describe sounds akin to a superhuman, does it not? Although the strength attributes might not be as exaggerated as Captain Rice's. Yi Tian scratched his head. It seems so, but it merely indicates that humanity has yet to fully tap into the potential of the human body, or rather, one can only excel in a handful of areas, never mastering all simultaneously. My treatment pod precisely enables one to transform into the ideal human. However, subsequent reinforcement through personal training is essential to maintain the body's functions. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Daqiang, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Academician Yi, if that's the case, the value of this treatment pod is likely far greater than we can imagine. Just think, if in the future, every individual could achieve such levels of physical prowess, how formidable we would become. Especially at this stage, deploying this technology on a small scale could yield unimaginable rewards. I must report this in detail to the higher-ups. By the way, are there any side effects from the transformation process? Yi Tian shook his head. Of course, there cannot be any side effects. By the way, would you like to give it a try? That way, you will be the first superhuman to emerge. Zhang Daqiang's heart raced. Really? Are you certain it's safe? Well, perhaps I should give it a go. Yi Tian activated the machine, opening the pod's door and instructing Zhang Daqiang to enter as required. Just lie back. The rest is up to me. For some inexplicable reason, as he lay in the treatment pod, Zhang Daqiang suddenly felt a wave of anxiety and a tinge of regret. Yi Tian's grandiose claims about the effects of the treatment had sown a seed of doubt within him. This was a complete transformation. Could there be complications? While lost in thought, he suddenly perceived a low humming sound, which felt oddly soothing. Unbeknownst to him, his body gradually began to lose sensation. He sensed his consciousness growing heavier, until finally, he drifted into oblivion. Upon observing the machine indicating that Zhang Daqiang's brainwaves had entered a tranquil frequency, Yi Tian pressed the button for complete treatment. In an instant, the machine erupted with a thunderous roar, enveloping the entire interior of the pod in an extraordinary, kaleidoscopic light. Yi Tian was unaware that since he pressed that button, the laboratory's power meter had begun to spin rapidly. When Zhang Daqiang awoke once more, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. He opened his eyes, relishing an unprecedented tranquility. After what felt like half a day, he suddenly jolted awake, questioning why he was there. Recalling his identity and purpose for being there, he realized he had never slept so soundly since starting work. He had not experienced such depth of slumber in years. Simultaneously, he sensed something unusual. Distant sounds reached his ears, the rustling of leaves in the wind and the distant laughter of people. He could distinctly discern two individuals arguing several dozen meters away, even catching specific words. Everything before him appeared astonishingly vivid. Since entering middle age, his eyesight had significantly deteriorated, and he had not experienced such clarity in vision for a long time. He even suspected that he had never seen the world so clearly. For instance, the face of the curious individual approaching him was so distinct that he could see every fine hair from several meters away. Realizing this was the effect of the treatment pod, he felt a surge of joy and quickly sat up. Yi Tian inquired, "You're awake?" Zhang Daqiang scratched his head. "How long have I been asleep?" Yi Tian responded, "Since you entered the treatment pod, 6 hours have elapsed. The treatment itself only took an hour. And seeing you were in such a deep slumber, I didn't wake you." Zhang Daqiang observed Yi Tian scrutinizing him at close range and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's rather unsettling." Yi Tian laughed heartily. "You can't blame me. Anyone witnessing the changes in you would react similarly. You should quickly see what has transpired with your body." Zhang Daqiang glanced at his hands, startled. Until now, his focus had been on his vision and hearing, entirely oblivious to the changes in his physique. It was then he noticed his skin had transformed to a remarkably fair and rosy complexion, exhibiting remarkable elasticity akin to that of an infant. The weathered, dark skin marred by years of hardship, along with blemishes and rough pores, had completely vanished. This transformation reminded Zhang Daqiang of the innate realm described in martial arts novels. The changes in his body did not cease there. He felt as though his arms had lengthened slightly and become remarkably robust. His arms emanated an astonishing sense of strength, with each muscle distinctly defined, visually brimming with explosive potential. Zhang Daqiang swung his arm, realizing he now possessed enough strength to fell a bull. He hastily rose and approached the mirror. Upon seeing his reflection, he was utterly astounded. Is this still me? The transformation is too drastic. In the mirror stood a well-proportioned, athletically built man, noticeably taller than before. Although not in the realm of a bodybuilder, his proportions were impeccable, lines perfect, radiating vitality and health. His facial structure had also altered, now barely recognizable. The white hairs atop his head had vanished, replaced by a lush mane of black. He noticed that his birthmarks had completely disappeared, along with scars from past injuries. He had previously suffered from the injuries and rheumatism, which had caused him immense pain. Now, his knee felt utterly unburdened, as if he had been given an entirely new body. Zhang Daqiang gazed at his reflection in the mirror, speechless for a long while. Eventually, he turned to Yi Tian, seemingly trying to peer into his soul, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. "You're truly terrifying." After uttering this, he sought an excuse to depart, needing time to process everything. Outside, Zhang Daqiang's subordinate noticed a stranger exiting Yi Tian's room and immediately heightened his vigilance. He had been observing for some time and knew no unfamiliar faces had entered. It should have been only Zhang Daqiang and Yi Tian inside. Moreover, the man was approaching him. The subordinate immediately called out, "Who are you? How did you end up here? What do you want? Show me your ID." Zhang Daqiang was taken aback. The subordinate, seeing his silence, glanced again at the laboratory door, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "What have you done to Academician Yi and Team Leader Zhang?" With that, he drew his gun, pointing it at Zhang Daqiang, while simultaneously activating his miniature earpiece to summon assistance. At that moment, Zhang Daqiang had no desire to engage in dialogue. "What are you going on about?" The subordinate barely registered a blur before Zhang Daqiang had snatched the handgun from his grasp. Simultaneously, the individual was pressed against the car, with his hands restrained behind his back by a powerful grip. A surge of alarm coursed through him, for he realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. As he pondered his next move, Zhang Daqiang spoke up. "After all these years, you don't even recognize me? You've turned against me?" His subordinate froze in place. That familiar voice and tone, wasn't it that of their leader? A disbelieving thought flickered in his mind. "Boss." Zhang Daqiang released his grip and tossed a firearm to him. With an exasperated tone, he stated, "Who else could it be? Drive. I need to report back urgently." The subordinate stood there utterly dumbfounded. "But boss, what has happened to you? This transformation is so drastic that it's no wonder I didn't recognize you. Did you undergo plastic surgery? And you seem taller. Your skin is so fair." Zhang Daqiang was rendered speechless. "I beg you, please refrain from mentioning that word white again. As for why I've changed, just know that it's due to a new technology developed by Yi Tian. Now, let us hasten back. This matter must remain confidential, and I need to report to the higher-ups immediately." A few hours later, Zhang Daqiang found himself at a mysterious base. He sat in a chair, facing several middle-aged men whose expressions were grave. Following this briefing, the higher-ups swiftly recognized the significance of the situation and expressed a desire to personally investigate the changes he had undergone. Shortly thereafter, an aide entered, holding several reports, which he handed to the men. They perused the documents, and their expressions softened. The fingerprint, iris, and voice recognition were all consistent with previous data. Although the DNA had slightly altered, it was still identifiable as belonging to the same individual. One man smiled and said, "Xiao Zhang, don't take it personally. We simply found your account too incredible to believe. It sounded almost fantastical, leading us to question your identity. Now, however, with the corroboration of your past experiences, your identity has been confirmed. We can now discuss what you have witnessed." Zhang Daqiang responded with unwavering certainty. Indeed, he recounted his experiences at Yi Tian's facility in great detail, having previously shared them over the phone with many. However, this time he elaborated thoroughly, with the audience occasionally interjecting with questions. Once the briefing concluded, one man remarked, "According to your health examination, it appears that all your cells have regained vitality. However, the telomeres remain unchanged, meaning this method does not confer longevity, but merely optimizes the condition of your bodily tissues and cells. Additionally, your height has increased by 7 centimeters, and various bodily metrics have undergone slight adjustments. Bone density has also seen a minor increase. Moreover, the examination revealed that you currently have no injuries or illnesses. Even long-standing ailments and genetic defects have been rectified. How do you feel now?" Zhang Daqiang replied, "I feel fantastic. It's as if I've regained 20 years of youth, and my physical condition is unprecedentedly excellent." Another man nodded. "According to Yi Tian's description, this is because all your physical attributes have been automatically elevated to their peak potential. You can now participate in any sporting event and achieve the level of an international athlete. What do you think? Are you interested in undergoing some practical physical tests? We are quite curious to see if the effects are indeed as remarkable as stated." Zhang Daqiang saluted and said, "I will comply with all arrangements." Thus, in front of the gathered crowd, Zhang Daqiang performed a complete series of tests. The results left everyone astonished. He demonstrated superhuman qualities in every discipline. Although he might not surpass the world's elite athletes in individual events, collectively, he undoubtedly stood as the strongest human on Blue Star. Several leaders were filled with exhilaration. "Incredible. Far beyond our expectations. Imagine if every soldier possessed such physical prowess." They then arranged for a combat demonstration, eager to see how his enhanced attributes influenced his fighting capabilities. Xiao Zhang, why not take a moment to rest? Zhang Daqiang, brimming with anticipation, replied, no need. I feel fine. I could run a marathon. Let us proceed with the test right away. Very well. The leader summoned a group of nearby Special Forces soldiers. You may spar with them. Choose any one of them. Zhang Daqiang glanced over. No need to select. You all can come at me together. The Special Forces team was incensed. One soldier stepped forward, fury radiating from him. What audacity! You, who spent years in an office without rigorous training or life-and-death encounters, have merely gained a few advantages and now look down upon us. I shall teach you a lesson and show you the true disparity. With that, he charged at Zhang Daqiang. Chapter 119, The New Humanity. Zhang Daqiang merely regarded him and shook his finger. You're not worthy. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend, the soldier found himself on the ground, bewildered as to how he had been brought down. Rising with indignation, he declared, let us go again. You can't be serious. I wasn't ready. The team leader halted him, casting a wary glance at Zhang Daqiang. Step back. You are no match for him. Brother, you possess remarkable skills. Allow me to exchange a few blows with you. The soldier, feeling ashamed, retreated. The onlookers were abuzz with excitement, for this captain was renowned as a master warrior, excelling in all skills, including combat. As the captain took his stance and launched the first strike, a punch aimed at Zhang Daqiang, the latter remained unperturbed. In his perception, once he focused his attention, the captain's movements appeared agonizingly slow, revealing countless vulnerabilities. Like lightning, Zhang Daqiang seized the captain's arm. The captain, startled, attempted to break free, but an irresistible force pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The atmosphere fell silent. The soldiers gazed in disbelief at the scene, struggling to accept the outcome. This was their captain, nearly undefeated in combat. Zhang Daqiang loosened his grip. The captain rose, his expression now grave. He comprehended the comprehensive disparity between them. Zhang Daqiang, having gauged his own capabilities, declared, there's no need for further competition, unless we employ firearms. It would be futile for anyone to challenge me while my stamina is sufficient. Since his transformation, not only had his strength escalated, but he also possessed no excess muscle. His control over each muscle had intensified, his flexibility remained superb, and most importantly, his reaction speed had accelerated. He could effortlessly execute various combat techniques. He reflected, I believe the enhancement technology focuses on maximizing human physical capabilities to their limits. It's akin to the disparity in physical attributes between modern humans and primitive ancestors. Modern evolution has rendered many physical tasks unnecessary, leading to some muscle and even organ functions degrading, resulting in an inadequate utilization of one's capabilities. However, after this transformation, I feel I have achieved 100% efficiency in utilizing every muscle, facilitating effortless exertion and the application of diverse techniques. The audience was left in complete awe. It was not to say that the physical attributes of primitive humans would inherently outclass those of modern individuals, but in certain aspects, they were indeed superior. The evolutionary trajectory of contemporary humans had already dictated a growing reliance on non-physical capabilities, leading to an overall decline in physical fitness. The new humanity, enhanced through Tian's technology, represented an unprecedented elevation of pure physical prowess. The ultimate evolutionary version, encapsulating the pinnacle of all human special skills. Indeed, as all eyes turned towards Zhang Daqiang, the term new humanity involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Regardless of the perspective, it was evident that modern humans were being ground down to dust. It was merely a matter of time before direct isolation occurred. With all tests completed, the researchers meticulously documented the results, their excitement palpable as they realized they were witnessing history in the making. One scientist promptly suggested that they should enhance more individuals and provide additional samples for further research. The leader shared this sentiment and inquired of Zhang Daqiang, young Zhang, do you think you could discuss with Tian the possibility of revealing the technology behind this instrument? We could study it further and perhaps even construct a few more ourselves. Such a miraculous device surely warrants a thorough understanding of its principles, doesn't it? Zhang Daqiang managed a wry smile. I'm afraid that's a futile endeavor. I've already broached the subject with him. He stated that the value of this instrument is beyond imagination, constructed from exceedingly rare materials, making mass production impossible in the foreseeable future. Tian estimated that its creation cost approximately 1 trillion. Even he possesses only one unit, which he intends to keep as a last resort for the hospital. The leaders were taken aback and quickly shook their heads. Then let's forget about it. At this juncture, Nearly everyone understood that Yi Tian undoubtedly harbored his own secrets. It was inconceivable that he could conjure such a plethora of technologies and products solely through intellect. As long as he deemed a device suitable for mass production, it would surely be sold to the higher-ups. After all, how could methods akin to those in science fiction be disseminated as readily as cabbages? While there was a tinge of regret, they harbored no thoughts of demanding anything. Zhang Daqiang met with Yi Tian once more. All the necessary procedures for your hospital have been completed. It can officially open as soon as construction is finalized. Additionally, arrangements have been made for top-tier specialists in every department. Oh, and regarding your super treatment pod, he continued, the higher-ups have assessed it and deemed its value exceedingly high. Consequently, the hospital's security will be top-notch, primarily to safeguard this machine. They also advised me to inform you that it would be prudent to refrain from offering full-body transformation services for the time being, as managing those transformed individuals poses a significant threat. Furthermore, they will be organizing a group of individuals to undergo complete enhancements. How do you propose we handle the charges for this? Yi Tian replied, let us charge them at cost. The machine primarily incurs expenses related to energy consumption and the internal radiation sources. For enhancing an individual, let us set the fee at 3 million. Zhang Daqiang noted this down. Although 3 million per person may seem steep, it was relatively inexpensive compared to the training costs incurred by the higher-ups. After all, these enhanced individuals could be utilized across various sectors, requiring only a brief period of adaptation to excel in any role, be it as pilots, fighter pilots, or astronauts. Such talent typically demanded costs exceeding 10 million, with no upper limit. The transformed new humanity would perform nearly flawlessly, often surpassing even those who had undergone extensive training. Zhang Daqiang added, by the way, there's something else. Ever since the incident at the Tech Expo, those foreign mysterious organizations have not abandoned their intentions towards you. During this period, our early warning system has identified numerous suspicious individuals, several of whom appear to be targeting you. This time, they have not devised complex plans. Rather, they intend to eliminate you directly through various covert means. Although there have been fewer individuals approaching you recently, it does not indicate they have given up. Rather, they have sensed something amiss, causing their plans to consistently falter. They may have surmised something, leading to a more discreet approach in their subsequent attempts. We are prepared, and it would be wise for you to avoid unnecessary movement during this time. Yi Tian nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Chapter 120, Press Conference. Yi Tian summoned Lu Ping to demonstrate the capabilities of the two instruments, informing him of the completion of the hospital's paperwork and the impending construction. Lu Ping, initially taken aback, assured him that he would diligently manage the forthcoming arrangements. Yi Tian ahadit, relieved that this farcical episode, led by the Technology Alliance, was finally drawing to a close. On this day, the long-silent Yixun Company announced a press conference schedule for the following week, where significant decisions would be unveiled. This news quickly garnered widespread attention. Since the Technology Alliance released the cancer treatment drug, the public had been keenly interested in the developments concerning Yixun Company, eager to see if they could swiftly launch a product to dispel the unfavorable rumors surrounding them. However, Yixun Company had maintained an unusually low profile lately, refraining from any responses or new actions, leaving many disappointed. In contrast, the Technology Alliance and foreign entities reveled in their perceived victory. Daxia netizens engaged in lively discussions. Oh my, Yixun Company is finally making a move. Have they succeeded in developing the cancer drug? If so, that would be wonderful. My family is waiting for the medication, and the foreign drugs are exorbitantly priced and unavailable in Daxia. You're dreaming. Developing a cancer drug is not such an easy feat. Why do you think Yixun Company hasn't released one before? Moreover, their technological pathways have been effectively sealed off, making the establishment of a new system no trivial matter. I believe they're simply succumbing to pressure, planning to delay with this announcement. How amusing. You underestimate Yixun Company. People are now focused on cancer issues. They must have found a solution this time. I've been proven wrong countless times. I will henceforth steadfastly trust Yixun Company. What of difficulties? They are capable of miracles. I doubt Yixun Company could have found a solution in such a short time. If that were the case, they would have held a product launch, not merely a press conference to announce important decisions. Does this signify they are contemplating a compromise? Perhaps they have felt the outcry from countless patients and decided to acquiesce to the Technology Alliance for the right to sell the cancer drug. Impossible. How could Yixun Company possibly yield? Oh dear, what should be done? Yixun Company must not fall for this. Do not relinquish the hard-earned technological advancements. Soon, the day of the press conference arrived. At the Yixun Company venue, an array of reporters from around the globe gathered. Lu Ping ascended the stage, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our press conference. Today, we have a significant announcement to make, and we will also address recent inquiries. Without further ado, let us commence. As you are all aware, a so-called technology alliance has emerged recently, positioning Yishun Company as a hypothetical adversary and openly provoking us. Initially, we at Yishun Company sought to maintain a low profile in our research, wishing to avoid such conflicts. However, contrary to our intentions, our reticence has been misconstrued as cowardice, leading to various attacks from public opinion and the emergence of absurd rumors. Today, I stand before you to respond to these claims. Yishun Company has never regarded any individual or organization as a rival. However, that does not imply we are soft targets to be easily manipulated. Furthermore, we are unconcerned with the so-called scientific competition or the ridiculous notion of being cornered. Regarding your keen interest in the resolution of cancer issues, we have straightforwardly developed a solution, which we will announce to the public today. The methods employed by Yishun Company surpass those of the Technology Alliance in terms of simplicity, efficiency, and economic practicality. The moment this statement was uttered, it provoked a flurry of excitement among the assembled reporters, who fervently began typing away. In the live stream of this press conference, netizens had already commenced their discussions. Fantastic! So powerful! This is the Yishun Company I know. Now I feel at ease. Indeed, Yishun Company is formidable. Nothing seems to daunt them. I always knew they would present a solution. As a loyal supporter, I have steadfastly believed this. Wonderful! My grandmother is saved. The recent public discourse has been utterly absurd. Netizens are quick to criticize at the slightest dissatisfaction. Let us protect the finest Yishun Company. Here we go again with the bravado. At least the Technology Alliance has already introduced an anti-cancer drug, while I have yet to hear any substantial information from this side. What good is strong rhetoric without a product? If they had something, they would have held a product launch by now. This merely indicates they are disseminating a message, perhaps suggesting something is still in development. It's just bravado, refusing to acknowledge the gap between them and the Technology Alliance, refusing to admit failure. If they had a viable solution, they wouldn't have waited this long. They would have unveiled it well before the Technology Alliance began their research. Let us not forget, the technology of microorganisms was indeed their invention. Here we go again. The trolls are back. I will report this. Far away within the Technology Alliance, Musk, observing the situation, chuckled to Cook. It seems Yishun Company has been cornered by us. The introduction of their anti-cancer drug should strike them hard. The more they pretend to be unconcerned, the more they are affected. Should they truly develop a product with their style of operation, they would certainly hold a launch event. Regardless, we have achieved a significant victory this time. Now let us see what they're truly concocting. Cook remained silent, but the haunting shadow of doubt loomed large in his mind. He recalled the scene when the fruit company was unexpectedly defeated, which bore a striking resemblance to the current predicament. On the surface, the Technology Alliance appeared to dominate entirely. But hadn't the same been true for their semiconductor alliance previously? Does Yishun Company genuinely have no recourse? Or are they merely biding their time for a counterattack? Back at the scene, a reporter attempted to pose a question, but was silenced by Lu Ping. He continued, "Before we formally introduce today's significant content, I would like to take this opportunity to issue a reminder to the public, as well as to dispel some rumors. This comes from our Nobel laureate in microbiology, Tian. Previously, the Technology Alliance claimed to have cracked our microbial technology, thus creating their anti-cancer drug. I must clarify here that this drug could not possibly have been developed using our company's technology." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Chapter 121. Is there a major hidden danger in the anti-cancer drug? Lu Ping continued. We had not previously disclosed the technical details concerning microbial cultivation, which may have led to a misjudgment in the public's perception of the complexity of this technology, leading them to believe it could be easily replicated. I must inform everyone that this notion is erroneous. The unique cultivation of microorganisms involves numerous parameters that must be considered, and its complexity is truly beyond imagination. Each stage requires immense computational effort, and the more intricate the desired functionality, the greater the computational load. Consequently, even a company as research-oriented as ours has only temporarily applied this technology to hair growth solutions. We have not yet ventured into addressing cancer. Therefore, we do not believe that the Technology Alliance's anti-cancer drug employs this technology. In another light, they have merely discovered a shortcut to producing a similar drug. However, this drug has failed to account for numerous critical details and has been rushed to market without undergoing extensive testing, thus harboring significant risks. We urge the global community to exercise caution and refrain from using this drug for cancer treatment. We also call upon the Technology Alliance to take responsibility and swiftly withdraw this drug to prevent further harm. The moment these words were spoken, the press conference venue and online platforms erupted in chaos. Wow, how audacious to confront the Technology Alliance directly. Is this wise? The Technology Alliance is currently riding high. So the Technology Alliance's drug has issues. Well done, Yixin Company. Oh no, my family is about to seek treatment abroad. Should they still go? This is hilarious. How can they not see such an obvious smear campaign? Do they have evidence that the other drug has issues? At least they already cured many people and reported no side effects. I find it odd that they can so confidently dismiss the Technology Alliance's methods without knowing them. It's quite laughable. This is mere denial of their own failures. After investing so much time without results, they desperately refute others' achievements. The age-old adage rings true. If they could have produced it, Yixin Company would have done so long ago, without the need for empty rhetoric now, claiming it's too complex for others to achieve. Yet how do they manage to create their hair growth solution? Do they look down on others so? It can only be said that the market for anti-cancer drugs is immense, intertwined with numerous interests, prompting Yixin Company to resort to such tactics to defame competitors. Is this any different from how other companies use to smear Yixin? The Dragon Slayer ultimately becomes the dragon. You trolls are relentless. Yixin Company will not stoop to the lowly tactics of your masters. I will forever believe in Yixin Company. If they say the anti-cancer drug is faulty, then it is indeed faulty. I too am preparing to advise my relatives against seeking treatment abroad. Within the Technology Alliance, Musk's expression darkened. How dare they? Our research findings are unequivocal, and the drug's efficacy is indisputable. Yet, moments later, his demeanor lightened. It appears Yixin Company is willing to risk it all. Their shameless smear indicates that we have truly cornered them. Excellent. Beside him, Cook's expression remained grave. He was seriously contemplating Lu Ping's words. Could it be that the anti-cancer drug truly harbors issues? It seems prudent to prepare an exit strategy sooner rather than later. Back at the press conference, reporters eagerly raised their hands to ask questions. However, Lu Ping declined them. I apologize, everyone, but this is not the time for questions. After we announce our significant decision, then will be the time for inquiries. The reporters had no choice but to relent, albeit with burgeoning curiosity. What could this significant announcement entail? Was it not simply an assertion regarding the anti-cancer drug's issues? Lu Ping continued. The purpose of today's press conference is primarily to announce our company's next significant decision. That is, we will officially enter the medical industry. We are establishing a dedicated hospital. This hospital will be positioned to offer premium services as a high-tech, futuristic medical facility. It will incorporate all our past and future inventions of advanced technology. Upon finishing, the large screen behind him suddenly transformed, revealing a building reminiscent of a science fiction film. The interior design was remarkably sleek and efficient, with pristine white walls akin to the interiors of a spaceship depicted in cinema. Various robots busily attended to tasks, and individuals could interact through holographic projections. The entire hospital service would be fully automated, featuring high-tech patient rooms, with each person assigned a robotic nurse. There exists an anti-gravity ambulance, equipped with a rudimentary operating room and life support systems. For those exceedingly intricate surgeries, a remarkable surgical robot can perform minimally invasive treatments. A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Wow, this hospital is magnificent. It would be wonderful to receive treatment here if one were ill. I can't believe Yixin Company has ventured into the realm of hospitals. This is a boon for patients. Robots, artificial intelligence, holographic projections, and anti-gravity technology are truly impressive. These are undoubtedly the future directions for Yixin Company. Each patient is allocated a robotic nurse. Such luxury ensures that no one feels neglected. Anyone can draw up fancy plans. Those are merely concept images that anyone could create. Let them first invent an anti-cancer drug. Otherwise, in terms of cancer treatment, they will be left far behind. Back off, detractors. Yixin Company has never broken a promise. All we need to do is wait and see. Lu Ping continued, moreover, our mission extends beyond merely treating patients. We aspire to position our hospital as an authority in life medical research. The future hospital will simultaneously engage in scientific research, exploring human life, and may even take on educational roles, cultivating more exceptional doctors. The higher-ups are fully supportive of our hospital's establishment and have even coordinated the entry of specialists and elite talents from various departments. This considerably enhances our comprehensive strength. At least at the starting line, we are not inferior to any top-tier hospital. What do you think? Our hospital is quite commendable, isn't it? Of course, achieving such ambitious goals will require time and effort, but I believe that with our capabilities, it won't be long before we succeed. The technologies you witnessed in the film will be realized one by one. However, the hospital is still under construction, and these technologies are currently in development. You might think that Yishun Hospital lacks distinction, at least for now, but that would be a grave mistake. We have prepared a super trump card for Yishun Hospital, a configuration that other hospitals can only envy. The journalists and netizens at the press conference fell into a hush. They had assumed that the announcement of the hospital was the entirety of the day's content, only to be surprised by an unexpected revelation. This news left fans elated. They initially had their doubts, and had come merely to hear one announcement. When has Yishun Company ever failed to unveil some groundbreaking technology? Lu Ping stated, "Indeed, the highlight of today's press conference is what I am about to reveal. Since the launch of the anti-cancer drug by the Tech Alliance, we have acutely felt the public's urgent demand for solutions to cancer. This product was born out of such necessity. It is called the Universal Cancer Treatment Device." A wave of astonishment surged through the audience and the live stream. Wow, there really is a new product. Universal Cancer Treatment Device. What an impressive name, implying it can treat all types of cancer. Fantastic. We no longer have to wait. Yishun Company has finally introduced a cancer treatment product. Who says Yishun Company can't produce cancer treatment technology? Huh? Weren't they just claiming that others' anti-cancer drugs didn't adhere to their own technological route? Why not use their own technology to launch an anti-cancer drug? Exactly. Why not release a medication? Instead, they've introduced this machine. Does this not suggest that everything they just claimed was a lie? It seems they opted for an alternative format due to their technological route being blocked. I have reservations about the cancer-fighting efficacy of this device, given its brief development time. Is it acceptable for me to express this? They just made similar remarks about the Tech Alliance. Enough with the naysaying. How long will this continue? Do you want to be blacklisted? Don't forget that getting blacklisted means you can no longer access Yishun Company services, with current anti-cancer drugs posing risks. This treatment device may very well become the sole means of completely curing cancer. Better to have a backup plan. You truly believe they're empty promises? Rest assured, there are no issues with the anti-cancer drugs. In the future, if illness strikes, we will simply seek treatment abroad. Who cares about Yishun Company? Within the Tech Alliance, Cook had covered his face with his hands, unable to bear witnessing what was about to unfold. Upon Lu Ping's announcement of the treatment device's existence, he understood that the Tech Alliance was destined for failure. Everything felt so familiar, reminiscent of a scene replayed. Back at the venue, a new video was already playing on the large screen behind Lu Ping. It showcased a colossal machine, with a central part resembling an MRI scanner, complete with a tunnel. The video demonstrated the treatment process. A patient clad in a hospital gown lay down and entered the tunnel, followed by a green beam sweeping from head to toe. Then a yellow beam repeating the process. The patient emerged from the machine, appearing bewildered, clearly unaware of what had just transpired. Lu Ping explained, "This is our treatment device. What you just witnessed was the treatment process of a patient. As you can see, it took merely 2 minutes, and the patient experienced no pain or side effects. In just 2 minutes, regardless of the type of cancer or its stage of development, it can completely deactivate cancer cells within the body. This is indeed a novel radiation therapy method, more potent and safer than proton or heavy ion technology. It operates somewhat like a microwave, but the rays specifically target cancer cells, leaving healthy cells unharmed. With this device, the challenges posed by cancer will become as easily manageable as minor ailments. No longer a formidable issue for humanity. As our hospital is still under construction, we have temporarily established treatment points, with a base cost of 50,000 per session, subject to increase based on the severity of the condition. We welcome patients from around the globe for treatment. In the live stream, viewers reacted, "That's incredibly fast. I could finish my business in the restroom quicker than that. This is phenomenal. Will the diagnostic process take longer than the treatment? Cancer treatment device, you rock. This is far quicker than taking medication. 2 minutes, and you're done, while medication requires an entire course. I was worried that the treatment process might be painful or have side effects, but now it seems I was overly concerned. Fantastic. I'm going to inform my relatives of this good news and urge them to seek treatment at Yishun Company immediately. This is far more affordable than medication. Most people can manage this cost. Haha, pain-free treatment with no side effects. Anti-cancer drugs can do that too. Moreover, we still don't have proof that this machine lives up to its claims. After all, this treatment process seems to defy scientific principles. Radiation therapy isn't this simple. And claiming there are no side effects is utterly false. It's all just fabrication." At that moment, reporters at the press conference began to pose questions. One foreign journalist was particularly eager. Lu Ping was compelled to select him. The journalist wore a smirk of derision. I have but one question. Why is your company fabricating information regarding this project? Have you been entirely shut out of technology by the Tech Alliance, yet do not wish to witness their profits, hence resorting to deception? The comments from netizens erupted in an uproar. What the hell? How rude. Does this journalist have any manners? Coming straight out with accusations of fraud? Such arrogance. He articulated the thoughts that had been festering within me. Indeed. The foreigner exhibited a commendable honesty, unafraid to voice his opinions despite the looming threats from the Yeshin Corporation. Within the Tech Alliance, Cook cast a glance at Musk, observing the smug smile adorning his face. Is this your doing? He inquired. Musk chuckled lightly, of course. With him around, Yeshin Corporation cannot deceive the public with fabricated claims. Cook felt a sense of futility. He yearned to inform Musk that their efforts were in vain. After a moment of contemplation, he merely sighed. At the scene, Liu Ping's countenance had darkened considerably. To be frank, it has been quite some time since someone as arrogant as you dare to stand before Yeshin Corporation. You possess no understanding, yet you boldly assert that we are resorting to deception. As for the issue of defamation you mentioned, I have already provided an explanation. The anti-cancer drug from the Tech Alliance has significant flaws. Although they have yet to manifest, it is merely a matter of time. We are simply adhering to the principle of factual accuracy. The journalist smirked. I too am merely adhering to the principle of factual accuracy. Is your company not engaging in deception? I have never encountered any radiation that selectively targets cancer cells while sparing healthy ones. Based solely on this fact, I can conclude that you are perpetrating a fraud. I believe all physicists across the globe could corroborate this. Chapter 123. The treatment business goes unnoticed. The online detractors seem to have stumbled upon a revelation. Indeed, I sensed something amiss earlier. He claimed this is radiation therapy. But how can radiation therapy last such a brief duration, and how can it not harm normal cells? Even proton and heavy ion therapies inflict some tissue damage. The deception is rampant. Do they presume we lack knowledge of physics? This foreign journalist has exposed them effortlessly. Look, even an outsider possesses such scientific literacy. Do the loyalists of Yeshin Corporation still have anything to say? This blatantly violates the laws of physics. Liu Ping regarded the journalist with an expression of condescension. So, in your world, the absence of knowledge equates to the absence of truth? I have already released the product, and the formal treatment will commence post-conference. The veracity will become evident in due course. Do you believe Yeshin Corporation would jeopardize its reputation by engaging in such behavior? The journalist fell silent momentarily. Yet his mind pivoted, concocting a nefarious strategy. He would not relinquish this opportunity easily. This treatment device appeared capable of replacing anti-cancer drugs. He must ensure they do not escape unscathed. With millions watching, he would scrutinize their flaws, thereby tarnishing Yeshin Corporation's reputation irreparably. Consequently, the Tech Alliance's anti-cancer drug would face no competition. He shrugged. All right, I concede that your machine may indeed be effective. However, it pales in comparison to anti-cancer drugs. The latter is safe and harmless, devoid of side effects, while your device employs radiation therapy, a method widely recognized as perilous to the body. It is evident which approach is superior. What astonishes and infuriates me further is how you sidestep the core issues, blindly promoting the efficacy and speed of the device while employing deceptive tactics regarding safety. A treatment method significantly faster than other radiation therapies must entail a higher radiation dose, posing potential risks. Indeed, the man in the video appeared unharmed post-treatment, but will the side effects not gradually reveal themselves in his future? For instance, the complete loss of immune function or the inability to conceive, among other concerns. This statement was particularly venomous. He added embellishments regarding health issues that the public would undoubtedly care about. Coupled with the stereotype surrounding radiation therapy, it subtly swayed public opinion to accept his viewpoint. Indeed, I must say, it's far safer to adhere to medication. No matter how secure the treatment device claims to be, it is still radiation. Is there any notion of safety? I always keep a cactus nearby when using my computer. You propose using this to treat cancer? Is it a means to save lives or to destroy them? Even if cancer does not kill, the radiation levels are sufficient to be lethal. No wonder this device is effective against cancer, given the high radiation dosage. All cancer cells would undoubtedly perish, but whether one survives remains a matter of luck. I told you this device is unreliable, right? For genuine treatment, one must seek Western medicine. This contraption is nothing but a harmful machine. Yeshin Corporation must face accountability in their pursuit to deny us reliable medication. They have unleashed this heartless product. What are their true intentions? My goodness, we were planning to take our family for treatment after the conference, but thankfully we heard this. At the conference venue, Lu Ping's expression had darkened to an extreme degree. I have reiterated countless times that the cancer treatment device employs state-of-the-art technology, absolutely safe and harmless. I trust no further clarification is necessary, nor do I need to address those lacking scientific literacy and harboring ulterior motives solely for the purpose of defamation. Our supporters need no further elaboration, while those opposed will remain deaf to any clarification. Time will reveal the truth. We shall see whose product can withstand scrutiny. I wish to convey that we are guiltless and hope everyone refrains from believing rumors, lest they miss their opportunity for treatment. As for those who disregard advice and persist in using the Tech Alliance's anti-cancer drug, I can only extend my best wishes. I hope the side effects do not become too unmanageable. I must also caution the Tech Alliance to devote themselves to product quality, avoiding the sole pursuit of profit and the creation of imaginary adversaries through dubious means. The conference ends here. Farewell. With that, he turned sharply and departed. However, this display was interpreted by the detractors as a sign of guilt, an unwillingness to confront them directly. They ramped up their underground propaganda, proclaiming the unreliability of Yeshin Corporation's device. This directly caused the reputation of the cancer treatment device to plummet, no matter how ardently the fans defended it. The matter at hand concerned health. Mom, have you heard? The cancer treatment device emits radiation. Do not go near it. Hey, the machine from Yeshin Corporation is a total scam. After treatment, there could be life-threatening repercussions, and you might never be able to have children. Why would you still consider using the device for treatment? Trust me, always go out and buy medication instead. Do not use this device. The rumors are spreading, and it could be fatal. Thus, the rumors proliferated from one person to another. Those who had once been hopeful and eager to try the treatment now hesitated, opting to wait and observe. At Yeshin Corporation's temporary treatment center, the staff were utterly fatigued. After an entire day, not a single patient had come in for treatment. In a major city, Li Xian returned home, as usual, hanging her clothes on the rack. She rubbed her sore shoulders, preparing to start dinner. At that moment, she noticed her father, Li Damu, packing a suitcase. Father, what are you preparing to do? Li Xin In Guit, Li Damu replied. I'm getting ready to go to Dami. A contact from a cancer support group found a suitable treatment hospital. Although it is somewhat expensive, they have a stock of anti-cancer drugs. Li Xian grew anxious. Father, did I not tell you? That anti-cancer drug has significant risks, is unsafe, as Yeshin Corporation has stated. Li Damu Skufa, do you believe everything they say? You're too young to grasp the conspiracies at play. I assure you, the technology at Dami is absolutely reliable. They're pioneers in this field. Yeshin Corporation is merely envious and seeks to tarnish their reputation, as they cannot produce such results themselves. Li Xian was left speechless. These are merely conspiracy theories circulating online, and many individuals are merely riding the wave of this frenzy. How can one place any trust in them? Yeshin Company is a professional entity, a truly magnificent tech enterprise that would never make frivolous claims in this regard. Chapter 124. The Treatment Center opens. Li Damu scoffed, let it be. I have no faith in companies from Daxia. I tell you, the anti-cancer drug developed by Dami is the result of a collaboration among numerous biological research institutions. The feedback from its usage has been exceptionally positive, and there is no merit to your concerns. If there were indeed issues, would they still be selling it? It is evident that Yeshin Company is simply envious. You expect me to forego the anti-cancer medication and instead use their so-called treatment device. That would be tantamount to wishing for my demise. That contraption emits such intense radiation that no one dares to use it. Li Xian was on the verge of tears. No, that's not how it is. Dad, trust me, Yeshin Company would never make unfounded claims. That medication must have issues. However, at that moment, Li Damu was resolute, intent on packing his belongings. A wave of fear and helplessness surged within Li Xian. Ever since discovering her father's cancer diagnosis, she had been actively seeking solutions. Until the day the Technology Alliance announced the anti-cancer drug, their family had been filled with hope, planning to arrange immediate treatment abroad for her father. But on that day, Yeshin Company unveiled significant hazards associated with the anti-cancer drug at a press conference. As a devoted fan of Yeshin Company, Li Xian took this matter seriously and urged her father to cancel their plans for overseas treatment in favor of utilizing Yeshin Company's cancer treatment device. However, this was met with vehement opposition from her father and family. All the relatives claimed that the cancer treatment device emitted radiation, while extolling the advanced nature of Dami's medication. Once middle-aged individuals have formed an opinion, they are often impervious to counsel. Her father nearly had a falling out with Li Xian, questioning whether she wished for his early demise. At this juncture, Li Xian had no choice but to assist her father in packing. She could only pray that the side effects of the anti-cancer medication would not be too severe, within manageable limits. Days later, Li Xian accompanied her father to the medical center. After taking the medication, the tension etched on Li Damu's face finally began to ease. He had exerted considerable effort in sourcing this anti-cancer drug, constantly apprehensive about whether he would be able to procure it and fearing the deterioration of his condition. Now, everything seemed to be in order. Yet, as Li Xian observed her father relax, a shadow of unease lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. She hoped that everything would proceed smoothly from that point onward. Simultaneously, countless families capable of affording the anti-cancer drug opted for treatment abroad. Not a single individual chose to utilize the cancer treatment device. Even those with less favorable economic conditions in the country preferred traditional treatment methods or sought alternative remedies. It could be said that the Technology Alliance's campaign had been remarkably successful. Within the Technology Alliance, Musk perused a report presented by his subordinate. It indicated that, thus far, Yishun Company's treatment center was notably desolate. Most individuals merely inquired about the situation or came to observe, with hardly anyone genuinely seeking treatment. Musk erupted in laughter, knowing that his campaign had borne fruit. Regardless of the efficacy of the cancer device, as long as patients lost faith in it, the Technology Alliance emerged victorious. Subsequently, Daxia would be unable to withstand the pressure and would inevitably introduce the anti-cancer drug. At that point, negotiations regarding chips and machine tools would be feasible. In Daxia, Zheng Guangming was currently escorting his father to Yishun Company's treatment center. His purpose was to facilitate his father's treatment with the cancer device. Zheng Guangming was the vice president of a large corporation, having risen from a rural background where he was raised solely by his father under challenging circumstances. Despite their hardships, his father diligently saved and provided for him, ensuring he was well-fed and educated. Zheng Guangming himself was industrious, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university and achieving his current position. However, just as their family believed they had overcome adversity, his father was diagnosed with late-stage cancer. It felt as if Zheng Guangming's world had suddenly crumbled. He sought treatment everywhere, but the cancer cells had already metastasized, rendering all efforts futile. Fortunately, a new anti-cancer drug had emerged abroad, capable of curing all forms of cancer. Zheng Guangming clung to this lifeline and immediately sought to arrange treatment for his father. However, the overseas treatment facilities were overwhelmed, and they had been waiting for a long time without success. Zheng Guangming was consumed with anxiety, fearing that his father might not endure until the day of treatment. Just then, Yixin Company held a press conference. As a devoted fan of Yixin Company, Zheng Guangming eagerly tuned in, knowing that the Technology Alliance's anti-cancer solution was derived from Yixin's technology. Perhaps Yixin Company had also developed an anti-cancer drug, sparing his father the arduous journey abroad. However, upon watching, he was struck with cold dread. It turned out that the Technology Alliance's anti-cancer drug harbored significant risks. Zheng Guangming was firmly convinced of this. Thank goodness he had not yet sent his father abroad. Otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. Simultaneously, he was pleasantly surprised to see that Yishan Company had presented a solution. Watching the demonstration of the treatment process in the video, he felt immensely satisfied. It was safe, rapid, devoid of side effects, and most importantly, affordable without the hassle of traveling abroad. As for the negative comments and the surrounding discourse, he paid them no heed. His faith in Yixin Company was unwavering. He believed they would not release a flawed product. However, upon hearing of his decision, relatives and friends flooded him with advice, some even vehemently chastising him for lacking conscience and pushing his father into a perilous situation. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his choice. Ultimately, his father decided to heed him, recognizing his filial piety and intellectual acumen. Most crucially, given that the cancer was already in its late stages, he did not wish to endure further turmoil. Moreover, utilizing the treatment device would be far more economical than seeking treatment abroad. Soon, Zheng Guangming drove to the treatment center. The place was exceedingly quiet, with several staff members seemingly engaged in a game of cards. Zheng Guangming assisted his father out of the car and into the building. The staff remained motionless, assuming they were just another pair of onlookers. One of them asked, "Is there anything you would like to inquire about?" His father glanced around, furrowing his brow. This hardly resembled a legitimate hospital. Of course, the imposing machine inside was somewhat intimidating. Zheng Guangming replied, "Hello, we're here for treatment." The staff exchanged surprised glances. "Oh, very well, please hold for a moment." They had just encountered their first genuine patient seeking treatment. The staff immediately resumed their professional demeanor. "Do you have a recent report from a legitimate hospital?" Zheng Guangming promptly produced it. One of the staff reviewed the report and said, It's metastasized throughout the body. Huh? That will be approximately 200,000. Zheng Guangming promptly transferred the funds via his mobile phone. Subsequently, the staff began arranging the treatment. Chapter 125, An Unusual Appetite. Zheng Guangming's father donned a specially designed outfit and was then ushered into a sealed chamber, lying on a platform. He jokingly remarked, "Feels like I'm being prepared for cremation." Soon, his body was moved into a tunnel. After a slight rumble, a beam of light swept from head to toe. Marking complete, the machine emitted a prompt sound, followed by another beam of light scanning from head to toe. He was then escorted out. The staff said, "All done, you may rise." Zheng Guangming's father looked utterly bewildered. "Wasn't I supposed to be treated?" "The treatment has concluded, and the second beam of light you just witnessed signifies that." "Oh, so soon?" "I felt absolutely nothing." "Precisely. This ray is designed solely to target cancer cells, sparing the healthy ones, hence the absence of sensation." Zheng Guangming, his face alight with joy, embraced his father and inquired, "Does this mean it's all over? Will there be more treatments in the future? Are there any precautions to take?" Everything transpired so swiftly, although he was mentally prepared. It felt less like a treatment process and more akin to an imaging examination. The staff chuckled. No need for further sessions. All the cancer cells have been eradicated. While the tumor tissue remains, it has been rendered inactive and will not spread. Simply take ample rest during this period, and your body will gradually recover. A follow-up examination in due time should reveal the results. With Zheng Guangming's visit, it appeared as though a switch had been flipped. One by one, individuals began to arrive for treatment. The majority were steadfast believers in the Yishun Company, seeking healing for themselves or their loved ones. Some, having exhausted all other options and lacking sufficient funds, decided to take a gamble. Regardless of the rumors, more individuals began to brave the uncertainties. They soon discovered that the treatment was not as daunting as they had anticipated, gradually coming to trust in the safety of the apparatus. As personal experiences multiplied, the negative narratives circulated by the Technology Alliance began to wane. Many shared their treatment journeys online, sparking curiosity among others. Yet, numerous detractors continued to spread falsehoods, and many remained undecided. At a hospital in Dashi, Li Xian accompanied her father for a checkup. As the treatment progressed, Li Damu's health improved, his complexion taking on a rosy hue. They had come specifically today to see if he could be discharged to return home. The doctor, examining the MRI images, said to Li Damu, "Congratulations, Mr. Li. No lesions are visible on the scans. Your cancer is considered clinically cured, and you may return home now." Li Damu and Li Xian embraced joyfully. "This is wonderful. Thank you, doctor." Turning to Li Xian, he remarked, "See, I told you there was nothing to worry about. The technology from Dami is advanced. You should have had complete faith. Had I heeded the ghostly tales from the Yishun Company, I will be waiting to die in Dashi right now." Li Xian, having witnessed this transformation, felt reassured. It seemed the new medication posed no issues. Perhaps the Yixin Company had misjudged the situation, as they had not been privy to first-hand data, only conjecturing. Upon returning to their residence, they began packing in preparation for their flight back to Dashi. Once at the airport lounge, Li Damu sat down, breathless. Li Xian found it peculiar. Her father seemed perpetually fatigued, often unable to walk but a few steps without becoming exhausted. He had not exhibited such low stamina prior to his cancer diagnosis. Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns, attributing it to the cancer cells draining his energy. At that moment, Li Damu glanced towards the dining area and said, "Please fetch me a few hot dogs and some milk." Li Xian, taken aback, responded, "Aren't you hungry? We just finished breakfast not long ago. You ate quite a lot. How could you be hungry so soon?" Yet, she complied and brought the food back. Observing her father devouring the meal voraciously, she instinctively sensed something was amiss. "Dad, don't you think this is a bit unusual?" Li Damu, shoving food into his mouth, replied, "What seems off? Being hungry is a good sign. Before my cancer, I couldn't eat anything. Now I'm finally regaining my weight, which indicates I'm on the mend." Li Xian shook her head. "No, it's not right, despite your relentless eating. You don't appear to be gaining weight. In fact, you seem to be losing weight. Yes, since you began the medication, your appetite has noticeably increased, which is clearly abnormal, and it was also at that time that you started losing weight." It dawned on her that Li Damu was nearly emaciated. Having been by his side for days, she had not noticed the severity of the situation until now. "Dad, we should visit a hospital. There is something wrong with this medication." Li Damu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Not this again. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Let us wait until we return home. The medical expenses here are exorbitant, and we can receive care just as well back in our country." After a journey of several hours, They arrived back in Dashi and promptly headed to a well-known hospital. This urgency stemmed from Li Damu's insatiable hunger during the flight, prompting even the flight attendants to express their impatience. After all, the food on the airplane was complimentary, and consuming excessively was somewhat unreasonable. Li Damu finally became aware of his alarming condition and began to panic. At the hospital, Li Xin had already scheduled an appointment with an endocrinologist. Soon, Li Damu was called in. After clarifying the situation, he was subjected to a battery of tests. Upon reviewing the reports, the doctor remarked, "Everything appears to be normal. What exactly is bothering you?" Hearing that everything was normal only intensified Li Damu's anxiety. "Doctor, I feel fatigued at the slightest exertion, and in the past few hours, I've consumed enough food for 2 days. Moreover, my body has become alarmingly thin." The doctor, upon hearing this, recognized the gravity of the issue. "That's peculiar. All results show normal. If you're not lying, then your situation is serious. Your current state resembles that of malnutrition, yet typically, blood sugar levels would not be elevated in such cases. Here's what we'll do. Observe your condition further, refrain from eating for a while, and then we'll conduct another round of tests." In the ensuing period, Li Damu endured immense torment, never before having experienced the true weight of hunger. After several hours, he could no longer withstand it and fainted, his complexion pale. He was immediately rushed into surgery for emergency care. Upon witnessing his dangerously low blood sugar levels, a nurse erupted, "How could you not eat when your blood sugar is this low?" And anxiously Xin explained the situation, leaving the medical staff in disbelief. Just hours prior, he had overeaten, yet now he could barely endure, his blood sugar plummeting to critical levels. Strangely, the pancreatic indicators were normal, ruling out excessive insulin secretion. After receiving nutritional fluids, Li Damu gradually regained consciousness. He clutched the doctor, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Doctor, please save me. I don't want to die yet." At that moment, a specialist arrived, already informed of this bizarre case. With a grave expression, he stated, "Your condition indeed reflects malnutrition, which is exceedingly rare. The prior normal indices were likely due to your constant eating. Typically, such cases arise from parasitic infections. The incessant hunger and fatigue stem from parasites depleting your nutrients, while the weight loss is a compensatory response as your body seeks to restore energy. However, I find it perplexing. Conditions caused by common parasites do not typically manifest this severely. I suspect there may be more than one parasite within you, drawing off your nutrients. We should conduct targeted tests, and I will prescribe medication that should alleviate your symptoms." Li Damu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, his nightmare was far from over. Despite taking the medication, his condition showed no signs of improvement. In fact, his body continued to waste away at a visible rate, leaving him emaciated and frail, reliant on 4 drips for nutritional support. Moreover, the test results revealed no evidence of any parasites. The specialist furrowed his brow in concern. "It stands to reason that there should be parasites within the body. Why then are they invisible? This case is exceedingly unconventional." He had never encountered such a disease in his lifetime. At that moment, Li Xin suddenly had a thought and inquired, could it be a side effect of the anti-cancer medication? All of this began after he commenced the treatment. Previously, the Yixin company had warned of significant hazards associated with the drug, yet my father insisted on proceeding with the treatment. "What?" the expert exclaimed in astonishment. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Li Xin felt a pang of regret. "When you first mentioned malnutrition, I found it plausible and did not consider this angle." The expert shook his head. "This must be the cause. It cannot be attributed to any other reason. You all are incredibly reckless. You were informed of the drug side effects, yet still chose to consume it. Do you realize that many individuals in the domestic professional circles, upon learning of these hazards, opted to seek treatment abroad? Yet, upon the notification of side effects from Yixin company, none dared to continue. Why disregard the esteemed opinions of Nobel laureates? Is the grass always greener on the other side?" Li Xin wept. "I initially echoed this sentiment to my father, but he dismissed my concerns, claiming it was mere slander. Eventually, I could not sway him and had no choice but to accompany him for treatment. The process was relatively smooth, yet I never anticipated such a dire outcome. Had I known, I would have done everything in my power to prevent him from proceeding." The expert was left speechless. What is the point of discussing this now? When professional advice goes unheeded, and you choose to believe in the malicious narratives instead, it's time for a change in perspective. Li Xin asked, "What should we do now? How do we treat this?" "Doctor, I implore you, please save my father." The expert, too, was in a quandary. How do we treat this? The key issue is our lack of first-hand information regarding the anti-cancer drug. We are unaware of its components or potential side effects. This side effect must be exceedingly insidious. Even the developers of the Technology Alliance failed to detect it, further complicating the treatment. Without knowledge of the cause, targeted treatment is impossible. We can only administer glucose to stabilize him, but his demands are escalating. Continuing in this manner is untenable. His organs will not endure it. Suddenly, the expert had an epiphany. He believed he had discerned the reason for Li Damu's condition. Previous speculation regarding parasites within Li Damu was not entirely unfounded. The reason they were undetectable during examinations is that these parasites are not conventional. Rather, they're a form of life invisible to the naked eye, thriving by sheer numbers. This organism feeds on the host's bodily tissues. Considering the principle behind the anti-cancer drug is microbial technology, the expert pieced everything together. It appears that the Technology Alliance cultivated a specific microbial population that exclusively preys on cancer cells, serving as the drug's primary ingredient. These microorganisms enter the patient's body, targeting tumor tissue for consumption. Subsequently, when no cancer cells remain, these microbes find themselves starving. This achieves the objective of treating cancer without harming normal cells. Yet this is merely an ideal scenario. According to Tian, the anti-cancer drug poses significant safety risks. Might it be that once these microbes enter the patient's body and consume the tumor tissue, they inadvertently ingest normal bodily tissue in a desperate bid for survival? Upon discovering that it is rather palatable, they slowly deviate from their primary target and begin to consume other bodily fats, among other tissues. After articulating this theory, it was no surprise that Li Xian was reduced to tears. She could never have fathomed that these life-saving entities would become the very agents of her father's demise. How could this continue? These microbes are currently consuming fats and muscles. Once depleted, will they not resort to bones and skin? This is utterly horrifying. She immediately knelt before the expert. I beseech you, you must devise a way to save him. After speaking, she wiped her tears. If that is the case, is there still hope? Regardless of the microbial strain, surely penicillin could eradicate it, or some other medication. The expert replied, I can only promise to attempt it, but do not harbor excessive optimism. His condition is already precarious and cannot withstand further turmoil. We are merely speculating. Without the Technology Alliance's documentation, no conclusions can be drawn. Just consider his situation. Such rapid deterioration suggests the terrifying nature of these microbes, which may not even be susceptible to antibiotics. Moreover, to ensure the anti-cancer drug's efficacy, these microorganisms were initially engineered to bypass the immune system, making natural elimination virtually impossible. I doubt conventional bactericidal methods will effectively eradicate them. We can only test them one by one. His body is likely entirely overrun by these microbes, making complete removal exceedingly difficult. Thus, prepare yourself mentally. Li Xian nodded through her tears. At that moment, her heart brimmed with animosity towards the Technology Alliance. Chapter 127. An emergence of numerous patients. Were it not for their actions, her father would still be in good health, spared from such torment. Perhaps they would not have had to expend such vast sums, having already been treated with the cancer therapy device. Upon returning to her residence, she opened her computer and crafted a lengthy article, which she posted on social media. In this article, she meticulously chronicled her father's experience with the anti-cancer drug at Demi, detailing the subsequent repercussions. Now, her father lay in bed, having rapidly wasted away in just a few days. Furthermore, all therapeutic approaches yielded minimal results, barely sustaining his life. Doctors even urged her to concede defeat. Within a mere few days, her once happy family was on the brink of collapse. All of this she attributed to the Technology Alliance. Their irresponsibility, failing to thoroughly investigate the side effects, and prioritizing profit led to the swift release of the anti-cancer drug. This is an entirely man-made disaster, promising to inflict suffering upon countless families. Next, she planned to sue the Technology Alliance, yet none of this could reverse her father's fate. She called upon others who had undergone treatment with the anti-cancer drug to remain vigilant. Those contemplating the use of the anti-cancer drug should refrain from doing so. The Yixin Company's cancer therapy device is the optimal choice. She now regretted not adhering to her conviction to take her father to the Yixin Company for treatment. Moreover, she sought assistance from the Yixin Company, hopeful that they might discover a remedy for this ailment. Once her lengthy article was published, it gradually garnered traction, ultimately being circulated by various media outlets in Xia. Almost all media representatives flocked to the hospital to interview Li Xian, documenting Li Damu's condition. The online discourse became increasingly fervent. This is terrifying. Thank goodness my family hasn't traveled abroad for treatment. I'm relieved we lack the financial means to have considered the anti-cancer drug. Oh no, don't frighten me. My family is currently undergoing treatment. EM dizzy. My family has completed treatment and now seems to be exhibiting similar symptoms. The Yishun company certainly hit the nail on the head. The Technology Alliance is a disgrace. How could such a harmful drug be released? Technology Alliance, please respond. How do you intend to address this issue? It seems the Yishun company is more reliable. Many individuals have experienced the cancer therapy device, and the results are not as dismal. Indeed, the previous online claims of radiation and side effects were utterly unfounded. My family received treatment and is now on the mend. Huh, you just post an article, and everyone believes you? I could say eating has side effects too. Can't you see how juvenile this smear tactic is? This is undoubtedly the work of Yishun company's hired commentators. Is your family's choking from the anti-cancer drug also considered a side effect? Why is there only one reported case? Didn't anyone else experience side effects? Initially, I felt a degree of sympathy until I came across the later suggestion urging users to resort to a cancer treatment device, which exposed their true intentions. This is a classic case of undermining others. It seems they have been compensated to spread such nonsense. Of course, the fans of the Yishun company were not to be outdone, engaging in fierce exchanges with these detractors. Although there is currently only one documented case, it has already made its way into mainstream media, causing considerable hesitation among those contemplating treatment abroad. After all, the aftereffects described in the news are terrifying, and no one wishes to encounter such horrors. Meanwhile, through word of mouth among patients, the treatment center of Yishun company is gradually gaining a positive reputation. At the very least, people no longer associate it with those outdated stereotypes, and the number of individuals seeking treatment is steadily increasing. Reports regarding the side effects of cancer medications have reached a global audience. Nevertheless, the sales of these medications abroad have not been adversely affected, as foreign patients remain skeptical of such claims. However, the Technology Alliance is incensed. Elon Musk, visibly agitated, instructed his subordinates, investigate thoroughly. Uncover this woman's background and her connections with Yishun company. How dare she defame us? I shall see them brought to financial ruin. In expressing this, he remained oblivious to the fact that such actions have already led the Technology Alliance to engage in various underhanded tactics against Yishun company. Lighting another cigarette, he reflected on the desperation of Yishun company, resorting to such unscrupulous methods. Perhaps it is time for a confrontation with the great Xia. This time, we must extract a significant price from them. At a hospital in Dami, Dr. John in the emergency room observed a gaunt individual being rushed in for urgent care, furrowing his brow as he inquired with his assistant. How many is this today? The 27th, sir, the assistant replied. John pressed his hand to his forehead, exhaling a sigh. Each case bore an uncanny resemblance to the others. Rapid weight loss, severely low blood sugar, an insatiable appetite, and signs of severe malnutrition. Yet, despite nutritional supplementation, there was no improvement. Tests yielded no evidence of parasites, leaving the cause a mystery. The assistant remarked, "It can't possibly be parasites. Such severe cases are statistically unlikely to arise in mass." John offered a wry smile. "I too doubt it is parasites, but what other explanation remains? Do the patients share any commonalities?" The assistant queried. "Most of them belong to the high-income bracket," he responded. "Of course, those with lesser means wouldn't be here seeking treatment." John decided, "Enough pondering here. Let's see if we can extract any leads while the patient is lucid." In the patient room, the individual receiving nutritional IVs weakly stated, "My life has been quite ordinary recently. I haven't traveled abroad or consumed anything unusual. I'm afraid I cannot provide any useful leads. Ever since my cancer diagnosis, my life has become exceedingly simple." John suddenly noted a crucial detail. "What did you say? You've had cancer?" A flicker of realization crossed his mind. The patient confirmed, "Yes, I was diagnosed with cancer, but I've recently recovered thanks to the cancer medication." Exiting the room, John addressed his assistant. "Was there not another patient who mentioned a past cancer diagnosis? This cannot be mere coincidence. I believe I am beginning to understand. You mean to suggest that today as patients all had cancer and were treated with the Technology Alliance medication?" The assistant gasped in shock. "Are you implying that there's an issue with the drug?" "No more questions. Investigate this immediately." After a while, the assistant returned, his expression grim. "Sir, you were correct. All of today as patients have undergone treatment with the cancer medication, and these symptoms emerged only after their complete recovery." John smacked his thigh. "I knew it. This medication has severe side effects." Chapter 128, The Outrage of Damning Netizens. John opened his phone to find a report. Earlier, Yishun company had alluded to this issue. Just yesterday, a similar case had emerged in Great Xia, reported by their media. Yet our outlets had shown no interest in the matter, save for a small website that briefly mentioned it. He opened that report, which contained a translated interview video. A physician from Great Xia stated, "We are certain that the patient's condition is a result of the Technology Alliance's cancer medication. The microbial agents intended to consume cancer cells began to attack normal cells after recovery." This assertion seemed plausible, did it not? The situation had stirred considerable unrest in Great Xia, yet our media remained indifferent. Surely, the Technology Alliance must have bribed these outlets to suppress such news. John was incensed. Their actions were inhumane, deliberately concealing the drug's side effects for profit. Moreover, this medication had been developed and released far too hastily, without undergoing proper scrutiny. They were aware that Yishan Company had raised concerns regarding potential side effects, yet continued to market it, refusing any verification. Such negligence is intolerable. We must expose their transgressions. How many families will be shattered as a result? The following day, at an academic conference attended by numerous journalists, John publicly unveiled this incident, shocking all present scholars and reporters. They flocked to interview John, snapping photos to relay the news back to their headquarters. However, soon after, these reporters discovered that the editor-in-chief appeared reluctant to publish the story. Some reporters were instantly incensed. They leveraged their contacts or posted videos online to expose the truth, urging netizens to disseminate the information. Upon learning that the cancer medication had placed so many patients in jeopardy and that the Technology Alliance had bribed the media to suppress the news, the online community erupted in outrage. They spontaneously began sharing the information across social media, questioning how long the Technology Alliance intended to keep this under wraps. Ultimately, the media could no longer withstand the pressure and commenced extensive coverage. Soon, a series of reports swept across the internet, inciting widespread indignation. What is the matter? The cancer medication has side effects? Indeed, numerous patients have emerged, yet the media had been suppressing the reports. So, Yishan Company's claims were accurate? Regrettably, yes. They've been concealing the truth from us for profit. No wonder my family has been eating constantly, yet losing weight. It must be the drug's side effects. My grandmother is experiencing similar issues. The hospital can't identify anything. How long does the Technology Alliance plan to keep this secret? It appears we are not the only ones. Another hospital here has reported many similar cases. What? Can we still use it for cancer treatment? The Technology Alliance must take responsibility and resolve this issue. Rapidly, with diligent investigative reporting from the media, it was revealed that hundreds of thousands of cancer patients worldwide had exhibited these symptoms after taking the cancer medication. As for others, either their conditions were too mild, leading to limited medication use, or they were still undergoing treatment and had not yet manifested symptoms. In any case, affected nations promptly ceased the use of the cancer medication and initiated a thorough investigation into this affair. In truth, the media felt quite wronged. They had not intended to deliberately conceal the incident. Initially, they had merely re-reported information from Great Xia. However, upon being accused of defamation by the Technology Alliance, they were bribed to suppress such incidents. Little did they know that when the side effects erupted collectively, all this information would be buried. Subsequently, a multitude of internet users exerted pressure, and upon discovering numerous cases, the media began to report on the issue. Another factor contributing to this surge in attention was the fact that the patients predominantly belonged to high-income brackets, primarily those of the upper middle class and above. Among them were individuals of significant influence and power. When they and their families learned that the adverse effects were the cause of their suffering, they erupted in fury, leveraging their connections and resources to compel the media to take action. Consequently, the Tech Alliance found it impossible to suppress the growing scrutiny. The prevailing sentiment online now demands that the Tech Alliance provide an explanation. While exorbitant compensation is assured, such matters are to be addressed later. At present, there is an urgent need to clarify the reasons behind these side effects and to propose a viable treatment. Within the Tech Alliance, Elon Musk no longer wore a self-satisfied smile. Instead, his visage was marked by anxiety, disarray, and an unsettling blend of fear and despair. Initially, when the first cases of adverse effect arose, he dismissed them as mere figments born from patients' imaginations, spurred by sensationalist reports. Perhaps, he thought, the Yishan Corporation had begun to tarnish their reputation. However, as the number of cases escalated, he realized that the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Nearly 90% of those who had taken the cancer medication experienced such outcomes, and all affected had previously used the drug. This was ample evidence indicating that the adverse effects were indeed a widespread phenomenon caused by the cancer medication. As he witnessed the relentless attacks from reporters and netizens, Musk felt a genuine sense of panic. The thought that the influential patients might unite to dismantle him filled him with dread. The notorious legal sharks from the esteemed law firms were likely already courting the patients, ready to extract their pound of flesh from the alliance. If this crisis could be resolved swiftly, perhaps only their reputation would suffer alongside a hefty compensation payout. However, if these patients could not be treated, the ramifications for him would be dire. Regardless of the outcome, the battle between the Tech Alliance and Yeshin Corporation was destined for failure. Musk had hoped to exploit this situation to undermine Yeshin's standing and extort technological insights from them, but that ambition had been utterly thwarted. In fact, Yeshin might very well emerge from this ordeal with enhanced prestige, as they were the first to publicly identify the drug side effects. Their cancer treatment device would subsequently become the sole means capable of completely curing all forms of cancer. This misstep would leave the Tech Alliance in a precarious position, casting a long shadow over future collaborations. Musk was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Why, he pondered, did Yeshin Corporation always manage to turn the tables? Rising from the brink of annihilation, he felt akin to a jester, realizing that Yeshin had seemingly orchestrated the entire scenario from the onset, with events unfurling precisely as they had anticipated. That individual, Tian, was indeed formidable. Chapter 129, The Absence of Treatment Methods at this moment in the laboratory. A group of researchers was engaged in experiments, their faces etched with panic. At the forefront stood Davis, his brow slick with cold sweat. Recently, he had basked in the accolades of the academic community, confidently assuming the mantle of a Nobel laureate. He had relished the limelight, appearing on television and enjoying the heights of success. Yet, in a matter of days, he was confronted with the alarming revelation that the cancer medication exhibited significant side effects, affecting virtually all patients worldwide who had taken it. In that instant, he was rendered speechless, his mind a blank slate. He could scarcely recall how he received Musk's call and hastily made his way to the laboratory. Their immediate objective was to ascertain the cause of these side effects and to devise an effective treatment. After conducting a series of experiments, they indeed uncovered an anomaly. The findings indicated that the microbial population, after consuming cancer cells, would, in order to sustain itself, begin to transform healthy bodily tissues into cancerous cells for sustenance. Thus, while the cancer medication could effectively treat cancer, it simultaneously instigated the patient's descent into cancer, ultimately leading to their demise. This elucidated why patients were losing weight, not because their bodily tissues were being consumed by microorganisms, but rather because those tissues were first transformed into tumors before being devoured. In a certain sense, these microorganisms were exclusively carnivorous, targeting only cancer cells. The functional design was not at fault. Rather, it was a minor deviation that precipitated such grave consequences. All of this should have been identified during the research phase, but Davis, in his hubris, had focused solely on the medication's efficacy, convinced that he had unraveled Tian's technology, neglecting any consideration of potential side effects. Now it was too late. Trust in the cancer medication had dissipated among the patients. Musk approached Davis, seizing his tie and exclaiming furiously, "What were your assurances? You claimed this technology was unequivocally akin to Tian's, that the resulting medication would be utterly safe and devoid of side effects. And now, do you understand how much I long to tear you apart? How could such obvious side effects have escaped your notice? I need not lift a finger. There's a throng outside, many of whom belong to the upper echelons of society, who would be more than willing to see you incarcerated, leaving you to face a grim future." At this moment, Davis broke down, tears streaming down his face. "Mr. Musk, you must save me. I became this way for the sake of the Tech Alliance. I admit I was somewhat negligent at the outset, but I truly never anticipated it would escalate to this level." Musk released his grip, allowing Davis to collapse to the floor. What were such words now? The entire Tech Alliance was in disarray because of him, and its very existence hung in the balance. He could not escape culpability for this disaster. And as for his future, he should abandon any hope. "You must develop a remedy immediately, perhaps that might mitigate your sentence." Wiping his tears, Davis appeared to reignite a glimmer of hope. "Yes, you're right. As long as I can rectify this side effect or discover treatment, everything can still be salvaged. It was merely a minor deviation. I will not repeat this error." Since they had successfully engineered a microbial strain that targeted cancer cells, the most challenging hurdle had already been overcome. What remained was merely a matter of refinement. However, after an extended period of relentless research, Davis and his team found themselves utterly disheartened. The light had faded from Davis's eyes. Despite their tireless efforts, they were unable to finalize the last step. Parameters that had previously seemed manageable had suddenly grown exceedingly complex and elusive. He realized that their earlier success in developing a microorganism that targeted cancer cells was not a testament to skill, but sheer luck. Now, he recognized the true brilliance of Tian's ability to create hair growth solutions using microbial technology. He had only scratched the surface of understanding. He lamented that had he not enjoyed such fortune in the beginning, he might not be facing such dire consequences now. Their team made further attempts to decipher the nature of this microorganism and to develop a remedy. However, despair soon enveloped them. They discovered that once this microorganism entered a host, it would persist in a relentless state, only perishing upon the host's death. Additionally, this microorganism proved to be remarkably tenacious, exhibiting extraordinary vitality, resistant to any medications, and adept at concealing itself in regions of the body where treatments were ineffective. Ultimately, they could only retreat in defeat. Davis and his team members were apprehended. The Technology Alliance regrettably announced to the public that, due to significant risks associated with the anti-cancer medication, it has been permanently withdrawn from the market. They emphasize that there are currently no effective treatments for the side effects of this medication. In a bid for transparency, they released all available information regarding the anti-cancer drug, hoping that the scientific community might devise a solution. Alarmingly, it was revealed that this dreadful microorganism was genetically modified from lactic acid bacteria. This incident has reached Dacia, where netizens have voiced sharp critiques. How delightful! They deserve this for ignoring the warnings. It had been stated that there were side effects, yet they chose to disregard it. It turns out that what Yishun Corporation claimed was indeed true. We had misjudged them. Remember when they accused Yishun Corporation of deliberately defaming them? Why are they silent now? Have they not seen that the Technology Alliance is on the brink of bankruptcy? They are likely to lose everything, and there will be no wages to distribute. Do they expect to power themselves with mere goodwill? The detractors must be contemplating their exit strategy now. Having offended Yishun Corporation, they may find themselves unable to use any of their products in the future, and perhaps even face a lack of treatment for cancer. They are likely seeking ways to make amends. What is there to fear? Were they not dismissive of cancer treatment devices? If they contract cancer, they could simply take the anti-cancer medication. Yishun Corporation is truly formidable. This debacle is solely the Technology Alliance's fault for their own self-destruction. They had numerous opportunities to rectify their mistakes, but chose to escalate the situation. Had they delayed the product's release for further research, much of this chaos could have been avoided. A considerable number of individuals across the globe have taken the medication. Fortunately, I cannot afford the anti-cancer drugs due to my family's financial constraints. Thankfully, the Technology Alliance, being in opposition to us, did not introduce the product immediately. So I extend my gratitude to these foreigners for testing the drug on our behalf. I harbor a deep resentment toward the Technology Alliance. My grandmother took the medication and is now bedridden. I hope justice prevails for us. Curse Technology Alliance. You will not have a peaceful end. Enough of this. Those who once gleefully disparaged Yishun Corporation online are likely among you. Yet now you come here feigning victimhood. The consequences of your actions cannot be blamed on anyone else. You ignored all warnings and now find yourselves in this predicament. Therefore, we must continue to trust Yishun Corporation and dismiss any slanderous remarks. Those are merely the fabrications of the Technology Alliance's online trolls. Given that Yishun Corporation's claims have proven true, their cancer treatment devices must not be exaggerated either. It seems I must hasten to seek treatment. Why are we still discussing such rudimentary matters? It has been reiterated countless times. If you fall ill, seek treatment promptly. In a short while, you may find it too late. The previously indecisive patients have finally awakened from their stupor and rushed to the treatment centers. However, they are met with an overwhelming crowd. Chapter 130. The treatment center is overwhelmed. The patients who hurriedly bought the medication now find themselves dumbfounded. The area is packed to capacity, resembling a bustling market in the countryside. There are not only numerous individuals from Dacia, but also many foreigners joining the fray. After waiting for an extended period, the crowd shows no signs of thinning. The patients are in tears, lamenting that they should have come for treatment when it was less crowded days prior. They curse themselves for believing in the rumors. Upon learning of this situation, Yishun Corporation opened 2 additional treatment centers. Yet progress remains exceedingly slow due to the influx of patients. After all, Dacia alone has nearly 300 million cancer patients, many of whom can afford the treatment. Not to mention the patients arriving from abroad upon hearing the news. Travel agencies have begun to offer cancer treatment packages to Dacia, which have become immensely popular. In light of this surge, domestic insurance companies have also introduced corresponding policies. Despite the addition of 2 machines, the situation remains unchanged, prompting Yishun Corporation to implement new measures. Henceforth, all patients must register on the official website, receive a queue number, and will be assigned a rough time slot for treatment. Only those with a queue number will receive treatment. Registration requires personal verification and the upload of medical records to eliminate scalpers. Additionally, Yishan Corporation has opened another treatment center, emphasizing that this location is reserved solely for critically ill patients. Consequently, the treatment process has begun to proceed in an orderly manner, providing patients with accurate responses, alleviating their concerns about the wait. Zheng Guangming drove his father to a hospital for a follow-up examination. Since the last treatment, his father's health had improved day by day. His complexion had brightened significantly, and he had gained weight. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Upon arrival at the hospital, they sought out a familiar doctor. After the examination report was released, the doctor nodded with a smile and stated, "The results are excellent. The tumor tissue has disappeared, and your body's functions are gradually recovering." In the past, a stage 4 cancer patient suddenly recovering would have been a shocking event. However, the doctor had encountered many similar cases by now. Zheng Guangming was overjoyed and eagerly pinned this news into a lengthy post, sharing it on social media. As the first family member of a patient to try the treatment device, he attracted countless viewers' attention, encouraging many other patients to seek treatment before the Technology Alliance's scandal was uncovered. Wonderful. Wishing your father a long and healthy life. The treatment device is highly effective. My family experienced the same results. Seeing this made me even more envious. I hope to be called for treatment soon. This is the correct approach to treating cancer. Just look at the nonsense the Technology Alliance has produced. Alas, my father took the Technology Alliance's medication and has yet to awaken. The doctor has advised me to let go, but I cannot bear the thought. If only I had insisted on going to Yishan Corporation initially, perhaps I would be the one sharing this article now. Yishan Corporation has conquered cancer. Can't they devise a solution for this illness as well? We the victims strongly urge Yishan Corporation to present a remedy. If they can truly resolve this, I will be their devoted supporter. Those who once spread rumors online and placed their faith in foreign technology are now facing the consequences of their actions. Why should anyone clean up the Technology Alliance's mess? What benefit could they possibly gain? They once displayed disdain and now adopt a victim's facade, engaging in moral coercion. How can they say such things? We are also victims. This is mere class envy. Li Bin observed the news regarding the Technology Alliance's crisis, wearing a troubled expression. He pulled out his own medical report and sighed. Initially diagnosed with cancer but lacking the funds for treatment, he received a job offer, or rather, a private gig. The client was indeed from the Technology Alliance, who promised that as long as Li Bin followed their narrative against Yishan Corporation online, he would receive anti-cancer medication and a substantial sum of money upon completion of the task. He was immediately tempted. At first, he pondered whether such actions would jeopardize his future use of Yishan Corporation's products. However, upon reflection, he figured that with this money, he could simply remain abroad and avoid any further association with Yishan Corporation. Thus, he participated in a few smear campaigns. Little did he anticipate that the Technology Alliance would suddenly face a catastrophic downfall. It was then that he realized the gravity of the situation. His long-held beliefs had been erroneous. He had aligned himself with the wrong side. The Technology Alliance's medication was indeed flawed, while Yishan Corporation's treatment methods were the true path. He had spent so long disparaging Yishan Corporation, thinking himself a champion of justice. Now, with no hope for anti-cancer medication, he attempted to contact the Technology Alliance, but found them unreachable. The promised funds were now out of reach. Li Bin was utterly dumbfounded, realizing he had been nothing more than a pawn, easily discarded once used. But what about his cancer? The only viable treatment now lay with Yishan Corporation. He had no choice but to muster his courage and register, hoping that the rumored screening process would not uncover his past as a detractor. However, upon seeing the glaring red words indicating that his registration had been unsuccessful, his heart sank into despair. A failed registration signified an inability to receive treatment, and for someone in his condition, it meant he could only await his demise. Clinging to a flicker of hope, he sought assistance online. Alas, life is indeed unpredictable. One must often leave themselves an avenue of retreat and refrain from pushing matters to the brink. Here I am, at such a tender age, bidding farewell to this world. He even shared his cancer test results, prompting a flurry of comments below. What's going on here? Why such pessimism? Indeed, is it merely cancer? Treatment is available now. Brother, is it a lack of funds? In truth, borrowing from relatives and friends could easily cover the costs, which typically hover around 100,000. After the procedure, one need not even recuperate. They can return to work and repay their debts. Li Bin, noticing the attention, felt a glimmer of hope and responded, "Alas. Previously, due to a misunderstanding, I spoke ill of the Yishan company online. Now, with my registration denied, I cannot utilize the treatment device and can only await death." The comment section dramatically reacted. What? Could it be that severe? Just a few disparaging remarks, and now you're barred? Sometimes one might inadvertently utter a few words. It shouldn't come to this. This is a matter of life and death. I find it somewhat excessive of the Yishan company. While other products might be fine, this pertains to life itself. Are they truly willing to let someone die? Precisely. The Yishan company is indeed being rather petty. They have no right to obstruct our treatment. What if we comment here? Will the Yishan company blacklist us? Chapter 131. Solutions for After Effects. Pay no heed to his ramblings. The detractors are merely stirring the pot. If it were simply a matter of casually or trendily disparaging remarks, how could one possibly be blacklisted? Indeed, I too have spoken ill of them online in the past. But that was out of ignorance, merely following the crowd. I worried about being blacklisted, but it turned out fine. The Yishan company is remarkably humane. One wouldn't be blacklisted unless they committed a grave offense. The original poster ought to reflect on their actions. Are they truly unaware of their own misdeeds? Surely. It's not simply a matter of casually slandering them. The original poster has cancer. I can only say it's a relief. What pretentiousness to play the innocent and seek sympathy. They must be receiving compensation, deliberately defaming the company. Such individuals will certainly not be granted access. The original poster must be in cahoots with the Technology Alliance, originally intending to use cancer-fighting drugs, but when the Technology Alliance fled, they found themselves unable to pass the Yishan company's tests, hence their innocent facade online, seeking pity. Am I correct? Even after facing downfall, they remain unrepentant, attempting to manipulate the narrative to achieve their aims. How repugnant. The original poster deserves to miss out on treatment. Individuals like them would be better off leaving this world sooner. Li Bin was utterly taken aback. His scheme had been unraveled so swiftly. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "So what? I previously fell for slander and engaged in some defamation. But it was for survival. I have cancer and simply lack the funds for treatment. The Technology Alliance provided me an opportunity. Now I'm truly at my wit's end. Does the Yishan company intend to drive me to despair? Is it their prerogative to dictate life and death based on technology? Do you not find this exceedingly malevolent? So many foreigners have come for treatment and have been accepted. I suspect the majority of them have also spoken ill of the Yishan company. Why can they? But I cannot. I merely wish to live." The comments section retorted once more. "It seems you remain obstinately ignorant. Everyone encounters various difficulties. Only a selfish individual like you fails to recognize their errors, opting to harm others for personal gain. Even now, you refuse to admit your faults and still expect treatment? Dream on. You had the audacity to act, so do not regret it. The Yishan company has been more than gracious not to sue you. Yet you still desire benefits." Li Bin closed his computer, a profound despair etched on his face. He now regretted provoking the Yishan company immensely. Within the Yishan company, Liu Ping was reporting on the current situation with the Technology Alliance. Numerous law firms had united to sue them, and in terms of compensation, it seemed unlikely they would manage without incurring several trillion in losses. Not only would they have to return the profits they had made, but they would also likely exhaust a significant portion of their capital. Moreover, currently, they only dare to compensate the deceased as families, refraining from covering the medical expenses of living patients, likely fearing it would become an endless pit. After this incident, the Technology Alliance would suffer a considerable blow, and it was uncertain if they could sustain themselves. I surmise those members have become estranged. As for their next research project, it remains indefinitely postponed. Tian smirked with a hint of derision. They have brought this upon themselves. By creating imaginary enemies and being overly ambitious in projects concerning life safety. They disregarded others' opinions and, when issues arose, dared to conceal them. Regardless of how strictly they monitored each step previously, they would not have faced such a fate today. Enough said. I never regarded them highly to begin with. Suddenly, Liu Ping thought of something. Recently, there have been reports of individuals who sought cancer treatment abroad and subsequently fell ill, whose families are now pleading online for the Yishan company to assist with their treatment. How should I respond to this? Tian replied, "Our super treatment pod can resolve this issue. While these individuals disregarded advice and insisted on seeking treatment abroad, it is understandable. After all, foreign countries were the first to release cancer-fighting drugs. Now that they have faced such misfortune, losing considerable wealth, they have somewhat received their comeuppance. Let us proceed this way. The company's super treatment pod will begin accepting these patients, solely targeting the eradication of the harmful bacteria within their bodies. Regardless of whether they hail from Tian or abroad, bring them all in. However, the treatment will cost $1 million for domestic patients and $3 million for those from abroad. There should be at least 20,000 patients able to afford this, which would generate a considerable income. Once these individuals are cured and granted a second chance at life, they will undoubtedly harbor immense anger towards the technology alliance. Let us watch them turn on each other. On this day, the Yixin company suddenly held a press conference to announce another significant technological breakthrough, the super treatment pod. According to the description, this treatment pod can cure all diseases and ailments in the world. It can even regenerate missing bodily tissues. The pod can also provide cosmetic and weight loss services. This will serve as the ultimate guarantee of the medical prowess of Yixin Hospital. They will initiate the use of the machines early to treat patients suffering from the aftereffects of cancer medications. Furthermore, they disclose the pricing. This announcement instantly astounded netizens around the globe. Today is not April Fool's Day, is it? The Yixin company just unveiled a device for treating cancer. And now they claim to have conquered all diseases? Regeneration of severed limbs? Is this technology that should exist on Blue Star? Oh heavens, this is simply extraterrestrial technology. I have only seen this in science fiction films. The Technology Alliance is not even in the same league. With this, there will be no incurable diseases left. Goodness, is this truly real? It feels like a dream. Incredible. They can even treat the after effects of cancer medications. Oh, my father is finally saved. My long wait was not in vain. It must be the Yixin company, as they can provide solutions to every problem. Most of these patients suffering from after effects had previously looked down upon the Yixin company. They surprisingly set aside past grievances to offer a treatment plan. Clearly, they see a profit opportunity. Just look at how exorbitant the treatment fees are. This is simply profiteering. Oh my, this is fantastic news. Our family will forever be grateful to the Yixin company. I will immediately arrange for my family to seek treatment in Tian. Why are the treatment costs so high? And why are patients from Tian charged 3 times less than us? I demand an explanation from the Yixin company. Explain to your mother. If you find it too expensive, you need not seek treatment. Given that Yixin company is the sole entity capable of providing a cure, they have the authority to establish any regulations they desire. Li Xian transferred the comatose Li Damu to a hospital in Nanfeng City. There was no alternative. The super treatment chamber capable of healing Li Damu was exclusively available at the headquarters of Yixin Company. Chapter 132. The efficacy of the treatment chamber. She employed a caregiver to escort her father, who was receiving an 4-drip, to the treatment facility. Although it posed some inconvenience, she dared not voice any complaints at this moment. The treatment facility was located within Yixin Company, and access was granted solely through a case appointment and call number system. Moreover, the entrance was heavily guarded by armed personnel. After a meticulous inspection, they were allowed entry. A staff member glanced at her, picked up a document, and inquired, Li Xian? Li Xian promptly nodded. Yes, that's me. This is my father, Li Damu. He requires treatment. And the payment has already been transferred. The staff member acknowledged her with a nod, removed the 4-drip from Li Damu, and placed him inside a chamber that resembled a colossal freezer. A nearby armed security officer then operated the controls, selecting several options before a beep echoed through the room. Approximately a minute later, the chamber door reopened. The staff member announced, all the cancer-fighting bacteria within his body have been completely eradicated. He simply needs to replenish his nutrients, and in due time, he will return to normal. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Xian wept. The tension that had gripped her for so long finally dissipated. Upon returning to the hospital, Li Damu awoke that very afternoon. His complexion appeared significantly healthier, and he no longer required continuous treatment. He could eat normally, and his condition did not deteriorate further. Even the most discerning observer could see that he had been cured. Learning of the events that transpired during his illness, Li Damu felt a wave of apprehension. He was grateful that his daughter had not given up on him, although the ordeal had drained their finances. At least his life was saved. Simultaneously, he felt a deep sense of shame for his previous prejudices and expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Yixin Company. Furious with the Technology Alliance, he vowed to pursue legal action to the end. Li Xian shared the results of her father's treatment online, her words brimming with the exhilaration of renewed life. As the first person in the world to reveal side effects, she garnered considerable attention. Indeed, it seemed that the super treatment chamber lived up to its reputation. While the world grappled with after effects, here they were swiftly resolved. With this in mind, she hastened to arrange treatment for her family as well. The treatment chamber was exceptional, albeit exorbitantly priced, approximately tenfold the cost of conventional cancer treatment devices. Could it not be made more affordable? Did you raise concerns about the price when you initially received cancer medication? I recall the cost being quite similar. Observing Li Xian's father, who is now vibrant and full of life, patients from abroad finally believe in the efficacy of the super treatment chamber. They promptly arranged for their family members to seek treatment in Daxia. However, the journey was undoubtedly fraught with challenges. They faced the ordeal of a lengthy flight spanning several hours, compounded by the necessity of continuous treatment for the patients. Standard flights prohibited the transport of liquids, necessitating the navigation of various connections to secure permissions and hiring specialized medical teams for continuous care. This left the upper-class individuals feeling exasperated. Some proposed transporting the machine abroad for their treatment, but Yixun Company resolutely declined. One could easily deduce the value of such equipment. Not to mention the technology contained within it far surpassed the current level by a century. Such advancements could never be allowed to leave the country. The individuals hesitated to voice further complaints, fearing the ire of Yixun Company. They complied and paid for medical teams to transport their loved ones to Daxia. However, as they departed, they wore broad smiles, having witnessed the remarkable power of the treatment chamber. The effects were immediate. Patients placed inside for merely a minute no longer experienced deterioration. An increasing number of patients sought treatment, causing the major hospitals in Nanfeng City to reach capacity, inundated daily with patients from around the globe, yet yielding substantial profits. Li Guodong was listening to the radio when a knock echoed at the door. He hastily rose to his feet. At that moment, he felt a warm presence brushing against his leg. It was his guide dog. Li Guodong gently stroked the dog's head with his mechanical prosthetic arm, holding onto its leash. Indeed, Li Guodong was blind and lacked limbs. This all traced back several years. Orphaned as a child, he was raised in an orphanage, which provided him with education and instilled in him the virtues of kindness. After graduating, he dedicated himself to giving back to society. One day, while walking down the street, he noticed a crowd gathered around something. Parting the throng, he discovered that a van had crashed and was ablaze. The driver had collapsed inside. As the flames surged, and with no sign of a fire truck, the onlookers stood paralyzed with fear. In that moment, Li Guodong's mind was singularly focused on saving a life. He dashed forward and pulled the driver from the vehicle. The bystanders erupted into applause. He then checked the back seat for any passengers, and to his horror, he discovered it was filled with liquefied gas canisters, 2 of which were already aflame. He shouted to the crowd, "Run! It's about to explode." However, the crowd failed to grasp the gravity of his warning, thinking he was merely exaggerating. With a sea of people and buildings surrounding him, Li Guodong had only one thought: to prevent an explosion from resulting in mass casualties. He jumped into the driver's seat and sped toward an open area. The crowd was bewildered. Li Guodong's heart raced as he urged himself to go faster. Finally reaching a safe distance, he glanced back to see all the gas canisters igniting. He scrambled out of the vehicle and sprinted toward cover. Yet, barely a few steps later, the vehicle erupted in a violent explosion, propelling him through the air for several meters. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, finally understanding why Li Guodong had acted as he did. They quickly rushed to his aid and transported him to the hospital. Despite the hospital's relentless efforts to save him, his injuries were severe, and he faced life-threatening situations multiple times. Ultimately, he survived, but at a great cost. His limbs had to be amputated, and he had lost his sight. His story garnered widespread media attention, touching the hearts of countless individuals. The government and benevolent strangers raised substantial funds for his medical expenses. Though he had become a public figure, he also became dependent on others for care. Yet, he never regretted his decision that day. In the quiet of the night, even the strongest among him would shed tears. Fortunately, a prosthetics company recently introduced mind-control prosthetics and provided him with a custom set free of charge, which he cherished. Now, he could care for himself again. He applied for a guide dog, and now, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary blind person. Recently, he discovered a new goal: to document his fitness journey on Douyin. His positive outlook inspired countless online users, with many previously pessimistic individuals regaining hope in life. Chapter 133. The world's wealthy are shocked. Li Guodong opened the door with his dog by his side, inquiring, "Who is it? What brings you here at such a late hour?" The voice from the other side responded excitedly, "It's me, your Uncle Yang." Li Guodong smiled and replied, "Uncle Yang, please come in." This man was an official worker who had been arranging Li Guodong's work and living matters since his accident. And recently, he had even secured him a job that did not require vision. "What brings you here?" "Shaoli, have you seen the news? You can fully resume your normal life now." Li Guodong smiled and replied, "I'm not a normal person already?" Except for my blindness. Uncle Yang interjected, no. The Yeshin Corporation has released a super treatment pod that can heal all ailments and repair physical injuries. Although it sounds somewhat unbelievable, it is said that this medical pod can regenerate severed limbs and reconstruct missing tissues. It sounds like a myth, doesn't it? However, they assure us that it is true. Once you undergo treatment, you can regrow your limbs and eyesight. Li Guodong was utterly astonished. Regenerating severed limbs and regrowing lost tissues. Was this still technology? It was clearly magic. Moreover, it was the Yeshin Corporation again. They were the ones who had previously introduced the mind device, which had given him a new lease on life. Now, they had offered him the hope of complete restoration. He cautiously asked, Uncle Yang, such an extraordinary device must be quite expensive, right? Uncle Yang waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for you to pay. The higher-ups have covered all expenses. To be honest, this treatment opportunity was fought for on your behalf. Countless wealthy individuals are eager for treatment, but must wait in line. That's good to hear. The next day, Li Guodong arrived at the treatment facility within Yeshin Corporation. Under the guidance of the staff, he removed his prosthetics. With a heart full of trepidation, he was placed into the treatment pod, taking deep breaths to calm himself. The staff noticed his anxiety and reassured him, there's nothing to fear. You won't feel a thing during the process. Just take a nap, and when you wake up, everything will be back to normal. Finally, the machine emitted a gentle rumble, and Li Guodong lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying in bed, confronted by an intensely bright light. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his eyes. Suddenly, he realized what this meant. He could see. Moreover, he felt that the hands he extended were flesh and blood, not cold machinery. Overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. After finally acclimatizing to the sunlight, he beheld the world once more. Everything he saw was vibrant and moving. He glanced at his body. The newly regrown limbs were noticeably whiter and quite frail compared to the rest of him. Yet, this was not a concern. After a period of exercise, he would return to normalcy. He excitedly shared this exhilarating experience on Douyin, broadcasting it to his followers. The comments section erupted almost instantly. Wow, is this Li Guo? What is happening? Li Guo, how'd your hand regrow? And your eyesight? You're able to see now? I can't be dreaming, can I? After watching the subsequent content of the video, his followers began to comprehend. The super treatment pod is astonishing. It truly can regenerate severed limbs? I thought it was just a gimmick with minimal actual effect. Congratulations, Li Yi. Good deeds are rewarded. You can now live a normal life. I'm brought to tears. I once faced paralysis from an accident, and I can imagine this feeling. How envious I am. I want to seek treatment at Yeshin Corporation too. How did Li Guo manage to get treated? I had planned to use a treatment device, but was informed that only a limited number of slots are currently available, and general ailments aren't being treated at the moment due to prohibitive costs. Li Guo is officially recognized for his bravery in the face of adversity. Naturally, he qualifies for treatment while others must wait. For ordinary individuals seeking treatment in the pod, it seems they will have to wait a while, as the focus is currently on addressing post-treatment complications. Well, as long as there's hope, that's enough. I can wait a little longer. Following his miraculous recovery, Li Guodong announced his commitment to philanthropy, aiming to assist those who face hardships due to accidents in regaining their confidence and securing opportunities for treatment. His story garnered extensive media coverage, astonishing the world. Undoubtedly, this was a miracle. A severely disabled individual, once blind, had completely regained normalcy, demonstrating the power of the super treatment pod. The global medical community was left in awe. While they could grasp the technical principles behind cancer treatment devices to some extent, the mechanics of the treatment pod eluded them entirely, with no clues to be found. Based on their current understanding, the super treatment pod operated similarly to cancer treatment devices, relying on a special type of ray for healing. However, this notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Even physicists were baffled. What kind of ray could possibly possess the ability to activate cellular regeneration? They felt increasingly distanced from Yeshin Corporation. Consequently, numerous biologists and physicists publicly expressed their desire to visit the super treatment pod, hoping to glean insights that could spur significant advancements in their respective fields. Yet, this request was declined. However, the super treatment pod had once again reshaped public perception. The proclaimed efficacy was indeed real. If all diseases could be treated, did that imply that in the future, everyone would only die from natural causes? Wealthy individuals often faced illnesses in their old age, many having undergone multiple organ transplants, which could negatively impact their lifespan and necessitate lifelong immunosuppressant medication. Nothing could replace one's original organs. They hastily contacted Yeshin Corporation, seeking treatment. Yet, Yeshin Corporation declined their requests, citing that they were not currently accepting new patients. These individuals were left to wait. However, this did not imply that no wealthy individuals had received treatment. The stipulation was that they had to be patients suffering from the side effects of cancer medication. For instance, there was a wealthy individual who had initially intended to seek treatment for his residual effects in Daxia, but stumbled upon the remarkable capabilities of the super treatment pod. Thus, he approached Yeshin Corporation, proposing to address his other ailments concurrently with his residual effects treatment. This wealthy individual's family had a rare hereditary disease. Surviving to his current age was already a feat. He had spent over 100 million miles currency on hospital bills just to enable laboratories to develop various cutting-edge medications. Despite this, his health continued to deteriorate, and in a few years, he would likely face complete organ failure. Yeshin Corporation readily accepted this request, assuring him that they would completely resolve his genetic disorder and restore his body's tissues to optimal condition. They even offered to provide cosmetic enhancements, though this would require a payment of 100 million miles currency. Chapter 134. Have you received the news? The wealthy individual promptly paid the fee. As long as his illness could be cured, he was willing to spend any amount. When the wealthy individual emerged from the treatment pod, everyone was left astounded. Not only had his residual effects been cured, but his hereditary disease and all other ailments throughout his body had also been addressed. Even his hair had turned black again, and his skin was no longer sagging. He had regained a youthful appearance. Although his facial contours still revealed signs of aging, this treatment surpassed all cosmetic procedures. This session of treatment was second only to the complete transformation experienced by Zhang Daqian. Of course, this time it focused solely on curing all diseases and enhancing external appearance. But it was already astonishing. The wealthy individual was exceedingly satisfied, stating that he would return for treatment at regular intervals, with the cost remaining at 100 million. His reappearance sent the online community into a frenzy. Compared to Li Guodong's case, the wealthy individual's story was even more breathtaking, as he was a household name worldwide. Everyone was aware of the severity of his illness and was familiar with his appearance, which had resembled that of a decrepit old man. However, following treatment in the pod, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. No longer confined to a wheelchair, appearing exceedingly frail, he now exudes vitality, speaking with robust conviction, his skin and hair having reverted to their youthful state. The results are astonishing, almost akin to a miraculous rejuvenation. The wealthy elites from abroad can no longer contain their enthusiasm. Those who previously showed little interest, even among the healthier affluent, have now completely shifted their perspective. While physical health is one aspect, the remarkable restoration of one's appearance through machine therapy is irresistibly alluring to them. It is far more effective than any exorbitant cosmetic procedure, and the treatment is straightforward and painless. Particularly for the female magnates, they are fervently inquiring about when Yishun's company will commence treatments. In a hotel in Nanfeng City, a woman gradually awakens, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Turning her head, she gazes at the man sleeping beside her, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she leans in to kiss him. The man stirs awake, glancing at the clock before hastily rising and dressing, exclaiming, "I must leave. I'll be late." The woman's expression turns wistful. "Can't you stay a little longer?" The man replies, "Let us meet tomorrow. We'll be at the same place." She shakes her head. "Tomorrow 1T work. I'll be busy with work all day." He shrugs. "Then there's nothing to be done. Goodbye. You are the most beautiful woman in Daxia, and I shall not forget this time we shared." Hearing him call her the most beautiful woman fills her with delight, yet the thought that today is their last meeting casts a shadow over her heart. "John, can you truly not stay in Daxia? Why not have a proper discussion with your employer about staying?" John replies, "I cannot, sweet. While I adore this beautiful country and my job, I've already been away from my homeland for too long. It is time for me to return. Moreover, according to company policy, I will be reassigned to headquarters, meaning I want to be back in Daxia for quite some time. Perhaps I might return during a vacation, but, as you know, our relationship must come to an end." Sweet's face falls with sorrow as she steps closer to embrace John. "But I can't bear it, John. Can't you stay with me a bit longer? I remember you said you have no family or friends back home. Why must you return? Just change jobs instead. I can help you find a position that is easy and well-paying, so we can always be together. Even if you don't work, I can support you." John pauses, visibly irritated. "Though I am aware your income surpasses mine considerably, I do not wish to be a man living off a woman's earnings. Farewell, Sweet." He turns and closes the door behind him. Sweet panics. "No, that is not what I meant, John. I'm sorry." She rushes outside, hoping to catch up with him, but he has already vanished from sight. Tears stream down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Suddenly, she feels a warm embrace. Looking up, she sees John, his expression filled with concern. I'm sorry, sweet. My reaction was excessive. They hold each other tightly. John confesses, truthfully, I cannot bear the thought of leaving you. It pains me to think of our separation. Let us do this. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Let us meet tomorrow to discuss it properly. I trust you won't be busy all day, will you? Not right now. I am nearly late. Torn between her emotions, she finally says, all right, but we cannot meet here tomorrow. You book a room at the XX Hotel and let me know. I will arrive in 5 minutes during my work break. They bid a reluctant farewell. Sweet drives to Yi Shun's company, passing through rigorous security checks before entering her office. Shortly after her arrival, her assistant bursts in. Sister Tian, you're finally here. There are numerous travel plans that need your arrangement. If you hadn't come, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I'm worried about what the boss might say. Sweet, regaining her icy demeanor, responds, what is the fuss? I'm here now. Hand me the materials. I'll get it done immediately. I know the boss's schedule well. He usually isn't here at this time, so there won't be any issues. With that, she immerses herself in her work. A few moments earlier, after parting with Sweet, John hums a tune as he approaches the parking lot, locating his car and sliding into the driver's seat. In the back seat sits a stern man, a scar marking his face. He inquires, so how did it go? Did you gather any information? Did it raise the target's alertness? John chuckles, of course. Just look at who is involved. Dealing with such a naive and inexperienced woman is a piece of cake. She has already suggested I resign and that she could support me. I suspect she would agree to anything I ask now. This woman is exceedingly foolish. She is likely still thinking of me, completely unaware. You might find it amusing. John continues, but during my time in Dacia, I've been on edge. Having a woman to keep me company has been rather pleasant, a means to alleviate some stress. The man observes John's expression of enjoyment and shakes his head. Chapter 135. The assassination operation in progress. Casual encounters are fine, but do not let it consume you. It could jeopardize our mission. John quickly responds, how could it? I keep work and personal life separate. Let's not forget, I have a wife and 2 lovely children waiting for me back in my homeland. The man nods. Good to hear. After this mission concludes, you will receive commendations from the commander, ensuring you need not work again for the rest of your life. This operation is fraught with danger, and thus, the rewards are exceptionally high, guaranteeing you a fortune for your entire lifetime. In truth, this operation should not have required such intricate planning. It should have merely been a straightforward assassination. However, since the last incident, Yi Shun's company has heightened its vigilance. Presently, Yi Tian hardly ever steps outside the company's premises. Tactics to lure him out, as we did previously, are no longer viable. Now, his movements during events are shrouded in secrecy. Logically, even under these circumstances, there should still be opportunities to execute the assassination. What is puzzling is that despite dispatching numerous elite assassins, all with extensive experience, they inexplicably expose themselves upon entering Dacia. Based on our assessments, it is highly unlikely they committed any blunders. John remarks, this suggests Dacia possesses an unknown screening method capable of effectively identifying threats. The man nods. Exactly. A couple of captures could be attributed to mere oversight. However, 5 or 6 teams disappearing without a trace is highly irregular. The higher-up suspect that Dacia's surveillance system has been upgraded, allowing it to analyze behavior and identify suspicious individuals. This system is formidable, capable of even noting whether you dispose of your garbage on time. A seasoned predecessor drew attention simply for neglecting to take out the trash, despite not being involved in this operation at all. In summary, since this system became operational, we must exercise greater caution during our activities in Dacia. All information transmission and actions must appear to have completely legitimate reasons. This assassination mission, which should have been straightforward, has instead consumed an inordinate amount of time for intelligence gathering and planning. Thankfully, it has yet to attract the attention of Tian Wang. If all goes according to plan, tomorrow will mark the conclusion of this endeavor. Now, let's discuss the intelligence you have gathered. Do you have any leads on Yi Tian's whereabouts? John nodded, confirming that he had indeed acquired a significant clue. The woman indicated that she would be accompanying the boss for the entire day tomorrow. Based on my analysis, they are scheduled to attend an event which will take place within the city limits. The man furrowed his brow. This information is insufficient. Nanfeng City is vast, and it is impractical for us to station personnel to monitor Yi Shun's company. They have taken to employing multiple decoys for each outing to obscure the true location. And each team is configured identically, making it impossible to track them all. Moreover, any attempt at surveillance would undoubtedly be detected. We must devise a plausible excuse to position ourselves at their target location. We need to ascertain a more precise venue. John smiled. Do not fret. That woman informed me to reserve a room at a specific location for tomorrow, claiming she could arrive in 5 minutes. This is a distinctly clear lead. The two men retrieved a map of Nanfeng City and pinpointed the coordinates of the hotel. They drew a circle around it, identifying all locations within 5 minutes reach. Excluding traffic and various other factors, they ultimately settled on a target. Nanfeng University. It must be here. With the recent development of Nanfeng City, this formerly obscure institution is now receiving substantial backing from higher authorities, aspiring to evolve into a top-tier university akin to Qingbei. Tomorrow marks the 5th anniversary of its founding, coinciding with graduation season. I am confident that they will leverage their connections to invite Yi Tian to their event for the sake of publicity. Yes, Yi Tian will be present at the university tomorrow. A smile spread across the man's face. Finally, we have confirmation. I will immediately inform the higher-ups to plan the operation. Shortly thereafter, he returned. The higher-ups have sanctioned the operation. We will execute it ourselves tomorrow, and the equipment is secured in the safe house. John frowned and inquired, why must we personally partake in the operation? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the action team? The man replied, it is unavoidable. Mobilizing a large number of people at this juncture would raise suspicions. Our faces are relatively familiar, and we can concoct suitable excuses to appear near the university without arousing any doubts. Rest assured, your role will solely involve remote monitoring. You will not need to engage in close-quarters combat. Furthermore, once the mission is accomplished, we will arrange for your swift extraction, allowing you to reunite with your family. This will be your final task for the organization. Just imagine the rewards awaiting you upon the mission's completion. John sighed. Very well. Damn it. I have no other choice at this point. If I refuse, I won't be able to leave this room, will I? The man shrugged. The sooner we complete the mission, the sooner we can escape from here. The two then began to finalize the specific details of the operation for the following day. Time flew, and soon it was the next day. Inside a heavily guarded villa at the heart of Yixin Company, Yi Tian awoke to find Zhang Daqiang entering the room. What brings you here? Is there something amiss? Zhang Daqiang replied, have you forgotten? You are to attend an event at Nanfeng University today to make an appearance. Yi Tian was somewhat taken aback. Of course, he was aware of this, but he was puzzled as to why Zhang Daqiang was present. Shouldn't you be in the office? What? Am I not welcome? Do not forget that the situation outside has been quite turbulent. Following the recent incident, the higher-ups are taking no chances. Although you will only be making a brief appearance for half an hour, we have made extensive preparations. I will be in charge of security and will be your personal bodyguard throughout. As long as I'm standing, I will ensure your safety. Yi Tian was at a loss for words. Is it really necessary? Wasn't it said that those individuals have been inactive for quite some time? Zhang Daqiang replied with utmost seriousness. That is precisely what worries me the most. I suspect that they have become aware of their predicament and are now operating with increased stealth. They are undoubtedly plotting something in secret, which renders every one of your outings particularly perilous. Chapter 136. Arrival at the school. Yi Tian changed into a suit and stepped outside. Zhang Daqiang asked, why not bring the mech along? In case of an emergency, it could assist in dealing with any issues. Isn't that a bit excessive? It's just for half an hour. Have no worries. I will certainly look after myself. Furthermore, the mech is at home. In the event of an emergency, it can arrive on the scene in approximately 2 minutes. Zhang Daqiang considered this and ceased further discussion. The operation was highly confidential, and numerous decoys had been employed simultaneously. All the security personnel accompanying them were thoroughly enhanced through treatment chambers, battle-hardened, and nearly omnipotent. Under such circumstances, if a mech were truly needed, it would indicate that the situation had deteriorated significantly. In any case, such an occurrence was highly unlikely. He reiterated his warnings to Yi Tian. Should you detect any suspicious activity, you must immediately follow our orders to retreat. Avoid sudden movements that could jeopardize our operation. Yi Tian was aware of the recent circumstances and replied, do I need to be reminded? Rest assured. Once outside, a suited bodyguard opened the car door, and Yi Tian entered. This time, the driver was not Xiao Lu. For the sake of discretion, Yi Tian's drivers were never fixed. He noticed Xiao Lu boarding a vehicle from another convoy, evidently taking a different route to divert attention. Zhang Daqiang also climbed aboard and spoke into a miniature earpiece. Attention all units, proceed according to the original plan. Our convoy is the second to depart. Remain vigilant for any suspicious activity. Let us move. The convoy set off in grand fashion. Zhang Daqiang's senses were heightened, feeling an ominous premonition for reasons unknown. Yi Tian, however, seemed unfazed, casually perusing a magazine. Soon, the vehicle entered the campus of Nanfeng University through the back gate and came to a halt at the auditorium. The students on campus, witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, began to discuss amongst themselves. Who is this important figure? I don't know. Perhaps it's some city official attending the anniversary celebration. The security level today is quite high. Even phones and personal belongings are being inspected. Indeed, individuals unrelated to the celebration are not permitted entry here. Who could this important person be? The students grew increasingly excited. Tian exited the vehicle, surrounded by a throng as he made his way into the auditorium. Zhang Daqiang vigilantly scanned the surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked while communicating through his earpiece. Stay alert. We must avoid any disruptions. Tian surveyed the area and noticed a woman in an elegant uniform approaching him, handing over a document. This was the speech he would use today. The woman appeared somewhat distracted. Tian recognized her as a secretary to Liu Ping, but Tian has now become an idol for nearly all young people, particularly in Nanfeng City. He is revered almost like a deity, cloaked in an aura of legend. Almost everyone harbors a desire to meet this individual, reputed to possess the highest IQ in the world. Yet he seldom makes public appearances, gracing only the most significant events with his presence. However, today, he unexpectedly attended the celebration at Nanfeng University, delivering a collective speech to the students. The excitement in the air was palpable as everyone craned their necks, eagerly awaiting his arrival at the entrance of the hall. Soon, a familiar figure emerged, and the applause intensified, mixed with whistles and cheers. Tian ascended the podium, shaking hands with the eager principal while sporting a professional, albeit artificial, smile. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Tian cleared his throat and greeted, "Good day, students. Greetings to all staff and leaders present. It is a profound honor to participate in the 5th anniversary celebration of Nanfeng University. Over the past year, I have witnessed firsthand the remarkable growth of this institution." Although his words were somewhat formulaic, the audience listened intently. At that moment, a disturbance erupted from the back row, disrupting his speech. Zhang Daqiang, seated in the front row, furrowed his brow and whispered into his earpiece, "What is going on? Everyone, stay alert." Tian glanced towards the rear. In the vast auditorium, a student occasionally turned to look back, seemingly evading something. He wished to continue listening to the speech, but found himself distracted by the need to fend off whatever was causing the commotion. A staff member approached to investigate, and soon joined in the effort to disperse whatever was troubling the student. After returning to the principal, the staff member whispered a few words, leaving the principal visibly embarrassed as he looked at Tian. After all the effort to invite Tian, such an incident had occurred. Zhang Daqiang detained the principal, inquiring, "What's the situation?" A few hornets had inadvertently entered through the back door, but the staff had already managed to chase them away. "I sincerely apologize. This was an oversight on our part." Zhang Daqiang frowned, but refrained from further comment, realizing he was not a member of the school's staff, despite silently critiquing the situation. It seemed a minor hiccup, and perhaps he was being overly cautious. Still, an inexplicable shadow of unease lingered in his heart. He glanced at his watch. Thankfully, there were only 20 minutes remaining. Seeing that order had been restored in the auditorium, Tian resumed his speech. 5 minutes earlier, in the office of the university's upper management, a man of authority smiled as he gazed at a check before him, saying, "Mr. John, we are immensely grateful for your contributions to the development of our school. It is truly a fortune for us to have an international friend like you supporting our educational endeavors in Daxia." John replied with a smile, "It is the least I could do. Ever since I first set foot on this land, I have fallen in love with it. Regrettably, I must return to my country now, but before I go, I intend to donate my savings to your esteemed institution to support underprivileged students." The leader grasped John's hands firmly. "We will certainly make good use of it." After conversing for a while, John glanced at his watch and said, "All right, I won't take up any more of your time. However, may I take a stroll around the campus before I leave?" The leader replied, "Of course. But today is somewhat special. Just refrain from going to the back of the main auditorium. I personally recommend the artificial lake. It is truly a delightful place for a leisurely walk." John nodded and exited the office. The expression on his face shifted dramatically. As he made his way toward the artificial lake, he discreetly observed the locations of the cameras. The campus was mostly deserted, with the majority of students gathered in the main auditorium. He noticed a black convoy entering the premises. There were also several men in suits and sunglasses on alert. Arriving at the artificial lake, John retrieved a sealed cloth bag from his pocket and, using the grass at his feet, opened the bag. Before long, a swarm of shadows appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of gore hornets. The swarm settled around the bag without attacking John, remaining still. A surge of joy filled John's heart. The first step of his plan was complete. Memories flooded back to him. In the hotel, he had presented a bottle of perfume to Tian, whose face lit up in surprise as she beheld the diamond-studded vial. This is a carefully selected gift for you. Limited to just 50 bottles worldwide. Impossible to purchase. It is a creation of a renowned perfumer, exclusively available to royalty and the affluent. I believe it perfectly complements your elegance. Tian held the bottle, saying, John, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Yet, she clutched it tightly. John playfully brushed his finger against her nose. My dear, you deserve nothing but the best. With that, they shared a kiss. The scene shifted to yesterday, when John discussed plans with a man in a safe house. The man opened a wooden box, and John's expression soured as he exclaimed, What on earth is this? It's utterly revolting. The man laughed heartily. This is the equipment prepared for us by our superiors. John exaggeratedly protested. You must be mistaken. Where's my gun? My drone? How can we carry out an assassination without such advanced equipment? The man replied, Calm down. The security in Nanfeng City has tightened significantly. The gear you mentioned cannot be brought in. Moreover, with those tools, it is impossible to approach Tian. Do not underestimate these items. They are the true embodiment of invisible lethality, and they are nearly impossible to defend against. John expressed his disdain. What exactly is this? The man explained. This is a native species of hornet from Daxia, one of the most ferocious and potent stinging insects in the world. John could hardly believe it. You cannot expect to use this creature to assassinate Tian. It won't obey your commands. It might very well sting you first. Besides, its lethality against humans is limited. Do not forget that Tian has numerous bodyguards to handle such nuisances. The man chuckled. Firstly, they do not need to heed my commands. You will be the one executing this task tomorrow. Secondly, you need not worry about that. The lethality of these creatures is absolutely sufficient. This is a result of meticulous research in our laboratory. We have genetically modified it using various hornet species from around the world and reinforced it with special technology. It is no ordinary hornet anymore. Its flying speed far exceeds that of typical hornets, and its venom potency is magnified several times over. A single sting can result in severe allergic reactions and suffocation within 5 minutes. John felt a chill run down his spine. You entrust me with such a terrifying task. The man hurriedly reassured him, Do not be alarmed. Hear me out. This modified hornet possesses a unique characteristic. It is attracted to a very specific pheromone, capable of detecting it from several dozen meters away. Upon contact with this pheromone, it becomes calm. The only exception is when this pheromone interacts with human scent. It combines with the hormones emitted by the body, transforming into an odor they find extremely repulsive. They will then attack the target with frenzy. John's understanding dawned. So, as long as I carry the pheromone, I will not be attacked by them. The man nodded. Just be careful not to let it touch your skin. John expressed further confusion. How can I provoke these wasps to attack Tian? He hasn't come into contact with the pheromones. The man inquired, Do you recall the perfume I instructed you to gift that female secretary? John suddenly grasped the implication. The pheromone was contained within that very perfume? The man nodded with a smile. According to our analysis, that female secretary frequently delivers various documents to Tian, including itineraries and speeches. Thus, she is capable of directly transmitting the pheromone to him. This particular pheromone, once contaminated, cannot be washed off regardless of the method employed within 2 days. The wasps can only track targets from several dozen meters away. Thus, we cannot execute this plan at Tian's company. However, the security at Nanfeng University is not as stringent, allowing us to approach Tian more closely. At that point, if you merely open a bag containing the pheromone on campus, it will attract the swarm from outside. Subsequently, you can use a specially formulated solution to eliminate the pheromone on your person, causing the swarm to lose its target and search for other pheromonal cues within the campus. John displayed an expression of admiration. This plan is truly ingenious. Suddenly, his expression changed. Does this mean that these wasps will also harm Tian? Do not take offense. It is not that I am soft-hearted, but if Tian happens to be on campus, she would inadvertently draw the wasp's attention, potentially alerting Tian's security personnel. The man chuckled. Have you forgotten? This is the time you were supposed to be on a date with her. If she loves you enough, she will surely find a way to sneak away from the school to a hotel. John stared at the man in shock, scrutinizing him for a long while. You considered even this? You're truly a devil. No wonder you are the intellectual powerhouse of the Special Operations Bureau. The flashback concluded. John stood by the lakeside, gazing at the dense swarm of wasps, and pulled out his phone to dial Tian's number. Hello, I've arrived at the XX Hotel. When will you be here? Chapter 138. Entrapped in Crisis. On campus, Tian, who was outside the auditorium, took out her phone, glanced at the number, and smiled as she answered. After hanging up, she felt a mix of surprise and inner conflict. Casting a glance in the direction of the auditorium, she ultimately resolved that meeting John was of greater importance. After all, her boss would soon leave and likely wouldn't require her assistance. He might not even notice her absence. Even if he did, she could easily fabricate an excuse later. She hurriedly drove away from the campus. The security personnel were too preoccupied to pay her any mind. On John's end, after waiting for a moment, he retrieved a vial from his pocket and poured its contents over the bag containing the pheromone. Instantly, a plume of white smoke erupted. John quickly sheltered himself to the side. At that moment, the previously tranquil wasps began to stir restlessly, circling in place. Suddenly, as if sensing something, they surged towards a specific direction, the auditorium. A satisfied expression crossed John's face. Inside the auditorium, Tian continued his speech. Suddenly, he frowned again, noticing that students in the back rows were beginning to panic. Staff rushed over, only to be startled by the sight of 3 or 4 wasps buzzing around. They seemed unaware of why these insects were not attacking the students. Chaos ensued within the venue. It is crucial to recognize that these creatures are highly venomous. The earlier disturbance with 1 was manageable, but with 3 or 4 present, the situation was no longer trivial. Zhang Daqiang, furrowing his brow, rushed to the back of the auditorium and observed the wasps, remarking, "Is there a beehive nearby?" The staff shook their heads. Impossible. These things typically burrow underground. There has never been a hive reported in the vicinity. Zhang Daqiang sensed something was amiss. He returned to Yi Tian's side and whispered, "Shall we leave early? We don't know where these wasps came from, and if they start flying wildly, it could be dangerous. Moreover, I have an unsettling feeling." Yi Tian glanced at the commotion in the auditorium and replied, "All right, I will conclude shortly. This situation is escalating." Just as he was about to speak, an unforeseen event transpired. A multitude of wasps suddenly surged into the auditorium, dozens of them, charging rapidly towards Yi Tian, akin to dragonflies in speed. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed as he sensed the anomaly. The timing of the wasp's appearance was too coincidental, and their sheer number was alarming. Furthermore, they were all targeting him, seemingly indifferent to others. This behavior contradicted biological norms. The most critical factor was their terrifying velocity, rivaling that of dragonflies. This was utterly illogical. He extended his mind to manipulate chaotic particles towards the wasps, quickly discerning an unusual alteration in their internal structure. Beside him, Zhang Daqiang also recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "It's an ambush! Protect academician Yi." He tore off his shirt to shield Yi Tian's face, then urged him to flee outside. The other bodyguards followed suit, stripping off their shirts and swatting at the wasps. The auditorium descended into utter chaos. Students began to scatter in panic or hide beneath their chairs. This hindered Yi Tian and the security personnel's movements. Zhang Daqiang cursed, "Damn it." He now fully comprehended the situation. These conspicuously unusual wasps were part of the enemy's scheme, specifically timed and placed, indicating that the opposition had prior knowledge of their operation. Someone had leaked information. Who could it be? I will ensure they meet a gruesome fate. They had indeed fallen into a dire predicament. The auditorium was enclosed, and now, with all the students in disarray, a stampede could easily occur. Even if a stampede did not result in casualties, the venomous wasps would wreak havoc. Moreover, the students were blocking the exits, preventing a swift evacuation. If not for the utter chaos and the need to evade the wasps' attacks, Zhang Daqiang would have considered firing a warning shot to alert the students to clear the way for Yi Tian. Doing so would equate to risking the students' lives for Yi Tian's safety. He understood the repercussions of such an action, which would cast a negative light on Yi Tian in the future. However, he was unconcerned, while he cared for the students' lives. Collectively, they paled in comparison to Yi Tian's value. Zhang Daqiang noticed a nearby cabinet with just enough space beneath it to conceal a person. A surge of hope filled him as he rushed over and placed the cabinet over Yi Tian, saying, "Academician Yi, you will be safe here for the time being. Please do not move, and wait until we resolve the situation outside before we let you out." Having secured Yi Tian, Zhang Daqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He looked at the flurry of wasps swirling around the cabinet where Yi Tian was hidden, understanding that something was amiss with Yi Tian, which was why the wasps were persistently attacking. The remaining venomous wasps, incited by the security personnel's efforts to drive them away, began to attack any nearby living beings in a frenzy. All of Yi Tian's security personnel were transformed through treatment pods, endowing them with exceptional physical capabilities. Consequently, none of them had suffered from stings. However, Some students present were unable to evade the onslaught and were indeed stung. The chilling screams of these students echoed through the air as their skin rapidly became inflamed, clutching their throats, faces flushed to the brink of asphyxiation. Zhang Daqiang was taken aback by this distressing scene. The allergic reaction was alarmingly severe, far more serious than a typical sting. Immediate medical attention was imperative. Any delay could prove fatal. The injured students lay sprawled on the ground, while their peers hesitated to assist them. Zhang Daqiang shouted, "Divide into 2 teams, one to fend off the venomous wasps and the other to gather the injured." Simultaneously, he promptly reported the situation to higher authorities, requesting immediate fire support and the dispatch of ambulances. The security personnel began to gather the injured while attempting to maintain their airway patency. However, it was evident that the laryngeal edema was quite severe. One individual, finding the medical kit they had brought, anxiously exclaimed, "There's only one injection of the allergy medication. It won't suffice for so many." Chapter 113 Rapid Antidote Spray. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, Zhang Daqiang heard Yi Tian calling from beneath the cabinet, "Brother Chang, come here for a moment. I have medication." A minute earlier, Yi Tian, concealed within the cabinet, was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with anger. These foreign forces were resorting to every conceivable tactic in their assassination attempt on him, showing no regard for the students' lives. It was frustrating that he possessed the ability to directly resolve the crisis, yet was consistently surrounded by security personnel, unable to showcase his capabilities. He felt like a coward, constantly ducking and hiding. Hearing the chaos outside and the cries of injured students, Yi Tian was compelled to take action. Although the accompanying security had brought medication, it was evident that it would not suffice for so many. Moreover, given that these wasps had undergone genetic modification, who could ascertain the potency of their venom? If timely treatment was not administered, survival would be unlikely. Yi Tian was determined not to allow these foreign forces to revel in their success. He hastily accessed the store, searching for usable medication. He had previously unlocked the vast majority of products available worldwide in the store. Soon enough, he discovered a powerful antihistamine. Without further contemplation, he purchased 100 bottles and placed them into the synthesizer for continuous synthesis. At last, a notification chimed. He had acquired a level 3 item, Rapid Antidote Spray. Yi Tian felt a surge of joy as he examined the item description. The Rapid Antidote Spray was an exceptionally potent antidote, containing a unique active ingredient that quickly took effect upon entering the human body, forming a protective barrier to safeguard the normal functioning of body tissues from toxins. In emergencies, it could be life-saving, ensuring toxins did not harm bodily tissues while waiting for the toxins to naturally decompose or metabolize within the body. In essence, it was designed for emergency situations, allowing patients to endure even the most rare and severe toxins until they could reach a hospital. The description stated that, aside from damage caused by radioactive dust, it could temporarily protect against all toxins in the world. Its application was akin to that of an asthma inhaler. Yi Tian had no time to ponder the cost or whether Zhang Daqiang and the others would be suspicious. He directly purchased 3 bottles and called for Zhang Daqiang to come over. Zhang Daqiang frowned but hurried over nonetheless. He witnessed Yi Tian crack open the cabinet to reveal 3 bottles. Taking them, he queried, "Academician Yi, what is this? How do you have so many bottles on you?" Yi Tian responded, "This is the Rapid Antidote Spray. Hurry and administer it to those students." Zhang Daqiang replied, "I doubt it will suffice. The venom from these wasps is evidently formidable, and the symptoms are quite severe." Yi Tian asserted, "It will work. It will definitely work. Even if they were poisoned by pufferfish toxin or ricin, this can buy them time. Stop dawdling. Any further delay could be fatal." Zhang Daqiang, having no time for hesitation, rushed to the vicinity of the injured, distributing 2 bottles to the security personnel and instructing them on how to use it. He himself approached a patient displaying severe symptoms. Nearly on the brink of suffocation, pried open their mouth and administered several sprays. 10 seconds later, a miraculous transformation unfolded. The student gradually calmed, their discomfort waning. Their complexion began to return to normal, and the laryngeal edema subsided. Zhang Daqiang was utterly astonished. This antidote spray was truly remarkable, pure black technology. According to Yi Tian, it could even treat toxins deemed incurable. This was undoubtedly an essential first aid item. With it, they need not fear any poisoning incidents in the future. How could Yi Tian have kept such a powerful remedy hidden? The nearby security personnel were equally astonished as the injured students began to show immediate improvement after using the medication. It could be said that the enemy's conspiracy had been thoroughly thwarted. The wasps no longer posed any threat. They merely needed to await reinforcements. Meanwhile, The yellow jackets inside the room had been nearly eradicated, most having been swatted or crushed. Only a few remained, hiding in the corners. Suddenly, an alarm blared outside. Zhang Daqiang joyfully shouted, "Hold on just a bit longer. Reinforcements are on their way." Moments later, the hall's doors were forcefully flung open, and a multitude of individuals clad in thick protective gear entered, one of whom brandished a peculiar weapon, firing at the swarm overhead. A dazzling flash illuminated the scene as the wasps fell like rain. The unmistakable scent of charred protein filled the air. Zhang Daqiang quickly called out, "Don't kill them all. Capture some alive. These wasps hold significant research value. Additionally, dispatch someone to investigate the campus surveillance. I suspect the enemy was present on campus." The ambulances transported the injured students to the hospital for treatment. At this juncture, Tian emerged from the cabinet. Zhang Daqiang remarked, "Let me take you back to the company. Moreover, I wish to inquire whether you have shared the details of your involvement in this incident with anyone else." Tian shook his head. "Of course not. Do I seem like someone with friends? Besides, how could I divulge such information to others?" A dangerous glint flickered in Zhang Daqiang's eyes. "So, the only individuals aware of your whereabouts are us security personnel, along with some people at the school and the company, correct? Who leaked the confidential information? This could have led to a tragedy. I will not let them go unpunished. Were it not for our security personnel being modified by treatment pods, and were it not for your antidote, we would have faced a far more complex situation today." The students on site underwent another round of checks, revealing no anomalies. Zhang Daqiang instructed them not to disclose today's events, lest they bear certain responsibilities before allowing them to leave. Not far from the campus, John pretended to be on a phone call, keenly observing the reactions at the school gate. He soon witnessed a surge of ambulances rushing out. With a hearty laugh, he declared success. The mission was executed flawlessly. Tian cannot escape unscathed. Arrange for my extraction immediately. A voice on the other end responded, "Tonight, you will leave by plane. This was already planned in your itinerary, so no one will suspect anything." John inquired, "What about my reward? When will it arrive?" The man replied, "Patience. We still need to confirm Tian's demise, which will take a few days. You should withdraw first." John hung up the phone, only for it to ring again. He glanced at the caller ID displaying Easy Girl and scoffed, shaking his head. Licking his lips, he realized he somewhat missed that flavor. He chose not to answer, turning away instead. Within the Yishan company, in a conference room, a group, led by Zhang Daqiang, bore solemn expressions. Although the incident had reached a temporary conclusion, their investigation was merely at its inception. Chapter 140. Our mission has failed. Zhang Daqiang cleared his throat and stated, "According to the information relayed from the laboratory, this species of wasp has undergone genetic mutation and is exceedingly ferocious. Its flight speed and venom potency are alarmingly high, posing a significant threat. Were it not for the exceptional capabilities of our personnel, coupled with the antidote provided by Academician Yi in a moment of crisis, the casualties could have been catastrophic, allowing the adversaries to prevail." One individual interjected, "It seems evident who is behind this operation. Such advanced biotechnological prowess can only be attributed to official sources." Zhang Daqiang waved his hand dismissively. "Speculating on this matter is futile. We already know who the puppeteer is. What perplexes me now is how these wasps, typically indiscriminate in their attacks, were manipulated to target Academician Yi specifically. At that moment, they seemed to converge solely upon him." Another pondered briefly before responding. Could it be that there was something about Academician Yi that intrigued them? Perhaps it was a particular scent? A glimmer of realization flickered in Zhang Daqiang's eyes. That is a possibility. If they were drawn by a scent, it would enable the manipulation of their aggression towards a specific individual. But what scent could it be? And how could these individuals have been aware of it? Yet another voice chimed in. This may be linked to how Tian's whereabouts were leaked. Zhang Daqiang narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the individual who disclosed Tian's location might be someone in his inner circle who also applied this scent to him, thus leading to his attack?" The group contemplated this deduction and found it highly plausible. Zhang Daqiang furrowed his brows. "We are still in the process of identifying this individual. However, this gives us a lead. This person must have had access to Tian's itinerary, yet was absent from the school that day. Otherwise, they would have been indiscriminately attacked as well, having likely transferred the scent to Tian through routine contact." One subordinate remarked, "Our personnel would never divulge confidential information. Only the principal is privy to such matters, and our investigation has ruled him out as a suspect, especially since he was present in the auditorium at the time." Zhang Daqiang frowned. "That leaves only those in Tian's immediate circle. Who could this person be? To my knowledge, everyone aware of Tian's location was at the school that day." At that moment, one of the subordinates appeared to have an epiphany. A secretary from Yi Tian's company left the school during the lecture. Could it possibly be her? Zhang Daqiang paused, inquiring, who is she? She's responsible for managing Yi Tian's schedule and assists with drafting documents. It is quite plausible. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental for a company secretary to suddenly depart during such a pivotal event. A spark of insight illuminated Zhang Daqiang's eyes. Since we have a suspect, let us commence our investigation. After a period of inquiry, the investigators uncovered some suspicious details. One investigator pointed to a surveillance video, stating, "This footage is from the school on the day of the lecture. Observe this foreign individual. He disappears entirely from sight as he approaches this area. Not captured by any cameras. We investigated his identity. His name is John, an American working at a foreign enterprise in Nanfeng City. According to our inquiries, he was there to meet with school officials regarding a substantial donation for a scholarship fund. He later requested to tour the campus. Shortly thereafter, the investigator continued. The female secretary received a phone call and exited the campus. I suspect she was given instructions." Zhang Daqiang nodded. "Indeed, that is highly suspicious." The investigator proceeded, "Moreover, there's more. I retrieved another surveillance video. This is footage from within the city. John was seen exiting a vehicle and entering a hotel. Shortly after, a familiar figure appeared. Zhang Daqiang was taken aback. It was the female secretary. Their association is indeed suspect. The investigator added, "I inquired at the hotel front desk and found records indicating that these two individuals frequently booked rooms together." Zhang Daqiang nodded in understanding. This explains the leak of information. It originated from the secretary, who has clearly been compromised. No further analysis is necessary. Apprehend both of them, and we shall uncover the truth. Where are they now? The investigator replied, "The secretary remains at work, while John has purchased a ticket for a flight to America tonight." Zhang Daqiang scoffed. Indeed, there's foul play afoot. After committing such acts, he believes he can depart without consequence? Does he think we cannot uncover the truth? Meanwhile, within the office of Yixin Company, the secretary stared blankly at a pile of reports, her mind preoccupied with the events of the previous day. John had called to inform her that a room was booked, but upon her arrival, she found herself unable to reach him. The hotel staff had no record of his presence. She struggled to accept this reality. Perhaps John had changed his mind at the last moment, unable to confront her, and chose to vanish instead. Reflecting on the moments they shared over the past few months, a wave of sorrow washed over her. At that moment, she heard the door open. Irritated, she exclaimed, "Who is it? Do you not know to knock before entering?" Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the company's security personnel. With a serious demeanor, addressed her, "Ms. X, please accompany us. We need your assistance with an investigation." The secretary felt a sense of unease. "What is this about? I have work to do." The security personnel responded coldly, "Please cooperate with us. Your responsibilities will be handed over to someone else." She sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere was far from ordinary. As they proceeded, numerous staff members pointed and whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, at Nanfeng City Airport, John sat with his boarding pass, engrossed in a magazine. In just 5 minutes, he would be leaving this perilous place. The thought of the substantial reward awaiting him and the joy of reuniting with his family brought an involuntary smile to his face. Most importantly, he took pride in having personally eliminated Yi Tian, the most intelligent being on Blue Star and America's greatest adversary. He lamented, however, that this reality would likely remain undisclosed for a long time. Suddenly, his phone rang. On the other end, a man's cold voice spoke. John, feeling relaxed, said, "Are you here to deliver good news? Is my reward about to be processed? Have you confirmed Yi Tian's demise?" The man remained silent for a long moment before replying. "According to my intelligence, Yi Tian is not dead. In fact, he is very much alive. We have failed our mission." Chapter 141. You must be mistaken. John was taken aback. What? How could this be? Wasn't our plan executed flawlessly? What about my reward? Should I still leave the daxia? The man replied. The plan was indeed impeccable, and Yi Tian was trapped at that moment. However, for reasons unknown, he emerged unscathed. I can assure you he was alive and well upon his departure. Your reward is now out of reach, and you need not remain in daxia any longer. They are undoubtedly investigating. Your identity will soon be exposed. John glanced around and suddenly spotted several individuals in black approaching from a distance. The sense of dread washed over him. I fear you may have spoken too late. Their speed surpasses our expectations. He ended the call, retrieving a photograph from his wallet, a picture of a blissful family. It seemed he wished to engrave this image in his memory, aware that he might never see them again. Inside the interrogation room, the female secretary, with palpable impatience, exclaimed, I have reiterated this countless times. It's not I who divulged the boss's whereabouts. What must I do for you to believe me? Zhang Daqiang, his demeanor grave, rapped the table and declared, "At this juncture, you still deny it? We possess concrete evidence. Herein lies your opportunity to redeem yourself." The secretary, resting her forehead in her hand, sighed heavily. "You cannot apprehend random individuals without any suspicious leads, can you? You are merely squandering my time. I've stated it clearly. There is nothing to confess. Present your evidence if you have any. I shall not evade responsibility. Though I suspect you possess none, merely fabricating a narrative to coerce me into taking the fall." Zhang Daqiang retorted sternly, "I ask you, on that day when you delivered your speech at the school, why did you abruptly leave in your vehicle, and where did you go?" The secretary paused, taken aback, and replied, "That is my private matter, and it bears no relevance to your inquiries. I had an urgent situation to attend to. Am I not permitted to leave? Is it logical to accuse me of leaking confidential information based on this?" Zhang Daqiang insisted, "Please answer my question. It is of paramount importance. Even if it is private, it must be disclosed. Alternatively, simply tell me who contacted you to collaborate and disclose Yi Tian's whereabouts in exchange for benefits." The secretary's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhang Daqiang, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Is there no limit to your fabrications? Do you have any idea how much I earn a month? Do you realize how many people nationwide covet this position? Would I jeopardize my future for a meager payoff?" Zhang Daqiang scrutinized her intently, attempting to decipher her subtle expressions. "This is a question I too am eager to resolve. How much did they offer you that you would willingly betray them?" The secretary, rendered speechless, covered her face with her hands. "I shall not waste any more time explaining myself. You will undoubtedly conclude that I am not the source of the leak." At that moment, an aide entered and whispered into Zhang Daqiang's ear, "Boss, John has been brought in." Zhang Daqiang smiled slightly, retrieving a photograph from his pocket and placing it before the secretary. "Do you recognize this individual?" The secretary pursed her lips, glanced at the picture, and suddenly froze, her face contorting with anger and humiliation. "I do not know him." Zhang Daqiang then produced a stack of photographs, revealing records and surveillance footage of her with John. "What do you have to say about this?" The secretary angrily slammed her fist on the table. "Enough. Since you have conducted such thorough investigations, why must you continue to interrogate me? Is it amusing to toy with me? Am I not allowed to have a romantic relationship? Moreover, this is my private matter. What purpose does this serve in our discussion?" Zhang Daqiang's expression turned icy. "Love? Is this what you term love?" He produced a dossier, reading aloud. "Suspect John, American nationality, currently employed by a multinational corporation in Nanfeng City. His real name is Thomas, married with 2 children, affiliated with a special agency in America. Adept at executing intelligence operations and assassinations, often leveraging his handsome appearance to seduce women and extract information." As she absorbed this information, the secretary's expression morphed into shock. She abruptly covered her ears and screamed, "You are lying. I refuse to listen. This is all fabricated. John could never be a spy. He loves me. Our love is passionate and profound. Do not slander us. He is innocent and has no connection to this. If someone must take the fall, let it be me." Zhang Daqiang suddenly perceived the tragic reality of the woman before him. He surmised that she might not have been bribed. Perhaps she had inadvertently leaked information. His tone softened as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Calm yourself. I understand this is difficult to accept, but we will not make baseless accusations without evidence. Nor will we frame the innocent. Reflect carefully. When did you first meet him? In what context?" The secretary replied, "We met at a bar. I often go there for drinks after work. It was I who initiated the conversation with him. Thus, you must be mistaken. He cannot be a spy. I approached him first, and after several encounters at the bar, we grew familiar. We would meet weekly to discuss our interests. However, I assure you, I never disclosed any work-related matters to him. And I never took work home, so you must be mistaken." Zhang Daqiang countered, "You underestimate their methods. Once a target is identified, they orchestrate chance encounters, appealing to their interests, prompting the target to approach them willingly, thus evading suspicion." The secretary shook her head in anguish. "No, that is not how it is. You must be mistaken. John is merely a company employee, and he flew back home yesterday." Zhang Daqiang pressed further, "Why yesterday? Do you not find it coincidental? That day was precisely when Yi Tian delivered his speech." The secretary shook her head vehemently. "That proves nothing. It's merely coincidence. When I was with John, he never inquired about my work." Zhang Daqiang continued, "And therein lies the issue, does it not? Who does not care about their girlfriend's profession? At the very least, they would ask a few questions, yet he never broached the subject, which is all too clear. He sought to avoid raising your suspicions." Chapter 142. The counterattack begins. Yi Tian's thoughts. The secretary shook her head in anguish, clearly unwilling to confront these truths, still seeking solace in denial. No, this cannot be deemed evidence. Perhaps he simply possesses that character, uninterested in prying into others' private matters. He is, after all, an American gentleman. Zhang Daqiang shook his head in disbelief. Do not continue to foolishly defend him. I know you have been deceived throughout this ordeal. What you must do now is sever ties with him and promptly disclose the details of your interactions to aid us in uncovering the truth. Doing so may even result in leniency towards you. Observing the secretary's persistent denial and reluctance to accept reality, Zhang Daqiang felt it was time to shatter her illusions. He produced a stack of surveillance footage and began to play it, pointing to the screen. How do you explain John's presence on campus on the day of the speech? Do not claim it as mere coincidence. The secretary, watching the displayed timestamps, wore an expression of incredulity. No, this cannot be true. He was clearly, she faltered, realizing he had been calling to invite her out, right? He must have told her it was to meet at another location. When she arrived, only to find nothing. It was unfathomable that he had been on campus during that time, indeed plotting the assassination of Yi Tian. Covering her face, the secretary grappled with her internal turmoil. After a moment, she spoke. That does not prove anything. Perhaps he had business at the school that day. He called me to arrange one last meeting, but later changed his mind, which is why he stopped answering my calls and returned home. Zhang Daqiang felt a sense of hopelessness regarding this woman. Is that truly what you believe? Let me be frank with you. Until just moments ago, this so-called John was still active in Daxia. The woman, nearly frantic, screamed. But at least he loves me, does he not? In such a perilous situation, fearing for my safety, he could not bear to have me harmed. So he called me away. Zhang Daqiang scoffed, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, it seems you remain ensnared in a web of delusion. Allow me to elucidate why he summoned you away. Because it was precisely through you that certain specific scents were imparted onto Yi Tian, scents capable of inciting hornets to attack. At that moment, Yi Tian was alone within the hall, while you remained outside. Consequently, the hornets might only target him, significantly dispersing their assault and thwarting their objective. Do you comprehend this? When have these individuals ever cared about your life or death? Cease this self-deception. It is crucial to acknowledge that numerous students were injured in that hall. Had we not been adequately prepared, there would undoubtedly have been more than one fatality. These individuals are utterly innocent. This underscores his cold-blooded nature. Do you truly grasp the gravity of this incident? Now, divulge all the details of your interactions with him. The female secretary was once again struck by the weight of despair, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Daqiang seized the moment to deliver a final, devastating blow. Do you wish to know what image you hold in his heart? As he spoke, he produced John's phone, followed by the female secretary's phone. Would you like to know what transpires each time he calls? He dialed the number using the female secretary's phone. On the table, John's phone vibrated. The caller ID displayed words that pierced her soul, inflicting a grievous wound within her heart and shattering all her illusions. The female secretary emitted a cry of despair beyond human comprehension, repeatedly striking her head against the table. Those nearby rushed to restrain her. After a while, the female secretary became inexplicably calm, her visage aged by years, adorned with an expression of profound sorrow, as if her heart had succumbed to death. I have spoken. Zhang Daqiang nodded with satisfaction and departed. Shortly thereafter, an aide approached Zhang Daqiang, stating, according to testimonies, John once gifted her a bottle of perfume, which we are currently testing. I suspect this may be the source of that peculiar scent. She indeed has not been bribed, nor divulged work-related matters. However, the day before yesterday, she and John had arranged to meet at a nearby hotel. Perhaps it was this lead that enabled that group to deduce Yi Tian's arrival here. Zhang Daqiang nodded in understanding. I see. It appears we must enhance the training of the personnel surrounding Yi Tian to prevent such incidents from recurring. Has anything of significance been extracted from John? In light of this incident, we must eradicate their influence in Daxia entirely. Such a meticulous plan undoubtedly involved a considerable number of individuals strategizing and executing peripheral tasks, as well as higher-ups orchestrating the operation. We must unearth every last one of them and dismantle their intelligence network within Daxia. The aide replied, we are intensifying the interrogations. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, back at the company, pondered how to counteract this affront. The incident had thoroughly enraged him. To have to tread carefully within his own territory, scurrying like a rodent and remaining vigilant against relentless pursuers, was utterly stifling. These scoundrels, in their pursuit of objectives, displayed utter disregard for the lives of ordinary people. Such lawlessness was intolerable. Yi Tian could no longer endure this. He resolved to take the initiative, demonstrating to these individuals what true fear entailed. This time, he would not only cleanse Daxia of all vermin, but also impart a profound lesson to those orchestrating these actions from abroad. Do not think that hiding overseas will ensure your safety. To eliminate these threats, he must first locate them. Previously, Tian had instructed Wali to conduct a search. That tactic proved ineffective. The adversary employed covert means of communication, impervious to decryption. They were undoubtedly aware of the prowess of Yishan Company on the internet, leaving no trace behind. Hence, Tian needed to devise a method to obtain this information. Ideally, there should exist advanced technology capable of scanning a vast area for all suspicious targets. But did such black technology truly exist? What would be derived from? Even if such technology were available, it would likely be inaccessible to the average person. Wait, inaccessible to the average person? An idea suddenly struck Tian. If intelligence gathering is the objective, numerous technologies of this kind exist in the world. Various infrared satellites and imaging satellites are often employed to surveil the activities of other nations. If an upgrade could be made on the foundation of such technology, perhaps it could yield the desired results. Without hesitation, Tian contacted Zhang Daqiang. Chapter 143. Visiting the secret base in the midst of interrogations and searches. Zhang Daqiang received a call from Tian, puzzled as to why he would call at such a time. Hello, Qiang Yi. Are you still busy? Zhang Daqiang replied. Not too bad, what is it? Tian inquired. I wanted to ask how the injured students are faring now, and what is the progress of the investigation? Zhang Daqiang responded. The students are all in stable condition. Even the doctors find it hard to believe. In fact, the antidote we used had them recovering quite rapidly. I was just about to ask if your antidote could be mass-produced. Its efficacy is remarkable, capable of neutralizing many terrifying toxins. We wish to equip some. This medicine holds significant market value. Are you not preparing for release? Tian replied. It's merely a trivial matter. There is no need for a formal release. We find no interest in such meager profits. We will likely produce some for our hospital in the future. If you desire, I can send you some. Zhang Daqiang expressed his gratitude, then said, regarding the group that attacked you, we are also pursuing them, but so far we have only apprehended one individual. However, as you know, these individuals are highly professional. If they truly conceal themselves, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nonetheless, we shall continue to pursue them, at the very least instilling fear in them, so they lack the energy to plan further actions. Tian acknowledged with a sound, sensing the moment ripe. He finally voiced a request. Changge, I wish to visit the secret aerospace or military projects above. Could you arrange that? Zhang Daqiang was taken aback. This was the first time Tian had made such a request. He had previously shown no interest in going out at all, leaving Zhang Daqiang curious about his motives. He did not believe Tian was merely, though I remain uncertain regarding his ulterior motives. I perceive him as a fundamentally upright individual, devoid of any nefarious intentions. Thus far, our collaboration has progressed smoothly. It is but a modest request, and I shall endeavor to accommodate it. He likely harbors secrets he wishes to conceal from us. Perhaps in the future, he will unveil a new product, granting us the privilege of being the first to benefit. However, I find myself pondering, can mere observation truly spark inspiration? The projects he can only examine superficially, and we shall provide him with no data. Does he possess some extraordinary ability to glean significant insights from a mere glance? That would be quite remarkable. Yet, I recall that in our own days of destitution, we once replicated a design from a mere photograph. In any case, this visit is permissible, but you must closely monitor his actions. Perhaps we can uncover clues regarding his concealed secrets. Tian soon received a return call from Zhang Daqiang. It's quite a rare occurrence, Academician Yi. I never anticipated that the higher-ups would grant you permission to visit. This privilege is not extended to just anyone. However, you must first sign a confidentiality agreement, and during your visit, you will not be allowed to view the internal structures or manufacturing processes, nor shall we provide any data. Tian exhaled in relief at last. He had achieved success. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for where to seek similar projects. I truly appreciate your assistance, Changge. Rest assured, I'm merely here for a visit. The following day, Tian, accompanied by Zhang Daqiang, arrived at a clandestine facility. After undergoing rigorous security checks, he finally entered. At that moment, the facility's director and several scientists were there to greet him. The director extended his hand with a smile, stating, "Welcome, Academician Yi, to our facility. I will accompany you throughout your tour of our research projects, and I kindly ask for your guidance." After exchanging pleasantries, the director led Tian on his tour. Within an expansive workshop, Yi Tian encountered a plethora of innovative project designs, most of which were quite avant-garde and remained in the conceptual phase. When the higher-ups deemed a particular direction promising, they would pursue it, regardless of the technical challenges, in hopes of achieving tangible results. Should they succeed, it would be tantamount to acquiring a formidable weapon. This ambition was, of course, fueled by the flourishing economy of the Great Xia, which had amassed considerable wealth, thus enabling such research and development endeavors. As Yi Tian explored, he utilized chaotic particles to swiftly scan and unlock data within the facility. Zhang Daqiang discreetly observed his actions, noting that Yi Tian merely glanced at each project as he hurried past. A slight disappointment flickered across Zhang Daqiang's face, yet his eyes soon narrowed with intrigue. This suggested that Yi Tian harbored secrets far more formidable than they had anticipated. Of course, it was equally plausible that he was merely a curious observer, as Yi Tian was notoriously inscrutable. Yi Tian cataloged the treasures he had encountered that day: a large-caliber electromagnetic cannon, the prototype of a space-based weapon, a sixth-generation aircraft prototype, hypersonic vehicles, rockets, spacecraft, ion engines, and several types of reconnaissance satellites. Among his findings, he even spotted a replica of the Iron Man exosuit model. However, upon scanning it, he recognized it merely as a large model, imitating some aspects of his own Iron Man suit's design and functionality, yet falling woefully short in other areas. In terms of materials and internal structures, it was not even in the same league. This replica could likely achieve only a brief flight. The reality was that the technology behind the Iron Man suit was exceedingly advanced, not something that could be simply replicated. The miniaturized nuclear fusion engine alone would take decades to develop, and without it, all other functionalities would be significantly compromised. So far, all the technological projects Yi Tian had observed were not as sophisticated as their name suggested. Most were merely crude imitations, constrained by existing technological frameworks. If one were to be strictly accurate, all project names ought to be prefixed with the term pseudo. The director, noticing Yi Tian's scrutiny of the faux Iron Man exosuit, chuckled and remarked, "I hope academician Yi does not find this amusing. This exosuit is merely our attempt at emulating your creation. Naturally, its performance pales in comparison. They are entirely different entities. This design drew inspiration from the technology of your versatile exosuit, aiming to achieve flight and laser firing capabilities. Yet, regardless of our efforts, the results are subpar due to both material and design shortcomings. Most critically, we lack a sufficiently powerful energy system and superconducting components. We have yet to conquer nuclear fusion, let alone miniaturize it for use within the exosuit. Its performance is likely only 1% of yours." Yi Tian shook his head. 1% may be an exaggeration. A more accurate figure would be 1,000th. The overall design of this exosuit is lacking. At this stage, it would be prudent not to invest further resources in this project. It would be far easier to revisit it after significant technological breakthroughs. At this juncture, a middle-aged man among the accompanying personnel, visibly indignant, turned to Yi Tian and inquired, "Academician Yi, are you being overly dramatic? I acknowledge your Iron Man exosuit is impressive, but surely the disparity cannot be so vast. While I understand that we cannot replicate the miniaturized nuclear fusion engine, I believe we have achieved a comparable level in other areas. If we were to install the engine from your exosuit onto this one, I contend the differences would not be substantial." The director shot the middle-aged man a sidelong glance, seemingly attempting to silence him with a look. He then leaned closer to Yi Tian and awkwardly whispered, "Academician Yi, this is Lao Feng. He primarily engages in scientific research and lacks social acumen. Please do not take offense. This exosuit is his pride and joy, and he is understandably defensive. Perhaps you could offer him a few pointers, so he might appreciate the concept of there's always someone better." Lao Feng, completely oblivious to any impropriety, persisted, "So, Academician Yi, could you elucidate what superior design elements your exosuit possesses that allow it to surpass mine by a factor of 1,000? I would greatly appreciate your insights, as I find myself at a loss for how to make further improvements at this level." Yi Tian felt somewhat exasperated. He had not anticipated that his earnest evaluation would be misconstrued as arrogance. What a peculiar situation. He responded, "Let me clarify. When I refer to a 1,000-fold difference, it was not in regard to any single attribute, but rather the cumulative disparity. At least from my perspective, aside from the energy engine, this exosuit has significant room for improvement in design, materials, and other aspects." The facility's researchers hastily pulled out notebooks to jot down his words. After all, these were insights from Yi Tian, the inventor of the Iron Man exosuit, and even a single phrase could contain invaluable information that could enhance their design. A well-conceived exosuit design must meticulously consider its diverse applications and the properties of its materials. Both factors must be flawlessly integrated. Given the unique nature of the Iron Man exosuit, it must maintain stability during high-speed flight, adapt to the thin air and cold of high altitudes, and withstand various combat scenarios, including impacts and extreme temperatures. All of these considerations necessitate the use of impeccable materials. Thus, the exosuit you're utilizing should be constructed from the versatile materials I provided. The steel utilized in the versatile land mech is undoubtedly sufficient. However, it falls short for aerial mechs. Furthermore, the internal design must account for shock absorption and thermal insulation, while seamlessly integrating hydraulic systems and various functionalities within a minimal space. Achieving maximum efficiency without interference or failure, a daunting challenge indeed. It is evident that the design within your mech does not meet the required standards. Without a doubt, it would sustain damage shortly after being put into actual flight operations. My assumption is that this mech was merely assembled, with functionalities hastily integrated, without undergoing thorough testing. Old Feng nodded repeatedly, his expression of defiance gradually dissipating. Truly, one cannot underestimate an academician. I now recognize the disparity, as this mech's design harbors such intricacies. I apologize for my earlier remarks. I have learned my lesson. However, Tian noticed a glimmer of cunning in the other's gaze, followed by an unintentional exchange of looks with the person in charge. The latter bit his lip, seemingly stifling a laugh. The other researchers present wore amused expressions, some even turning away, suppressing chuckles. Tian felt he had come to an understanding. What a revelation. It appears they are all quite the dramatists. While he had assumed they were merely earnest researchers, they likely orchestrated this performance, with the person in charge playing the role of the amiable character, and Old Feng as the antagonist, all in an effort to extract some technical insights from him. Tian shook his head, somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, he was not particularly concerned. As the information he had shared was trivial, the crucial elements remained undisclosed. Although he had indeed presented advanced mech design concepts, they were insufficient for them to replicate the Iron Man mech. Chapter 145, Completely Inadequate, Start Over. Nevertheless, this visit to the facility proved beneficial. So imparting some knowledge to them was inconsequential. Old Feng inquired further. Academician Yi, what else is there? According to your earlier statements, the mech produced would require higher energy demands. How should we design the energy component? Tian cast him a sidelong glance. The miniature nuclear fusion device on my mech holds no reference value for you. Even if you were aware of it, you could not replicate it. Not to mention that the internal design is exceedingly complex and, with current technology, is utterly unfeasible to reproduce. Moreover, the materials required for energy generation are exceedingly rare. I have only managed to produce a limited quantity, the cost being prohibitively high for mass production. Additionally, the technology within this device does not align with the trajectory of future commercial fusion systems. The group exchanged glances, believing Tian had seen through their ruse and was unwilling to divulge further technical details. Thus, they chose not to pursue the topic any further. The person in charge chuckled awkwardly, leading Tian into a large workshop. In the center stood an aircraft nearing completion, surrounded by several large multifunctional machines at work. Researchers and workers observed the process, greeting Tian and his group without interruption as they continued their tasks. The person in charge remarked, Academician Yi, to be candid. This is our ongoing research on the 6th-generation aircraft. We owe thanks to the multifunctional machine tools you developed. They have significantly enhanced our manufacturing precision, enabling us to effortlessly produce components that were previously unattainable. Coupled with the assistance of E-level supercomputing, the research capabilities of our facility have been substantially bolstered. Consequently, what was once a project requiring considerable investment and meticulous planning has now been simplified, allowing us to initiate development as a standard project. The steel used in this aircraft is the same as that in the mechs, so without your assistance, this project could not have progressed to its current level so swiftly. We intend to employ entirely self-developed technologies in this aircraft, liberating ourselves from foreign dependencies, particularly concerning the engine. We do not plan to procure engines from abroad, as they do not meet the performance requirements for the 6th-generation aircraft. With our powerful supercomputers, we can better simulate and calculate, and with high-precision machining tools, we aim to design an engine that achieves unprecedented performance. Tian examined a massive engine position beside the aircraft, integrating its data into his shop. Upon reviewing the product details, his brow furrowed. The data revealed a significant flaw in the engine, which would not only severely impact its lifespan, but also compromise flight safety. This design defect was remarkably insidious, likely to remain undetected without extensive testing. The cause of the flaw stemmed from the designer's application of existing design principles to novel materials, failing to recognize the latent dangers therein. While it was understood that every engine would undergo prolonged testing, this defect would inevitably be discovered. However, that would render the extensive research and resources expended futile, necessitating a complete restart. It could also dampen the enthusiasm of the researchers. Thus, Tian resolved to address the issue directly. Who designed this engine? It is entirely inadequate. Scrap it and start anew. This cannot be used. The person in charge looked astonished. Although they had been instructed to keep the specifics of the manufacturing process from Tian, they ultimately decided to allow him a glimpse into the latest developments of the sixth-generation aircraft, primarily to demonstrate the facility's research capabilities, with no intention of soliciting advice. This project was considered their most promising endeavor, with a bright future ahead, almost at the final stages of completion. Hence, regarding this aircraft, they had not designed any particular scenes to solicit Tian's guidance as they had with the mechs. It was thus surprising that Tian had taken the initiative to speak up. Even more astonishing was that he had merely glanced at the engine before insisting they redo it. This seemed somewhat unreasonable. Before he could voice his thoughts, an unsavory voice interrupted. Who is this outsider spouting nonsense? Do you even understand engines? Tian frowned. The remark came from an elderly man with graying hair standing before the aircraft. The person in charge quickly intervened. This is Academician Zhang. He is a leading authority in this field within the country, and our engine development efforts have always been under his purview. Academician Zhang. This is Academician Tian. He is here for a visit today. The old man cast a dismissive glance at Tian. What is there to visit? If you don't understand something, refrain from making suggestions. It's laughable. Before critiquing something, one should first familiarize themselves with it. Tian simirkit koldi. He was not one to silently endure such derision. He had merely intended to raise some objections, yet had been met with scorn. He had no patience for individuals who were so self-satisfied that they could not accept criticism. Is this your design? What a farce. Before questioning others, you ought to reflect on your own shortcomings. I have to wonder if your degree was purchased. Academician Zhang was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Why you dare to speak to me like that? I am indeed a proud graduate of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, having published numerous significant articles. My election as an academician was not achieved through connections, but rather through tangible accomplishments. Take a moment to observe. Every engine here bears the imprint of my dedication. Do you dare to question my expertise? His anger intensified with every word, and it seemed he was on the verge of losing his composure. The person in charge, witnessing the escalating situation, hurried over to placate Tian. Oh, don't take old Zhang's words to heart. He is merely straightforward in his speech, and his academic abilities are beyond reproach. Let go, let it go. He began to regret inviting Tian to this facility. Meanwhile, old Zhang, overhearing the mediator's attempt to calm the situation, felt his face contort with indignation. It seemed as though he was being portrayed as the one at fault. How could one comfort another in such a manner? In his eyes, Tian was far more significant than himself. Enraged, he approached Tian, insisting, You, do not leave. Today you must elucidate your reasoning, or else sincerely apologize to me. Speak. What exactly do you find unsatisfactory about this engine? This is the culmination of my 6 months of toil, and it is nothing short of perfection, ready for testing. To have it deemed unqualified and to be scrapped for a redesign. What is your true intention? Chapter 146. Large-Scale Information Collection Device. Tian was taken aback. Designing this contraption took 6 months, and yet it produced a defective product, and he hadn't even identified the underlying issues? I must truly question your level of professionalism. Old Zhang was rendered speechless, pointing at Tian in frustration. Tian coolly regarded him and stated, I do not speak lightly. Since you demand justification, I shall provide you with irrefutable evidence. Although I am not an expert in this field, I possess a modicum of understanding. He proceeded to articulate the defects outlined in the product documentation verbatim. Perhaps you believe this design is acceptable, yet you have overlooked the properties of this new material, which could drastically reduce the engine's lifespan and lead to potential malfunctions at any moment. The timing of such failures is wholly contingent upon fortune. If luck is lacking, you may not discover the issue until after installation, resulting in not merely wasted research time and funds, but potentially grave consequences. As Tian spoke, old Zhang's expression transformed from disdain to a serious gravity, and ultimately to sheer shock, his complexion paling as he sank to the ground, utterly drained. Tian's remarks were not esoteric. They were straightforward and easily comprehensible, effectively exposing the engine's flaws. This realization filled old Zhang with regret for not having identified the problem sooner. Now, he was engulfed in trepidation. If this engine had indeed been implemented, the repercussions could have been catastrophic. Though the past 6 months of research seemed squandered, old Zhang felt a sense of relief. No pain, no gain, he thought. They must start anew and proceed cautiously. Taking a deep breath, he approached Tian and bowed. Apologize, anja demijianye. Only now do I comprehend the extent of my folly. You are truly the engine expert, far surpassing my capabilities. Witnessing this exchange, those present could hardly deny the validity of Tian's assertions. Their astonishment was palpable. Tian had discerned the flaws overlooked by the research team for half a year. Such acute scientific intuition and capability were remarkable. The head of the research base marveled at the decision to allow Tian to tour the aircraft, realizing they had averted a significant misdirection in their research, thus minimizing losses. This single visit equated to a year's worth of research efficiency. He pondered the possibility of frequently inviting Tian for inspections in the future, as his insights could prove invaluable. Old Zhang, now exceedingly respectful, inquired of Tian. Academician Yi, since you propose a redesign for the engine, yet this project is nearing completion, the redesign would require substantial human and material resources. Could you possibly offer further guidance to expedite the project's progress? At that moment, he resembled a student beseeching his mentor for assistance with a graduation project. Tian replied, what I previously conveyed is quite sufficient. You must either conceive an entirely new design or identify a new material that can serve as a replacement. Old Zhang furrowed his brow, contemplating their next steps. A complete redesign of the engine posed significant risks. The existing design had undergone rigorous refinement, making the pursuit of new materials a more prudent course. However, this was not a straightforward endeavor, and he found himself deep in thought. Clearly, it was no longer appropriate to solicit Tian's assistance, for he had already provided ample guidance. Tian's demeanor suggested he believed that the resolution of the problem was ultimately his own responsibility. Offering insights into the shortcomings and suggesting a direction was already a considerable contribution. Fortunately, the path ahead was clear, and the challenge should not take long to surmount. Tian continued to explore all the facilities within the base, ultimately departing amid the warm farewells of the staff. Upon returning home, Tian immediately set to work. His foremost priority was to uncover the lurking enemies within the daxia. After a period of intense scrutiny, these individuals would undoubtedly be anxious to retreat to their homeland. Thus, it was imperative that he apprehend them before their departure. In a shop, he discovered an item he had scanned, a satellite equipped with capabilities for imaging, live broadcasting, infrared scanning, and more, all functionalities that were self-evident. Tian intended to enhance it further, hoping to achieve the desired results. The satellite was priced at 1 billion. Tian purchased 10 and initiated the synthesis. Ding! Acquired secondary item, ultra-range sound information collection device. Tian was intrigued by the outcome. The upgraded item was not a satellite after all. He wondered how useful this sound information collection device would be for him. Upon reviewing the product description, a smile crept across his face. This synthesis had yielded precisely the result he desired. According to the documentation, this device was a high-tech invention designed to gather intelligence information. Its method of information collection was extraordinarily unique. The device would emit a wave within a specified range, completely harmless to humans and entirely non-interfering with common electromagnetic waves or other rays. This wave would collect data from all life forms and the sounds they emitted within its detection range. Essentially, it functioned as an oversized listening device, ideally suited for intelligence operations. In truth, this device should not exist within the current technological landscape, representing a dimensional reduction strike against existing intelligence agencies, far surpassing the efficacy and discretion of listening devices, trackers, and network surveillance. Firstly, no current instrument could detect the presence of such waves. Secondly, the device could achieve comprehensive coverage of an entire city, capable of capturing even the most minute sounds. This meant that every life form and the sounds they produced within the city would be utterly detectable. Their presence will be utterly exposed, for unless they remain silent, no conversation can harbor any secrets. Naturally, the volume of information this device retrieves from a city is immeasurably vast, and distilling useful data from such astronomical figures is no trivial task. However, for Tian, it poses no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 147, Discovery of a Suspicious Target. How fortuitous! Wally is perfectly capable of undertaking this task. Extracting valuable insights from the immense data pool is almost child's play. He proceeded directly to the laboratory, materializing the information collection device. It was a contraption the size of a truck. Tian, brimming with anticipation, promptly activated the power according to the specifications. He then connected Wally with the device and initiated it, setting the detection range to encompass the entire city. At the moment Tian activated the device, an invisible wave radiated outward, enveloping the entirety of Nanfeng City. In that instant, all life forms within the city and the sounds of their conversations were synchronously collected by the device. Tian instructed, Wally, I entrust the next steps to you. I am confident that countless individuals throughout Nanfeng City will mention both my name and that of the Yixin Company. You must pay heed to any suspicious targets, particularly those exhibiting hostility in their tone, uttering perilous information, or plotting conspiracies. Pay special attention to foreigners. Wally responded, understood, boss. Moments later, Wally relayed the findings. Several hundred targets exhibiting hostility towards you and the Yixin Company have been detected. Upon analysis, most have been ruled out as threats. Tian understood. Not everyone in this world holds a favorable view of the Yixin Company. Even in their stronghold, Nanfeng City, there would undoubtedly be those who harbor animosity. These individuals could have been blacklisted by the Yixin Company online, or they might simply dislike Tian for various reasons, such as the company obstructing their paths to fortune. Yet, such grievances do not inherently signify a threat. What he sought were those foreign intelligence operatives lurking within Nanfeng City, individuals and factions orchestrating assassination plots. After thorough analysis, Wally reported, no suspicious targets have been identified thus far. Tian nodded, considering that these individuals might have already vacated Nanfeng City. Another possibility was that they were currently silent or had not mentioned anything pertaining to him, thus evading detection. Achieving this level of discretion was already commendable. What remained was a patient wait. If these individuals were still in Nanfeng City, unless they abstained from vocal communication, the moment they uttered keywords such as their names, they would inevitably be discovered. As evening fell, Wally brought forth promising news. Boss, a significant suspect has emerged, preliminarily assessed to be of a minor leader level. Tian felt a surge of excitement. Finally, I've caught a break. Wally continued, two foreigners are conversing in English, and they mentioned your name with apparent malice. Based on the feedback, the target's coordinates are. Additionally, it seems these two are situated in a basement. Tian smirked, saying excellent. Keep a close watch on them. Initiate comprehensive surveillance to see if we can trace their connections and capture them all in one fell swoop. First, let me hear the playback. Wally retrieved a recording from a few minutes prior. Within a high-end residential area of Nanfeng City, a black sedan parked, and a foreigner exited, carrying a shopping bag as he entered an upscale villa. Before entering the house, he cast a furtive glance at the surveillance camera, feigning casualness as he examined the doorknob. Here, he had set up a mechanism, as long as it remained untriggered. It indicated that no one had entered his house after his departure. Upon entering the room, he promptly closed the door, his previously relaxed demeanor stiffening with tension. He anxiously scanned the room, meticulously checking for any signs of intrusion. After a prolonged moment, he finally eased his guard. He carried the shopping bag into a dusty storage room, pulling at the floorboards to reveal a concealed exit large enough for a single person. Below, a bright light illuminated the space. The man descended the ladder and began surveying the room. Suddenly, he froze, feeling a metallic object pressing against his back. He grimaced, raised his hands, and slowly turned around to face a foreign man with a scarred face. If John were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the one who had assigned him tasks. The scarred man appeared somewhat exasperated as he shook the shopping bag. Could you refrain from being so jumpy? I am here to deliver food. The scarred man holstered his weapon, took the shopping bag, and extracted a loaf of bread, devouring it ravenously. Between bites, he remarked, You've received training, yet you seem unaware of the need for utmost caution. I'm merely honing your vigilance, ensuring you don't lose your instincts from inactivity. So, tell me, when you left, did anyone enter your house? Have you encountered any suspicious individuals observing you in recent days? The man observed his eating habits and cautioned, Don't eat so quickly. That's your food for several days. If you finish it all at once, you'll be left starving later. You must understand that to evade the scrutiny of the eye and the sky system, I cannot purchase double portions daily. That would raise too many suspicions. I can only discreetly acquire some snacks. In recent days, to supplement your food, I've had my own rations, and with these snacks, I can barely manage. If I were to buy more, I would likely attract suspicion. Heaven knows how terrifying the system is. I've heard of colleagues being discovered simply for unusual garbage disposal. Once he finished the bread, he licked his lips, eyeing the remaining bread in the bag. but ultimately resisted the temptation. This life is unbearable, living in constant fear, consuming junk food, and worrying about being noticed for overindulgence. I long for my life back home. What is the situation outside? Is the atmosphere tense? The man shrugged. They likely won't relent easily. We VE provoked them. Although it seems calmer now than when the incident first occurred, when the streets were rife with searchers, they have not given up. They are merely waiting for us to let our guard down and reveal a vulnerability. Chapter 148. A Stroll Outside. The scarred man shook his head. I now somewhat regret not evacuating immediately. Initially, I believed I could operate undetected and without suspicion. Remaining here allowed me to execute other tasks, perhaps even plan several operations to seize the technology left by Tian amidst the chaos. To my astonishment, Tian miraculously survived, and they have swiftly identified a suspicious target. This forced me into hiding. Remaining in this predicament is untenable. The situation will not improve. I must find an opportunity to leave this city as soon as possible for my safety. The man inquired, do you have any plans? The scar man nodded. However, we must wait a while longer and also take a modicum of risk. By the way, how is the situation with the others? The man replied, so far, no one has been apprehended. Their suspicions differ from yours. After all, you were personally involved in the operation. A moment of silence enveloped the scar-faced man. It is all John's fault for attracting attention so quickly, forcing me to go into hiding as well. Now that he has been captured, I wonder if he will divulge anything. If given the chance, I must eliminate him. The man advised him, do not dwell on that. He knows none of the other names, and the information he can provide is quite limited. Just then, the man's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a spam message promoting a mobile game, something akin to become an insider, guaranteed salary. Yet, both men felt a surge of joy, for this was precisely the agreed-upon means of communication from above. The man downloaded the game, connected to a particular server, and found a plethora of unrelated numbers on the interface. He meticulously transcribed these numbers, then retrieved a foreign published book to begin translating them one by one. The scar-faced man hurriedly inquired, what is it? Did they prepare an escape route for me? The man's expression turned peculiar. There was no mention of an escape. They require you to ascertain how Tian survived. The scar-faced man could no longer contain his frustration and shouted, I am struggling to save myself. And they want me to continue undertaking missions? My foremost concern is my safety and when I can evacuate, not Tian's situation. Do you see any possibility of me getting close to Tian? Who knows how he escaped that deadly trap? Frankly, I have completely lost hope. Tian seems utterly invincible. To be honest, I wish to distance myself from him as far as possible. They clearly do not care about our lives anymore. Perhaps we have become expendable pawns, to be discarded once they have drained our last vestige of value. The man quickly sought to console him. Meanwhile, back with Tian, he listened to this exchange with a cold smirk. The individual hiding in the basement appeared to be the mastermind behind the operation, and he sounded like a minor leader, likely privy to much of the information he sought, such as their personnel list and Daxia. Wally, he said, the results have been delivered. This is a high-end community in Nanfeng City, comprised of detached villas, typically purchased or rented by business elites, including many employees sent by foreign multinational corporations to Daxia. This coordinate should correspond to one of those houses. However, according to official records, there should be no basement beneath it. Tian nodded. This must be their emergency safe house. Wally continued, one of the men's voices can be identified as the owner of this house, named Adam. He purchased this villa outright 10 years ago. According to gathered information, everything about him has been normal during these 10 years, with no suspicious activity. Tian Sukofut. It's unnatural for him to be unremarkable. He is responsible for relaying information and providing safe houses. He does not partake in any operations, thus can evade any scrutiny unscathed. It seems these individuals have been establishing their intelligence network for over a decade. Even in a small city like Nanfeng, they have personnel embedded. While he continued, the other person currently only has voice information, making it impossible to ascertain their identity. Boss, should we immediately send this information to Zhang Daqiang and have him dispatch a team to capture them? Tian shook his head. No. I wish to resolve this matter myself. Only then can I assuage my grievances. Otherwise, how will I explain the intelligence I have acquired? For now, we have merely located these two individuals. Capturing them will yield little, as the others will hide even deeper upon receiving the news. Let's not forget, I intend to dismantle their decades-long intelligence network entirely. Continue to monitor all movements of these two closely and inform me immediately of any anomalies. Wally asked, but how do you plan to handle this alone? You are under strict protection every time you go out. They cannot allow you to leave unaccompanied. Tian simileth. In any case, I have my methods. Trust in technology, for it can create miracles. Yi Tian scrutinized the information collected thus far and committed it to memory. The next day, he summoned his driver, Xiao Lu. Due to the previous incident at the technology exhibition, Xiao Lu had received some commendations and had developed a closer rapport with Yi Tian. Consequently, Yi Tian now handled all matters directly through Xiao Lu. What is it? Aja de Mijianye? Xiao Lu inquired. Yi Tian replied, I wish to take a stroll outside. Xiao Lu frowned. Academician Yi, it is quite unsafe outside at the moment. We cannot guarantee that there will not be any dangerous incidents like last time. It is best not to wander about. If you need anything, we can procure it for you. Yi Tian responded with displeasure. Am I now deprived of the right to step outside? This is my own territory. I am utterly bored staying in the office all day. Is it too much to ask to take a leisurely stroll? I understand your hard work, but is it such an unreasonable request? Xiao Lu, flustered, quickly replied, I apologize, Academician Yi. That was not my intention. Your identity is simply too significant. Moreover, there are numerous enemies lurking in the shadows, so we must do our utmost to ensure your safety. Yi Tian's tone softened as he said, I understand all that you do. I know I have faced attacks during previous outings. However, this time, I simply felt the urge to step out. And it is merely a stroll. No one would lie in wait for me. Chapter 149. Just a stroll? Furthermore, I will be bringing my mech along. And with so many of us, I cannot believe those individuals possess the capability to succeed. I trust that they are too preoccupied avoiding our search to have the luxury of plotting an operation. Xiao Lu hesitated, but what? Trust me, there will be no issues. Xiao Lu suggested. Then I will consult with my superiors. Yi Tian did not press him further. Xiao Lu exited to call Zhang Daqiang, relaying the situation. Zhang Daqiang found it strange. He thought Yi Tian's sudden request was rather unusual, setting aside whether he could be so callous. The notion of going out for a stroll did not align with Yi Tian's character. Yi Tian was the type who preferred to stay indoors whenever possible. Even when the environment outside was not as dire, he had little desire to wander. Why the sudden wish to go out now? Unbidden. Memories of Yi Tian's request to visit those mysterious bases surfaced in his mind, linking the two events in his thoughts. Both occurrences were highly irregular. Zhang Daqiang suspected that Yi Tian was secretly devising something, merely keeping it from everyone. Did he mention why he wanted to go out? Xiao Liu replied, no. He just said he wanted some fresh air. Zhang Daqiang wore a bemused expression. Fresh air? It is certainly not that simple. Xiao Lu asked, should I refuse him? Zhang Daqiang quickly responded, no. We should agree to his request. We cannot continuously restrict him for our convenience. We must not foster resentment towards us. We should accommodate his requests as much as possible. Besides, we have so many capable individuals to protect him, and he is taking the mech with him, so I believe there should not be any major issues. Everyone, remain vigilant and do your utmost to eliminate any potential threats. Furthermore, maintain contact with me at all times. Should any issues arise, I will rush to your aid immediately. Xiao Lu returned to Yi Tian's office and inquired, when shall we set off? Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. If possible, let us depart at once. Thus, the convoy, with Yi Tian at the helm, set forth with great fanfare. Xiao Lu asked, Academician Yi, where are we headed? Let us first peruse the XX shopping mall, Yi Tian replied. A torrent of expletives surged through Xiao Lu's mind. The mall, teeming with patrons, posed a significant challenge for security. Yi Tian's penchant for frequenting such crowded locales was nothing short of perilous. With no choice but to steel himself, Xiao Lu resignedly followed, hoping that recent operations had been effective enough to deter any potential threats from emerging. Attention all units. Target XX shopping mall. Upon arrival, Yi Tian observed the bustling atmosphere. A wave of nostalgia washing over him as he realized it had been quite some time since he last indulged in a shopping excursion. He collected items that caught his fancy with ease, while Xiao Lu and his companions remained on high alert. Thankfully, no anomalies surfaced. The mall was filled with ordinary shoppers. As they approached the men's apparel section, Yi Tian announced, please wait here. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Lu's eyelids fluttered, and he offered, I'll accompany you. Yi Tian, non-committal, proceeded to the restroom, entering a stall. Xiao Lu lingered outside, feeling somewhat awkward as onlookers cast curious glances in his direction. Fortunately, it was not long before Yi Tian emerged from the stall and returned to the mall. Subsequently, an unusual occurrence transpired. A young man wandering the mall spotted Yi Tian, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and approached him, exclaiming, Academician Yi? Xiao Lu and the others intended to intervene, but Yi Tian gestured for them to hold back. The young man continued, it really is you. You come out shopping in person? Yi Tian smiled and nodded, indeed is I. "I've spent too long in the office and needed some fresh air." This exchange drew the attention of many passers-by, who, upon recognizing Yi Tian, displayed expressions of astonishment and delight. In Nanfeng City, Yi Tian was a living legend, an idol in the hearts of countless individuals. Many parents invoked Yi Tian's name to inspire their children. Yet, he remained extraordinarily low-key, rarely appearing in public. His presence was a delightful surprise for everyone. Soon, a throng gathered, clamoring for photographs and autographs. Observing Xiao Lu's expression, Yi Tian remarked, "Let us forego the autographs, but I have no objection to photographs." Thus, he posed for pictures with the crowd until they gradually dispersed. Yi Tian then resumed his shopping spree, ultimately returning to the company laden with bags. The journey was remarkably smooth. Upon their return, Xiao Lu exhaled in relief and promptly called Zhang Daqiang to report the situation. Upon learning that Yi Tian's destination had been the mall and the unexpected events that transpired, Zhang Daqiang broke into a cold sweat. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. However, a sense of confusion lingered in Zhang Daqiang's mind. Was it truly just a simple shopping trip, or had Yi Tian orchestrated something more clandestine? Xiao Lu shook his head. "No, I'm monitored in the entire time. It was genuinely just a leisurely outing." Zhang Daqiang found this puzzling. What then was the purpose of his excursion? Meanwhile, after Yi Tian and his entourage departed the mall, a peculiar man emerged from the restroom in the men's apparel section. Dressed in an unremarkable jacket and sporting an unkempt beard, he cut a disheveled figure. As he exited, glancing at the surrounding cameras, he muttered to himself, "Wally, are you certain the early warning system won't detect my anomaly? After all, no one has ever entered that restroom in such attire," effectively creating an additional presence. A voice crackled through his miniature earpiece. "Rest assured, boss, I designed this early warning system, and deceiving it is exceedingly simple. Even if you were to run naked through the mall, it would go unnoticed." Yi Tian nodded. "Excellent. However, there's one more thing. If Zhang Daqiang and the others grow suspicious of me, they might review the mall surveillance footage. I need you to alter the recorded footage." Wally assured him, "Do not worry, boss. I've already hacked into all surveillance systems. Your presence will be entirely absent from the recordings." Chapter 150, The Half-Machine Biohuman. Yi Tian simulate. Appreciating the assistance. "Thank you for your efforts." Wally responded, "Serving you is my duty." With that, Yi Tian no longer needed to evade surveillance. He could walk with confidence as long as he remained unnoticed by the security personnel conducting searches. "Keep an eye out for me. Alert me if anyone checks for identification." "No problem." Yi Tian approached the roadside and hailed a cab, recalling the addresses of the two foreigners stored in his mind, instructing the driver to head in that direction. Meanwhile, the events of yesterday replayed in his mind. After acquiring the specific information about the two foreigners, Yi Tian began to strategize. To deal with them alone, without raising suspicions, he needed to leave the company discreetly. A plan emerged to utilize a decoy, executing a strategic retreat while remaining unnoticed. He envisioned a particular piece of technology he had unlocked during a visit to the secret base, a robot, specifically designed for use as a substitute for specific individuals. Though the robot initially appeared lifelike, a close inspection revealed its skin to possess a silicone texture, rendering it somewhat artificial. Moreover, the intricate internal components resulted in rigid movements that were far from natural. Consequently, this project was still in the developmental stage, not yet ready for deployment, as many technological hurdles remained. However, these challenges posed no issue for Yi Tian. He purchased 10 lifelike robots, each costing 100,000 Mi-Gene, and proceeded to synthesize them. Ding! He acquired a secondary level item, Super Lifelike Robot. Upon reviewing the item description, Yi Tian found it to be the ultimate solution to the secret bases project. Boasting an exterior crafted from remarkably realistic materials that rendered it indistinguishable from a human, complete with a skin-like texture. The internal joints and designs were equally sophisticated and flexible, allowing the robot to move like a normal person. Yi Tian marveled at this advancement and subsequently synthesized 9 additional super lifelike robots. Ding! He obtained a tertiary level item, half-machine biohuman. WTF! Yi Tian could scarcely believe his eyes. A half-machine biohuman. Was this even plausible? He scrutinized the item description, utterly astounded by this technological marvel. It represented a perfect amalgamation of biologically cultivated human cells and mechanical components, crafted specifically to serve as replicas of human beings. Its brilliance lies in the fact that it is a body flawlessly crafted from the cells of the original, with every strand of hair, every pore of skin, every drop of blood, every fingerprint, iris, gene, and even certain internal organs being an exact replica of the individual. However, the brain, bones, and many bodily parts are composed of metallic mechanical components. It can be described as a magnificent amalgamation of biological and mechanical entities. This prompted Yi Tian to recall the famous adage, "Flesh is frail, machinery is sense." For some time, cyborgs have been regarded as a potential evolutionary path for humanity, replacing flawed or inefficient biological tissues with mechanical parts to significantly enhance human capabilities. Yet, this concept fundamentally maintains the primacy of the human essence, with machinery serving merely as an adjunct, ensuring that the core of humanity is not lost. The technology before him, however, is far more formidable. What has been produced here can no longer be classified as human. It can only be deemed a robotic entity possessing biological form. It involves substituting certain robotic components with biological tissues. The complexity of such technology is astonishing, indicating that the civilization behind its creation has fully grasped the mysteries of life, enabling a seamless fusion of the biological and mechanical. This method is nothing short of terrifying. The robots produced in this manner require no batteries. They can operate on biological energy. These robots can consume food, just like normal humans, with the singular distinction that their efficiency in utilizing the energy from food surpasses that of an ordinary person. Such semi-mechanical biohumans are the epitome of a perfect substitute. Yi Tian prepared to extract the bio-robot with his thoughts. At that moment, the system unexpectedly emitted a prompt. The first extraction necessitated the setting of the biohuman's genes and appearance. Once established, it could not be undone. Would he like to proceed with the settings? Yi Tian suddenly realized that he had been pondering how to make this robot resemble him. It turned out that the initial purchase and extraction allowed for customization. How should he proceed with the settings? The system responded, "Scanning the target for customization is possible. Would you like to scan the host immediately?" "Yes." In the next instant, Yi Tian found the chaotic particles within him completely unresponsive, coalescing into a sphere that hovered above his head, scanning him from top to bottom. Ding! Scanning complete. Biorobot customization finalized. The host may extract at will. Yi Tian, unable to contain his excitement, extracted the robot. In the blink of an eye, a version of himself materialized before him. Yi Tian was taken aback. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still astonished by the peculiar scene. Feeling as though his soul had momentarily departed his body, he scrutinized the robot closely. Every aspect, height, weight, and so forth, was indistinguishable from his own. Even the moles on the robot's body were exactly positioned and sized as his own. He even located a scar from his childhood. Curiously, he reached out to touch it. The robot's skin felt warm. This was to be expected, as it was genuine skin and flesh tissue. As he touched it, the robot suddenly turned its head to look at him, startling him once more. Its movements were entirely reminiscent of a normal human. "Greetings, Master. Model 1 is at your service. Please provide me with a name and assign tasks." Yi Tian composed himself and replied, "Since you are my primary substitute, I shall name you Tian E. However, this name is to be used solely by me. To outsiders, you shall be known as Yi Tian. Remember to respond accordingly upon hearing it. Your future task is to impersonate me, while he will transmit all my data and information to you. When I am away, you are to perfectly mimic my demeanor, actions, and expressions, communicating with others in my tone and customary phrases. Should you encounter anything beyond your immediate capability, consult Wali for guidance. And most importantly, do not address me as Master henceforth. Refer to me as Boss." Chapter 151. Who is Adam? Soon, the taxi arrived near the upscale residential area. Yi Tian called out, "Stop." After paying, he stepped out and surveyed the entrance of the community. As an affluent neighborhood, it was evidently not easily accessible. Strangers entering would be questioned and registered, unless Yi Tian could concoct a plausible reason, such as an interest in renting or purchasing a property. He would need a real estate agent to accompany him inside. However, this would require time, and he would still need to register upon entry. Moreover, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face might attract the attention of those two individuals. After some contemplation, he resolved to scale the wall later that night. He meticulously examined the surroundings of the community. The villas were spaced quite far apart, and there were not many residents in the area. So if he were to enter at night, his actions would likely go unnoticed. Yi Tian inquired, "Are the surveillance cameras in the neighborhood all interconnected?" "Most are, but I suspect those two individuals may utilize a separate closed-circuit monitoring system," came the response. Yi Tian nodded. "I will infiltrate tonight. Be sure to notify me to avoid other people. Additionally, if you detect any surveillance that falls outside your control, inform me." As night fell, Yi Tian arrived at a secluded corner of the neighborhood, glancing around to ensure no one was in sight. In the next moment, his body floated upwards, gliding into the community. Once inside, his feet never touched the ground, hovering just 1 centimeter above it as he moved forward in a near-silent glide. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be terror-stricken. It resembled the ethereal movement of a ghost in a horror film. Tian carefully surveyed his surroundings. It was now night, and nearly all the lights in the community were extinguished, with no one lingering outside. Following the predetermined route, he endeavored to evade the closed-circuit cameras, stealthily navigating through the shadows. Before long, he reached the villa. Meanwhile, in the basement of the villa, Adam was conversing with the scarred man. "Tom, I have inquired. John is confined in the security bureau, which is heavily fortified. Given our current circumstances, eliminating him is simply not feasible." The scarred man, Tom, displaying a physique of impressive musculature, was sweating profusely as he performed push-ups, responding, "Oh, then let it be. He probably doesn't know much anyway. If we were to orchestrate an assassination attempt, we might incur even greater losses." Adam continued, "Additionally, I have made some preparation for the evacuation method you mentioned last time. I anticipate taking you away within the next couple of days. Once we reach the seaside, I will arrange for you to head out to international waters. There, you will be safe." Tom exhaled in relief. "Thank you, my friend. I truly wouldn't know what to do without you." Suddenly, Adam recalled something. "By the way, did you see the news? Today, Yi Tian inexplicably appeared in a shopping mall, and many people took photos with him." Tom's eyes narrowed. "What a pity. We learned of this news too late. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. He is quite arrogant now, knowing we cannot touch him. Forget it. His affairs no longer concern me. I just want to return home." As they spoke, an unexpected commotion erupted outside, and the nearby surveillance feed turned to static. Outside the villa, Yi Tian floated closer. His chaotic particles had detected the presence of 2 individuals in the basement. As he approached, every concealed camera surrounding the villa shattered simultaneously. The occupants inside were surely alerted. Wasting no time, he drifted to the door, which opened from within, and he glided inside. Upon hearing the noise, Tom immediately stood up, drawing a handgun from his pocket. After a moment's thought, he affixed a silencer to it. He whispered, "Shoo, someone has entered. Do not speak. Bring the infrared scanner over here and see how many people there are." After a lengthy period without a response, he turned to look, utterly stunned. Adam's figure had completely vanished. A flicker of panic surged within Tom. "Adam? Where are you? Adam? What Adam?" A woman's voice nearby startled him, and he instinctively aimed his gun at her. The woman, equally taken aback, exclaimed, "Tom, lower the gun. It's me. You're too tense." A look of incredulity spread across Tom's face, emotion bubbling to the surface. "Ruth, how could you be here?" He rushed forward and embraced her tightly. "Do you have any idea how much I've missed you all these years? Ever since that incident, you've completely ignored me. Did Adam tell you about my situation? Did you come here to surprise me?" His expression shifted abruptly. "No, Ruth, you cannot stay here. It's too dangerous. You must leave immediately. I've been targeted, and I'm certain I can't escape, but I cannot put you in harm's way. How could Adam do this? Knowing the perilous situation we're in, he still dragged you into it." Ruth wore a peculiar expression as she touched Tom's forehead. "Tom, what are you talking about? Are you feeling unwell? All these years, haven't we always lived together? We even saw each other at dinner. What danger? Why should I leave? This is our home." She sighed and said, "Tom, you've been working too hard on this case. You're clearly exhausted. The serial killer isn't so easily apprehended. Don't forget he is very clever." Tom felt a wave of disorientation wash over him as he muttered, Our home. Our home. Yes, this is our home. Strange, why was I thinking those things just now? Who is Adam? Why can't I remember?" Tom felt an overwhelming sense that something of great significance eluded him. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed completely. He found himself in a familiar environment, a warm mansion with a fire crackling in the hearth. This was the quintessential setting of a Rice family. Shaking his head, he recalled his identity. He was an investigator specializing in interstate cases involving Rice. Currently, he was embroiled in a serial murder investigation where the perpetrator specifically targeted young female college students, claiming over a dozen victims. The killer left crucial clues at the crime scenes, seemingly taunting the authorities. To date, they had not apprehended the culprit. Recently, Tom had also received a threatening letter, indicating that the sender would visit their home, which filled him with trepidation. The mounting pressure from the investigation had already been overwhelming, and now this threat loomed ominously. Chapter 152, Pain and the Collapse of Reality. Just as he pondered this, sounds echoed from outside the door. Tom's demeanor instantly stiffened as he raised his gun once more, his expression rife with terror, as if some dreadful memory had resurfaced. "Quick, run!" Yi Tian is coming. Ruth's face reflected concern. Tom, you're rambling again. Who is Yi Tian? How do you know that Su is outside? It could just be the sound of a mouse. Tom replied anxiously, Yi Tian is a devil. We're no match for him. I'll hold him off. You must escape. Ruth fell silent, placing her hand on Tom's forehead. Calm down. Have you forgotten? You're home. This is our home. There's no Yi Tian here. Gradually, Tom began to regain his composure. He shook his head, realizing he felt somewhat disoriented. Yes. Who exactly is Yi Tian? Why is this name lodged in my mind? He sensed he should not be here, but there were many crucial matters he could not recall. At that moment, sounds emanated from outside, once more, this time the soft creak of the door being opened. This could not possibly be a mouse. Someone had entered. Tom recalled the threatening letters he had received in recent days. Could the serial killer be coming? He and his wife were home alone, their child away at college. And at this hour, it was impossible for them to return. Relatives and friends seldom visited, and they would always call first. Anyone arriving would certainly knock. He urgently instructed his wife to hide, aiming his gun at the door as he cautiously approached. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his subconscious vehemently resisted this course of action. He seemed to sense that something horrific was about to unfold. Nevertheless, his body moved forward without hesitance. At that moment, Tom felt a terrifying split between his consciousness and his physical form. He attempted to shake his head, his eyes brimming with fear, tears streaming down his face. However, his body remained unmoved, trained on the door. Now he could see a shadow moving behind the door. The doorknob turned gently. The door swung open, revealing a large figure in his line of sight. Without hesitation, Tom pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, at the same moment, he let out a desperate, heart-wrenching scream, as if he had long foreseen the monumental error he had just committed. No, the shadow collapsed in response. Tom turned on the light and pulled back the raincoat draped over the figure, revealing its face. It bore a look of surprise and joy, eyes wide open yet devoid of life. It was his son, who should have been away. For reasons unknown, he had suddenly appeared that night, and Tom had mistaken him for the serial killer, shooting him dead. Ruth, beside herself, emitted a primal wail, collapsing over the lifeless body. Tom, what have you done? You've killed our son. Tom stood there, dazed, his face streaked with tears. Overwhelmed by grief and shock, he felt numb. In that fleeting moment when he pulled the trigger, memories seemed to unlock within him. Some inexplicable essence began to stir in his heart, as if the scenes before him had occurred at some point in the past, now merely replaying in his mind. Those memories he had buried deep within, unwilling to revisit, surged forth once more. The heart-wrenching collapse and despair swept over him again. Tom sank to his knees, clutching his head tightly. At that moment, his head throbbed intensely. No! His brain resisted fiercely against the pain. The surrounding reality shattered instantly. No longer was he in that warm rice mansion. In its place stood a filthy basement. The scene before him appeared hazy. Tom felt a sheen of sweat break out across his body. He recalled everything. He had once been an investigator with a happy family. During an investigation into a serial killer, the immense mental strain, compounded by receiving threatening letters, led to an irreversible mistake. He had shot his son, who had quietly returned home to surprise him. From that moment on, his life lost all its luster. A family shattered, his wife descended into madness. Confined to a psychiatric hospital, he resigned from his job, opting to join a secret organization, burying himself in relentless, high-intensity training and work to numb his pain. Over the years, he had buried this experience deep within, never daring to confront those memories. Now, the repressed memories he had long avoided had been fully awakened. The expression on his son's face at the moment of death now vividly filled his mind. It took him over a decade to completely forget this. Once again, the unbearable pain and despair of the past invaded his heart. The voice of that demon echoed nearby. Ha! I never imagined that someone as resilient as you, a trained professional tough guy, could possess such a fragile side. Who would have thought you mistakenly killed your own son? This is indeed your deepest fear in life. How does it feel? Should you thank me for helping you relive this memory? He turned his head away and beheld the visage of the demon. It was a face he knew all too well, the very target of his endeavors during his extensive time in Daxia. That person was Yi Tian. At this moment, he wore a gleeful expression, holding a syringe in his hand, the very syringe containing the drug that triggered his nightmare. Yi Tian was now floating in midair. Tom had grown accustomed to the bizarre sight and turned his head to look at Adam. The latter was also suspended in the air, thrashing about like a drowning person, limbs flailing futilely. He emitted no sound, his expression and gaze betraying an overwhelming terror, despair, and helplessness. Tom lowered his gaze to himself. Indeed, He too was floating in midair, inexplicably bound by some unseen force, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. However, unlike Adam, the demon had not silenced him. Tom rasped, "You devil! You are despicable! How dare you torment me in such a manner?" Despite his words, his face was pale, and deep-seated fear of Tian's methods gripped him. Just moments ago, he and Adam had heard noises from outside, and the CCTV had immediately turned to static. The two instantly became alert, retrieving their weapons and exchanging glances. Someone was stealthily infiltrating the villa, and it was undoubtedly not a thief, for their installed CCTV was exceedingly discreet, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary burglar to detect. Moreover, this was a high-end community where theft was improbable. The simultaneous destruction of the CCTV indicated that their adversaries were highly skilled and numerous. Chapter 153. The intruder was none other than Tian. Such a multitude of professionals infiltrating the house at night without any prior notification was self-evident. They were not merely seeking a simple conversation with Adam. The two were taken aback. They had not anticipated that they would attract the official's attention so swiftly. Tonight, they were likely trapped without escape. Adam stealthily approached the top of the ladder, pressing his ear against the floor to listen to the commotion outside, while typing on his phone with his free hand. With the rest silence. "What do we do?" Tom, frantically stuffing his mouth with food he had been saving for days, typed back on his phone, "We've been compromised. This time, it seems dire. Are there any documents to destroy?" Adam replied, "No, we just destroyed a batch this afternoon. Should we text the others to evacuate?" After a moment's thought, Tom responded, "No. Since even you have been discovered, it indicates that the Security Bureau possesses much information we are unaware of. The others are likely in grave danger. If we send a text now, we won't have time to destroy our phones. And we don't know if there are devices outside intercepting messages. If the others haven't been noticed yet, our actions would endanger them. Once we encounter trouble, they will certainly notice the news and hide accordingly." Adam inquired, "Then what shall we do?" Tom answered, "If the fish perish, let the net break. We shall die for righteousness and take a few down with us." The two resolved to point their guns at the entrance of the tunnel, quietly awaiting the arrival of their enemies. Suddenly, the tunnel door creaked, swinging open. They were taken aback. They had heard no footsteps. How had their adversaries reached the tunnel door? Were they capable of flight? However, contemplating this was futile at that moment. Unexpectedly, it was not the horde of fully armed personnel they had anticipated breaking in. Instead, a single face peeked through the tunnel door, startling them. The face bore an expression of surprise. "So you were here?" After the initial shock, the two recognized the face. In the next moment, bewilderment washed over them, swiftly followed by uncontainable joy. The face belonged to Tian, the very individual they had longed for. They exchanged a glance, their expressions a curious mix. Although they were uncertain why Tian had suddenly appeared here, it felt as if fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon them. They had orchestrated numerous operations in Daxia with the aim of getting close to Tian, to either kidnap or eliminate him. Yet, he had always been well protected, leaving them with no opportunity to approach. Even after devising so many plans, they had been utterly unsuccessful. Now, however, a twist of fate had presented itself. The happiness was overwhelming. Tian had appeared before them, and he had certainly come alone. His security team would never allow him to venture into a strange house alone at night. Thus, this visit was entirely his independent undertaking. They speculated that he might have discovered their safe house through some means, coming alone with the intent of exacting revenge. Did Tian not realize the danger? What strength did he possess to dare approach them unaccompanied? Regardless, this was a stroke of luck for them. Since Tian was alone, it meant they would not face a heavily armed adversary. They could capture Tian and immediately relocate. Seizing him would grant them the upper hand to negotiate for advantages. Tom burst into laughter, aiming his gun at Tian. "Academician Yi, I've orchestrated so many operations that failed, yet here you are, delivering yourself to us. As you Daxians say, sometimes things come without effort. Now, you best not move. Come with us willingly, and we assure you your safety." He gestured toward Tian while cautioning Adam, "Be careful. If he dare to come alone, he must possess considerable advanced technology. Don't let it backfire. Now, Tian, I advise you not to make any rash moves. The moment you stir, my bullet will find its mark. By the way, you didn't even wear your Iron Man armor. That is your gravest mistake. My gun is undoubtedly faster than you can don your armor." Tian clicked his tongue. "I never imagined you two rodents would still cling to delusions, truly believing a toad could consume swan flesh. You are already in grave peril. Do you not realize this? Have you not considered why I found this place? And why I dare to come alone? Your best opportunity would have been to pull the trigger on your temples the moment you saw me. Alas, now it is all too late." His expression turned icy. Next, I will show you what true cruelty entails. You will learn the price of daring to commit such despicable acts on our Daxia soil. Tom paused, then burst into laughter. Yi Tian, you truly have a sense of humor. Do you think such words can intimidate us? I don't believe you can outpace the guns of both of us. Now, stop with the theatrics and come down yourself. Yi Tian chuckled. You may continue to feel self-satisfied. In the next moment, his form flew through the tunnel door and circled around the two, surveying the basement. Tom and Adam were left in stunned silence. Tom, in a fit of desperation, brandished his gun at Yi Tian and exclaimed, "Stop! I command you to halt." Well, I never anticipated that academician Yi had such an ingenious invention capable of hovering and flying at ultra-low altitudes. We shall graciously accept it. Where is it? I presume it must be concealed within your attire. Don't move, strip it off. Yet Yi Tian paid them no heed, continuing to float around the basement, examining his surroundings. This infuriated the two men. Very well. You dare to disregard us, don't you? Do you think we lack the courage to take action? I truly wonder where you derive the audacity to provoke us. Tom raised his gun, aiming directly at Yi Tian, poised to pull the trigger and teach him a lesson. However, in the next instant, panic overtook his face, and he broke into a cold sweat. Adam, frowning, inquired, "What is wrong? Why aren't you firing? As long as you don't kill him, it's acceptable." Tom, in a state of alarm, stammered, "It seems my hand has a mind of its own." He realized that no matter how much he strained, he could not control the hand that held the gun. While he could feel everything in that hand, he was utterly incapable of moving it. It remained completely frozen in mid-air. Chapter 154. Tom's collapse. Adam was at a loss for words. "What is happening?" he exclaimed as he raised his own gun towards Yi Tian, only to be met with a similar shock and terror as he too found himself unable to control his hand. "I can't control my hand either. What on earth is going on?" The situation had abruptly spiraled beyond their control. They now understood that the individual before them had come with absolute assurance in his abilities. Then, an even more shocking and terrifying occurrence unfolded. Their handguns suddenly flew from their grasp and landed in Yi Tian's hands. Subsequently, the two of them began to levitate as well. Adam cried out in horror. "This is beyond the realm of technology. You are a devil." Tom's heart sank completely. The events unfolding surpassed their wildest comprehension. Yi Tian's capabilities were beyond their imagination. At that moment, he finally grasped why. Despite the numerous meticulously planned operations that had seemed to corner Yi Tian, he had always managed to emerge unscathed. It was because he could not be comprehended by conventional reasoning. Was this the legendary superpower? Or was Yi Tian an extraterrestrial being? Regardless, their hopes had been utterly extinguished, and they had completely fallen into the hands of their adversary. They could only speculate about the torment that awaited them. Tom closed his mouth, realizing that silence was the wisest response. Seeing this, Yi Tian chuckled softly. "What is the matter? Have you come to recognize your predicament?" "Adam, c'était défiant," shouted Yi Tian. "I admit we are in your grasp. Do with us as you will. However, you will never extract information about our organization from us." Yi Tian scoffed. "Don't feign a bravado in the face of death. I have encountered many like you. I possess ample means to deal with your kind. The night is still long. There is no need to rush. We shall take our time." His tone was chillingly cold. Tom and Adam shivered. Yi Tian produced a syringe from seemingly nowhere and retrieved a small vial. As he drew the liquid into the syringe and expelled the air, he remarked, "I know that for trained individuals like you, physical torment is merely childish play. I have little interest in such tactics. However, I assure you, you shall experience the profoundest fear tonight." He glided towards Tom with the syringe in hand. Tom, filled with anxiety, felt as though he were frozen in mid-air, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Tian injected the liquid into his vein. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the impending agony. Yet, after a moment, no pain came as he had anticipated. Yi Tian regarded him with a smirk. "What's the matter? Is it ineffective? Or perhaps it's merely saline solution meant to intimidate me into speaking. You shall be sorely disappointed." Yi Tian tooted, shaking his head. "Patience, the real spectacle lies ahead." Just as Tom was about to retort, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and his consciousness began to fade. What followed was a harrowing nightmare. Tom's face turned pale as he gazed at Yi Tian in terror. "You devil, taking advantage of your superpowers to act with impunity. The organization will not spare you. God will not forgive you. You will be shattered into pieces." Yi Tian chuckled. "Oh, did they spare me before? Do you think I care about a bunch of cowards who can only plot in the shadows? I welcome them to confront me at any time. Oh, and by the way, they need not bother coming. I've been rather bored lately. Perhaps I shall pay a visit to the organization soon and create some chaos." But to be honest, I am becoming increasingly intrigued by you. He waved the vial in his hand. This, my dear friend, is my invention, enhanced with hypnotic properties, aptly named Nightmare Serum. Those who partake will succumb to slumber, constructing a vivid dreamscape that replays their deepest fears throughout their lives. Your utter collapse in that dream was simply delightful. The contrast to your otherwise stoic demeanor is striking. I wish to witness it once more. This time, it should not be marred by real-world elements intruding upon the nightmare. As he spoke, he produced yet another vial from his pocket. Upon witnessing this, Tom cried out in despair, no. He struggled desperately, his eyes wide and breath ragged. But it was all in vain. He soon succumbed to sleep, initially wearing a blissful, warm expression. However, it quickly morphed into despair, contortion, and madness. He thrashed his head, resisting the nightmare, ultimately awakening in utter desperation. This time, Tom was devoid of his earlier fortitude, now weeping profusely. No, why must you torment me so? I beg you, do not make me experience that again. You may treat me in any other manner, but do not force me to relive those memories. Tian sneered. Why? Because it is simply so entertaining. Because scum like you deserve such treatment. You should experience true suffering as atonement for the harm you have inflicted upon the innocent. Without further ado, he brandished yet another vial. Seeing this, Tom's face quivered uncontrollably as he fell into despair, pleading, no, please don't do this. His voice escalated into a scream, gradually cracking. Tian remained unfazed, administering the serum once more. The gut-wrenching scenes persisted for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, Adam, witnessing the scene, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, a puddle of sweat forming beneath him. Upon awakening once more, Tom's expression had become utterly vacant. He muttered repeatedly, I'll tell you everything. What information do you seek? Including personnel involved in the organization and details about my superiors. I shall divulge it all, just please kill me. Tian let out a cold laugh. What? Do you think I'm doing this merely to extract information from you? You are mistaken. I have stated before. This is simply for my amusement. Should I wish to acquire information, I have other means. He surveyed their disheveled appearances and shook his head. Never mind. Let us attend to business. He pulled another vial from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Tom's vacant gaze snapped back to life, and in a state of utter madness. He recoiled and cried out, no, please don't do this to me. Tian remarked, do not worry. This vial contains my enhanced truth serum. After saying this, he administered it to Tom. Chapter 155, The Witch Hunt Operation. Tom was taken aback to discover that he seemed to possess a second personality. His mind appeared to operate independently of his will, as he helplessly observed himself divulging information incessantly. It was utterly terrifying. The typical truth serum merely induced a state of weakened consciousness, leading individuals to unconsciously reveal crucial information or respond truthfully during lie detection. However, the concoction Tian had produced was nothing short of remarkable. Once administered, it seemed to compel him to answer questions without the ability to lie. Nevertheless, Tom ceased his struggles. At this moment, everything felt detached from him. Adam, witnessing Tom's post-administration transformation, observed as he spilled forth every piece of information he possessed, like beans spilling from a container. He recounted details both trivial and significant, including names, current locations, and their roles within the organization. He even disclosed his direct superior and various contact details. Adam shook his head vigorously, attempting to utter something to halt Tom, but an invisible force had rendered his mouth sealed. Tian cast a glance at him. You should be grateful that this will soon come to an end. As he spoke, Tom's mobile phone levitated, displaying line after line of text. From a distance, Tom could only discern the words suicide note. He seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation, a look of relief spreading across his face. Subsequently, his body relaxed, collapsing to the ground, and the gun flew into his hand. Tian regarded him and said, It seems you understand what must be done. Hurry up. I am eager to return to my slumber. Tom bowed deeply before Tian. Thank you. With that, he aimed the handgun at Adam. Adam shook his head in terror, seemingly pleading him not to. Bang! The silenced pistol emitted a muted thud. Adam crumpled to the ground, and without hesitation, Tom pressed the trigger to his own temple. The following day, Zhang Daqiang was in his office when one of his subordinates hurried in with a report. Boss, we have received a mysterious email containing a detailed list with identities and addresses. It claims to be a list of undercover personnel from a foreign organization operating within Great Xia, including several individuals we are currently pursuing who previously plotted to assassinate Tian. Zhang Daqiang gasped. What? Are you certain? The subordinate affirmed, I am certain. The email is quite explicit. However, we still need to investigate the veracity of these claims. Zhang Daqiang scrutinized the list. It was meticulously detailed and extensive, encompassing individuals from various professions. It seemed unlikely to be fabricated. The subordinate continued. I have conducted a preliminary investigation and confirmed that the individuals on this list do indeed exist. Some of them have even appeared on our suspicion list. But after monitoring them for a few days without uncovering any discrepancies, we temporarily ceased further investigation. Boss, what do you suggest we do? Zhang Daqiang replied. Notify everyone and have them immediately monitor all the targets on this list. Observe them discreetly and investigate their backgrounds. Be cautious not to raise any suspicions. It is better to err on the side of caution. There are over 200 individuals. If this is indeed legitimate, it could be immensely valuable and may significantly disrupt their operations in Great Xia. I will request additional support from above. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of it being a prank or an enemy scheme. Investigate the origins of this email to see if we can uncover any clues. The sender, possessing such extensive information on these individuals, holds significant value and must be identified. Upon finishing, he furrowed his brow. For some reason, Yi Tian's recent peculiar actions flashed through his mind. Has academician Yi ventured outside recently? The subordinate replied, no. Zhang Daqiang sighed in relief. Oh, you may go about your duties. After the subordinate departed, he relayed the entire situation to his superiors. Upon hearing the news, they were taken aback. Who could have compiled and sent such an extensive list? If true, its value is immeasurable. Capturing all these individuals would effectively dismantle an intelligence network built over decades. They would likely be incapacitated for a significant period, perhaps not able to resume operations for another 10 years. This would also greatly benefit Yi Tian, alleviating his fears. Wait, does this matter relate to Yi Tian? It seems he is the only plausible suspect capable of such a feat. What has he been up to lately? Surely it cannot be that one of our own has betrayed us. Zhang Daqiang remarked, leadership is astute. I, too, found myself thinking of Yi Tian's recent unusual behavior upon learning of this matter. I suspect he may be involved, but his 2 recent outings were under our surveillance, and he exhibited no suspicious conduct. In fact, he has been almost reclusive in the laboratory these past few days. The superiors fell into contemplation. There was indeed something strange about this situation. Ultimately, they decided to refrain from pursuing Yi Tian for the time being. This was, after all, a fortuitous development, and it would be wise to concentrate their efforts on investigating and apprehending these individuals. As for Yi Tian, they could explore his involvement at a later opportunity. Regarding personnel issues, there was no need for concern. I will promptly secure a substantial number of reinforcements to address these targets, while other matters can be set aside. Thus, a grand operation, codenamed Witch Hunt, commenced quietly. Within a few days, a subordinate approached Zhang Daqiang with a look of excitement. Boss, it has been confirmed that the majority of the individuals on that list are indeed significant. We conducted thorough surveillance and investigations on them. Although their disguises were remarkably effective and they exhibited no overtly suspicious behavior, it is no wonder we overlooked them during routine checks. However, through targeted investigation, numerous red flags have emerged. These individuals displayed counter-surveillance skills, and some even became aware of being followed. One attempted to flee and was apprehended. We discovered that many of their trajectories overlapped, suggesting they may be exchanging intelligence. Zhang Daqiang slapped his thigh in exhilaration. Excellent. What a stroke of luck. I never expected the list we toiled over would be delivered to us so conveniently. It is unfortunate that the person behind this remains elusive. Otherwise, we might have presented them with a commendation. Have we gathered any information on the individual who sent the email? The subordinate shook his head. The transmission method was highly discreet and encrypted. Technical means cannot decipher it. Chapter 156, New Anomalies. Zhang Daqiang nodded. Very well, let that go for now. Keep an eye on this individual. Now, everyone should remain on standby, divided into small teams. Tonight is the time to close in. That evening, at a rocky seaside in Nanfeng City, the cold sea wind howled. Beneath a stone by the shore, 2 individuals huddled together, their faces obscured by down jackets to retain warmth against the biting wind. One trembled and asked, why haven't they arrived yet? Wasn't it promised that they would come for us at this time? Is something amiss? The other frowned. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps something has delayed them, especially with the recent intensified scrutiny. Oh, how unfortunate we are. We did nothing wrong, yet our identities were exposed. Didn't they say that as long as we adhered to the conduct code, we wouldn't draw the attention of the eye in the sky? We have been so discreet, yet we still became targets. Now I regret not having evacuated earlier. The 2 individuals waited for a while when, suddenly, they spotted a speedboat approaching from the distance. Their hearts leaped with joy as they gathered their belongings and waved eagerly. However, as the boat drew nearer, their expressions froze in disbelief. Indeed, it was the vessel they had awaited, yet it was now manned by heavily armed personnel. Simultaneously, a blinding spotlight illuminated their faces, rendering them momentarily blinded. Subsequently, the two were apprehended and taken away. On that day, across various locales in the Great Xia, numerous individuals were forcibly removed from their homes. Among them were foreign educators, visiting scholars, international students, employees of foreign enterprises, and even scruffy-looking foreigners who claimed to be on a budget travel spree. All of these individuals exhibited a demeanor of innocence and defiance, demanding to contact their consulates. However, their pleas were evidently disregarded, as they were subjected to detention and interrogation. In a foreign enterprise located in Nanfeng City, the manager, with a furrowed brow, entered the office area and inquired of the staff, "Has Adam not yet reported for work?" The employees shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen him for 2 to 3 days. The manager then took out his phone and attempted to call, only to be met with a message indicating that the line was off. He muttered in frustration, "What is going on?" Not only does he fail to show up for work, but his phone is also switched off. One employee ventured, "Could something have happened to him? Adam has never missed a day of work in these past years, nor has he ever been late or left early. Should we contact the police?" The manager, upon hearing this, began to feel concerned. It must be said that foreign enterprises are held in high regard. Before long, 2 police officers arrived at the company to conduct inquiries. Upon learning that a foreigner was missing, they exchanged glances, revealing an expression of knowing. One officer cleared his throat and said, "All right, we have a general idea of the situation. However, we cannot disclose any information at this moment. We need to verify certain details. If our suspicions are confirmed, you may have to consider re-advertising for this position." After the officers departed, they began to exchange remarks. "Do we even need to ask? I've heard whispers that many foreigners have been taken in recent days." "Shoo, don't speak so recklessly. This doesn't concern us. Regardless, let's first confirm the facts. If it's true, it'll save us the trouble." The 2 officers drove to the entrance of the neighborhood mentioned in their documents. After explaining their purpose to the property security, they were accompanied to Adam's villa. Midway, they noticed an elderly lady frowning and searching for something within the community. The officers approached her and asked, "Ma'am, what are you looking for?" The elderly lady, upon seeing them, hurried over and said, "You 2 came just in time. Can you help me find it? Have you noticed a foul, rotten smell? It seems like some cat or dog has died somewhere. It's utterly disgusting. I've been searching all day, and the stench persists." When I asked others, they claimed ignorance. Am I losing my sense of smell? Let me tell you, my nose has been sharp since childhood. One of the officers sniffed the air and suddenly furrowed his brow, waving his hand in front of his face. There seems to be an odor wafting from somewhere. It's subtle. If you're not attentive, you might miss it." Their professional instincts kicked in, prompting them to search the vicinity. Before long, they arrived in front of a house where the stench grew more potent. The elderly lady pinched her nose and exclaimed, "Yes, it's this one. Am I mistaken? You can all smell it too. Surely something has died inside. Hurry and remove it. It's ruining my morning exercise." The security guard, astonished, interjected, "The owner of this villa is the very individual you're looking for, Adam." "What?" The 2 officers exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting. Having not seen him at work for several days, compounded by the foul aroma emanating from his home, could it be that the situation was not as they had presumed? What if Adam had not been taken, but instead was in trouble at home? This was a grave concern. They rushed to the door, and the stench intensified. They knocked vigorously, yet received no reply. One officer inquired, "Do you have a key?" The guard responded, "No, this is an upscale community. Homeowners usually do not provide us with keys." The officer's visage darkened with gravity as he instructed his companion, "Call the station immediately. There may be an incident inside." Shortly thereafter, several police cars entered the neighborhood. "Chief, the door is locked from the inside. We must force it open." Officer Wong, responsible for the investigation, began to cordon off the area while gathering information. Upon learning that a foreign national resided there and had not reported to work for 2 days, his expression grew solemn. "You suspect this foreigner may have been taken, hence your decision to check his residence first? Given the circumstances, we cannot take over this case. Any suspicious activities involving foreigners must be reported to special agencies based on the notifications we received in recent days." Officer Wong sensed that this case might not be straightforward. Perhaps their suspicions were indeed valid. Regardless, it was best that they were not burdened with the intricacies. Zhang Daqiang perused the interrogation reports in his office when he abruptly received a communication from his subordinate. After listening intently, he furrowed his brow. "Is Adam on our list of suspects?" The subordinate nodded affirmatively. Yes, he was previously under suspicion, However, after a brief investigation revealed no incriminating evidence, we set him aside. By the way, he is not included in the personnel list we received. Zhang Daqiang's instincts prickled with unease. How could an incident arise at this juncture? And why was he absent from that list? The Special Investigation Unit promptly arrived at the scene to take over the case. Zhang Daqiang commanded, "Breach the door." One of the investigative officers remarked, "Chief, we've discovered numerous surveillance cameras, but all of their lenses have been damaged." Zhang Daqiang scoffed. As expected, something is amiss. Chapter 157. Scene analysis. The positions of these surveillance cameras were exceedingly discreet, clearly indicating a professional installation. No one would believe that there was nothing suspicious about this. Soon, the door was forcibly opened, and everyone cautiously entered. The stench of decay intensified. Covering their noses, they began to investigate the interior. The house was devoid of any residents. Ultimately, they traced the source of the odor to beneath the floor of storage room. Zhang Daqiang examined the floor and discovered something amiss. He found a pull ring and lifted the entire floorboard, revealing an entrance. A wave of foul odor surged forth, but thankfully they were prepared with masks. As Zhang Daqiang peered down, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Moments later, the investigative team acquired a foundational understanding of the villa's condition. "Chief, there are no other individuals inside the villa, and the door was locked from within. This is a sealed room. Additionally, this basement does not appear on the villa's registration list, suggesting it may have been excavated later. This villa was purchased outright 10 years ago, registered under the name of an individual named Adam, one of the deceased. Investigations reveal that he lived here alone, while the identity of the other individual remains unknown." Zhang Daqiang nodded thoughtfully. "Right, conduct a meticulous search of every corner. Do not overlook any potential evidence that may indicate a third party's presence. Investigate whether it is possible to access this villa without utilizing the doors or windows." He himself ventured into the basement, surveying the surroundings. He noticed the surveillance cameras again. Are these connected to the external cameras? Have any clues been left behind? The forensic personnel shook their heads. The hard drive has been destroyed. This has been tampered with, and we cannot recover any footage. Zhang Daqiang then approached the individuals examining the corpses. The examiner reported both victims died from gunshot wounds, with no other external injuries or signs of struggle. Based on the assessment, one individual has killed another and subsequently aimed a gun at his own temple. On his mobile phone, a suicide note was discovered, expressing his exhaustion from life after enduring for so long. He confessed to committing numerous wrongdoings, unable to bear the torment of his conscience. Thus, he resolved to perform a good deed in an attempt to atone for his sins. He admitted to being the one who sent that list and had eliminated a member of the organization. Zhang Daqiang furrowed his brow even tighter. Why do the enigmas encountered lately seem so effortlessly solvable? It appears there is nothing left for us to do. Are you certain there are no signs of struggle on his body, including marks of pressure on his limbs and throughout his entire physique? The counterpart expressed profound surprise. Are you referring to the marks found on those individuals at the Science Museum last time? I can assure you that they bore none. At that moment, Tian, who was munching on chips in an RV park somewhere in Nanfeng City, seemed to sense something. He chuckled and remarked, "Given the time, those two individuals should have already been discovered, and it is bound to attract attention from above. However, the scheme I devised this time is flawless. I should not have left any of the rookie mistakes from last time, and they surely will not uncover any flaws. Previously, chaos particles were utilized to apply pressure externally on those individuals. This time, however, the chaos particles penetrated their bones, allowing for control from within, thus leaving no traces on the surface." Zhang Daqiang exhaled a sigh of relief. It seems I was overthinking it. The investigator continued. Nevertheless, it appears that the unfamiliar man was in a poor mental state before his death. Zhang Daqiang's eyelids narrowed. How so? His sclera was congested, and he seemed to be sweating profusely, as if he had suffered a significant blow. Yet, the expression on his face was serene, as though he had found liberation. It is no wonder he mentioned in his suicide note that his conscience was tormenting him. He may indeed have been in a fragile mental state, leading him down this path. By the way, several fresh needle marks were found on him. He likely resorted to a plethora of antidepressants due to overwhelming stress, which could also explain his mental disarray. However, no pill bottles were discovered at the scene. We will meticulously examine for any residual traces of antidepressants within his system. Strangely, aside from these needle marks, there were no other signs. Logically, if it's such a high dosage and dependency, it would typically be a gradual process. Yet, it seems he experienced a sudden collapse, resulting in such excessive medication usage. The investigator conducted another check and stated affirmatively, "Yes, indeed. Based on our analysis, This individual appears to be exceedingly self-demanding. At his age, he maintained a rigorous exercise regimen and had an impressively low body fat percentage. He does not seem to possess any detrimental habits. Zhang Daqiang pondered, inquiring, is it possible that this individual was injected with a substantial amount of drugs, leading to his mental breakdown? The investigator paused, taken aback. I had not considered that angle, but indeed makes sense. However, considering there are no signs of struggle on him and that no one else has entered this room, the likelihood of such an occurrence is nearly non-existent. After all, subduing two grown men would certainly leave behind considerable evidence of struggle. Besides the two of them, there are no traces of a third party in this room. Yet, Zhang Daqiang's brow furrowed deeply. His suspicions were burgeoning. Although all evidence pointed toward the conclusions he had drawn, the shadow of Tian persistently flickered in his mind. This situation bore striking resemblance to their previous investigation at the exhibition, where individuals inexplicably turned on one another. He could not believe that a seasoned operative in Daxia would suddenly repent for past actions, especially someone who had never exhibited signs of mental instability collapsing so abruptly. It was simply implausible, though lacking evidence. Interpreting all of this as the work of a third party rendered everything much more logical. Zhang Daqiang asked, what was the time of death? The night before last. Zhang Daqiang's mind raced. Wasn't he that the very night Tian insisted on going out? Although nothing transpired, and Tian returned to the company smoothly. Zhang Daqiang suspected there was more to this than met the eye. Tian had surely engaged in some clandestine activity. However, he found himself perplexed. How had Tian managed it? Was he not under constant scrutiny? Even if he had secretly arrived here, how had he gained entry to the locked villa without leaving any traces behind? While everything remained baffling, he outright dismissed the possibility of these two men killing each other. Chapter 158, Zhang Daqiang's probe. Firstly, the destruction of the outdoor CCTV was highly suspicious. Could it be that Tian manipulated the network surveillance system, yet found himself unable to bypass the privately installed cameras, necessitating their violent destruction to avoid leaving evidence? It made sense. The early warning system was invented by Tian. Although no backdoor was discovered in the code, it was plausible that he had devised a method to circumvent the warning system. Moreover, they had long suspected Tian possessed an artificial intelligence, albeit lacking proof. The previous satellite incident could very well have been orchestrated by this AI. Another point of suspicion arose when Zhang Daqiang investigated the mysterious man's phone. He discovered that up until the day of his death, his schedule was filled with activities, indicating he led a fulfilling life and could not have suddenly wished to forsake his existence. Zhang Daqiang communicated all his findings and suspicions to his superiors. Indeed, upon hearing this, they also found it quite dubious. Have you scrutinized the surveillance footage closely? Is there a possibility it was altered? I have examined it numerous times. None of our team members found any discrepancies. The footage flows seamlessly. If someone tampered with it, they must be a master, as our technicians could not replicate such skill. However, the surveillance footage is not the crux of the matter. I remain perplexed as to how he managed to enter a locked room without leaving any traces behind. What kind of technology could achieve such an effect? The other party mused. Indeed, the circumstances bear a striking resemblance to those at the Science Museum last time. If so, the technology he wields is likely far beyond our comprehension. If we could glean even a fraction of it, we would reap substantial benefits. Here's what we'll do. Find an opportunity to test him, but do not provoke him. After all, our interests are aligned. His choice to act privately is merely to protect his secrets. That day, at Yixin Company, Tian, he was processing company documents according to Tian's instructions. Suddenly, the secretary informed him of Zhang Daqiang's visit. Tian promptly notified Tian, who was leisurely watching a drama in his RV. Intrigued by the footage transmitted from Tian, ever since he had dealt with those two individuals, he had not returned to Yixin Company. Sending Tian to replace him in such a short time would raise suspicions. Moreover, Tian wished to remain outside for a few more days, as his vendetta was not yet complete, making it more convenient for him to operate. In the office, Zhang Daqiang scrutinized Tian's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something from his gaze. Ultimately, however, he was disappointed. Tian merely looked back at him with slight embarrassment. Why are you staring at me? Zhang Daqiang felt a twinge of disappointment. His professional acumen failed to detect any dubious micro-expressions from Tian. This indicated either Tian was entirely oblivious, or his acting skills had reached a level sufficient to deceive everyone. It's nothing. I just wanted to express my gratitude for the list you provided. It has been immensely helpful to us. Tian was taken aback. The list? Are you referring to the list of materials required for the development of a new engine that was previously provided? How long ago was that? Why is it still being mentioned? Zhang Daqiang squinted, having deliberately crafted a reason to include the keyword list, hoping to gauge Yi Tian's reaction. However, he received no response. Yi Tian's demeanor was utterly typical of an ordinary person. Zhang Daqiang continued, by the way, we have recently initiated a significant operation to eradicate all intelligence personnel within the Great Xia territory. Without at least a decade, they will struggle to orchestrate any further actions. For the foreseeable future, your safety is considerably ensured, and your outings will no longer be as complicated as they are now. You can leave at any time without needing to inform us in advance, though there will still be someone assigned to protect you closely. Yi Tian's expression lit up with delight. That's wonderful. You must have exerted considerable effort during this time. Excellent. I think I shall venture out today. To be honest, I felt quite embarrassed after going out the day before yesterday and returning, given the grand scale of the operation, hence I refrained from mentioning it again. Zhang Daqiang, unable to discern anything further, chose not to probe deeper and departed with his questions lingering. Inside the RV, Yi Tian, observing Zhang Daqiang's expression from a first-person perspective, laughed heartily. Essentially, Tian was a robot. It would indeed be peculiar if he exhibited any unusual behavior. If Daqiang were to discover that he had been analyzing micro-expressions directed at a robot for an extended period, he would likely wish to find a crevice to hide within. However, it seemed he still harbored suspicions about me. Regardless, the initial objectives of this operation had been achieved, having cleared away the potential threats posed by Great Xia's activities. It was now time to settle the score with them. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy once more. Wally, have there been any updates from that side? After obtaining Tom's phone that night, he had instructed Wally to decrypt its contents and acquire some contacts of higher-ups. This included the contact information of the chief of a special agency within the rice-granting country. He then had Wally hack into this individual's phone, effortlessly obtaining a plethora of contact details of the highest-ranking officials from various national special agencies. Initially, Yi Tian pondered how to impart a profound lesson to these individuals until he intercepted a crucial piece of information. These officials convened regularly at a specific location to discuss how to counter the threat posed by Yi Tian. This was monumental news for him. With so many individuals gathered, there would be no need to eliminate them one by one. Thus, he had been waiting for this group to convene over the past few days, confident that such discussions would ensue in light of recent events in Great Xia. Wally responded. Currently, there have been no relevant updates. Very well, we shall have to wait a little longer. However, although the timing and location of their gathering remained unknown, some preliminary preparations could commence. Yi Tian contemplated the method he should employ to teach them a lesson. Traveling abroad was not an option for him at the moment, so he would have to resort to remote means of attack. Moreover, this method needed to be sufficiently covert and technologically advanced, capable of instilling fear in those involved. The reason those previous miscreants acted so brazenly against him was that they believed they were untouchable in the rice-granting country. His objective was to strip them of that sense of security, making them aware that even within fortified bastions, they could face catastrophic consequences at any moment. Chapter 159, Anti-Gravity Destruction Wave Device. It was evident that a gathering of numerous secret agency personnel would likely occur at a clandestine base, one capable of withstanding nuclear strikes. Therefore, conventional weapons would be ineffective, and Yi Tian did not wish to create excessive commotion. He did not desire this matter to become a topic of public interest. It sufficed to intimidate those high-ranking foreign individuals. A suitable weapon materialized in his mind. He accessed the shop and located the neutron bomb he had previously unlocked, purchasing 10 of them and initiating synthesis. Ding. Acquired level 2 item. Medium-range high-yield neutron missile. Yi Tian reviewed the description. There was no substantial transformation, merely enhancements to range and yield. This weapon held limited utility for him, prompting him to continue synthesizing. Ding. Acquired level 3 item. Ding. Acquired level 4 item. Due to the relatively inexpensive points, Yi Tian synthesized up to level 4 in one go, yet the outcomes remained consistent improvements based on prior specifications. Determined, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and resolved to attempt synthesizing a level 5 item. Although the success rate was not guaranteed, he had no alternative at this juncture. Fortunately, the cost of these items was manageable at 10 million points each. However, even so, the synthesis cost for level 5 reached an astounding 100 billion without ensuring success. He could only pray for the favor of the 5-dimensional life forms for a miraculous outcome. After executing a series of operations, the synthesizer was filled with 10 level 4 items. Yi Tian clenched his jaw, closed his eyes, and clicked on synthesis. This time, the synthesizer emitted a dazzling light. A A surge of joy filled Tian's heart. Success. Ding. Triggered great success. Acquired level 6 item. Orbital destruction wave device. Tian was immensely thrilled to have synthesized a level 6 item. He quickly examined the product description, and, after reading, he felt a profound satisfaction, astonished by the device's capabilities. This was a large-scale weapon apparatus that would emit a unique wave, intangible and immaterial. It would not affect inanimate objects. Yet any carbon-based life forms within its range would face annihilation. In an instant, their genetic structures would fracture and all tissue cells would be obliterated. It could be classified as a formidable weapon. This device featured an anti-gravity system, allowing it to be positioned on a fixed orbit and remotely activated to target its objectives, releasing the destruction wave from above. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the target, all carbon-based life forms, from the largest blue whale to the tiniest bacteria, would be exterminated. The most terrifying aspect was that this wave could not be repelled by any material currently available on Blue Star, not even lead plates capable of shielding against nuclear radiation. Its penetrative power was exceptionally high. Additionally, the device was equipped with a cloaking system, rendering it undetectable during the launch process. Many of the technologies within this device, such as anti-gravity, would have significant implications if brought to light. Regrettably, upon reviewing the manufacturing process, Tian noted that the prerequisite technologies were unattainable at present. Further development and enhancement of industrial capabilities were necessary. Thus, he cannot currently integrate it into other products. Tian gazed at the scenery outside, planning to release the satellite later in the evening to avoid drawing attention. As night fell, he stored the RV in the warehouse and, under the cover of darkness, flew to a remote clearing on the outskirts of the city. He then retrieved the device. It resembled a man-made satellite, utilizing solar energy collected for its destructive wave emission. Each launch required 10 days' worth of harvested solar energy. Following the instructions, he activated it and had Wally connect to its communication system, allowing for remote control from the ground. Tian commanded it to ascend to a specific orbit. The massive device silently began to float, as if its weight were illusory, entirely unlike the grand spectacle of a typical rocket launch. Moreover, the device ascended at a steady, slow pace. Soon, Tian's naked eye could no longer perceive it. By the next morning, Tian received some gratifying news. The device had successfully reached its intended orbit and was rapidly approaching the opposite side of the blue planet, with an estimated arrival time of just a few hours. Suddenly, Tian received another message from Wally. Boss, the head of the Rice Project has unexpectedly contacted the leaders of those foreign agencies, and both parties have agreed to meet at a specific location tonight to discuss the recent incident and the future direction of our work. Tian's heart surged with joy, a cold smile escaping his lips. Finally, they have arrived. This time, they shall receive a profound lesson. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Did the call mention where this specific location is? No, Wally replied, but I'm closely monitoring all the equipment of the project leader. He will undoubtedly bring some of the devices to that location, and at that point, we will know the precise coordinates. As time swiftly passed, night fell once more. Wally suddenly exclaimed, Boss, we have a lead. The target has halted at a location, and the coordinates have been transmitted. Tian meticulously examined the map, discovering it to be a desolate desert. Immediately instruct the device to move directly overhead. Although this is a desert, I do not wish for the rays to be emitted at an angle and harm innocents. On the other side of the blue planet, in the Sonora Desert, situated at the border between Rice and Mexico, lay the largest and most scorching desert on the continent. Towering cacti punctuated the arid landscape, creating a unique vista. Small creatures scurried in the shadows of the plants, searching for water. In this remote area, far from habitation, a few dark silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by an increasingly thunderous roar. Dozens of helicopters approached, ultimately landing on a platform. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. A segment of the desert, seemingly unremarkable, suddenly parted to reveal a massive hole, with countless steps descending into the depths. Witnessing this, individuals began disembarking from the aircraft. Clad in formal attire, exuding an air of authority, they presented a diverse array of skin tones, clearly not ordinary individuals. Soon, a bald man emerged from one of the helicopters. The others promptly approached him, engaging in handshakes and exchanging pleasantries before gesturing toward the cavern entrance. Familiar with the arrangement, they descended without hesitation. As they ventured deeper, the underground space expanded dramatically, resembling a colossal warehouse, immaculate and equipped with cutting-edge technology and modern facilities. Chapter 160, The Radius of Death. Once everyone was seated, the head of Rice spoke gravely. I trust everyone is aware of the purpose of our gathering. Not long ago, all personnel we had inserted within the Great Xia have gone missing. This includes not only active operatives, but even those who had remained dormant for decades, never participating in any operations, who have also vanished. He continued, I reached out to you and learned that similar occurrences have transpired on your ends. This represents the gravest failure in our operations over the past several decades. I find it hard to believe that their investigative methods are so sophisticated, as we had previously tested our so-called early warning system, which failed to detect any anomalies among these individuals. I suspect that a member within our ranks in Great Xia, possessing substantial intelligence, has suddenly betrayed us. The head of the Dai Ying organization slammed his hand on the table in fury. Do not let me discover who this individual is. Otherwise, I shall ensure they are utterly obliterated. Because of one person's actions, all our efforts over the decades have been in vain. The representative from Neon inquired, It's futile to dwell on this now. What shall we do next? With no one left to rely on, doesn't the Yishun company now have no cause for concern? This is far from good news. Only by eliminating Tian can we sleep soundly. The assembly erupted into a cacophony of discussion. In Nanfeng City, Wally reported, Boss, the device has arrived directly above the coordinates. After thorough analysis, all of these individuals' mobile phones have converged at the designated point. Shall we proceed to unleash the annihilation wave? Yi Tian replied resolutely, Activate the device. Launch the annihilation wave. In the boundless expanse of space, an inconspicuous device orbited the blue planet. At Wally's command, the lights on the device flickered momentarily. Subsequently, an invisible wave surged downward toward the Earth. At several thousand meters above the ground, a gray goose was soaring blissfully when, in an instant, its eyes dulled, its body continued to glide, and finally, it crashed to the ground, shattered beyond recognition. Within a specialized agency, a man approached the office of the head, inquiring with the secretary, Has there been any word? Could you please call him? I have something of utmost importance to discuss. The secretary, exasperated, shook her head. This is the 5th time you've asked me today. Please be patient. He will appear when the time is right. After all, today is the day when that group gathers. The man frowned, but by protocol, he should have returned long ago. It has already been 5 hours. The secretary replied, There's no telling. Sometimes meetings extend longer than expected, especially given the pressing issues they are facing. Prolonged discussions are normal. The man insisted, but it's nearly noon. Don't forget, he has another important event to attend in 20 minutes. He cannot be absent. The secretary glanced at the clock and recognized the unusual nature of the situation. Indeed, today was exceptional, and still, there was no news. She picked up the phone to dial a number, but all she received was a busy signal. A sense of unease washed over her. She quickly called the driver, bodyguard, and helicopter pilot, only to receive busy signals from each. Panic set in. She understood that the head should have been accessible, and busy signals were simply implausible. Even if he were occupied, his associates would not ignore their phones. She hurried to the deputy director's office to report her findings. Upon hearing her, he too checked the time and recognized the severity of the situation. He confirmed the location of the base and immediately mobilized a large contingent to head there. As the aircraft soared through the sky, the deputy director contemplated the base's location and sensed something amiss. Why could no one be reached despite the helicopter being in perfect condition? Let us get a little closer. He had felt an unsettling intuition earlier, and suddenly, he was struck dumb. The vegetation within a large circle surrounding the base had all withered. Everyone noticed this was indeed the case. It was essential to remember that this base was constructed underground, and for camouflage, the surface vegetation was left intact. When they came for the meeting, the plants had surely been thriving. Otherwise, the location would not have remained confidential, and the meeting would have been immediately canceled. Why had they all withered in just a few hours? Moreover, the dead vegetation formed a perfect circle. As the aircraft hovered outside the perimeter, the deputy director's expression turned grave. He refrained from entering hastily, but instead stood outside the circle, hesitating momentarily while scrutinizing the trajectory of the circle. He discovered that within the circle's confines, even plants growing on the outer edge that had extended into the area had turned yellow. En d'approche, asking, What is going on? The deputy director replied, This is bad. The situation has escalated beyond our control. We must not act recklessly. Immediately contact the Bureau and request specialized personnel to come. Additionally, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups immediately, allowing them to prepare in advance. It appears that the Rice may have encountered an unknown assault. Shortly thereafter, a procession of vehicles halted outside the perimeter. Numerous professionals clad in peculiar gear disembarked, measuring radiation from outside the circle. However, The instruments remained silent. The deputy director furrowed his brow. How could this be? Their analyses had consistently indicated radiation in this area. Yet now this conclusion was being overturned. Could the instruments be malfunctioning? Might the elevated values have caused a failure? The testing personnel remarked, I am quite certain, sir, that this device is exceedingly precise. It has detected not a trace of ionizing radiation. This anomaly must stem from another cause. Following a thorough examination, they introduced several small animals into the circle, ultimately confirming that the region posed no immediate threat. As the group ventured further, they stumbled upon numerous carcasses of small creatures, including mice and cockroaches. Researchers gazed in astonishment at these diminutive beings. It seemed that not only the flora, but also fauna had perished in a remarkably brief span. This could not possibly be due to radiation, as the speed of demise was far too swift. Upon meticulously dissecting the animals, they uncovered a startling phenomenon. The creatures appeared as though they had been boiled, their cells utterly ruptured, and without a doubt, their genetic structures had been compromised. It could not be attributed to poisoning, as no toxin could produce such an effect. Chapter 161. The Investigation's Findings. The deputy director's expression darkened. This was dire. Those individuals inside. The countenances of the others were equally grim. The absence of any response indicated that their fates were likely sealed. Yet, they could not afford to dwell on this. Their primary concern was to comprehend the situation at hand. The unfolding events had transcended the bounds of their understanding. The personnel tested the air and soil, discovering no toxins or abnormalities. What instilled fear in them was the revelation that these soils and the atmosphere bore no traces of bacteria. Even the corpses of the deceased animals had been stripped of their internal microorganisms, leaving only the occasional flies that introduced some bacteria, resulting in a sluggish decomposition process. They opened the entrance to the base, cautiously descending into the unknown depths, ever wary of potential dangers. Upon reaching the conference room within, they were astounded by the scene before them. It was an exceedingly bizarre tableau. Everyone was seated at the table, engaged in conversation, maintaining their living postures, complete with gesticulations and open mouths. Time appeared to have frozen. The sole distinction was the horrific state of the deceased, their bodies oozing with exuded tissue fluid, while their suits remained immaculate and impeccably neat. The deputy director swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. What on earth is this? What manner of assault could achieve such devastation? Clearly, these individuals had been killed in an instant, as they had not reacted at all. One individual queried, given the evidence. It indeed appears they were subjected to an assault by a formidable weapon. Could it possibly be a neutron bomb? Another vehemently countered, impossible. Look at the ceiling. It is reinforced with lead plates several meters thick. The entire base was designed to withstand any weapon on Earth. This is a form of attack, more terrifying and beyond our comprehension, one that even such thick lead cannot repel. Furthermore, we remain utterly in the dark regarding how all this transpired. At that moment, the investigators outside made a new discovery. They found several bird carcasses at a distance beyond the circle. Calculations indicated that they had perished precisely above the base. The deputy director felt a flicker of realization, uncovering a significant lead. At that time, not only the ground surrounding the base, but also the sky above had been targeted. Did this imply that this enigmatic assault was initiated from above, or perhaps emanated from the Earth's core? A detailed investigation based on this lead was imperative to ascertain the cause. With newfound direction, the investigators swiftly uncovered additional clues. They located more avian carcasses in the broader vicinity. However, when they excavated the soil within the base's confines, they discovered microorganisms in the deeper layers. Everything became crystal clear. This assault had indeed originated from above. The only remaining enigma was the nature of this attack and who orchestrated it, as well as their underlying motives. From the outset, the deputy director's phone had been incessantly ringing. From the highest echelons to various departments, everyone sought to clarify the current state of the investigation and demanded a reasonable explanation. Had this occurred in the past, he would have reveled in the attention from so many influential figures, signifying his importance. Previously, the affairs of the special agency had been managed entirely by the deceased head, leaving him to assist with minor tasks. Now, with the sudden death of the leader, he found himself thrust into the role of ultimate authority, yet he felt no joy. The weight of responsibility bore down upon him. Furthermore, the magnitude of this incident necessitated a thorough investigation into the truth. Otherwise, he would be left with a tarnished reputation in the eyes of his superiors. If possible, he yearned to distance himself from this situation, yet he knew that such an action would lead to dire consequences. The immediate priority was to gather more information swiftly and provide a satisfactory account to those above. He promptly contacted special agencies in other nations to inquire if they had experienced similar occurrences. Additionally, he arranged for the nation's foremost physicists to assess what kind of attack could yield such results. He also reached out to observatories and satellite centers to ascertain whether any mysterious signals had been detected above the base at the time of the incident. Half a day later, the relevant information had been thoroughly investigated. Foreign special agencies were equally concerned about the fate of their leaders, sharing all information without reservation. The final investigation revealed that the mysterious base was the only location on Blue Star that had suffered an assault. Furthermore, the results of space exploration yielded no useful information. Naturally, the possibility of an extraterrestrial attack could not be dismissed. Examination of the animal's cause of death confirmed that they had all perished instantaneously, with every cell shattering simultaneously. The physicists were immensely intrigued by the events, but could offer no definitive explanations, only confirming that the damage was inflicted by an unknown ray. Moreover, this ray had no effect on non-biological entities. All electronic devices at the scene functioned normally. This ray could penetrate all materials, making it highly suitable for weaponization. On this day, the deadline imposed by the higher-ups for the investigation had finally arrived. The deputy director, feeling helpless, acknowledged that although he still lacked sufficient information, he understood that the patience of his superiors had limits. He had to provide an explanation immediately. He entered a sealed conference room, where a circle of senior officials from the Rice organization sat, faces stern as they listened to his report. Yesterday, the heads of special agencies from multiple countries, including our own, convened at the mysterious XX base in the desert. However, after several hours, we discovered that this group had collectively gone missing. We identified a death radius at the site. Within this area, all life, both in the sky and on the ground, had perished. I found no toxins or radiation at the scene, nor any damage caused by existing weaponry. However, upon examining the deceased animals, we discovered that their cellular structure had ruptured instantaneously. Even those concealed within the underground base were not spared. Based on our current hypotheses, this incident resulted from an assault of unknown origin, employing a mysterious ray that is impervious to any known material, yet possesses a lethal potency against biological cells. This encapsulates the fundamental situation. Chapter 162. Is Yi Tian behind it? An elderly woman in the audience furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is that all? Is this the entirety of your investigation over the past 2 days? I anticipated more definitive information. Everything seems to be shrouded in uncertainty. Is this how you approach your duties?" The deputy director cursed inwardly, yet dared not display his frustration, for the woman before him held a significantly higher rank. The incident occurred abruptly. This is all I can ascertain at present. I fear subsequent investigations into this matter will also come to a halt. This event has escalated far beyond our control and could very well spell catastrophe for our nation. The woman's eyes narrowed, and the assembled individuals exchanged glances. The deputy director continued, "We have preliminarily concluded that this attack originated from space, yet extraterrestrial monitoring agencies have detected no anomalies. Thus, I'm rather pessimistic. I sincerely hope this is merely an accident rather than a probing maneuver by an alien civilization, for we are utterly defenseless against such an assault. Should this extraterrestrial civilization launch a full-scale offensive against us, we would face annihilation." The atmosphere in the conference hall erupted with a cacophony of discussion. The woman's expression grew increasingly grave. Are our scientists incapable of devising defensive measures? The deputy director shook his head. The scientists are unfamiliar with this ray. Without understanding its nature, constructing any form of defense is out of the question. Thus far, this ray exhibits exceptional lethality towards living organisms and remarkable penetrative power. With no residual traces detected, we found nothing abnormal at the scene. Of course, it is also possible that our technological capabilities are too primitive to comprehend such an existence. Hence our failure to detect any residual particles. Regardless, we will certainly be unable to establish effective defenses in the short term. However, I harbor another, equally bizarre hypothesis, which does not bode well for us. Yet, if this possibility holds true, perhaps there remains a chance for mitigation. The woman frowned. What hypothesis? Is it conceivable that this incident entails more than just an extraterrestrial threat? Who could possibly wield such advanced technology? Oh, please do not suggest it is the Great Xia. I would have to correct your earlier assumptions. I would prefer this technology to be in the hands of aliens rather than Great Xia. Do you understand? The deputy director stated. Do you all know the purpose of this conference held at the base? Seeing the others shake their heads, he continued. In truth, our collaboration with various national special agencies has been ongoing for several months. The objective is to unite and eliminate the threat posed by Yi Tian. This gathering was convened due to an unusual event that transpired in Great Xia. Their intelligence network was completely dismantled overnight. They are here to discuss how to address Yi Tian moving forward. The woman's expression became even more serious. Are you implying that Yi Tian could be behind this incident? Does he possess such advanced weaponry? The deputy director nodded. Initially, we were puzzled as to why the intelligence network was dismantled. However, after the incident at the base, it became clear to me. Perhaps all of this is orchestrated by Yi Tian. He may have compromised the intelligence network and intercepted communications from the leaders of these special agencies, learning of their meeting. He then directly employed this weapon to strike. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. After all, it would be more plausible for such technology to reside in the hands of aliens. The woman nodded. The likelihood that this is the work of Yi Tian is exceedingly high. We cannot afford to disregard this possibility. If it were aliens, how could it be so fortuitous as to target only these individuals? If Yi Tian is the culprit, everything becomes much more coherent. He has been the target of our numerous assassination attempts. Thus he seeks vengeance on those individuals while simultaneously using force to deter us from further plotting against him. Upon hearing this explanation, the assembled group found it quite reasonable. Yet understanding this only added to their burdens. How shall we respond? This is clearly a warning directed at us. Are we truly to allow Great Xia to overpower us technologically? If we show any sign of weakness, they will undoubtedly exploit it further. Yet, if we opt for a strong response, we must contend with the repercussions of this enigmatic technology. The woman appeared agitated. Our scientists receive vast funding daily. Why are they unable to produce such results? This technology must be developed. It is imperative for our deterrence. Now that we have established Yi Tian's involvement, why have we yet to ascertain how he accomplished it? Is it a space-based weapon or some form of missile? The deputy director replied, none of our monitoring systems detected any anomalies. In fact, it was only upon observing the state of the base that we realized we had been attacked. This mysterious method is exceedingly covert. Currently, we can confirm it is not a missile or similar device, but rather most likely a direct emission from outer space. The woman fell silent for a moment. The sense of powerlessness was a sensation that the nation had not experienced in quite some time. I hereby announce an indefinite suspension of all actions concerning Yixin Corporation, pending further advancements in research before we resume. Additionally, all high-energy research institutions must unite, doubling their funding to ensure we gain at least a fundamental understanding of this ray. We must, at the very least, ascertain how to mount an effective defense. Furthermore, all crucial public institutions' addresses must be relocated in secrecy, with all responsible personnel transferred to new bases. Lastly, we must swiftly prepare to ensure we can respond to any external threats at any time. On the side of Great Xia, Yi Tian returned to the company after activating the device. His comings and goings had become far less troublesome, so naturally, he intended to return to the company to relax. After all, everything he desired was available at the company. He had not enjoyed a proper meal in the past few days, typically subsisting on snacks. Upon activating the device, although immediate feedback from the nation was not forthcoming, Wally informed him that several hours later, the coordinates of the portable devices remained fixed at the base. Yi Tian understood that this operation had succeeded. A new wave of suspicion and probing would undoubtedly follow, and he was fully prepared for the ensuing challenges. Chapter 163. Others are quite nice. Zhang Daqiang was sound asleep when he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, a jolt of anxiety coursed through him. It was a call from a superior, and the timing indicated that something urgent required his attention. Generally, Zhang Daqiang was only responsible for matters pertaining to Yi Tian. Could this mean there was new information regarding Yi Tian? He hastily answered the phone. The voice on the other end was stern, instructing him to report immediately. Zhang Daqiang's heart sank. This indicated the situation had escalated to a severe level. Usually, such matters could be conveyed over the phone. Understood. I will take a flight over at once. Is that enough? Have you heard the sound? I have already sent someone to pick you up. Zhang Daqiang was taken aback as the sound of helicopter blades resonated from outside. Rushing into the courtyard, he discovered a helicopter already stationed on the helipad. A stern-faced pilot approached and gestured for him to enter. Thus, after hastily adjusting his attire, Zhang Daqiang boarded the aircraft. As he gazed down at the diminishing landscape, a profound sense of bewilderment enveloped him. What could have transpired to warrant such urgency for his presence? Upon arrival at the designated location, Zhang Daqiang felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. This venue was typically reserved for clandestine meetings held by the higher echelons of power. Following directions, he entered a room, only to be met with a startling sight. The chamber was filled with individuals, predominantly prominent figures from various departments of the Great Xia. It could be said that they were the architects of all significant decisions within the realm. Among them, he spotted his superior, who now regarded him with an equally grave expression. Nervously, Zhang Daqiang ascended the platform, uncertain of what to expect. At that moment, an elder in the audience spoke. Xiao Zhang, there is no need for anxiety. We have summoned you today to gain insight into certain matters. You have been tasked with the protection of Yi Tian and liaising with him, and we wish to understand your perspective on this individual. Caught off guard, Zhang Daqiang replied. He is quite a decent person. His demeanor is rather aloof. He tends to keep to himself and rarely divulges his activities to others. One might consider him a tech enthusiast with a high intellect. However, he does not exhibit disdain towards anyone. He engages with all on equal terms. At times, I sense he possesses a genuine warmth towards others. Moreover, he comprehends our work well and generally does not complicate matters for us. The assembly exchanged glances. The elder nodded thoughtfully. What you have conveyed aligns closely with the assessments made by our psychological analysts. However, I seek to understand. After working alongside him for an extended period, have you detected any signs of destructive subconscious tendencies, such as antisocial personality traits? Or does he exhibit an inclination towards clandestine research of perilous subjects? Zhang Daqiang appeared taken aback. Just as he was about to deny any such observations, he hesitated, recalling the recent peculiarities surrounding Yi Tian, which left him in doubt. Perhaps his understanding of Yi Tian was indeed insufficient. A thought crossed his mind. Why was the upper echelon mobilizing such resources to inquire about this individual? Could it be that Yi Tian had orchestrated some significant undertaking unbeknownst to him? The elder pressed on. Please elaborate on the incidents at the Science and Technology Hall and the events in the Villa S basement. Zhang Daqiang recounted both occurrences in detail. Throughout his narration, the elder consistently probed for specifics, casually inquiring about Yi Tian's involvement in these matters. He stated, from the evidence available, it appears that Yi Tian was merely a victim in the first incident, having remained in that storage room until Iron Man's mech rescued him. As for the second incident, I must candidly assert that there is currently no evidence linking Yi Tian to that event. The elder chuckled. You do not express such sentiments in private discussions with your superiors. Zhang Daqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's all right. Please share your conjectures boldly. What role do you believe Yi Tian played in these two incidents? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Daqiang replied, If I may, I find both incidents suspicious. Yi Tian's erratic behavior during that period was rather excessive. His sudden visit to the research base followed by his insistence on going out just days later. The Villa incident occurred on the same day he left, and subsequently, we received an anonymous list. I suspect there is a connection. I theorize that Yi Tian might have taken advantage of that day to slip out of sight and engaged in those activities at the Villa. Yet, no investigation has yielded any evidence to support these theories. Logically speaking, it seems implausible for Yi Tian to have orchestrated these events. This remains the most perplexing aspect for us. If he did orchestrate it, his methods would surpass our comprehension. How did he even identify those two deeply embedded spies? And how did he elude our surveillance? I hypothesize he may have crafted an extraordinarily convincing double, capable of deceiving the monitoring systems. However, what baffles me is how that secret chamber was constructed and how he managed to subdue two seasoned agents without leaving a trace of struggle. There is not a single sign of a conflict in the room, nor any evidence of his presence. Unless he possesses the ability to fly, it would be inexplicable. The elder nodded in understanding. From this, we can glean some of Yi Tian's hidden strategies. It seems this young man has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Zhang Daqiang concurred. I have found it rather perplexing. It seems that every time Yi Tian confronts a challenge, he swiftly produces a solution, which has begun to strike me as odd. For instance, during the recent entrapment at the technology exhibition, he suddenly summoned a mech for rescue. We were caught entirely unprepared, as if he had conjured it from thin air. Similarly, during the incident in the university auditorium, he unexpectedly produced antidotes to address the situation. Upon reflection, it is indeed strange. How could Yi Tian possibly carry so many antidotes with him? After much contemplation, Zhang Daqiang could only attribute it to coincidence. In summary, this individual harbors numerous secrets, and I find myself unable to grasp him fully. It seems he possesses an uncanny ability to maintain control over every situation. After concluding, he observed the thoughtful expressions of those around him and voiced his lingering curiosity. By the way, could you disclose what Yi Tian has been secretly undertaking this time? Chapter 164. Yi Tian's Grand Undertaking. The elder smiled. Very well, you ought to be apprised of this matter. Just yesterday, Our operative station in the Dami region relayed some astonishing news. The information is remarkably detailed, accompanied by various covert photographs and reports. Hence, I have serious doubts that this information was intentionally leaked for our benefit. Regardless, let us discuss the information itself. According to the report, a few days ago, a mysterious base in the Dami desert suffered an unknown assault, resulting in the instantaneous demise of all living beings within a 2-kilometer radius. From the smallest bacteria to human beings. Among those gathered at the base were the highest-ranking officials from special agencies of dozens of countries, including Dami itself. Zhang Daqiang listened, his expression one of disbelief, utterly shocked by the revelation. This was no trivial matter. It was no wonder that the authorities were taking this so seriously, convening an emergency meeting overnight. Was this information credible? Was it confirmed that Tian was responsible? What if this were a conspiracy, deliberately inciting discord between us and Tian? The elder tossed him a dossier. Zhang Daqiang opened it and flipped through the pages. It was clear why the authorities suspected that Dami had deliberately leaked this information. The report was exceedingly comprehensive, resembling intelligence conveyed directly by investigators. It included aerial comparison images of the area above the base, alongside numerous photographs from the scene, including images of the conference room within the base, as well as extensive testing reports. As Zhang Daqiang examined the photographs depicting the vast radius of destruction, a chill gripped him. The once lush vegetation across that extensive area had turned a desolate yellow. What sort of method could have wrought such devastation? The gruesome scenes within the conference room sent a shiver down his spine. He meticulously scrutinized the various testing reports, remaining silent for an extended period. Have these documents been authenticated? The elder nodded. There is no doubt left. Such intricate information could not possibly be fabricated out of thin air. Otherwise, it would be riddled with inconsistencies. Moreover, our contacts on the ground have corroborated its credibility from various angles. Additionally, those nations have been secretly preoccupied these past few days, likely investigating this matter. What are your thoughts? Zhang Daqiang felt an overwhelming shock. According to the descriptions within these documents, this attack was evidently executed in a manner incomprehensible to the Blue Star inhabitants. Aside from the possibility of extraterrestrial involvement, it is likely that only Tian possesses the capability to orchestrate such an event. Given that the targets were the heads of these specialized institutions, it becomes abundantly clear. This bears the hallmark of Tian's handiwork. Reflecting on Tian's suspicious behavior over the past few days, it dawned on Zhang Daqiang that he had been orchestrating such significant actions behind the scenes. A chill ran down his spine. I believe this only indicates that Tian harbors a deep-seated grudge. Once wronged, he is determined to reclaim his dignity. The elder chuckled. This is not merely a matter of holding a grudge. It is a profound desire for retribution. Of course, this is not inherently negative. Youth ought to possess fervor. An individual next to him scoffed. What fervor? It is sheer recklessness, acting without regard for consequences. This is chaos and disorder. Does he not realize that such actions could exacerbate numerous conflicts, potentially spiraling out of control? Satisfying his thirst for vengeance may feel gratifying, but the fallout will be ours to manage. Furthermore, he succeeded this time. But what if he had failed? What if the attack's location had been miscalculated? Can he guarantee the absolute safety of this technology? Zhang Daqiang mused that when it comes to technological mastery, Tian does possess a level of assurance. However, he refrained from voicing this opinion. It was evident that the group held divergent views regarding how to address Tian. Some believed he had ventured into sensitive territory that was now beyond control and that urgent measures must be implemented immediately. Others felt that a gradual approach to engaging with Tian could yield his technological advancements. I believe we must act swiftly to restrain him. Such technology must be firmly in our grasp for our peace of mind. Even if he possesses some hidden cards, are we truly to fear him? Nonsense. Do you comprehend how dangerous Tian is? Our understanding of him is merely the tip of the iceberg, not to mention the hidden technologies he possesses. Even his Iron Man exoskeleton is sufficient to ensure his safety. Should he choose to flee, no one could apprehend him. What if he harbored vengeful intentions and unleashed this mysterious method of attack to wreak havoc? Who could stand against him? He dares. Someone huffed indignantly. What is there to fear? He has already dared to launch an attack on the rice base. Tell me, what is it that he would not dare to do? We ought to be grateful that our relationship with him remains amicable. We have not done anything to provoke his displeasure in the past. Otherwise, our current situation would be far worse. The only way forward is to continue fostering a positive relationship, allowing us to gradually extract technological advancements from him as we once did. This individual is too crucial to our technological development, we must tread carefully. Ultimately, a consensus was reached among all present. The moderates constituted the majority. The elder instructed, Xiaozhong, you must pay close attention to Yi Tian's recent activities and find opportunities to gauge his intentions, though do not overstep. If possible, extend gestures of goodwill towards him. Avoid behaving as if you are operating independently. We can assist in shouldering some burdens together. Moreover, it is unnecessary to scrutinize him so stringently. He should be made to feel free to act without restraint. Zhang Daqiang boarded the helicopter for his return journey, an unexpected sense of trepidation swelling within him. Although he had long been aware of Yi Tian's clandestine undertakings, nothing could compare to the shock he felt this time. At this moment, he comprehended the extent of Yi Tian's madness. The following day, Yi Tian was practicing in the courtyard when Zhang Daqiang appeared silently. Yi Tian sensed a shift. Why has he come so early? Is there something amiss? Zhang Daqiang feigned calmness, saying, is it inappropriate for me to come without a reason? I merely wish to see if he needed anything. By the way, a significant event has transpired these past few days. I wonder if you are aware. According to our sources, the head of the Rice Special Agency has unexpectedly passed away. They are currently in the investigation phase, and thus, there will be no actions taken against you for quite some time. Therefore, you may go wherever you wish as long as it is not abroad. Yi Tian regarded Zhang Daqiang with a bemused expression, saying, all right, but you have already mentioned this to me before. Why reiterate it? Zhang Daqiang replied, I noticed that you seem eager to venture outside, and I feared you might have urgent matters to attend to. He took a deep breath, gazing earnestly into Yi Tian's eyes, and said, Xiaoya, I have known you for quite some time. I understand what kind of person you are. I'm fully aware of your capabilities. I and those above me maintain an unwavering trust and support in you. I hope you can extend a measure of trust towards us, even if you harbor reservations in your heart. I wish for you to understand that we are undoubtedly the most reliable partners in this collaboration. Regardless of the circumstances, we will never contemplate causing you harm. Hence, if you desire some privacy or wish to undertake certain actions discreetly, please feel free to inform us. There is no need to be overly cautious. Additionally, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to express them. We can assist you in alleviating some burdens. Yi Tian listened to this discourse and chuckled. Brother Chong, I implore you to believe that I am merely a tech enthusiast, devoid of grand ambitions or desires. My sole objective is to explore the limits of technology and the vastness of this universe. Therefore, I would never engage in actions that would harm Daxia or any innocent beings. Thus, you need not worry about any issues. Zank Daojiang Patit Yi Tian Shuldev. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Zhang Daqiang refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Neither party elaborated further, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them. This state of affairs was most favorable. By allowing Yi Tian to experience a period of trust, he would gradually divulge key information in due course. In truth, Yi Tian had never harbored intentions of concealment. He had never believed that his endeavors could deceive anyone. As long as he refrained from exposing any tangible evidence or secrets, all would be well. Conversely, maintaining this air of mystery only heightened the reverence he commanded from those above. In the Rice Special Agency, Deputy Director Wilson, finally in name, occupied the chair once held by the previous head. He closed his eyes, caressing the leather armrests, savoring the pleasure that power bestowed upon him. However, it was not long before the visage of a man flashed through his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow. This position is truly burdensome. Before assuming the role of head, his dream had always been to one day sit in this office. Now that he had finally achieved it, he was left with nothing but emptiness and confusion. He was now acutely aware of the pressure and responsibility that weighed upon his predecessor, particularly in this instance. His burden was unprecedented. He rubbed his temples, letting out a sigh. If this incident is not resolved satisfactorily, his tenure would be short-lived. In recent days, those above him had been incessantly inquiring about the status of his investigation. Their dissatisfaction with him was growing increasingly palpable. Wilson felt utterly powerless. Faced with an event characterized by a technologically advanced dimensional assault, how was he to uncover the information lurking behind it? He could only repeatedly make calls to various astronomical monitoring agencies in search of any suspicious clues. Yet, to this day, he had received no further leads. One could hardly blame them. With their technological prowess having reached such heights, it was improbable that they would allow anyone to uncover any traces. Physicists and biologists continued their meticulous examination of the site, but these experts remained utterly baffled. They had exhausted all methods, yet found no particle remnants at the scene. Faced with a particle they had never encountered before, their knowledge of physics was utterly inadequate. This particular particle was entirely absent from existing particle models. They could only speculate about its properties, let alone anticipate when it might be discovered and utilized. Currently, scientists speculated that this particle could be related to dark matter or perhaps represent a form of extraterrestrial substance. In any case, pondering such matters on the blue planet would yield no clarity. Just as Wilson was grappling with how to proceed with his investigation, he suddenly received a call from the military. This caused his brow to furrow in concern. Had the situation shifted? Was Tian launching another attack somewhere? He answered the phone, and the voice on the other end instructed him to prepare to go to a certain location immediately. Shortly thereafter, a group of men in dark suits and sunglasses arrived at his office. Though somewhat perplexed, he followed them out. Once in the vehicle, all of his personal belongings were confiscated, and a black blindfold was placed over his eyes. A chill ran down his spine. It was evident that he was being taken to a location of the highest secrecy, one that even his rank was not privy to. After several hours, the vehicle finally came to a halt, and the blindfold was removed from Wilson's eyes. He rubbed them and took in his surroundings, only to be struck with astonishment. It was not the unfamiliarity of the place that stunned him. Rather, it was the stark recognition of the location. This was indeed the desert housing the secret base he had investigated just days prior. Although the surrounding terrain differed, the vegetation and the orientation of the sun revealed that he was in the same desert, albeit a more desolate part. Wilson, puzzled, inquired, "What is going on? Has another secret base come under attack?" One of the escorts shook his head. "No, the reason for bringing you here pertains to a different matter." Wilson replied, "Buddy, hasn't anyone informed you that I'm currently occupied with another investigation? That matter is evidently of far greater importance. I'm swamped and probably lack the energy to handle anything else." The man responded, "Do not worry. This matter is indeed connected to the incident you're investigating. Have you heard of Area 51? Wilson shook his head. "ISNT, that's supposed to be a myth?" Suddenly, his eyes widened. "You cannot be suggesting that this is the site of Area 51. It truly exists, and I've been here before?" Wait a moment. He suddenly realized another troubling question. If Area 51 exists, does that not imply that we have long had contact with extraterrestrials? Could it be that this incident has nothing to do with ET, but rather stems from extraterrestrial involvement? The man shook his head. "Mr. Wilson, your imagination is rather vivid. Now please follow me." With that, the ground beside them suddenly split open, revealing a large opening, reminiscent of the mysterious base. Wilson inwardly scoffed at the designer's apparent fondness for this layout. Why did every secret base look so similar? Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. He was about to enter the legendary Area 51, and there was even a possibility of encountering extraterrestrials. As Wilson walked, he observed the layout of the tunnel. This base was evidently much larger than the previous secret facility, perhaps several times its size. He had already traversed several hundred meters and still saw no end in sight. Chapter 166, Tian, the embodiment of an evil civilization. The deeper he ventured, the more expansive the interior became. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, he arrived at a colossal chamber that left him utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom how long it had taken to construct such a vast facility. The entire base was dominated by a white aesthetic, reminiscent of the high-tech settings depicted in science fiction films. At the forefront stood a transparent enclosure. Wilson peered inside, and his eyes widened in disbelief. There, a diminutive figure clad in pink was playing with a ball. This being bore an uncanny resemblance to the small gray aliens often portrayed in conspiracy theory magazines. Large, entirely black eyes, an oversized head, and spindly limbs. Could this be a genuine extraterrestrial? Not merely a doll? Wilson found the scene before him so surreal that he struggled to accept its reality. Yes, this was indeed an extraterrestrial. A middle-aged man approached him, extending his hand in greeting. "Welcome to Area 51. I am Larson, the head of this facility. As you can see, we are indeed responsible for engaging with extraterrestrials. More precisely, we conduct unilateral research on the extraterrestrial that has crash-landed on the blue planet. In 1947, we discovered an unidentified flying object that had fallen here. When our personnel arrived at the scene, they found a massive crater, within which lay an object resembling a crystal coffin, and Adam was inside." "Adam?" Wilson queried, glancing back at the little gray alien, realizing that this was its name. Indeed, since its discovery, we have named it Adam. It has garnered significant attention from higher authorities, who wish to extract more secrets of extraterrestrial civilization from it. However, our tests reveal that the object containing Adam is extraordinarily robust and intricately crafted. We have reverse engineered a great deal of advanced technology from this object. Should we attempt to dismantle it, it could yield adverse consequences, and given its immense value, we have refrained from employing forceful methods. As for Atom, our observations indicate that it remains alive, albeit in a dormant state. Regardless of our efforts to awaken it, we have been unsuccessful, and it has remained in slumber for decades. Until just a few days ago, when the scientist responsible for monitoring it suddenly reported signs of activity from Atom. Wilson furrowed his brow. Wait, which day exactly was that? Larson chuckled. It seems you've already deduced. Yes, it was indeed the day the XX base came under attack. Wilson was taken aback. Could these two events truly be connected? Hadn't that attack already been attributed to Tian? Larson shook his head. Not in the way you suspect. On that day, once the researchers discovered Atom's awakening, they immediately reported it to me. Upon awakening, Atom did not seem alarmed by our presence. Rather, it opened the object, intending to communicate with us. According to its account, it hails from a very distant star system, and even at sublight speeds, it would take over 100 years to reach here. Its civilization is highly advanced, and it embarked on a journey as a navigator of its civilization to assist lesser civilizations in their development. It described the object in which it was encased as a hibernation pod. Its own spacecraft had crash-landed in space, leaving it no choice but to use the hibernation pod to reach the nearest planet. Thus, it arrived at the blue planet. Atom expressed its joy at finding a civilized planet at the last moment, lamenting that it might never return to its homeland. The dormant capsule plummeted into the desert, its energy reserves dwindling to near exhaustion. With no options left, he succumbed to sleep, hoping that a future passerby might replenish his energy and awaken him. Wilson inquired, how did he come to awaken now? Did you replenish energy to his capsule? Larson shook his head. This brings us to the recent incident involving an attack on a mysterious base nearby. Atom claimed he sensed the existence of the annihilation wave, which forcibly roused him from his slumber. According to his description, this ray does not merely concentrate on the impacted area. It subsequently disperses particles in all directions. However, the lethality of these dispersing particles to biological entities is nearly negligible. Their diminutive extraterrestrial collective possesses an innate ability to perceive various physical particles. Thus, when he sensed them during his slumber, he mistakenly believed that extraterrestrials were invading Blue Star, prompting his involuntary awakening. Wilson was momentarily taken aback, then unable to contain his elation. Annihilation wave? So this method of attack is referred to as the annihilation wave? Atom has insight into the nature of these particles. This is splendid. It will significantly aid our investigation. Did he elaborate further on the annihilation wave? If we could acquire this technology from him, we would never again need to worry about Tian. Larson nodded. He did provide some details, yet they hold little utility for us. He stated that this annihilation wave was created by a particularly malevolent civilization in the cosmos, specifically designed to eradicate carbon-based civilizations they encounter and subsequently seize their planets. This annihilation wave is emitted by a unique extraterrestrial substance, without which this method cannot be harnessed. Wilson gasped in astonishment. A malevolent alien civilization? Does this imply Tian? Larson affirmed, yes. Atom mentioned that this nefarious civilization operates by a fixed pattern. They prefer to support a spokesperson, allowing him to wield technology to dominate the world, ultimately reducing that civilization to servitude. This aligns eerily with the premise surrounding Tian. We have long suspected that Tian acquired such technology through contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. His immense ambition is now coupled with a revealed brutality. Thus, he is likely the spokesperson of some alien civilization, destined to one day betray Blue Star and hand it over to that extraterrestrial power. We must thwart their designs. After a moment of contemplation, Wilson remarked, however, we cannot draw this conclusion solely based on this. The words of an alien may not be truthful. Perhaps Atom is the agent of that malevolent civilization, narrating merely his own fabricated tale. Larson's expression turned grave. Sir, I must convey this. Our primary concern is not whether Tian is indeed the spokesperson for a malevolent civilization, but rather our own stance. If he dares to oppose us, he is undoubtedly evil, and that is what truly matters. Chapter 167. We must shatter his conspiracy. Wilson sighed. I understand. So, we are to collaborate wholeheartedly with Atom, correct? Thus, the purpose of my visit today is... Larson responded, given your extensive prior operations against Tian, you are the most knowledgeable about him, and we require you to furnish Atom with information regarding Tian. Wilson approached, his heart racing with trepidation. Despite Larson's repeated assurances of Atom's gentle nature, he could not suppress a modicum of fear at the sight of the alien. At that moment, Atom was engaged in a swearing-in ceremony, yet his body remained within the confines of a transparent chamber. Larson explained, the air of Blue Star is toxic to Adam. Hence, he must remain in a specially designed room, breathing a unique atmosphere. Adam echoed the host's words in a peculiar tone. I hereby solemnly swear to renounce any allegiance to the planetary powers of my former affiliations. Henceforth, I shall uphold the laws of Demi and pledge my unwavering loyalty to Demi. Upon the ceremony's conclusion, everyone present, including the host, erupted into applause. Larson joined in the applause as well. Adam joyfully danced, and suddenly, he turned and noticed Wilson. He approached the glass and remarked, a new face? Greetings, I am Adam. Wilson suppressed his fear and replied, hello, I am Wilson, the head of a special agency of Demi. I hear you wish to inquire about Tian. Adam did not respond immediately, but gazed intently at Wilson for an extended moment. I sense your fear. Perhaps you are apprehensive of my presence. Fear not, my child, for I too am a sentient being, fundamentally no different from you. Moreover, my race has always been benevolent and orderly in the cosmos, dedicated to aiding the development of lesser civilizations. You need not worry. I perceive the pressure in your eyes. The recent events surrounding the annihilation wave must have weighed heavily upon you. Worry not. With me here, I shall assist you gradually. Wilson took a deep breath and inquired, could you provide us with a means to withstand the annihilation wave's assault? Adam's large eyes crinkled in a smile. Of course. In fact, I have already supplied your scientists with a special alloy. As long as you remain within a structure made of this metal, you will encounter no issues. Wilson glanced at Larson, who nodded in affirmation. Adam continued, what would you like to know? In truth, we possess limited information on Tian. He has been well protected, and all data concerning him is tightly secured. Adam replied, first, please recount Tian's past experiences and when he began to rise. Wilson briefly narrated this information. Adam nodded. So, it appears that this Tian was suddenly contacted by the malevolent civilization during his expulsion period. They favor selecting potential spokespeople, ideally those at their life's nadir, nearly devoid of hope, as they will cling to them as a lifeline, offering everything in return. They excel at creating various forms of contact, fabricating illusions and coincidences, through which the spokesperson believes they are in control, the favored child of destiny. As the spokesperson grows, increasingly reliant on their power, they ultimately become entirely subjugated. And these malevolent civilizations seamlessly take over the civilization of the spokesperson. A chill coursed through Wilson. Yet he queried, what exactly is this so-called contact? If an alien civilization can directly connect with him, why not simply invade Blue Star? Adam shook his head. It is not so simple. Tian likely merely acquired a seed they disseminated, enabling him to exchange certain technologies. The core of the alien civilization has not approached Blue Star. However, once these seeds are activated, that civilization becomes targeted and the coordinates are promptly uploaded. After a while, the malevolent civilization will descend upon Blue Star. Wilson felt a shiver run down his spine. Can you disclose the technological advancement of this malevolent civilization? Can Blue Star withstand it? Adam stated, their civilization is beyond your imagination. They could obliterate Blue Star in an instant, and you would scarcely notice. With your current level of technology, defense is utterly impossible. You lag at least several millennia behind. However, you need not worry. They will require several decades before they arrive. My civilization, on the other hand, has nothing to fear from them. Over the past few decades, with my assistance, you will undoubtedly acquire at least a capacity to withstand adversity. In fact, there may come a time when you can depart from Blue Star, leaving behind a flicker of hope to seek other havens. Ultimately, they are not a threat. Rather, at present, the menace posed by Tian, as the representative, is significantly more pronounced. Should we allow him to develop unchecked, he will gradually seize control of the entire Blue Star. Therefore, we must obliterate his schemes. It is imperative to apprehend him and maintain control, preventing him from furthering his plans while simultaneously leveraging him to gain insights into the encroachment of the malevolent civilization. Wilson inquired, could you not furnish us with a discrete technology akin to the destruction wave, capable of eliminating Tian without drawing attention? Adam shook his head. I do not recommend such an approach. Currently, we operate from the shadows, and Tian remains oblivious to the existence of another alien civilization capable of thwarting him on Blue Star. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, we cannot reveal this fact. Should we directly eliminate Tian, it would alert the malevolent civilization, compelling them to support another representative, thereby rendering all activities even more clandestine. Furthermore, once they become aware of my existence, Blue Star would face unprecedented assaults. However, if we merely capture and control him, it is highly unlikely to attract the attention of the malevolent civilization, thus mitigating any potential harm he could inflict upon Blue Star. Wilson nodded, compelled to acknowledge that, based on everything he had heard thus far, and upon comparative analysis, Adam was likely not lying. Of course, Adam might not be a benevolent extraterrestrial civilization, but the civilization backing Tian was undoubtedly nefarious. We must ensure their schemes do not succeed, preventing Blue Star civilization from becoming enslaved by alien forces. Adam's suggestions were indeed quite reasonable. Chapter 168, Unveiling the Truth Behind Tian. Wilson asked, "What course of action should we undertake? Previously, we executed certain measures against Tian, yet this individual remains an enigma, evading capture even in dire circumstances. We have exhausted all available means, and no personnel remain to execute further tasks. We have gained no advantage and have instead been subjected to his destruction wave attack. We lack clarity on the secrets Tian possesses. Currently, he faces no pressure in Dacia. How can we possibly apprehend him? What assistance can you offer us?" Adam responded, "Oh, my child, fret not. With my presence, any dilemma can find resolution. The current challenges stem merely from the difficulty of intelligence gathering and the lack of available personnel. Yet these will soon be non-issues. From your earlier description, I can ascertain that Tian has not surpassed existing technological limits. Otherwise, he would have already dominated the world. However, given his current trajectory, it is certain he will achieve this goal within the next few years. He likely possesses some clandestine advanced technology, which has contributed to your repeated failures in action. I will provide assistance. Although my spacecraft has completely crashed and the stasis pod contains no significant technology, the knowledge stored within my mind, combined with our racial abilities, should make capturing him relatively straightforward. Of course, this endeavor will require a measure of time. Nevertheless, we are not entirely powerless. Thus far, Tian's smooth development is intricately linked to the support of Dacia. They are currently in a honeymoon phase. If we can disrupt this relationship and sow seeds of doubt among them, it will significantly hinder Tian's progress." Wilson replied, "We have already attempted this. By leaking data related to the destruction wave incidents to their higher-ups, we aim to make them aware of Tian's threat, thereby diminishing their trust in him. However, thus far, we have seen no results." Adam chuckled softly. "That is insufficient. I sense that your methods have indeed borne fruit, planting a thorn in the minds of certain high-ranking individuals. No nation's elite would tolerate a powerful force beyond their control. However, they may not yet be inclined to alter their stance toward Tian, primarily due to their historically harmonious cooperation. They have yet to reach a point of open conflict, as they still rely on the technology in Tian's possession to propel Dacia's development. However, we now need to stoke the flames by directly revealing the truth behind the civilization supporting Tian. When that information emerges, they will surely be incensed. The current favorable relations are predicated on the belief that the secrets Tian possesses are merely the result of fortunate encounters. Yet, once they realize that he is a vanguard for an alien civilization seeking to dominate Blue Star, their tolerance will evaporate. Furthermore, we will galvanize global public opinion to exert pressure, compelling them to provide us with a satisfactory explanation, even if they wish to avoid antagonizing Tian. Regardless, their relationship will undoubtedly deteriorate. With Tian's development unsupported and no customers willing to engage, his progress will inevitably stall. At that point, I will furnish alternative technologies, ensuring that Shun Corporation's market presence vanishes. The time will then come for us to deal with him. Isolated and abandoned by all, Tian will find himself bereft of any assistance, and perhaps even Dacia's leadership will share our desire to eliminate him." Wilson listened, dumbfounded. Adam's insights were astoundingly perceptive. He effortlessly discerned the situation and discovered a solution. This truly represented the optimal resolution thus far. It could be said that, if executed correctly, Tian would soon find himself in a deadlock. Moreover, this time, the upper echelons of Dacia would not shield him. The quandary that had plagued special agencies worldwide for so long was so easily resolved. Wilson remarked, "This is indeed a remarkable deduction. If only reality were as seamless. What methods do you intend to employ to assist us next? We require specific data regarding this malevolent civilization to convince Dacia's leadership of the veracity of our claims. Fabricating information would be easily exposed. Moreover, how do we acquire intelligence on Tian and strategize for his eventual capture?" Adam smiled gently. "Rest assured, I have long considered these matters. Although my stasis pod lacks any technology, my very existence is extraordinary. We, the little gray beings, possess a racial gift. endowed with formidable telekinetic and psychic abilities. As he spoke, Wilson was astonished to find himself levitating. Panic surged within him. Adam's voice reassured him, "Do not fear. This is merely my telekinetic power at work, a facet of my abilities." Wilson found the experience utterly surreal. What a remarkable species. Did it possess superhuman abilities? One could only wonder if humanity might one day evolve to such heights. Utilizing this capability, we can purify biological entities. Once purified, these beings can choose to possess extraordinary intelligence or formidable physical prowess, and I could transfer my knowledge to them. I believe this ability will prove invaluable to you. Humans who undergo my purification, if inclined towards intellect, could achieve IQ levels rivaling that of your blue star's genius, Einstein. With the purification of several individuals, you would essentially have multiple Einstein-caliber scientists aiding your research endeavors. No matter the complexity of the challenges faced, they could be effortlessly surmounted. You would no longer need to worry about the technological blockade imposed by Yishan Corporation. Consider this. Yi Tian's current standing is merely a consequence of extraterrestrial enhancement of his intelligence. With these purified individuals at your disposal, you could effectively counter him in this regard, rapidly catching up to Yishan Corporation's research progress and potentially surpassing them in the future. Undoubtedly, the epicenter of global scientific research will once again shift towards Rice. Wilson's cognition has been refreshed anew. The abilities mentioned by Adam left him utterly astounded. The prospect of directly enhancing a person's intelligence to the level of Einstein is a terrifying superpower indeed. Concurrently, his curiosity about the civilization to which Adam belongs is intensified. Just how advanced is this civilization? If their racial capabilities allow for the mass production of high IQ scientists, then the developmental level of their civilization is simply beyond imagination. Chapter 169, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Device. Returning to Yi Tian, he is diligently engaged in a new project within his laboratory. It is worth noting that ever since the introduction of the super healing chamber, Yishan Company has not launched any new products for quite some time. This is by no means due to Yi Tian's complacency or lack of ambition. He is acutely aware of the pressing timeline. In no more than 20 years, he will be transformed into a fifth-dimensional being. No one is more anxious than he to elevate the technological level of the Xia. The reason for the prolonged absence of new product releases is that he has been meticulously concocting a grand project, one that necessitates substantial funding for its synthesis. Once completed, it will herald monumental changes for all of the Xia, significantly propelling advancements in various technologies and industries. Now, having finally amassed sufficient funds, he eagerly commences preparations. During this period, he has not only been strategizing against his adversaries, but has also been diligently preparing for this project in his laboratory. Before him stands a large-scale apparatus, crafted using ultra-high precision machine tools that he personally designed and developed. This is a nuclear fusion device. Indeed, the project Yi Tian has chosen is none other than controlled nuclear fusion. Nearly all of humanity's current challenges can be attributed to insufficient energy supply. Resolving this issue would greatly accelerate the progress of human society. Moreover, addressing the energy dilemma would facilitate a departure from reliance on fossil fuels, enabling Blue Planet to achieve carbon neutrality at an earlier date. It is important to note that the nuclear fusion device before Yi Tian is not capable of running indefinitely. It is merely an upgraded version of the official controlled nuclear fusion device, designed based on his own references. The operational duration of this apparatus merely sets a new record. The input and output of energy are not proportionate. However, Yi Tian only requires a fundamental design. With a mere thought, the device is stored in the warehouse and unlocked in the shop. Each device is priced at 300 million points. He purchases 10 and initiates synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful, resulting in a secondary tier item, large artificial sun device. Yi Tian meticulously examines the detailed description and reveals a satisfied smile. This is precisely the device that the world has aspired to for so many years. Although its size is considerable and it relies on heated water to convert electrical energy and utilizes deuterium-tritium fusion, it nonetheless represents a significant breakthrough in this field as it is a device capable of sustained operation. Despite its numerous shortcomings, its advantages are equally apparent, namely, its affordability. A complete set of devices is available in the shop for merely 3 billion, and upon careful inspection of the manufacturing process, it is not overly complicated. There are just a few key breakthroughs that previous scientists had not achieved. Overall, the structure and production difficulty of this device are relatively straightforward. The required raw materials can be sourced from Blue Planet. It is noteworthy that the point prices for mineral materials unlocked in the shop are generally lower than their real-world counterparts. Hence, with access to the shop, Tian is not lacking in any type of mineral. However, for sensitive materials like uranium, he still needs to procure them externally for appearance's sake. Thus, Tian is not content with merely this device. He invests an additional 30 billion to acquire 10 sets of devices and clicks on synthesis once more. Ding! Synthesis successful, yielding a tertiary tier item, medium artificial sun device. Tian reviews the detailed introduction of this device. Its scale is considerably smaller than its predecessor, employing deuterium, helium-3 fusion. Compared to the earlier model, this fusion method is more challenging and requires relatively rare raw materials, which are nearly non-existent on Blue Planet. This device also necessitates heated water to convert into kinetic energy, albeit with a slightly higher energy utilization efficiency than the previous model. Tian invests 300 billion to synthesize 10 tertiary devices, then clicks on synthesis again. Ding! Synthesis successful, resulting in a quaternary tier item, small artificial sun device. Tian examines the specific introduction of the small device. Its size is comparable to that of a van, broadening its applicable scenarios significantly. For instance, it could be purchased by various large organizations to provide independent electrical power. It could even be employed in airplanes, ships, and so forth. In the future, the engines of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers could be entirely replaced by this device. Despite its diminutive stature, its energy conversion and utilization efficiency surpasses that of larger models by several folds. A single unit of this small device can meet the electrical consumption of an entire province, referring to the total consumption without energy-saving measures. Since the small device does not require water heating, it features a unique internal structure that allows for direct energy output, greatly enhancing energy conversion efficiency, potentially reaching up to 90. It is noteworthy that this small device utilizes helium-3 fusion, a more complex endeavor, and the raw materials must be sourced from outer space. However, these challenges pale in comparison to its potential benefits. This device can be regarded as the most broadly applicable controlled nuclear fusion device for humanity's future. The sole drawback is that the required helium-3 materials must be obtained from the moon or other planets within the solar system. Nevertheless, this is not insurmountable. With the advent of nuclear fusion devices, the goal of extraterrestrial mining will soon be attainable. However, the synthesis work is far from complete. Tian has dedicated considerable time and amassed substantial funds for the synthesis, yet he has yet to produce what he truly desires, a micro-nuclear fusion device. Not the kind found in the Iron Man mech. To be precise, the nuclear fusion device on the Iron Man mech outputs relatively low power, merely sufficient to maintain the mech's basic operational functions. Furthermore, the nuclear fusion engine employed in the mech follows an entirely different paradigm from the devices Tian is currently synthesizing. The one on the mech utilizes an alien substance to achieve a form of cold fusion. Such a device cannot be replicated unless one possesses that alien material. Additionally, the fusion device on the Iron Man mech is a one-time use. Once the materials are depleted, it is rendered completely inoperative and must be replaced. This device operates continuously, even when the mech is idle, resulting in significant wastage. What Tian seeks is a more versatile micro-device, one with greater output power and broader applicability. This device should allow for the immediate cessation of reactions, akin to an automobile engine that can be halted and restarted at will. It should also permit the addition of raw materials, much like refueling. Most importantly, this device must be manufacturable in reality, even if it cannot be produced at present. He is confident that breakthroughs in manufacturing processes will occur in the future. This would enable the low-cost synthesis of micro-nuclear fusion devices, which could be utilized in a wider array of fields, such as mechs or various small devices, including the potential for future nuclear-powered anti-gravity vehicles. Chapter 170. The concept of lunar mining ships. Although the next level of synthesis requires a starting investment of 3 trillion and carries a certain risk of failure, Tian grits his teeth and resolves to proceed with the synthesis. Recently, the funds he had meticulously prepared were destined to be expended here. He invested 30 trillion and subsequently synthesized 10 level 4 devices, then clicked on the synthesis button, all the while fervently praying for a miraculous success. Yet, the harshness of reality struck. Ding! Synthesis failed, and a small artificial sun device was returned. Tian felt an overwhelming anguish as several trillion vanished in a thin air. This was far more nerve-wracking than playing any card-drawing game. Indeed, there existed a certain probability of failure, although he had only encountered it once before. That was merely a sign of his previous good fortune. Gritting his teeth, he poured in another 20 trillion, synthesized 9 level 4 devices, and clicked on synthesis once more. Terrified, Tian closed his eyes. Fortunately, This time the outcome was successful. Ding! Synthesis successful, obtaining a level 5 item, the miniature artificial sun device. Tian exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally achieved his goal. He had genuinely feared that the money he had accumulated over time would dissipate in vain. Thankfully, the system was not like those unscrupulous card-drawing games that manipulated probabilities to such a minuscule degree. He meticulously examined the detailed specifications of this device. Indeed, various technical parameters were comparable to those of the smaller devices. At this level of technology, achieving a device the size of a palm was a monumental breakthrough. Thus, there were not many new features in other aspects. It was difficult to fathom what it would be like for car engines to be reduced to the size of a palm. The performance would undoubtedly be severely lacking. After all, car engines were still a primitive technology. However, the device in Yi Tian's hands maintained the performance of a controllable nuclear fusion apparatus while reducing its size to a palm's breadth. Crucially, its output power was no less than that of smaller devices. The only drawback was that its continuous usage time was not as extensive as that of smaller devices. Nevertheless, even a palm-sized engine contained enough materials to last approximately a month. This was nothing short of miraculous. The internal structure of this palm-sized engine was extremely intricate and precise. The design was a result of ingenious creativity, employing various new materials to withstand fusion reactions. Yi Tian began contemplating the matter of mining ships. With a controllable nuclear fusion device now at hand, although a large second-level nuclear fusion apparatus could utilize deuterium-tritium reactions and be put to use immediately, the energy efficiency was too low, and these materials were not inexpensive. Therefore, Yi Tian intended to manufacture a space mining ship to land on the moon and gather sufficient helium-3. In doing so, he could eventually produce second- or third-level nuclear fusion devices and trade helium-3. In the forthcoming era of controllable nuclear fusion, helium-3 would undoubtedly surpass oil in significance. Of course, it could not completely replace oil, as it still held vital attributes as an industrial raw material. For a considerable period, he would monopolize the helium-3 resources. If possible, Yi Tian aspired to deplete the helium-3 resources on the moon and stockpile them in his warehouse. He could exchange for affordable helium-3 at the store and then sell it at a premium. Regardless, even if others possessed the technology to land on the moon, they would still have to purchase helium-3 from him. Otherwise, they would incur far greater costs traveling to other planets in the solar system to mine, with distance and extraction difficulty being of an entirely different caliber. Those planets were certainly not as forgiving as the moon. These were matters for the future. Presently, Yi Tian had to consider how to design and manufacture a mining spaceship. Achieving seamless travel between the moon and Blue Star was no simple feat, as he pondered. He remained blissfully unaware that external public opinion was already in an uproar. The story must begin from earlier. Since Wilson and Adam met, they conspired against Yi Tian and Yi Shun Corporation. Subsequently, Adam compiled detailed information on all malevolent civilizations and presented it to them. The upper echelons of the United States were drenched in cold sweat after examining this information. The description of this malevolent civilization was utterly terrifying, rivaling, if not surpassing, the cosmic empires depicted in science fiction novels and films. When a malevolent civilization sets its sights on a lower civilization, the despair is palpable. The lower civilization resembles someone slowly drowning. In their trepidation, they harbored profound anger towards Yi Tian. However, they did not fully trust Adam. For the time being, Adam was entirely under their control and possessed significant utility. Most importantly, they needed to eliminate Yi Tian. Thus, they wholly accepted the contents of the information. After extensive discussion, the upper echelons of the United States decided to immediately disclose this information to the world, along with the truth about Yi Tian. Soon, the supreme leader of the United States appeared before the television and the internet to deliver a live broadcast. This event garnered the attention of the entire globe. The leader's behavior was unusual, as such speeches were not typically held at this time, and the solemnity of the occasion was striking. Many netizens instinctively sensed that this speech must contain exceedingly important content. At this moment, countless netizens and elite figures worldwide enter the live stream, utterly perplexed by the speech's subject matter. The number of viewers in the live stream quickly surpassed 300 million, nearly matching the viewership of Yi Shun Corporation's press conferences. The leader ascended the podium, his expression grave as he addressed the camera. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my speech. Today, I have a crucial message to convey to the world. This information concerns the survival of all humanity. To be frank, ever since I learned of this information, I have been hesitating over whether to release it, for its content is exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, if we disclose it, we place ourselves at the forefront of conflict, openly opposing certain powers. This is certainly not advantageous for us. However, after our thorough investigation, we have confirmed the veracity of the information. We believe that only justice is worth upholding. Thus, we have decided to take on this responsibility, withstand the pressure, and inform the public. I urge you to watch closely and reflect deeply, as this will impact your lives. As soon as these words were uttered, the live stream erupted. What? Something concerning humanity's survival? No way. Are aliens preparing to wage war against us? What kind of news is so shocking that even the United States dares not disclose it lightly? What force could exert such pressure upon them? The leader continued. Just a few days ago, our United States suffered a catastrophic blow at a secret base in the desert, without any prior warning. It was only upon witnessing the scene at the base that we comprehended the situation. Chapitre 171, Humanité face à grave danger. At that time, all life within a 2-kilometer radius centered on the base had utterly perished, be it plants, animals, humans, or even microscopic bacteria. The entire area became a forbidden zone for life. However, inanimate objects remained completely unaffected. This was evidently a means that transcended our understanding. We looked upon the scene with profound fear, experiencing humanity's helplessness for the first time. To substantiate our claims, I will now reveal some photographs from the scene. I hope you're mentally prepared. If you have heart issues, please avert your gaze. With that, images appeared on the television and in the live stream. Aerial views of the base, pictures of deceased animals, and horrifying scenes from within the base were displayed. These photographs instantly sparked heated discussions among netizens. What on earth is this? Help! I'm eating here. Crop circles? Within this circle, all have perished. Is this merely a prank? What kind of prank? This base is heavily fortified. My heavens! The manner of their deaths is utterly horrific. Fear grips me. What on earth is happening? Such a monumental event has transpired, and we remain completely oblivious. Surely, is this the work of extraterrestrials? Are we to be annihilated by aliens? How splendid! Aliens, come forth and save us. This method is too terrifying. What path remains for humanity? I refuse to die in such a manner. The Supreme Leader, seeing the effect of his words, continued. As you can see, this mode of attack is entirely unassailable. However, had it struck a major city instead of a secret base, it would have resulted in catastrophic casualties. In summary, this poses a grave threat to humanity. Fortunately, our scientists have developed a special alloy capable of effectively resisting the damage from such weaponry. Yet, this alloy cannot be widely disseminated, and we remain uncertain whether this entity possesses other means of attack. Thus, humanity remains in extreme peril. Consequently, we undertook a detailed investigation. Yet in doing so, we uncovered a staggering conspiracy and the ultimate truth regarding an evil civilization. Before their screens, the leaders of various nations watching the live broadcast furrowed their brows. The elite of the Great Xia regarded the transmission with grave seriousness. Their expressions darkened, as though they had recalled some ominous revelation. The Supreme Leader resumed. We have obtained detailed information from a reliable source regarding an evil civilization in the cosmos. According to the data, this malevolent civilization possesses exceedingly advanced technology. They are fervently inclined to discover and invade other civilizations, subjugating and enslaving them. Their method involves disseminating seeds of their civilization at sublight speeds. Upon contact with individuals from lower civilizations, these seeds reveal the might of higher civilizations and offer them certain benefits. The inhabitants of these lower civilizations become traitors within their own ranks, gradually infiltrating and controlling all aspects of their societies through the technologies bestowed by the evil civilization. Ultimately, on the day of the evil civilization's arrival, they will surrender their entire society. By then, the lower civilization will find themselves utterly dependent on this technology, rendered incapable of resistance, and branded as a slave race, serving for generations devoid of any dignity. The viewers in the live chat erupted with disbelief. People were left speechless. Is it truly possible that such a sinister and dark civilization exists? Does this mean they've set their sights on Blue Star? What should we do? I refuse to become a slave, akin to the pets we keep, perhaps in a status even lower than theirs. It's terrifying. What are we to do? Fortunately, Dami has uncovered this in time and has made it known to the world. How responsible. Now is the moment for all of humanity to cast aside their prejudices and unite against this external threat. Surely, this cannot be real. It feels like a tale from fiction. Today is not April Fool's Day. It seems rather bizarre. Could they be fabricating a pretext to amuse us? Have they printed a science fiction story as a speech? Wait, doesn't this all sound strangely familiar? A spokesperson has unveiled a series of high technologies, reminiscent of Tian's circumstances. What? Goodness. Could Tian truly be the representative of that evil civilization? Ha ha ha. After all this time, it finally dawns on me. Little Black, your true colors have been revealed. Haven't they? Everyone, disperse. This is utterly tedious, a deliberate fabrication to accentuate the threat of Yixin Company. This is their usual tactic. It appears that they cannot compete with technology, hence concocting a rationale to deliberately defame. No wonder Tian can produce such advanced technology. It seems there are ulterior motives at play. Do you not find the Supreme Leader's assertions rather compelling? I cannot believe Tian conjured all this advanced technology solely for the benefit of human society. There must be a conspiracy lurking beneath. I have long harbored suspicions regarding Tian's motives. Now it is evident. We must resist Yixin Company. Yixin Company owes us an explanation. Explanation, you say? Do you believe everything they claim? Have you no sense? Yes, from now on. Any company that invents new technology must be an agent of the extraterrestrial evil civilization on Blue Star. Such a crude smear campaign, and you fail to see through it. I am a devoted fan of Yixin Company. Previously, countless doubters were proven wrong. I hope you will not continue to waver. Not to mention, Tian specifically invented an anti-cancer treatment device, curing countless cancer patients globally, and utilized a super healing pod to remedy those suffering from the side effects of cancer medication. What immense merit! If he were truly malevolent, why would he save you? But how do you explain the contents of these photographs? What means caused such an attack? My goodness, does the photograph state that it was the work of Yixin Company? I might as well claim that the death of a few flies in my house was caused by the elite of Dami. There exists something known as staging. Without decisive evidence, one can merely speculate. Even if an unknown civilization were responsible, it does not necessarily implicate Yixin Company. It could be other extraterrestrials. Chapter 172, The Shift in Public Opinion. The Supreme Leader continued. Based on our investigations, all evidence points towards Tian. He is a spy planted by the evil civilization on our Blue Star, gradually asserting control over every facet of our world through technology. Upon learning this truth, we could scarcely believe it. Out of caution, we conducted further investigations. However, regrettably, this is indeed the reality. The most significant evidence lies in the recent attack on our base, where all the deceased were individuals investigating Tian. He has entirely concealed that this group was comprised of personnel from a special agency plotting to assassinate him. We are aware that revealing this outcome will inevitably trigger a cascade of repercussions, especially since we are still relying on the chips provided by Yixin Company. However, after much contemplation, we believe that for the sake of justice and the future of all humanity, we must resolutely reject the immediate benefits at hand and decide to expose the perilous truth about Tian to the public. Even if we face dangerous consequences as a result, it is a risk we are willing to take. We understand that we may soon endure their devastating retaliation, but if it leads to your accurate understanding of their true nature, it is well worth the sacrifice. In this regard, we call upon all inhabitants of Blue Star to unite and bravely confront Yixin Company, this nefarious entity, resisting all of their products. By liberating ourselves from dependence on their company, we can thwart their conspiracy. Humanity is wholly capable of advancing independently, thus ensuring that when faced with the invasion of evil civilizations in the future, we shall not be rendered helpless. Simultaneously, we hope the elite of Great Xia can recognize this truth. Tian is scheming in the shadows. He is not someone you can control. And so, dear friends, until we meet again. With that, the television broadcast abruptly ceased. In the online live streams, the fervor among netizens shows no signs of waning. They remain actively engaged in discussions. Indeed, it is Tian. What do those who previously claimed it might not be Tian have to say now? What a coincidence that those investigating Tian have been eliminated. Tian has such audacity. He is unabashedly reckless, even resorting to murder. If this continues, what will happen when he further consolidates his power? He may very well dominate the blue planet. If it weren't for the revelations from Dami, no one would have been aware of their actions until now. Is this truly a case of diligently advancing technology? They seem intent on annihilating others at a moment's notice. I wonder if the Great Xia is aware of this? Or are they turning a blind eye to Tian's actions? Surely, they must also be kept in the dark. I hope Great Xia can distance itself from Tian. Dami is so righteous. Even in the face of such a formidable threat, they still dare to speak the truth. Will this not provoke an attack from Tian? I am genuinely concerned that he may resort to desperate measures. He dares. We, the global netizens, will be the first to oppose him, and we shall closely monitor the actions of Yixin Corporation. We must boycott any products from Yishun Corporation. The blue planet does not belong to extraterrestrial civilizations. It belongs to us, the inhabitants of Blue Planet. But my family is suffering from cancer and is about to seek treatment there. Must I also boycott? No. We must resist their products and services at all costs. If they do not profit, they will lose control over the Blue Planet. A bunch of fools, completely led astray by others. Do you not possess your own critical thinking? This is, without a doubt, the biggest joke I have heard today. Such absurdity has managed to deceive you. Yishun Corporation, a company of such greatness, is being so slandered. What a tragedy. When faced with defeat, resorting to such tactics is truly base. There is absolutely no evidence. They have merely concocted a few images and drawn conclusions from them. All we hear is him claiming that Tian is responsible. But there is no substantial evidence, is there? It can be said that at this stage, only foreign netizens believe Tian to be the representative of an evil civilization. The Great Xia is largely united in its support for Yishun Corporation, viewing this merely as a farce. However, Dami subsequently released a detailed dossier that propelled Yishun Corporation into the spotlight. This document, comprising over 1 million words, is thorough and covers the history and past experiences of the evil civilization, as well as their means of conquest. Unlike the fabrications found in science fiction novels or conspiracy articles in sci-fi magazines, which can easily be debunked, this dossier is exceedingly comprehensive and appears remarkably authentic. The various aspects of its narrative are entirely self-consistent, presenting a complete history of an evil civilization. Since its release, no one has managed to uncover any inconsistencies within it. Scientists have even drawn inspiration from this dossier, gaining insights into the fundamentals of space civilization colonization. The document conveys a sense of realism and immersion that surpasses any novel. The netizens, gripped by the eerie and despairing atmosphere depicted within, find themselves breathless. Consequently, the tide of public opinion among netizens begins to shift. This dossier is truly terrifying. Which deity has unveiled this? How do they know about extraterrestrial conditions? I've heard Dami has had ongoing contact with aliens. Could this information be sourced from there? So Area 51 truly exists. Isn't that splendid? We need not fear the evil civilization. We can seek assistance from the aliens in Area 51. This information cannot possibly be fabricated. It contains too many details that cannot simply be conjured from imagination. I've heard that scientists have confirmed some of the specific technological concepts within. Thus, this further substantiates that it is not mere defamation. The evil civilization indeed exists. Tian is truly the representative of the evil civilization. There is now nothing left to say. Tian must be apprehended, and Yishun Corporation must be eradicated. At this moment, even I, as staunch supporter, find my convictions wavering. I had always defended them, but upon reflection, the fact that Tian has engaged in such acts behind the scenes is beyond my imagination. Perhaps he is not as virtuous as I believed. Count me in. I too have withdrawn my support. Tian must provide us with a reasonable explanation. Explanation? How dare you call yourself a staunch supporter? Why do you simply believe hearsay? This dossier may indeed be genuine, but does not necessarily mean Tian is the evil representative. I now find myself questioning whether Dami, capable of producing this dossier, has already allied with the evil civilization. Exactly. This is Dami's counterattack. The aliens from Area 51 are the true evil ones. Regardless, I will always believe in Yishun Corporation. I do not think Tian is that malevolent. Yishun, please come forth and clarify the situation. Although many loyal supporters still defend Tian, the majority now lean towards embracing Dami's perspective. Chapter 173. The urgent meeting above. The repercussions of this incident are gradually escalating. News media inundate the public with coverage, employing sensationalistic headlines, all conveying a consistent narrative. They emphasize how authentic the dossier is, how terrifying the evil civilization appears, and how abhorrent Tian is. The sales of all products associated with Yishun Corporation and Tian's affiliated companies have plummeted drastically. Even cancer treatment services, which were once fully booked daily, now find themselves desolate. This decline is attributed to conspiracy theories suggesting that these treatments would alter human genes, marking them with the imprint of slavery. Moreover, a movement to destroy Yishun Corporation's products has surged online. Netizens are filming themselves as they bring out all products utilizing Yishun Corporation's technology from their homes and smash them with hammers. Countless individuals are following suit. It is only at this moment that people realize how deeply Yishun Corporation has permeated their lives. Various devices, whether smartphones or household appliances, contain chips from Yishun Corporation. Furthermore, Many products were manufactured using production lines invented by Tian. These technological marvels were once in high demand, difficult to acquire. Now, they're all being destroyed. This is indeed painful, yet to demonstrate their resolve, they are willing to shatter everything. Some even dismantle and destroy their prosthetics. These individuals can only comfort themselves with justifications, such as the notion that Yishan Corporation's chips emit waves that alter brain frequencies. Returning to the moment of the Supreme Leader's speech. In the Security Bureau of Nanfeng City, Zhang Daqiang is fast asleep when he is abruptly awakened by his subordinates. "Chief, quickly come and see the news. Something big has happened." Startled, Zhang Daqiang hurriedly rises and approaches the computer. At that moment, he is bombarded with news regarding the speech. As he clicks on the articles, his expression shifts from astonishment to seriousness, eventually settling into a state of confusion. The matters concerning the base are not new to him, and he has already confirmed that it was indeed Yi Tian's doing. However, he did not expect Dami to disclose such information. What truly concerns him are the facts about the evil civilization that Dami has revealed, along with the accompanying materials. Undeniably, they have struck at his vulnerabilities. All along, they have speculated about the secrets Yi Tian possesses, even proposing various hypotheses. Yet, without confirmation from Yi Tian himself, no conclusions can be drawn, leaving them in a state of unease. Previously, someone had suggested that Yi Tian might pose a threat to the Blue Planet, but at that time there was no evidence. And given the warm collaboration between higher-ups and Yi Tian, this viewpoint did not garner much attention. Yet, a thorn still resides in the hearts of many. Following the recent acquisition of intelligence concerning the base, an increasing number of high-ranking officials have adopted this viewpoint. However, after extensive deliberation, the moderates ultimately prevailed. Nevertheless, Zhang Daqiang now finds himself unable to guarantee that this will continue to be the case. Even he, after perusing the document, has been left in a state of bewilderment. The information contained within is alarmingly vivid and terrifying, leading him to involuntarily liken Yi Tian's actions to those of a malevolent civilization, speculating on his motivations. Ultimately, he arrives at a startling conclusion. It is entirely plausible that Yi Tian may indeed serve as an envoy for this sinister civilization. Memories of his interactions with Yi Tian flood Zhang Daqiang's mind. Frankly, he is loath to accept such a nature attributed to Yi Tian. Yet, the current circumstances compel him to acknowledge this possibility, rather than unconditionally trust Yi Tian. The truth is of utmost importance. Furthermore, he cannot be the decisive factor in determining how to approach Yi Tian. That responsibility rests with those higher up. In a high-level conference room in Daxia, all present wore grave expressions as they scrutinized the document before them. After a prolonged silence, a stern-faced man slammed his hand down on the table. "This is utterly intolerable. I have had enough. How can Yi Tian, a citizen of Daxia, retain secrets without reporting them, while covertly engaging in dubious activities? It is outrageous that he is colluding with extraterrestrial civilizations. We can no longer tolerate this. We must apprehend him immediately, regardless of the cost, and extract the truth behind his secrets." The elder at the head of the table spoke calmly. "Take a seat." Reluctantly, the man returned to his place. The elder continued, "When will you learn to temper your reckless nature? Must you always act without thought, blindly believing what others say? Today's gathering is to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the malevolent civilization mentioned in this document, not to equate Yi Tian with it, although Dami's speech did just that. And we have confirmed the likelihood of this document's authenticity. Our discussions must remain separate. We cannot hastily draw connections between them. Of course, I am not here to exonerate Yi Tian, but rather to advocate for an objective analysis of the situation. Every decision we make must be carefully considered. Thus far, we have also derived significant benefits from our association with Yi Tian. If we uncritically accept Dami's conclusions, we risk deteriorating our relationship with him. Not only would all our efforts be in vain, but we would squander a valuable opportunity for development. It will be increasingly difficult to mend our relationship with Yi Tian in the future. First and foremost, we must focus our discussion on the document itself. I trust everyone has gained a fundamental understanding of this malevolent civilization. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that we may need to confront it in the future. However, what intrigues me more is who managed to procure this document. I find myself increasingly curious about the individual behind it. Surely, only an extraterrestrial could present such invaluable information. I have heard rumors of Dami's mysterious Area 51 base. Now, I am truly enlightened. What puzzles me, however, is why this extraterrestrial remained dormant for decades. only to suddenly emerge now with a document accusing Yi Tian of being an envoy for the malevolent civilization. Others began to contribute to the discussion. It is indeed suspicious. According to Dami's account, the individual who produced this document seems very concerned about humanity being targeted by the malevolent civilization, issuing such an important warning. This suggests a disposition that is friendly towards humanity. Yet, why has this individual never offered any technological advancements to humanity over the past few decades? This presents a contradiction. The elder shook his head at this remark, smiling as he replied, "Your logic holds some merit, yet lacks proper analysis. The extraterrestrials' concern for humanity being pursued by a malevolent civilization does not inherently indicate that this being is benevolent. It is entirely possible that they are in a position of competition and hostility." Chapter 174. Dami's extraterrestrial is the true malevolence. Upon hearing this, clarity emerged among the attendees. One individual slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Why has this extraterrestrial been silent for so many years, only to re-emerge now?" This clearly indicates that the extraterrestrial harbors animosity towards Blue Star. Otherwise, why would they not assist in advancing its technology in the past? Another middle-aged man suddenly proposed an idea, stating, "Could it be that Dami's extraterrestrial arrived on Blue Star long ago, eyeing this land? It is quite possible that they have already transmitted its coordinates back to their home planet, but the fleet requires time to arrive. Thus, they must wait, unwilling to assist a civilization destined for destruction. Yet one day, they realize the situation is spiraling out of control. Blue Star's technology is advancing at an unimaginable pace. If this continues by the time the fleet arrives, Blue Star's technology may be capable of resisting or even annihilating them. At that point, it would be too late. To prevent this, they sought a partnership with Dami's upper echelon, who were also opposed to Blue Star's rapid advancement. Upon learning of Yi Tian's existence, they resolved to eliminate him. Regardless of whether Yi Tian is merely a pawn of another extraterrestrial civilization targeting Blue Star or a super-intellect capable of propelling civilization forward, his existence poses a threat that must be eradicated swiftly. Therefore, they presented a detailed and reliable document to persuade the public to believe that Yi Tian is an envoy of the malevolent civilization, primarily aiming to sow discord between us and Yi Tian. Without our support, Yi Tian's progress would inevitably slow, and more drastically, he might face annihilation. The reason this document regarding the malevolent civilization is so detailed and authentic is that this extraterrestrial originates from that very civilization, making them intimately familiar with its information. Compiling some accurate details is not a daunting task. Once the statement was made, all present fell silent. They contemplated the implications, their eyes growing brighter with understanding. It makes sense now. This indeed clarifies everything. I always felt something was amiss. Why did an extraterrestrial suddenly emerge, providing such detailed information about the civilization behind Yi Tian? How could they know so much? Is it possible that another extraterrestrial civilization is conducting covert operations on Blue Star and feels compelled to introduce themselves to him? Ultimately, all of this is a frame-up. The information utilized is not fabricated, but rather adapted from their own civilization's data, half-truths that many would readily believe. Indeed, there is no concrete evidence. While the documents may be authentic, they do not provide any proof linking it to Yi Tian. This extraterrestrial is exceedingly cunning. Regardless of Yi Tian's secrets, this extraterrestrial poses the greatest threat to Blue Star and must be eliminated as soon as possible. We need to prepare ourselves. Such a sly extraterrestrial not only knows how to frame others, but employs schemes and deceit, potentially exposing Blue Star's coordinates. A confrontation with them is inevitable. This is utterly despicable. We are fortunate not to have acted rashly. The consequences could have been dire. What treachery! We nearly fell for their ploy. If we had truly turned against Yi Tian, our progress would have ground to a halt. This revelation is a blessing in disguise, at least allowing us to recognize that Blue Star is already under the watchful eye of an extraterrestrial civilization, thus preparing us for future conflict. The actions of Dami are truly foolish, or perhaps one cannot simply label them as such. It is more akin to feigning ignorance while being fully aware, all in a bid to tarnish the reputation of the Yishun Corporation, even to the extent of colluding with malevolent extraterrestrial beings. This is intolerable. We cannot allow such slander to persist, nor can we permit Dami to distort the truth. It is imperative that we unveil the truth regarding the extraterrestrial entities allied with Dami, who are undoubtedly products of a nefarious civilization. Furthermore, we must publicly expose Dami's betrayal of Blue Star. At this juncture, the elder spoke again. Wait. The fact that the extraterrestrials on Dami's side are from an evil civilization is now virtually established. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that Yi Tian might also be a pawn in another extraterrestrial conspiracy. Thus, we must continue to exercise caution regarding this matter. Once all aspects are clarified, we shall reveal the truth. Those present nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must maintain a degree of vigilance concerning the secrets that lie behind Yi Tian. Nevertheless, since it has been determined that Dami represents the malevolent civilization, and considering that Yi Tian has not exhibited any overtly improper behavior, I believe our collaboration with him can and should continue. Of course, we can leverage this incident to foster a closer relationship with Yi Tian, demonstrating our trust and indicating that we do not subscribe to the disparaging remarks. We should share our suspicions regarding the evil civilization with him and inquire about how he might advise us to respond. This opportunity could allow us to gauge his insights and assess his knowledge concerning extraterrestrial civilizations, thereby enlisting his assistance in rapidly developing a technological framework to counter potential extraterrestrial invasions. Consequently, we should not only refrain from distancing ourselves, but also seek to reinforce our collaboration with him. The elder nodded and said, "Bring me the phone. Contact Zhang Daqiang." In Nanfeng City, Zhang Daqiang, who was feeling quite troubled and pondering how to handle the situation, received a call from the higher-ups, and to his surprise, it was the elder himself who was calling. He understood that the discussions above had concluded. Simultaneously, he sighed inwardly, suspecting that Yi Tian's outlook would not be optimistic. A sense of urgency and melancholy washed over him. He yearned to personally communicate with the higher-ups. Just then, he reflected on recent events and recalled how Yi Tian had utilized a treatment pod to completely enhance his physical condition, resulting in a remarkable transformation. However, in terms of thought, he remained capable of independent reasoning and did not unconditionally trust Yi Tian. He believed that if Yi Tian were indeed the representative of an evil civilization, he would seize this opportunity to manipulate his brain. Moreover, Yi Tian had previously aided numerous individuals suffering from disabilities and cancer. During that incident at the conference, when so many students were on the brink of death, Yi Tian could have easily chosen to ignore them. Yet he opted to produce an effective remedy to save lives, thereby exposing part of his own secrets. Deep down, he was entirely convinced that Yi Tian was not a malevolent individual, and the secrets he harbored were not those of an evil civilization. Zhang Daqiang connected the call and respectfully said, "Hello." Chapter 175. Strengthening collaboration. Then, Zhang Daqiang made a bold decision. Before the other party could speak, he directly interjected, "Sir, I understand this may not adhere to protocol, but before you issue any orders, I must express my perspective. Based on my understanding of Yi Tian, he is unequivocally not an evil person. While I acknowledge that the information may appear authentic, there might be some misunderstandings. Or perhaps the situation is not as severe as we imagine." After speaking, he quietly awaited a response from the other end. A hearty laugh emanated from the other side. "What? Do you lack confidence in me? We have reached a conclusion regarding how to handle Yi Tian." Zhang Daqiang fell silent. "After our discussions and analyses, we believe we should reinforce our collaboration with Yi Tian." The other party then recounted everything discussed in the meeting. Zhang Daqiang listened, astonished, and simultaneously relieved. "So that's it. No wonder I felt something was amiss. It turns out the extraterrestrial entity from Dami is indeed a malevolent presence. They have been eyeing Blue Star for decades, and a threat is imminent. We must strengthen our cooperation with Yi Tian to confront this crisis," the other party continued. "Yes, but we should seize this opportunity to build rapport with Yi Tian and inquire about his perspective on Area 51. Additionally, we need to ensure that Yi Tian is not malevolent. I will personally visit Yi Tian." At that moment, Yi Tian was engrossed in his work in the laboratory, focusing on controllable nuclear fusion devices and space mining vessels. Unbeknownst to him, external events were unfolding. As he had just completed a design blueprint for a spacecraft, he was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. He was taken aback during his time in the lab. He had turned off his phone and instructed others not to disturb him. Why was someone knocking now? He opened the laboratory door and was immediately shocked by the scene before him. A group of individuals stood there, including Zhang Daqiang. However, the most prominent figure was an elder whose face Yi Tian recognized from numerous television appearances, having even received an award from him before. He felt an overwhelming surprise. Why had he personally come here? Had something happened? The elder approached with a smile and shook Yi Tian's hand, saying, "Hello, Academician Yi. It's good to see you again. You've been inventing quite a few new things lately." Yi Tian, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here?" A fleeting look of surprise crossed the elder's face. "You don't know?" He glanced at Zhang Daqiang, who nodded. The elder continued, "Recently, significant events have transpired outside. After our analysis, We deemed the situation extremely urgent, necessitating your insights, academician Yi. As he spoke, a staff member handed over a thick dossier. Curious, Tian flipped it open. His reading speed was remarkably swift, able to turn a page in mere seconds, causing the onlooker's eyes to widen in astonishment. Soon, he had perused the entire document, his expression shifting from surprise to gravity. It seemed credible. He was now curious about the origins of this dossier. How had it reached Blue Star? Did the malevolent civilization within pose a threat to Blue Star? He posed this question, and the elder's expression was intriguing, as if he sought to penetrate Yi Tian's thoughts. Subsequently, he played a video of speech. Throughout the viewing, Yi Tian became increasingly astonished and furious. He had never anticipated that this dossier was fabricated to slander him. Yi Tian was acutely aware that the system behind him was not an evil civilization. They were entities akin to deities from beyond dimensions. The evil civilization described in the dossier was vastly inferior. Now he understood why the elder had come to find him personally. No one could remain indifferent upon encountering such information. They would undoubtedly reach out to confirm his threat level. Yi Tian declared, "This is nothing short of defamation. I possess no knowledge of this so-called evil civilization, and had you not brought this to my attention, I would remain oblivious to its existence. I can only assert that this dossier appears authentic, as I fail to discern any flaws. However, I am unequivocally not involved with it. My suspicions now lie with Dami. The entity capable of providing this dossier must indeed be the one hailing from an evil civilization." The elder, with a knowing smile, replied, "This aligns with our discussions and analyses. This is precisely why we have come to seek you out." He then recounted the results of their meeting discussions. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded in understanding. The elder inquired, "Thus, we would like to ask you, how much do you know about this evil civilization? If you could provide some useful information, it would assist us in our preparations for what lies ahead." Yi Tian shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot offer any insights on this matter. This is the first time I have ever heard of such a malevolent civilization." The elder expressed some disappointment and inquired further, "Do you have any suggestions? How should we prepare to resist the impending alien invasion?" Yi Tian replied, "Aside from revealing the truth, we must make the populace aware of the terror posed by the alien and eliminate it as swiftly as possible. Additionally, we should strive to advance our technology. We need to venture into space at the earliest opportunity, in hopes that we will possess the means to resist or at least preserve the spark of civilization by then. My understanding of this civilization is still too limited. We require more detailed information for proper assessment. Capturing that alien would be ideal." Although no specific information was gleaned, the elder felt somewhat satisfied with his visit. Through his interactions with Yi Tian, he had come to perceive him as a rather aloof technocrat. He stated, "Academician Yi, given the circumstances, our collaboration must be significantly strengthened moving forward. I am aware that your previous concerns have somewhat hampered the pace of technological advancement. Henceforth, we shall engage in comprehensive cooperation. Please do not harbor any reservations. Devote yourself fully to the development of our technology. Feel free to express any requests you may have." Yi Tian acknowledged that he could no longer work alone and needed to leverage resources more effectively. He responded, "Well, I require funding without limits, consider it research funding. Furthermore, I need to be apprised of all current cutting-edge technologies, as this will greatly benefit my research." The two parties engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the specifics of their future collaboration. Suddenly, Yi Tian recalled the project he was currently engrossed in. Chapter 176, Demonstrating the Fusion Device. Speaking of technological advancement, I have recently completed a project that could significantly bolster the development of Daxia. I was just about to contact the higher-ups when you arrived. Allow me to showcase my latest achievement." The elder's eyes brightened. What is this remarkable invention that could greatly enhance development? Yi Tian led them into the laboratory, unveiling a device the size of a van. "This is it. With this, humanity will no longer need to worry about energy issues." The elder's gaze sharpened. "Could it be?" Yi Tian simulated faintly. "Indeed, this is a controllable nuclear fusion device. Once the raw materials are inserted, it can operate indefinitely and output electrical energy. This device possesses a unique structure, eliminating the need for boiling water to convert kinetic energy, achieving an energy utilization rate of 90. It can supply the electrical needs of an entire province, even under maximum consumption by all electrical appliances." Those present were utterly astonished. Yi Tian had quietly crafted a monumental breakthrough. The implications of controllable nuclear fusion for humanity were immense, akin to the cumulative impact of several industrial revolutions. Once humanity resolves the energy dilemma, it will usher in unprecedented growth across all sectors. This challenge has been pursued globally, yet a glimmer of hope has remained elusive until now. The elder was overjoyed. I never anticipated that you would provide such a delightful surprise. With a controllable nuclear fusion device, not only will we have unlimited access to electricity, but our energy costs will plummet. Our southern cities will be able to heat during winter, and we can use electricity for heating water, eliminating reliance on coal. Most importantly, we can significantly reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and achieve carbon neutrality sooner. The electricity costs for our factories will be exceedingly low, giving Dacia-produced industrial goods an unparalleled competitive edge. Those factories relocating to other countries will ultimately realize that our production costs remain lower. Processes previously hindered by high costs, such as seawater desalination, indoor agriculture, synthetic industrial products, and synthetic starch, can now flourish. Tian affirmed, indeed, many issues previously stemmed from cost constraints. With access to limitless energy, these costs can be drastically reduced. I recently saw on the news about synthetic starch, which can be produced from carbon dioxide through various steps. Although the energy consumption is exorbitant, far exceeding the costs of photosynthesis in plants. In the future, synthetic starch may even become more affordable. Since we have found a method for synthetic starch, proteins and fats can certainly be addressed. Humanity will no longer need to worry about food scarcity. The elder's delight grew as he gazed fondly at the device, asking, "Can this be mass-produced? Will it be like your previous equipment, which could not be manufactured on a large scale?" Tian answered with conviction, "Of course, if it cannot be mass-produced, it would be meaningless. However, there remains one issue to resolve." "What issue?" the elder inquired. "Although we have the device, Blue Star lacks helium, 3 resources necessitating mining on the moon. This device does not utilize the conventional deuterium-tritium fusion materials." The elder nodded in understanding. "However, establishing regular trips to the moon for mining is no simple task. Thus far, all our lunar missions have been primarily for scientific exploration, designed to be as straightforward as possible, capable of transporting only a few kilograms at most. This represents the current limits of our technology. If it were you, how long would it take to design and implement a mining vessel capable of continuous operations?" Tian estimated it would likely take several more months, mainly because I have just completed the development of the fusion device and exhausted my funding. The elder nodded. "Understood. The controllable nuclear fusion device is crucial for us. The sooner this project is operational, the better for our prospects. I will fully support your research efforts, and the funding you require will be expedited. As long as you share the mining vessel technology with us at that time, we will provide unwavering support for your work." The elder soon departed, and Tian commenced the design work for the mining vessel. On the other side of Blue Star, within Area 51, Wilson conversed animatedly with Adam. This plan has been executed with remarkable success. The global public opinion has largely shifted in our favor. Over the past few days, I have monitored the movements of Yixin's company. Their products are being boycotted worldwide. To date, Yixin's company has offered no explanations, nor have they taken any remedial actions regarding their plummeting sales. It seems they have surrendered, although Dacia's upper echelons had not responded in the past couple of days. Wilson believed they had successfully instigated discord among them. Regardless, Tian is unlikely to continue his development relying on Dacia's resources. Adam nodded with a smile. "Indeed, our plan has unfolded flawlessly, allowing us to indefinitely delay the malicious civilization behind Tian from seizing control of Blue Star." Finally, Wilson broached his request. "Adam, you mentioned that at this stage you would begin imparting knowledge and skills to us, enabling us to develop our own technology." Adam nodded. "Are you prepared?" Wilson replied, "Yes. We discussed this and ultimately decided to proceed. Today, we have brought the candidate." With that, a young boy was pushed forward. His face was marked by a timid apprehension, brimming with trepidation towards his surroundings. Particularly when he beheld Adam standing before him, he was so frightened that he burst into tears. This boy was a homeless waif whom Wilson had specifically sought out from the streets. He had lost his parents in a tragic accident and thus roamed the streets aimlessly. Bringing such an individual for experimentation posed minimal legal risks. Upon seeing the young boy, Adam hurriedly reassured him, "Do not be afraid, child. I mean you no harm. I am here to assist you. From this moment on, you shall bid farewell to an ordinary life." With that, the boy levitated and soared towards Adam. However, rather than finding comfort in those words, the boy's cries only grew louder. Fortunately, his lamentations did not persist for long. Soon, Wilson was astonished to discover that the boy had fallen into a deep slumber. He looked to Adam, who explained, "When he awakens, he will become the most intelligent person on Blue Star." As he spoke, he touched the boy's forehead with his index finger. Wilson seemed to hear a high-frequency sound wave. Though it could have been a mere figment of his imagination, he noticed a luminous glow emanating from the tip of Adam's elongated finger. The boy's face contorted as if in pain, writhing and struggling. Yet this ordeal was brief. Approximately a minute later, Adam withdrew his hand. The boy lay on the ground, gradually regaining consciousness, his once innocent and fearful gaze now replaced with a serene expression, glimmering with newfound wisdom. Wilson found himself at a loss for words as he greeted. Jason. The boy, Jason, regarded him calmly. Jason. This startled Wilson. The tone was entirely uncharacteristic of a child, sounding rather like that of a seasoned elder. In the XX laboratory, Wilson observed Jason diligently scribbling in a glass room. He inquired of a nearby technician. What are the results? The technician's face was etched with disbelief as he held a report, exclaiming, "It's astonishing. Following an intelligence assessment, his IQ has soared to 200, far surpassing the previous measurement of 90. His memory, logical reasoning, and abstract thinking abilities exceed those of the brightest graduates from top universities. Moreover, his capacity for learning is remarkable. Having begun his studies just yesterday, he has already completed the graduate program in semiconductor studies at MIT and even proposed concepts for carbon nanotube chips. I am confident that, given more time, he will make significant strides in this field. With a few more geniuses like him, we need not fear Tian any longer." Wilson was overjoyed, yet he ventured to voice his greatest concern. "Have you detected any abnormalities in his genes or brain?" The researchers shook their heads. "There are no changes. His brain has developed significantly in many areas, if that is what you mean." Wilson replied, "No. I mean, are there any signs of anomalous mutations or indications of control over his brain?" "None." Wilson cast a glance at Jason before turning to enter the room. Taking a seat across from him, Jason remained aloof, engrossed in his drawings, offering no greeting. Wilson tentatively inquired, "Jason, what are you working on?" Jason continued to draw. The lines on the paper executed with remarkable precision, creating perfectly standard shapes without the aid of a ruler. Once he completed a stroke, he stated, "This is a schematic for a carbon-based chip manufacturing device. Furthermore, you have interrupted me." Wilson, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "Well, Jason, I have a little game I would like to play with you. You will have ample time to finish your drawings afterwards." Jason glanced at him, then at the lie detector on the table, remarking, "Do not treat me like a child. I am aware this is not a game. It is a lie detector. You wish to ascertain whether my brain has been controlled after my increase in intelligence." Wilson felt even more embarrassed. He had not anticipated this young lad to so directly articulate his intentions. Nevertheless, Jason showed no resistance. "Come on, hurry up, do not waste my time." Subsequently, Wilson conducted a thorough examination. Throughout the process, he keenly observed Jason's reactions, noting that he employed no tricks to evade the test. Each question had been meticulously crafted and asked multiple times. Ultimately, the results indicated that aside from his heightened intelligence, Jason's brain had not been tampered with in any way. Wilson finally exhaled in relief and reported the findings. Upon hearing the news, the higher-ups were ecstatic and summoned a new group of children for Adam to purify. However, as this process unfolded, Adam began to grow increasingly feeble. Eventually, he stated that such use of racial gifts would drain his life energy, necessitating a period of rest to recuperate, during which he could not continue. Although the higher-ups felt disheartened, they were already reaping substantial rewards. The numerous children were assigned to a special class, where they would be educated by the top scientists of DME in various fields. In the future, they would become the backbone of DME's research, overcoming one challenge after another, as well as the technological embargo imposed by Yishin Company. The rapid learning progress of these children astounded all experts. Within just 1 week, they had mastered all the knowledge. Their pace of learning surpassed even that of ordinary individuals reading, as they absorbed information at an astonishing rate, seemingly flipping through pages with a glance and retaining everything. Remarkably, this was not mere rote memorization. They integrated the knowledge comprehensively. Thus, after a week, they were compelled to graduate. The first project collaboratively developed by this group of prodigies left the upper echelons of DME in awe. In merely 2 days, they had created a universal targeted drug capable of treating all types of cancer, requiring no prolonged medication. A single treatment would result in complete healing, and cancer cells would not develop resistance. Following the previous debacle with the Technology Alliance, the scrutiny surrounding this targeted drug's testing was intensified. After an extensive series of tests, they confirmed that the drug's efficacy was flawless and devoid of side effects. The upper management of DME was overwhelmed with excitement. This indicated that their plan had succeeded. These children were indeed the pillars of DME's future, effortlessly breaking through a significant research challenge. This targeted drug would become a flagship product for DME, offering an alternative treatment for patients who had abandoned cancer treatment devices. In the future, these prodigies would continue to shatter technological barriers, ultimately restoring me to its former glory, free from fear of Yixin Company. They eagerly commenced operations. In recent days, people around the world were astonished to discover a new advertisement permeating their lives. Whether on television, the internet, or in subway stations, this advertisement dominated every platform. The promotional material was strikingly simple, featuring a monochromatic background with a bold line of text. Are you ready to welcome the next global technological leader? For a protracted period, the Rise Corporation has been suppressed by the Leaf God Company, but at last, it has finally caught up. No longer must we endure the whims of the Leaf God Company. Such traitors of Blue Star deserve nothing less than obliteration. Aspiring to be the vanguard of technological advancement is no trivial endeavor. While the Leaf God Company has met its demise, the heights they once achieved are not easily surmountable. Nevertheless, let us observe the developments. The advertisement announced a press conference scheduled for next Monday. Come Monday, the White House of Rice Corporation hosted a grand press conference, attended by luminaries from around the globe. The event was simultaneously broadcast live across the internet and television, showcasing an impressive display of presence. The live stream was inundated with viewers almost instantaneously. Wow, what kind of press conference is this? Broadcasting live from the White House is simply monumental. I suspect the company has made a breakthrough at this pivotal moment. Rice must be wholeheartedly supporting it, especially to swiftly fill the void left by the Leaf God Company. I surmise there is no such company. This new product is the result of a collaborative effort by Rice scientists, intended to demonstrate that in the absence of Leaf Tian, we can still achieve technological breakthroughs. As the conference had yet to officially commence, the camera panned across the audience, revealing a plethora of the world's elite in attendance. Curiously, a cluster of children occupied the front row, dressed in tailored suits, their hair styled like adults. Wow, so many stars. I see my idol. Wait, why are there a bunch of children here? Perhaps they're the family members of the dignitaries. That's unlikely. These children are all seated together. Exactly. They occupy the front row, even ahead of many important officials. What gives? At this moment, an individual ascended the stage, prompting applause from the audience. Recognizable to many in the live stream, his presence elicited astonishment. Isn't that Wilson, the head of Rice's special agency? What's he doing here? Isn't this a product launch? I thought I was mistaken. It truly is him. What is happening here? Wilson, microphone in hand, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilson, and I am the head of Rice's special agency, a role that may be familiar to many of you. You might be wondering why I am here at a technological press conference. Fear not, for in due time, all will be revealed." Clearing his throat, he continued, "As you are undoubtedly aware, a shocking event has transpired recently. The Leaf God Company, once regarded as the global leader in technology, has been unmasked as a traitor to Blue Star. Fortunately, they have now been exposed, and their products are facing worldwide boycott. The silence from the Leaf God Company speaks volumes of their guilt. In any case, the future of global technological advancement will no longer hinge upon them. However, the series of products they previously launched has elevated standards to a level from which many have become dependent. Thus, there is an urgent need for a company to fill this void and emerge as the new leader in technology. The exhilarating news is that, by divine providence, Rice has suddenly discovered a cohort of prodigies, each possessing intelligence on par with Leaf Tian. Remarkably, we have a multitude of such individuals. This is indeed a gift from the heavens. We promptly gathered this group of geniuses and established a new research institute, aptly named Dawn. We aspire to leverage their intellect to surpass the technological advancements previously developed by the Leaf God Company, and, in the future, to tackle one challenge after another, steering the course of technological progress worldwide. And today, this group of prodigies is present here with us, seated in the front row. As he spoke, the spotlight turned to the children in the audience, who maintained an air of aloofness. Gasps erupted from the crowd, followed by a thunderous applause. What? Is this for real? Rice has suddenly produced a host of geniuses, each with an IQ comparable to Leaf Tian. This is astounding. Wonderful. This must be divine favor. Our research capabilities will surely catch up swiftly. If we have a dozen individuals like Leaf Tian, our research pace will outstrip that of the Leaf God Company by multiples. Who knew these children were scientists? They certainly don't look the part. No wonder they are seated in the front row. To accomplish research at such a young age is truly remarkable for Rice. Continuing, Wilson stated, "Our prodigious research team achieved a significant breakthrough in merely 2 days. This accomplishment not only effectively fills the existing gap, but also propels humanity forward in the treatment of diseases, promising to benefit countless families. The product in question is the universal targeted drug. As the name suggests, this is a medication for cancer treatment. Not merely a treatment, but a complete cure. This medication acts upon the immune system, ensuring that regardless of the type of cancer, patients can achieve healing without relapse. Unlike the infamous anti-cancer drugs of the past, this new medication employs a completely different technological approach, identifying the genetic makeup of cancer cells to enable the immune system to eradicate them. Furthermore, we have meticulously examined the issue of side effects, conducting comprehensive testing. We can confidently assert that this medication carries no side effects, allowing everyone to use it with peace of mind. Henceforth, cancer shall no longer pose a dilemma for humanity. Cancer patients can bid farewell to expensive treatments fraught with unknown risks. A simple pill will suffice for their cure. This medication will be launched globally, with an assurance that it will be affordable for all. The Dawn Institute has learned from previous experiences and has set an exceptionally low price for the targeted drug, aiming to make it accessible to the majority without any discriminatory practices worldwide. Our primary objective now is to establish the reputation of the Dawn Institute and swiftly capture the market share vacated by the Leaf God Company. As for profits, that is a concern for another day. Chapter 179, Humanity's Great Victory. The audience erupted in astonishment upon hearing this announcement. Wow, a miraculous cancer cure. Fantastic. Rice now possesses the technology for cancer treatment. I was worried about the future without the cancer treatment apparatus. How will we treat cancer? Now the Dawn Institute has proposed a solution. This is simply wonderful. Is it truly without side effects? I'm still haunted by previous incidents. Seeing those individuals emaciated was terrifying. Rest assured, this time, it will not be like before. These are child prodigy scientists, their intelligence rivaling that of Leaf Tian. And they are undoubtedly more gifted than the previous research team. Whatever Leaf Tian accomplished, they can achieve as well. Indeed, last time, we should have blamed Leaf Tian. It was his flawed technological approach that led the research team astray. Perhaps this was all part of his design to undermine our scientific endeavors at Rice. It's plausible. After that incident, Rice could no longer gather scientists for concentrated research, revealing a conspiracy of malevolent civilizations. Relying on independent research and development is indeed the more reliable path. Wilson concluded. And this is merely the outcome achieved by the Dawn Institute just 2 days post-establishment. This has unequivocally demonstrated the prowess of our prodigious research team. I firmly believe that with their presence, we will soon fully bridge all gaps left by the Leaf God Group. Furthermore, we shall supplant Leaf God Company as the vanguard of Blue Star technology. I urge everyone to stay tuned and anticipate the forthcoming achievements of the Dawn Research Institute. I'm confident that day is not far off. Ultimately, as humanity, if we unite and rely not on extraterrestrial forces but on our own capabilities, charting a path of autonomous development, we too can transcend the confines of Blue Star and venture into the cosmos. Let us collectively await the arrival of that day. Farewell. The press conference concluded with these fervent words. Major media outlets, having been meticulously prepared, swiftly disseminated news regarding the Dawn Research Institute and the universal targeted drug, bestowing upon it the highest acclaim. They hailed it as a monumental victory for humanity, attesting that our capabilities are indeed on par with those of extraterrestrial beings. Online communities brimmed with confidence in the Dawn Research Institute, eagerly anticipating the release of more exceptional products that would benefit mankind. Among the most exhilarated were cancer patients. Previously, those afflicted sought treatment at the Leaf God Company's facilities. However, following revelations that Leaf Tian was an ambassador of malevolent civilization, these patients, apprehensive of potential hazards associated with the cancer treatment apparatus, ceased to consider it a viable option. Yet, their conditions continued to deteriorate, plunging them into despair. Now, with the sudden introduction of a universal targeted drug by the Dawn Research Institute, a glimmer of hope emerged. Countless cancer patients rushed to hospitals, yearning for the opportunity to receive treatment with the universal targeted drug. This time, the Dawn Research Institute had learned from the previous lessons of the Technology Alliance, ensuring they had ample supplies prepared in advance to guarantee that each patient could procure the medication. Consequently, patients were unsurprisingly able to obtain the drug and utilized it without delay. Their conditions promptly stabilized, and in the subsequent days, they gradually improved. Those who regained their lives expressed profound gratitude towards the Dawn Research Institute, sharing their healing journeys online. Patients in Dachau awaited the launch of the targeted drug. Yet they remained in suspense, having heard no news for some time. While it had been available abroad for quite a while, Dachau had yet to see its release. These patients, filled with anxiety, lamented, "What is going on? Why have other countries launched it? Yet there is still no news for Dacia. We are waiting for life-saving medication. Why is everything so slow to reach us? It seems there are concerns at the higher levels. After all, the previous foreign anti-cancer drugs had severe side effects, and they likely want to observe the subsequent effects, given the brief research period. What more do they need to see? Haven't many been cured? I haven't seen any side effects. Exactly. Do they truly believe that the same mistakes will be repeated? This new drug surely has no side effects. You trust foreign institutions so much. Ever since the last incident with their after effects, I no longer trust them. You aren't sick, so of course you are not anxious. For us patients, every day of delay worsens our condition. I won't wait any longer. I'm going abroad to buy it myself. Bro, could you bring some back for me? I wonder, why do you all insist on going abroad for medication? Aren't there cancer treatment devices available domestically that work so well? I dare not use the cancer treatment apparatus. Who knows what side effects it may have? It was invented by extraterrestrials, likely with the intention of exterminating blue star inhabitants in some regard. The Leaf God Company has already been thoroughly exposed. How can anyone still defend them? Could it be that the universal targeted drug is being obstructed from entering, with them scheming behind the scenes? This is utterly despicable. Must we resort to using the cancer treatment apparatus? It's so harmful. Will the Leaf God Company be shut down? ISNT, it already confirmed they are the ambassadors of extraterrestrial beings? I don't understand how the Leaf God Company is still operating normally and extending its reach so far. Is that your conclusion? Can't you see this as slander? Their ability to operate normally indicates they have nothing to hide. The Leaf God Company is the true victim. I truly don't comprehend. You still don't believe Leaf Tian, despite him having refuted you numerous times. I advise you to use the cancer treatment apparatus without delay. Don't fall for rumors and jeopardize your treatment. Those who seek treatment abroad, may fortune be with you. Results developed in such a short time are clearly unreliable. If there are side effects, you'll have to return to use the treatment chamber. Suffering and spending money again. Thank you, but you should use the treatment apparatus yourself. Just don't regret it when you turn into a lizard person one day. A small faction of supporters clashed with mainstream, disparaging narratives, yet ultimately, they could not alter prevailing sentiments. A multitude of patients sought treatment abroad, while those without financial means scraped together enough for plane tickets. The atmosphere in Dami was exceptionally jubilant. They had achieved a resounding victory, successfully sowing discord between the Leaf God Company and the upper echelons of Dacia, effectively stymieing further developments from the Leaf God Company. Meanwhile, Adam had received an unexpected delight. These purified children were indeed extraordinary, producing significant scientific breakthroughs right from the outset. Currently, everything in Dami was on the upswing, with other nations clamoring to curry favor. Dami was poised to reclaim its status as a world leader. All of this was attributable to his foresight and sagacity. Perhaps in the future, his position could rival those leaders whose likenesses were carved into mountains. Chapter 180, A Strange Scene. Elated, he impulsively decided to pay a visit to the Dawn Research Institute. Eager to meet the prodigies, their destinies were entwined with his future reputation, and it was imperative to win them over. Upon arriving at the Dawn Research Institute, Wilson was already there to greet him. As Wilson began to introduce the institute's configurations, the leader's mind was elsewhere. Where are those little geniuses? I wish to see them. Wilson smiled and replied, they're currently engaged in research in a laboratory. The leader felt a surge of joy internally but maintained a facade, saying, so diligent? Just after achieving research results, and they're already back to work. They must also take care to rest. They're the hope of Dami, after all. Just a group of children, we cannot wear them out. As they conversed, they arrived at the laboratory, where a cluster of children were animatedly debating. The leader found the scene utterly surreal. To any onlooker, it would appear as if the children were merely playing. Yet, he knew that at this moment, these prodigies were engaged in serious scientific discourse, discussing topics that would leave even trained scientists dizzy, such as string theory and multidimensional spaces. At this point, all the prodigies took notice of the leader's arrival. Jason approached and shook the leader's hand. The leader exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, in the transparent chamber of Area 51, Adam, who had been slumbering, suddenly opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, I have awaited this moment. In the Research Institute's laboratory, the leader, who had been engaged in trivial conversation, suddenly sensed something amiss. The atmosphere in the room felt distinctly different. Upon closer inspection, he was immediately gripped by goosebumps. All the prodigies, regardless of their activities, turned their heads and fixed their gazes upon him. As he prepared to turn to Wilson and inquire about the situation, he noticed Wilson had also lost his smile and was staring at him with a similar intensity. The scene had taken on a decidedly eerie quality. The bodyguard beside him also sensed something amiss and reached for his gun. However, in the next moment, his body became rigid, utterly beyond his control. The commander wished to cry out, only to discover, to his utter dismay, that his mouth could not open. Terror and despair flickered in his eyes. Alas, this is a trap. Recent events flashed through the commander's mind in rapid succession. He suddenly realized that things were not as he had imagined. Everything was within his grasp. He recalled the alien named Adam. Could he be the orchestrator of this? Wait, could he possibly be the heir of an evil civilization? Yet, pondering this now was futile. In the next instant, their bodies began to levitate. Then, all present, including Wilson, extended their right index fingers towards him, specifically aiming at his head. An invisible wave spread forth. In the blink of an eye, the commander lost consciousness. 1 minute later, the bodyguard stationed outside sensed something was amiss. They were about to force the door open when they discovered it was ajar. The commander emerged from within, smiling, as if nothing were out of the ordinary. The bodyguards exhaled in relief. The commander settled into his designated vehicle. At the moment the door shut, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upward. Meanwhile, within Area 51, Adam had already exited the transparent chamber. The surrounding staff, including the base leader Larson, appeared like soulless automatons, lining up to greet him. Adam floated in midair, laughing heartily. The scene was eerily surreal. Those fools truly believed they had me completely under their control. Little did they know that from the moment I awoke, everyone in the base had been parasitized by my consciousness. They were now mere extensions of my will, having remained confined within the base. I finally seized an opportunity to interact with the upper echelons. I can now stride out of here with confidence, officially commencing my dominion over Blue Star. With this most powerful nation of Blue Star at my disposal, it won't be long before I fully control the entire planet, awaiting the arrival of my home world. I must admit, this was perilous. I was at my weakest when I exited the stasis pod. Had they opened fire without hesitation, I could have met my demise here, unable to fulfill my grand mission. Fortunately, these greedy imbeciles fell for my bait, granting me sufficient time. But what exactly is going on? I initially believed I'd sensed the traces of a destructive wave, indicating that my home world had descended upon Blue Star to eradicate lesser beings. Yet, it turns out that was not the case. I was awakened prematurely. Which civilization has set its sights on this planet? Or has Blue Star produced such formidable scientists capable of transcending the technology of the destructive wave? Thankfully, I discovered this early and took measures to intervene. Otherwise, if given more time to develop, this planet might no longer belong to us. Regardless of who you are, I have now marked you. You had best pray you possess enough power to escape my pursuit. Alas, my spacecraft has been destroyed. Otherwise, with its advanced technology, eliminating you would have been a trivial task. He held a photograph of Tian in his hand, scrutinizing it intently, as if trying to comprehend the nature of his existence. Yet, this adds to the intrigue. I hope the secrets you possess hold sufficient value. It has been ages since I've enjoyed myself so thoroughly. Soon, a vehicle arrived at the base entrance to whisk him away. At the entrance of the Dawn Research Institute, Adam, shrouded entirely in a black cloak, stepped out of the car, taking a meticulous glance at the surroundings before entering. At that moment, all members of the Institute, including the prodigies, stood in a dazed formation to welcome him. Adam remained silent, navigating through the facility with familiarity, a throng of followers trailing behind him. He entered the laboratory, surveying the equipment, and remarked, "Indeed, a collection of rubbish. Such primitive apparatus is only utilized by a civilization as inferior as this. With these, they cannot produce the technologies necessary to contend with Tian. Alas, I might as well expend some of my energy." All present extended their right hands in unison. A box of carbon powder miraculously began to levitate, swirling through the air, dancing around the bodies of the onlookers. The visible particles gradually subdivided into smaller fragments until they became imperceptible. Approximately an hour later, the airborne carbon particles seemed to respond to some unseen force and returned to the box. Adam's eyes abruptly widened, his expression dimming significantly as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 181. The Atomic Computer. Not just Adam, but everyone present fell to the floor. After half an hour, they finally managed to rise. Adam weakly remarked, "Well, although I expended the majority of my energy, it was worth it. These carbon particles have been transformed into atomic computers. While they do not rival the intelligence described in Blue Star science fiction novels, they are perfect for use as spy robots to scan for secrets. They will allow me to uncover the mysteries surrounding Tian. Simultaneously, these atomic computers would be distributed among the upper echelons of nations worldwide. Collecting their secrets and monitoring their every move. Adam pondered further. Since we have already converted the commander, many actions can now be conducted overtly. In the coming days, I will arrange for numerous high-ranking officials to visit the research institute under the commander's name. We will convert them one by one. Moreover, let the desert serve as our secret base. Mobilize various resources to swiftly construct a fortress there. Our current activities will soon raise suspicion, especially with Tian stirring the pot. To mitigate risks, it is prudent to develop our base as soon as possible. Before long, the box of carbon powder was taken away by the staff and transported to the airport. The powder, as if alive, floated out of the box and dispersed on flights heading worldwide. Among those flights was one bound for the Great Sia. The molecular-sized carbon particles attracted no attention. In fact, they were nearly invisible. Only when clustered together could one discern a slight alteration in the color of the air, yet it was unlikely to be noted. They floated down the aisle, suddenly drifting toward the man seated in a particular spot. Upon landing, this man passed through security without any anomalies detected by the instruments. He collected his luggage and boarded a taxi, heading to the God Company's treatment center. The driver, somewhat surprised, glanced back at him. This passenger clearly appeared to be an outsider, a rare occurrence indeed. Ever since that incident broke, almost no outsiders had sought treatment at the God Company. Of course, the locals of Nanfeng City remained unaffected, as few believed the conspiracy theories circulating online. Nevertheless, the driver remained taciturn, driving directly to the treatment center. The treatment center he was heading to was within the God Company, equipped with super treatment pods. As the man exited the vehicle, the dust from the atomic computer seemed to sense something and detached from his body, soaring above the God Company. Meanwhile, Tian was in his office, sketching designs for a spacecraft while contemplating how to address the alien predicament. He was not the type to sit idly by. Ever since the appearance of the alien, Tian had felt an impending sense of crisis. Initially, his focus had been steadfastly directed towards the advancement of technology. However, he now found himself preoccupied with devising strategies to locate and eradicate extraterrestrial beings. Despite the awareness that this alien was currently under the control of a certain entity, he perceived it as a ticking time bomb. Tian understood that, given the nefarious nature of the civilization in question, this alien was unlikely to be so easily subdued. The possibility of its escape, or worse, a reversal of roles, loomed ominously. The entity in control remained blissfully ignorant of the alien's true menace, perhaps even naively believing it had stumbled upon a treasure to exploit. In recent days, Tian had discerned certain anomalies through the news, notably the newly established Dawn Research Institute, reputed to be composed of prodigious talents. He scoffed at the notion, if these individuals were not connected to the extraterrestrial. He found it hard to believe. While lost in thought, an unusual mist wafted through the window. Normal individuals would have likely overlooked it, but Tian, accustomed to the vigilance required when manipulating chaotic particles, immediately sensed an anomaly. He set his pen down and cast a bewildered glance around his office. What was happening? He had felt something distinctly unusual moments prior, yet upon inspection, nothing seemed amiss. Even while he had not issued a warning, something was indeed amiss. Tian realized that an entity beyond his comprehension must be present in the room. Could it be the work of the alien? Had it already begun to test his defenses? He felt a surge of anxiety, his apprehension towards the alien's capabilities intensifying. What could this be? Regaining his composure, he pondered whether it might be an invisible force. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. The mere acknowledgement of an entity's existence was preferable to ignorance leading to ambush. He summoned his chaotic particles, allowing them to expand gradually throughout the vicinity. Before long, he pinpointed his target. Within his mind, he sensed the presence of these entities. They were not invisible, but rather a multitude of microscopic beings, atomic in scale. The results of his scans left him astounded. These entities evidently remained oblivious to the existence of chaotic particles and continued to flit about the office. Tian noted that, while minuscule, their internal complexity was strikingly reminiscent of a computer. He was taken aback. A swarm of atomic-sized computers had materialized in his office, and he could easily surmise their purpose. His expression darkened as he manipulated the chaotic particles to gather these diminutive atoms into his storage before rising to leave the room. Employees at Yishan Corporation were taken aback to see their boss wandering about the premises, seemingly engaged in some inscrutable task. After a prolonged search, Tian finally exhaled in relief. Thus far, he had only discovered a few of these entities within his office. Yet, He could not ascertain whether other atomic computers were en route or whether any had already infiltrated the company as confidential information without his notice. He returned to his office, intent on deciphering the function of these peculiar devices. Tian directly unlocked the atomic computers in the storage. The outcome startled him once more. The storage revealed a total of 6,000 atomic computers, each boasting a staggering point value of 600,000. The technological sophistication of these devices was evident. He scrutinized the product description: atomic computer, a device crafted by manipulating carbon atoms through mental energy, capable of discreetly recording sensitive information and monitoring targets remotely. As he continued reading, Tian's astonishment grew, but he ultimately sighed in relief. It was evident that these atomic computers lacked the capability for remote data transmission. They must periodically return to headquarters to have their data extracted. Chapitre 182, Synthesizer pseudo-Zizi. This indicated that the batch of computers had yet to relay any detected data back, and their creators remained unaware of their disconnection. Tian felt a flicker of gratitude. Fortunately, these computers were programmed to seek him out and observe the secrets he harbored. Had they been set to explore the technological secrets of the corporation, they might have already succeeded in their mission. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind, darkening his expression. What if the alien had dispatched atomic computers, not only to him, but also to other significant powers around the globe? From the alien's perspective, it would undoubtedly aim to distribute these devices to all major nations. While he possessed a system capable of detecting these entities, others might lack such capabilities and inadvertently capture sensitive information. Tian's countenance grew grim. He needed to devise a strategy. Was there any means to infiltrate these atomic computers and extract the information they had gathered? Or to collect the commands issued to them by the alien, thereby gleaning crucial insights? Such evidence could serve as proof of the alien's malevolence. Alternatively, could he reverse engineer control of these atomic computers to infiltrate the entity and trace and monitor the alien's actions? He had long sought a method to locate the extraterrestrial, and now it had been delivered to him on a silver platter. Tian Chakit Koldi. Had the alien known of his synthesizing capabilities, it would surely have refrained from delivering such a plethora of atomic computers into his hands. Without further ado, he incorporated all 6,000 atomic computers into the synthesizer. After a period of operation, a chime signaled success. He had synthesized a level 4 item, a pseudo-Gizi. His storage now held 6 pseudo-Gizi. Gizi? Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an outcome from the synthesis. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The atomic computers created by the alien were nothing more than a severely downgraded version of Gizi. Thus, the synthesis result was not entirely surprising. Tian was elated, recalling the formidable capabilities attributed to Gizi in novels. With such assistance, what could the alien possibly do? He examined the description closely, a wry smile creeping across his face. It was indeed not so straightforward. After all, the synthesized entity bore the prefix pseudo, significantly diminishing its efficacy. In the novels, Gizi were high-dimensional particles, intelligent computers fashioned from the unfolding of protons. They could traverse at the speed of light, communicate across vast distances, and penetrate any material barrier, acquiring any desired information, save for that within the human mind. In contrast, the pseudo-Gizi was merely a more advanced version of these atomic computers. For instance, the atomic computers lacked the ability for long-distance flight and required attachment to other objects for extensive mobility. Furthermore, they were incapable of remote communication. These atomic computers relied on quantity to gather vast amounts of ambiguous information, which then required piecing together to yield coherent data. The pseudo-Gizi, however, could obtain information with just a single unit, facilitate long-distance transmission, and approach light-speed travel. Yet, it could not penetrate any material or traverse dimensions like the Gizi from novels. Their other functionalities were quite similar, including the ability to interfere with particle-accelerated results. Ultimately, Tian's primary concern remained whether this pseudo-Gizi could infiltrate and breach the atomic computers. The answer, of course, was affirmative. He extracted the pseudo-intelligences, each no larger than an atom. He could only support them with chaotic particles. Suddenly, Wally interjected, "Boss, they're actively sending me information." Tian nodded in acknowledged. From now on, you shall oversee the control of these pseudo-intelligences. With that settled, the next steps will be straightforward. He promptly called Zhang Daqiang, summoning him to come over. Zhang Daqiang arrived swiftly, only to find Tian with a somber expression. What is going on? Is the development of the mining ship not going smoothly? There is no need to be so anxious about this. Tian shook his head. Research has never been a challenge for me. My current concern lies with the extraterrestrial issue. Are you aware that their tentacles have already reached this place? It poses a potential threat to the safety of Xia. Zhang Daqiang was taken aback. What do you mean? We've also been investigating this alien matter over the past 2 days, but we found no signs of activity from that side. Tian didn't rush to explain. Instead, he stood up and scanned the area beside Zhang Daqiang. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. Zhang Daqiang, perplexed, inquired, "Could you clarify this later? I need to communicate with the higher-ups. I will elaborate shortly. There is no time for lengthy explanations now. Just convey to them that if they wish to prevent our top secrets from being exposed to the aliens, they must arrange for me to meet them immediately." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Daqiang wasted no time and contacted the higher authorities directly. Upon hearing the urgency, they took Tian's request seriously and promptly agreed. Soon, a helicopter arrived to transport the two. This was Tian's first visit to the upper echelons. Yet he felt no curiosity, his mind solely occupied with thoughts on how to confront the aliens. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed on a designated platform. After undergoing security checks, Tian entered a room where he encountered the elderly gentleman from before. Without waiting for the other to speak, Tian approached him directly, eschewing any handshake or pleasantries, instead fixating on certain spaces surrounding the elder. He spoke indeed. The elder, puzzled, observed Tian's unusual behavior. "What are you searching for?" Tian waved his hand around the elder's body, then produced a glass vial from his pocket, flicked the air within it, sealed it, and scrutinized it closely. "This is what I sought. As I suspected, the aliens have not only dispatched spy robots to me." The elder was taken aback. "What? Are you serious? The aliens have begun their operations? Where are the spy robots?" Tian shook the vial he held. "They're contained within this." The elder furrowed his brow, gazing at the vial. "But there's nothing in here." Tian chuckled lightly. "Is that so? Look again more closely." The guard nearby, with a serious expression, leaned in. Chapter 183, An Imminent Crisis. At that moment, Tian illuminated the vial with a powerful light. In the next instant, everyone was astounded. Within the vial, visible to the naked eye, were several glimmering points floating in an orderly manner. The elder's complexion darkened significantly. "This is the spy robot. So small? Are you saying this was discovered near me? How long have they been in my vicinity? Who brought them here?" Tian nodded. "Do not underestimate this. It is known as an atomic computer. It was invented by aliens specifically for reconnaissance. Each one is merely atomic in size, with limited information reception. But if a multitude collects data simultaneously, they can compile it into coherent intelligence. These have likely been hovering around you for some time, capturing numerous secrets. They must have been manufactured by the aliens, transported into the Xia through other mediums, and programmed to locate and monitor targets. It is not that someone deliberately brought them here. Currently, aside from us, only the aliens are privy to their secrets." The elder's face was etched with shock and anger, laced with a measure of fear. "Is there any way to determine when these devices arrived near me? What information have they gathered? This thing is invisible. How did you detect its presence?" Tian replied, "It's quite simple. They found me first, but I inadvertently detected them. As you can see, while they are not visible to the naked eye, their spectrum differs from that of ordinary atoms." At that moment, researchers who had rushed in upon hearing the news took the vial with solemn expressions for professional analysis. They detected no metal. Is it really possible to etch a circuit board onto such minuscule atoms? They mused, though under high magnification. They soon discerned peculiarities. These are carbon atoms? They appear almost alive, as if trying to break free from the vial. "I've never encountered anything so bizarre." Tian remarked, "This technology is considered commonplace. Do not apply earthly logic to extraterrestrial technology." The elder, previously silent, now asked, "Can you extract the information contained within?" Tian nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed. Bring me a computer. I previously captured some data and modified those atomic computers. I will now connect them to release the stored information." Soon, videos began to appear on the computer screen. The elder opened one, and his expression turned frigid. This contained a comprehensive 24-hour recording of his surroundings, personal life, work meetings, discussions, and the signing of confidential documents. The volume of information was staggering. If leaked, the consequences would be dire. He finally believed that these were indeed miniature computers. Had Tian not discovered and pointed them out, their secrets would have remained utterly exposed. He inhaled deeply and asked, "You said these devices lack the capability for remote data transmission?" Tian confirmed indeed. After all, they are merely miniature computers with rather rigid programming. They likely only return periodically to headquarters to relay information. The data here indicates that these robots arrived on the same day I made my discovery, suggesting they are part of the initial batch, meaning no information has been transmitted back yet. The elder exhaled in relief, grasping Yi Tian's hand. Thank you, academician Yi. Without you, the losses could have been catastrophic. The capabilities of these aliens surpass my imagination. I had thought they were still confined to Area 51, but they have advanced to this extent. I wonder if the higher-ups into me are aware of this situation. We must expose the threat posed by these aliens promptly and eliminate them without delay. Yi Tian replied, I share your sentiments. However, regrettably, Demi may not view it the same way. They might still believe they have struck gold and have fully controlled the aliens. Or perhaps they have tacitly accepted this. Maybe they have negotiated some terms with the aliens. The most alarming possibility is that the upper echelons of Demi have already been infiltrated by the aliens. The elder's expression darkened. Your analysis is quite astute. I hope the situation has not deteriorated to that extent. Dummies utterly foolish. Do they not realize what they are doing? Their obstruction prevents us from taking action against the aliens. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, wait, I've detected the atomic computers here. What about the others? Might some of our clandestine locations have also been infiltrated by atomic computers? Yi Tian nodded affirmatively, stating, that is undoubtedly the case, for my presence in the Great Xia has made me a primary target of scrutiny for these extraterrestrials. However, I suspect that many of the world's major powers have also been enveloped by atomic computers. The elderly man fell silent, realizing the gravity of their situation was far worse than they had anticipated. Yi Tian was then escorted to meet various influential figures and critical institutions, where indeed, he uncovered the presence of atomic computers among them. He left a small quantity for research purposes at the higher echelons, while he seized the remainder under various pretexts. Consequently, he acquired several additional pseudo-intelligences. Yi Tian also provided the authorities with a unique detection method, enabling them to effortlessly ascertain the presence of atomic computers in their vicinity. This revelation brought them a sigh of relief. After all, Yi Tian could not be at their side at all times, and no one could fathom how he had discovered these particles. In his absence, they felt a pervasive unease, fearful of being watched. Though these devices were exceedingly discreet and could be detected through metal detectors, devising a detection system without prior knowledge of their presence remained elusive. The elder expressed his concerns, saying, now that atomic computers have become so formidable, who knows what covert strategies they might employ next. This passive stance is untenable. We must immediately inform the world and raise awareness about these atomic computers in our midst, while also alerting them to the terrifying presence of extraterrestrials associated with Area 51. Yi Tian shook his head, replying, we cannot act so hastily. Currently, global public opinion has already painted me as an emissary of malevolent civilization. Supporting me will only lead to distrust. After all, our Yishun Corporation has long been viewed as a thorn in the side by these nations. Now that they've found a pretext, they will not allow us to easily regain our footing. If we lack concrete evidence, they will remain skeptical, deeming it mere defamation on our part. Such actions could also draw the attention of the extraterrestrials, potentially exposing our hand. Until we possess the means to decisively confront them, we cannot afford to raise alarms. The elder pondered this reasoning, acknowledging its validity, yet he countered, we cannot simply sit idly by. If we allow these extraterrestrials to run rampant, they may soon become unmanageable. Yi Tian reassured him, fear not, with me present, they will not easily succeed. I have my methods. If you can wait a little longer, I will likely gather sufficient evidence. The elder, intrigued, inquired what methods. Yi Tian, exuding confidence, replied with a smile, I shall turn their own tactics against them. I have made enhancements to their atomic computer technology, producing more covert and powerful particles, which I will deploy to gather evidence against them. I am convinced that significant truths are unfolding in the region of the United States, alongside the reality of extraterrestrial surveillance over the upper echelons of power. Once I have amassed this evidence, its revelation will render their explanations feeble. Moreover, do not forget that their atomic computers routinely return to headquarters to transmit information. Coincidentally, I will dispatch my espionage robots to duplicate this data, while also fabricating a report of an investigation into atomic computers on our end. The elder's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Initially, when confronted with the existence of atomic computers, he had felt a sense of despair and helplessness. Now, hearing of Yi Tian's enhancements, he was profoundly shaken, realizing the depth of Yi Tian's technological prowess. Cautiously, he asked, could you share this information with me as well? Yi Tian nodded, of course. I will provide a live stream of everything from that perspective, allowing you to view and save it. Due to the importance of this matter, Tian completely halted his research endeavors, dedicating himself entirely to the investigation. Thus, at the elder's request, he refrained from returning to the company, opting instead to reside directly at the official hotel. He simultaneously released the several pseudo-intelligences he had on hand. Unlike the atomic computers, these pseudo-intelligences did not require transportation to a specific location. They soared across the blue planet at nearly the speed of light, arriving instantaneously on the opposite side. Tian also provided the investigative team, specially formed by the authorities, with access to the live stream. They would monitor and document this information around the clock. Previously, Tian had gleaned some intelligence from the atomic computers, discovering that they returned to headquarters every fortnight to relay information, during which time another batch would seamlessly take over. When the appointed time arrived, the pseudo-intelligences reached their target location, which caused a frown among the observers. This location was none other than the Dawn Research Institute. This indicated that the extraterrestrials could now operate through the Dawn Research Institute, greatly enhancing their freedom and eliminating the need for subterfuge within Area 51. It also suggested a profound connection between the Institute and the extraterrestrials, possibly implicating those prodigies in their schemes. Simultaneously, the pseudo-intelligences stationed near the influential figures and institutions associated with Yishan Corporation detected a new batch of atomic computers. They swiftly seized control of them, bringing them to Tian's side. Thus, Tian acquired an additional 20 pseudo-intelligences. The pseudo-intelligences identified the target location within an internal room of the Dawn Research Institute, where a massive machine was being operated by a staff member. All directives and information collection were executed by this machine. Shortly thereafter, the pseudo-intelligences detected a continuous influx of atomic computers, initiating the transmission of information. They infiltrated these computers, backing up all data, while simultaneously feigning the transmission of fabricated information collected from the Great Xia. The machine, oblivious to any anomalies, continued its operations. After scrutinizing the vast amounts of information, the investigative team was left in shock. The data encompassed nearly all the secrets of the upper echelons of Blue Planet's significant nations. The elders standing by displayed a look of astonishment, stating, "What do you think? These qualify as critical evidence, do they not? Sending this to the higher-ups will make it impossible for them to support the United States in light of such a betrayal. The evidence is irrefutable, even detailing the dealings of the Dawn Research Institute. There will be no room for denial this time." Yet, Tian furrowed his brow, fixated on the staff member operating the machine within the video feed. "Do you not find something peculiar about this individual?" The investigators scrutinizing the screen sensed the oddity as well. Indeed, the person exuded a mechanical demeanor, devoid of any passion. I felt something was amiss earlier. The atmosphere felt eerily reminiscent of a horror film, though I could not pinpoint the source of my unease. These individuals exhibit none of the traits of normal humans, each appearing like a robot, devoid of emotion. Could it be that all the staff members here are robots? Tian shook his head. They are not robots, otherwise the pseudo-intelligences would have detected their data. These are living individuals. The group's expressions grew serious. Tian remarked, "Let us wait and see. I sense that there are still many secrets lurking beneath the surface. Moreover, I wish to gather more information regarding the extraterrestrials in Area 51. After the completion of the data transfer, the technician operating the machine picked up the hard drive in his hand, pushed open the door, and proceeded in a certain direction. To whom was he reporting this information? Moments later, he entered an office that was evidently that of Wilson, the head of the Dawn Research Institute. The expressions of those present turned grave. As the door swung open, the technician stepped inside, approached the desk, and placed the hard drive down without uttering a word before exiting quietly. The entire scene appeared profoundly eerie. However, the onlookers were far too stunned to contemplate its strangeness. The recent spectacle witnessed in the office had left the entire investigative team in utter shock. The elder's face was one of sheer astonishment as he trembled, pointing at the screen and asking, What is this?" Everyone was in a state of shock, grappling with the overwhelming influx of information. Only Tian furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 185. The Abilities of the Gray Alien. In the office, besides Wilson and Jason, there was an unexpected presence. Seated in what should have been Wilson's office chair was a peculiar creature. Tian remarked, "This resembles a gray alien." The elder replied, astonished, "Is this the extraterrestrial referred to in the rumors about the rice? Wasn't it supposed to be in Area 51? Tian, contemplatively, responded. It seems the situation is even worse than we imagined. This entity has escaped from Area 51 and is free to move about. and these individuals seem entirely unfazed by its presence. No wonder it can even dispatch something as advanced as an atomic computer. Don't you find the demeanor of these two in the office somewhat peculiar? He continued. Like the others in the institute, they appeared rather listless, particularly Wilson, who was completely unlike his public persona. It seemed as though they were incapable of communication. Suddenly, the elders seemed to grasp something. Are you suggesting that? Tian interjected. This is not normal cooperation. Could it be that these individuals are under mental control, hence their lack of response? The group exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of this possibility. Did this imply that the alien had long since escaped the confines of the base? Or perhaps the entire base and the personnel at the institute had already fallen under its influence? The elder pondered an even more terrifying possibility. If the alien possessed the capability to control others and had achieved such a level of influence, could it be that the entire upper echelon of the rice had already been compromised? The utterance of this thought sent a shiver down the spines of those present. If true, the implications were chilling. Although the rice was gradually declining, its underlying strength remained formidable. The notion of an alien seizing control was daunting, with far-reaching consequences. The elder's visage darkened. Fortunately, we discovered this in time. Otherwise, we would have been caught completely off guard. Anja de Mijianye. You must immediately deploy more pseudo-intelligences to the White House to investigate any anomalies among their upper ranks. We must intervene swiftly before they orchestrate any significant actions. Meanwhile, in the office, the gray alien connected the hard drive to a device and then closed its eyes. After a while, it opened them again and confirmed, indeed, I have acquired all the information from the upper echelons. However, I must admit I am rather surprised that Yi Tian's group has not uncovered his secret. Just mundane research activities. It seems I must buy my time a little longer. By the way, why haven't they turned against Yi Tian yet? But it matters not. It won't be long before I can personally resolve that issue. The elder furrowed his brow. How did he manage that? I did not see him extract data from the hard drive. Yi Tian remarked. Note this down. The gray alien possesses the ability to connect with electronic devices through thought. It may also have the capability to control human minds. The investigators hurriedly took note of this invaluable intelligence, which could prove crucial in future confrontations with extraterrestrials. At that moment, the pseudo-intelligence Yi Tian dispatched to the White House also identified its target. The Supreme Leader was hosting a gathering for the upper echelons in the reception hall. He mingled among the guests, engaging in conversations with charisma, his face adorned with a smile. However, once the gathering concluded and he retreated to his quarters, the smile vanished, replaced by a mechanical demeanor akin to that of the personnel at the institute. A chill ran through the onlookers, although they had anticipated this outcome. Witnessing it firsthand cast a shadow over their hearts. What followed in the Supreme Leader's actions further drew their attention. He made a phone call, stating, Brandon, how have you been lately? By the way, you need to visit the Dawn Research Institute tomorrow. It seems our prodigies have started secretly developing military technology, and your cooperation is necessary. This is crucial. Once this project succeeds, the Rice will no longer fear any power. In short, you must go and discuss this with him in person. This is not typically my responsibility, but I just happened to learn of this, so I'm notifying you. All right, that is all. Goodbye. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, sensing the significance of this call. He turned to ask, who is this Brandon? The investigators quickly provided an answer. If it is indeed that Brandon, he should be a key figure in the military hierarchy of the Rice. Yi Tian remarked. Could it be that the gray alien seeks to control this high-ranking official? It was evident that gaining influence over such an individual would greatly facilitate their operations within the military. The elder responded, Academician Yi. We must observe how the gray alien executes this control tomorrow. Yi Tian nodded and inquired, do you have knowledge of Brandon's residence? I wish to investigate whether there is anything of use there. The investigators hesitated. We can only suggest a few potential locations. We cannot guarantee his presence. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. No matter. If we cannot find him, it is of little consequence. However, fortune seemed to favor him. After searching several locations, they discovered Brandon in a secluded villa, where he was engaged in a game of chess with a silver-haired middle-aged man, conversing as they played. The investigators quickly identified the other individual. Sir, this man is likely Marshall, another high-ranking military official, though he holds a subordinate position to Brandon. It was unexpected that these two had a personal relationship and seemed to share a common interest. Earlier, as the two were engrossed in their chess match, Brandon heard the phone ring and reluctantly stood up, saying, Excuse me for a moment. I need to take this call. Please don't move the pieces while I'm gone. Marshall replied incredulously, Do you think my chess etiquette is that poor? It's you who often does such things. After a short while, Brandon returned from the call. Marshall casually asked, "Who is it calling at such a crucial moment?" Brandon replied with a hint of disbelief. "You might not believe it, but it was the Supreme Leader himself." Marshall looked astonished. "What did he want? Was it an official matter?" Brandon, appearing contemplative, responded, "Sort of, but it's quite strange. He mentioned that the folks at the Dawn Research Institute have recently embarked on a military project and want my assistance." Marshall was even more surprised. "Is that all? This is too strange. Don't we have dedicated personnel for such business? Why do they need you to step in? Isn't this just a minor issue? Do they really need you to oversee it? And why did the Supreme Leader personally call?"